Save 1 trillion gallons of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at moen.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
In Oakland, mostly cloudy skies, highs in the low 70s.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We'll be a little happier today, or maybe not. Yesterday was a very emotional show, and we really didn't enjoy the win, and I don't think we're going to really enjoy the win against Seattle, which is funny as hell, right? It beat Pete Carroll for the first time in 4 tries. The Seahawks had dominated the Niners. They shut out Geno Smith in their offense. Hufanga played great. Drake Greenlaw signed a new 2-year extension worth $19 million. And the conversation is going to be about Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Kyle Shanahan. And more so today about Jimmy and Kyle. And I'm pulling for Jimmy, because I do believe he's been the most disrespected 49er in at least the last 30 years. But the Kyle Shanahan, I don't want to call hate, but the Kyle Shanahan critiquing, that's going to continue. That will continue. Because something Steiny said last week about, in a big market, a lot of people would ask Kyle whether or not he would have gone to Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not where I want to go. But to Steiny's point about being in a different market, all of a sudden, Shanahan's asked a couple questions over the last couple of days about the run play. The Trey Lance that broke his ankle. Yesterday, he was asked about it again. And all of a sudden, he's getting defensive and testy about it. Last year, he got testy about the quarterback stuff. Hey, Shanahan, who's going to be the starter? He called us all hard-headed. So today, we're going to look at Shanahan, and we're going to look at Jimmy, and we're going to look where the 49ers club is at. Because I think a lot of people, Shasky, as I say good morning to everybody out here, I know I'm long-winded to start. We're going to look at Shanahan very, very closely, because I think Shanahan lost a lot of supporters with the way he handled Trey Lance.
Today I thought I would wake up and feel a lot more optimistic. I still feel like my spirit is a little shaken at best.
Feels weird, doesn't it?
It does. It feels shaken at best. And I do believe that my support of Shanahan is at its most rocky. I mean, I'm talking about all the way back from the beginning, because I do believe that when you start off 0-9 to start your career, it's fair to be skeptical, right? I mean, even though I thought he was the right guy to come in and everything, listening to him at the press conference yesterday, and I know people don't want to draw anything from the podium, and who cares what the media thinks, and who cares how people get addressed, and it's tough to look at him the same. I'm going to be freely admitting here, when I'm looking at Kyle and I'm listening to the words that are coming out, it's hard for me to not feel a certain way. I mean, I think about all the different things that we see in just sports in general. The margins for winning are so razor thin. I mean, so many people, this is a Super Bowl now winning team. They were in the NFC Championship game. They were a hair away from not making the playoffs, and then simultaneously a hair away from making the Super Bowl. Like, think of how dramatically different those 2 seasons can be. If they don't win in Week 18, they don't make the playoffs, how are we viewing it? To they could have been in the Super Bowl, right? And everything obviously in between. And I just keep going back to Belichick and even Bill Walsh. You watch these 30 for 30s. You watch these docs on all these great franchises. Heck, look at our own backyard.
Right.
We told the Milwaukee Bucks you could have your choice, Steph Curry or Monte Ellis. Yeah. And they chose Monte. Think of all the little woulda, coulda, shouldas, and sometimes it's by accident. Things happen. People say they lucked into Jimmy G. Okay. Yeah, and it worked. You know what I mean? And everything bounced out. Well, Jimmy gets hurt, and they lucked into Nick Bosa. Like, yeah, luck is a part of it. And also, and I was listening to Ratto yesterday, and Damon Ratto
they were on fire.
It was really good.
Damon was on fire.
It was. But Ray was making great points. Sometimes you back into things accidentally. You think that the New England Patriots wanted Tom Brady to be their starter?
It was a 6th-round pick. They had Drew Bledsoe.
They passed on him 5 times, right? And then Brian Cox knocks out Drew Bledsoe, and
the rest is history.
The rest is history. But, like, there's so many things that happen by accident. This was not the design for Jimmy Garoppolo to be back in the 49er uniform and to be the starter come week 3. But here we are. And so as a 49er fan, I'm long-winded here, B.
Right. No, you're
I'm trying to rally behind the team and the player and the coach, and that's what I'm trying to come to grips with today.
I want to pick up where you started off. Because we're both long-winded to start. Because we feel the same way.
There's just so much to think about.
We feel the same way. And I was like you. When you said you woke up, Shasky, you said you thought you'd feel better. I thought yesterday, once I went down and went to sleep, and I went to bed early, like, 4th quarter of the Eagles game, I was out.
You weren't watching Tyrell Estrada win the game for the Giants in Colorado?
Did not watch a single
extra
pitch.
Innings?
I did not watch a single pitch.
Oh, VR came through with 2 outs in the 9th.
I do not care, and I did not watch a single pitch.
Thus concludes our Giants
I was
talk.
out, and I felt I was passed out with my clothes on the bed.
Ooh.
And then it came in at about 11 o'clock. It was like, babe, don't you want to get inside the bed? I'm like, oh, snap. Went to sleep, and I thought, okay, I'm going to wake up in the morning. We're going to turn the page slowly because our prayers are with Trey Lance. He had a surgery yesterday to repair his broken ankle, and we'll get into the particulars of his injury in just a second. But I thought I'd wake up just like you, Shasky, and feel a lot better about the Niners, feel a lot better about myself. And then I heard Spadoni on the pregame show this morning, and I heard the Shanahan sound, and I heard the defensiveness of Kyle Shanahan when he was asked about the running play again and about running Jimmy Garoppolo. And I listened to how testy he was. And I said, this guy lacks empathy. This guy lacks any compassion. You want to be a hard-nosed football coach? It's okay to show some vulnerability. Like, you guys in the text thread yesterday were bringing up Bob Myers. Spinoni's bringing up Bob Myers. Love me bringing up Bob Myers. Bob Myers cried when Kevin Durant got hurt. Cried. I saw Aisha Curry when she found out Klay Thompson tore his ACL in the finals. Cried. They care about their players. They care. Think about the care for James Wiseman and how all these players have picked up James Wiseman early in his career. And I just feel like the head coach didn't show enough empathy to Trey Lance. When he mentioned in a conference call, I haven't talked to Trey yet. Why not? Just go. Like, why?
Okay, so this is an interesting conversation because everybody pivots to Belichick. He's heartless.
Right.
How's that working for Belichick the last couple of years?
Not good.
Right? And I'm not saying that one style is better than the others. Like, there are wartime presidents and then there are peacetime presidents. And both can have their positives and their negatives, their pros and their cons. But the one thing that I am looking at, and just in sports in general, and people are going to say the NFL is different, and that's fine. Brian Flores apparently would show up to the Miami Dolphins facility, whether you believe the reports or not, miserable every day, angry, and he was the general and everyone had to fall in line. I'm just not sure that works in the modern sports landscape anymore. Now, I'm not saying you got to be best friends, right? But I do believe when I listened to Kyle Shanahan yesterday, just me, I'm thinking it from just any player standpoint. Like, you got to move on; it's a business, which I agree. But there is a human element to this. And if there's one criticism I've had, and it's not just the Trey Lance injury, everyone, from the get-go, what have I told you about Jimmy and Kyle as we kind of examine
He's never wrapped his arm around Jimmy.
Their relationship never felt like they were on the same page. And so if there's one area that I am going to be just looking at, and I'm going to be like, I'm red flagging it, has Kyle learned anything from some of his cold, heartless decisions and relationships with the most important player on the field, which is the quarterback?
Robert Griffin III. Was that relationship tight between the Shanahans and RG3?
Clearly not.
They selected RG3, number 2 overall. and selected Kirk Cousins in the 4th round and showed more love to the 4th round pick than the franchise player in Robert Griffin III. Think about that. That fan base was all over RG3. He revitalized the Washington football team. Revitalized them. And they put their arms around Kirk Cousins. I've been saying this the whole time. Harbaugh, when he had Alex Smith, we all thought Alex Smith wasn't anything special. And that year, when the Niners started off 4-1, they beat the Lions. And I'll never forget those images after the game. Alex Smith is in the back, and Harbaugh stand up after they beat Detroit, and he pointed Alex. Amongst all 53 players, he pointed Alex Smith, Shasky, and says, clutch.
Yeah.
Clutch.
Yeah.
And he empowered him and made him feel like he was something for the first time in his NFL career. Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo, this relationship moving forward, how's Jimmy feel? Because
well, did you hear what he said?
I want to play Steve Young.
Okay,
what he said,
and I want to play what Jimmy said in the postgame that I found to be quite interesting regarding the free-flowing offense. It felt like they had the restrictor plates on Jimmy the entire time, which you've been talking about for 3 years. And he goes, it was fun to actually go out there and sling it. And he goes, that's not what we normally do around here. That was like, what?
Before we get to Steve Young. Before we get this, because I want to play that, because
that was 2017, like, what?
He comes in free-flowing offense.
Yeah.
And again, when they traded for Jimmy Garoppolo, this team was at rock bottom. They left Philadelphia 0-9. Joe Staley had a broken orbital bone. We thought it was the last time we were going to see Joe Staley play football. The team was at rock bottom. And the next day they trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. What was it, Halloween of 2017? They trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. And Jimmy Garoppolo had Levi's rocking.
Yeah.
He was mic'd up for the Tennessee Titans game. We couldn't get enough of Jimmy Garoppolo. And then all of a sudden, the offense, after he got hurt in week 3 against Kansas City, he comes back in 2019. We're like, man, what happened to Jimmy in 2017? But Spadoni, if you got that Jimmy sound, let me know.
They call it emotional intelligence when you have an ability to connect with someone on a cerebral level and not necessarily feel their pain or whatever, but you have to understand how to communicate with them and get them to open up and trust and be their best version of themselves. I think if you look at the two funny guys, like they're the winningest coaches in their sports currently who are still active, Greg Popovich and Bill Belichick, and I would throw Tony La Russa in that same bubble where this old school hardened coach has all this success, yet clearly when it comes to communicating and connecting with the younger players, as of recent, it feels like time, the sport's passing them by. Doesn't it?
Yep.
And I think all three have the same kind of problem right now where, and again, it may just be coincidence or there could be more to this. It does feel like, dude, you really lack and understand how important it is to be on the same level as your players every now and then. Not all of them, not all the time, but every now and then, you got to show a heart.
All right, here's what Garoppolo said after the game. Spadoni, I got it here. I could play it from the board. Here's what Garoppolo said about the offense on Sunday.
It was good. Kyle called some plays that I knew, some new ones for me too, so that was fun. But no, it was a good process. Tried to prepare this whole time like a starter anyway, so it was just like I said, like riding a bike.
It was like riding a bike. There were some new plays in there, this and that, but for the most part, he said it was free flowing. It was free flowing.
But didn't that mean to me, or to you, excuse me, when you hear that almost as if like everything was restricted. Like it feels like to me every time Jimmy goes out there and starts to have success, it feels like the very next week, we can't. What's he doing? What's he looking at? Like that's the sense I get from Shanahan.
Here's the biggest thing I have, the biggest beef I've had with Shanahan throughout the whole process, because I do believe he could be a great head coach one day.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't feel like that. On Tuesday morning, September 20th, I don't feel like he could be a great head coach. That's today. I think he has
my confidence in him is shaken, but I still believe him to be a good coach.
He's a good coach.
I
He's
believe
solid.
him to be a
He's
good
done
coach.
a lot of good things in San Francisco. I don't want to take that away from him. But when you look at Super Bowl 54, and you look at the way he's called games for Jimmy Garoppolo, then you look at the way he's called the games for Trey Lance. Like the whole thing with Trey Lance is like, oh, well, he can't throw yet. You hear all these national people, and you heard Willard ask, well, he doesn't. The coach is telling you he doesn't trust Trey. But if you don't trust Trey, go get a quarterback you can trust. The whole entire time during Kyle Shanahan's 6-year tenure, and we saw it in the Super Bowl. Well, if you don't trust Jimmy, then go get you a quarterback you can trust. Go get you a quarterback who you believe you can throw the ball on 3rd and 7.
Okay, so
all right?
so you saying that, but I'll let you finish. When you say that, you know what I think of?
Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, you wanted
Kirk Cousins.
I kept watching Kirk Cousins last night. All I kept thinking, and we were texting as a group,
right?
You, me, Spadoni, Lubman, the entire show. We were texting like, "Are you kidding? This was the master plan? Yep. Was we need to go get Kirk Cousins?" So when you say that, like, "Oh, you got to go get your hand-selected guy," I get a little worried.
So he was hell-bent on Kirk Cousins, which is why
Trey was going to be his guy.
He didn't scout Mahomes and Deshaun Watson because he was hell-bent on Kirk Cousins. Think about that. The offensive guru that a lot of people has labeled Shanahan. I've taken that label. Genius? What? No, he's not a genius. He's not Bill Walsh.
There's only one
the genius book.
Yeah.
I got the genius book in my backpack and Bill Walsh is on the cover.
Yeah.
That's a genius.
It's unfair to label anyone that. That's unfair.
This guy wanted Kirk. So I was in my head like, this guy wanted Kirk Cousins. I'd rather have Jimmy Garoppolo than Kirk Cousins.
I'm with you.
I've said that every single day.
But I will give Kirk Cousins, just to play devil's advocate, his numbers and his body of work is more comprehensive than Jimmy Garoppolo's, but I would counter with he's had way more weapons in his tenure.
Way more weapons and a lot of garbage time
exactly.
stats. A lot of garbage time stats
I
to dress
agree
it
with
up.
that. I agree with that. Because you look at the raw data and you're like 30 touchdowns here, 30 touchdowns there, 4,000 yards here, but it feels like they do sling it around more because they're down more.
So my thing is like, Shanahan didn't really trust Jimmy Garoppolo. But you showed us that maybe you didn't trust Trey Lance or thought Trey Lance was ready.
But I thought
that's on him.
But
that's on Kyle.
No, I'm
you
with
had a year and a half of Trey Lance. You hand selected him number 3 overall. This was your decision. From John Lynch, from everybody you see around 49er camp, everybody associated with the Niners, people we talked to, Shasky, Trey Lance was Shanahan's pick. And if you didn't trust this guy to throw the ball, or you thought he was raw, then Kyle, that's on you. That is on you. And here we are in year 6. Year 6, and he still doesn't have a quarterback he trusts. So who does he trust? Who does Kyle want a quarterback? Like 888-957-9570. Where are we at on Kyle Shanahan? Because that's the conversation today. Shanahan and Jimmy. And I want to play this from Steve Young yesterday on Monday Night Football
I think this
Countdown.
is the most relevant because I see how yesterday a lot of people coming at you and me, you guys ran Jimmy G out. And I kept saying it because I heard Willard yesterday. The coach is telling you what he thinks of Trey. And I'm like, well, the coach also told me what he thought of Jimmy Garoppolo. Right. Every single turn of the way for the last 4 years while they were winning.
Here's the first part of the Monday Night Football Countdown between Steve Young and RG3. I thought they both made excellent points.
You mentioned all the growth that Trey Lance still has to go through to get to where he wants to be. Jimmy Garoppolo is there.
Yes.
And
it's where, though? Yeah, but he's not.
Well,
Jimmy Garoppolo got fired from this job.
Exactly.
Kyle Shanahan had all the time in the world to be with Jimmy Garoppolo. He said, you know what? I'm firing you.
He got fired from the job because they spent so much draft capital drafting a guy number 3. He didn't get fired from the job because the guy behind him was a better quarterback.
Bro, they got all those draft picks and went to go get Trey Lance because they were trying to make that transition like an Alex Smith to a Patrick Mahomes. The reason that they wanted Trey Lance to be in this position was because they have a great defense. They know they're going to have a really good running game, and they have weapons on the perimeter. Him learning on the job was going to be easier for him this year in their championship window. Jimmy Garoppolo just went out there and looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. They know they're going to have to win it for him.
See, Booger McFarland sounds very uninformed because to me, what he said, Steve Young, saying the coach fired Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the way I took it when they went up and drafted the kid. They could have stood pat at 12. They could have taken any position. They could have even, Bonte, had they even stayed at 12 and selected a quarterback, we probably all would be a little more patient. The fact that you traded the amount of picks that you did, to me, showed me that you had conviction that we got to move off this guy.
The Super Bowl.
That's not me saying it. Steve Young said, you fired Jimmy G.
Well, Super Bowl 54 told us that. The flirtation with Tom Brady told us that. The flirtation with trading for Stafford told us that. And then you trade up to number 3 overall. Told everybody that, you're ready to move off from Jimmy Garoppolo. And you tried to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. Don't act like Jimmy Garoppolo being here is like, oh, man, we're so fortunate. We always wanted Jimmy back. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I agree with that, but they had unintended consequences when they brought him back. There's a variety of layers that happen here.
No doubt.
And whether it's by accident or by, pure luck or whatever you want to file it under, he's here.
He's here, and we're very fortunate.
We're very lucky that he's here, and you got to try to make the playoffs. Like, that's where we're at now.
Let me play this last cut.
Just try to make the playoffs.
If you get this last cut from Steve Young on Monday Night Football, he continued with
Steve Young was on fire, and RG3 is very good.
RG3, I want to get him on the show.
He has such great perspective.
Listen, he played for Kyle and Mike Shanahan. I would love to get Robert Griffin III on the show.
We've forgotten how good he was.
He was dynamic.
And I was an Andrew Luck guy because I watched him at Stanford, and I love Andrew Luck. But we
forget what RG3 did that rookie season.
He was phenomenal.
I beg that Kyle and Jimmy have a conversation that I don't know that has been had yet, where Jimmy goes in and says, Kyle, clearly you fired me. I wasn't doing something you wanted me to do. What can I do to become a better football player? What have I not done that has kept me from winning you over? Because the fans and else
hasn't happened.
But then where's the Kyle somehow, if they've done that many iterations and Jimmy can't be that guy? Is that what Kyle's decided? He can't be that guy, and so we're going to get rid of him because he can't be? Or is there something that Jimmy can do? Can he be the first one in and the last one out? Is there study habits? Is there something else that can step function Jimmy's ability to win over Kyle Shanahan?
That is so crucial right there, because right now, as you pivot to Jimmy, okay, whatever happened before, whether it's Trey, whether it's Jimmy and Kyle's relationship, it's all irrelevant. They have got to work together, figure it out. Whatever the irreconcilable differences were, have to go out the window, and they got to find a way to get this team to the... Because, I know everyone's Super Bowl, so no, just get to the playoffs.
Well, you know what? This division's winnable. The NFC's winnable. You got some teams like Philadelphia who look explosive, but the Niners could beat them. The Niners have a top-flight defense, so we'll get into all that stuff. Detroit.
Yeah, I want to get back into the Steve Young
Detroit.
stuff.
We'll get to you on the other side. We'll play more of the Steve Young sound because it is fascinating stuff. 888-957-9570. Top of the board to everybody on YouTube. Top of the board to everybody on Twitch and the Comcast Business Text line. We're going to talk a lot about the 49ers today. By the way, Warriors Media Day on Sunday. 12:30. It'll be a lot of fun to have the champs back in town.
An NFL Sunday?
Yeah, I know, right? But the Niners play on Sunday Night Football, so
that's true.
You know, we could divert from the football for a little bit. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by BMW Fairfield. Your phone calls brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
We're reacting to the Trey Lance injury live on YouTube.
Unbelievable. Wait, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, today I'm calling the 49ers and I'm saying, you are not texting me, you are not calling me, and you are not seeing me until you void this nonsensical backup quarterback agreement.
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Kirby, it's your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, so much more. And guess this, they've added an eco-friendly wash, barely uses any water, makes your car brand new. And the ultimate convenience with easy booking and transparent pricing. The best part is the on-time arrival and the service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to the mechanic. Friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, no upsells. Here you go. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustile, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me. Did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Kevin Hart's Reality Check Tour is coming to Chase Center on October 1st. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Listen to Willard and Dibs all this week around 10:30 for your chance to win.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
7:30, Brian Baldinger. He joins us every single Tuesday, and we can't wait for a little Baldy breakdown here on The Morning Roast. Baldy is one of the best out there, if not the best, when it comes to breaking down film. He broke down Hufanga, broke down Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll get into all that at 7:30. That is Appointment Radio. Brian Baldinger on The Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And by the way, top of the morning, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're on the roadways, get to work safely. Good morning to you if you're at work. And also, good morning to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, the Odyssey app if you're listening, and of course the Comcast Business text line. We appreciate you. All that good stuff. And this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I'm seeing a lot of stuff on the text line right now and a lot of stuff on our Twitter page, Shasky. We don't want Shanahan fired. Nobody is saying fire Kyle Shanahan. We're not saying that on this show. I don't even think Kyle Shanahan's seat is hot. It's not even close.
Who are they going to get?
Who they're going to get? Shanahan's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
But we're being critical of the head coach. If we could be critical of Steve Kerr, who's won 4 championships with the Golden State Warriors, Who could be critical of a head coach who's blown a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl and a 10-point lead in the AFC Championship game?
Bonte, I was criticizing Bruce Bochy, and he had 3 championship rings. I don't even think he's going to the right guy at this particular point. Just giving you an example.
Yeah, let's nip that in the bud right now, though.
But he's not above reproach. But here's the thing.
We're not talking about firing Shanahan.
Football, unlike a lot of sports, when you are the play caller, some people, I never criticize a play call. Look, everybody has opinions on play calls, just in general, right? So I think that's fair. Situational, when to go for it, when not to go for it. Heck, the game the other day, Bonte, the game on Sunday, there were 3 or 4 instances, short yardage situations. He went for it on 4th and 8 from the 40?
Right.
You know, what do we, again, and he was citing analytics and what, we could argue till we're blue in the face on a lot of those things. Regarding his status as head coach, no one's questioning that.
Yeah.
We are saying if they want to be the best version of their team, to Steve Young's point, I'd like you to play it again, he is going to have to embrace Jimmy Garoppolo. For as flawed as people might think he is, for as good as some people might think he is, they need the best version of Jimmy Garoppolo to get back to the playoffs.
So you want the second one?
Yes,
the second cut.
please.
I beg that Kyle and Jimmy have a conversation that I don't know that has been had yet, where Jimmy goes in and says, Kyle, clearly you fired me. I wasn't doing something you wanted me to do. What can I do to become a better football player? What have I not done that has kept me from winning you over? Because the fans and everyone else can win.
Hasn't happened.
But then where's the Kyle somehow, if they've done that many iterations and Jimmy can't be that guy? Is that what Kyle's decided? He can't be that guy, and so we're going to get rid of him because he can't be? Or is there something that Jimmy can do? Can he be the first one in and the last one out? Is there study habits? Is there something else that can step function Jimmy's ability to win over Kyle Shanahan?
And B, here's the thing. The reality is we said it with Trey, and I'll say the same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo, because I think similar rules apply here. Forget the overall team. We are, in terms of win-loss, we are asking the quarterback at this place in the 49ers system to probably do the least of a lot of the winning teams that are out there, right? This is not a QB-heavy team.
You're not throwing the ball 40 times a game. Josh Allen threw it 38 times through 3 quarters. We're not asking the quarterbacks to do that out here.
But for the relationship to move forward with the human element, there does need to be some sort of a come-to-Jesus moment for the two of them. They need each other right now.
They do.
And so if you're a 49er fan, which I am, and I want to win the Super Bowl, no matter who's under center, I need the best version of Jimmy G. And if that means incremental gains and minimizing some of the Jimmy O-no throws by just throwing him out of the playbook or running certain things to make him feel comfortable, maybe it's a little more of an open system. Whatever it takes, these two have to work together.
They do, there's no doubt. Let's go to Mole in Detroit. He's a good caller. Called us last week out there in Motown, listening via the Odyssey app out in Motown. Mole, what's happening? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Bonte, Shasky, I love you guys. You're firing me up this morning, man.
We appreciate that, man. I'm glad to fire you up, man. It's a lot to talk about.
Hey, look, 2 quick points. I think for me, my perspective that's pissing me off the most about this Trey Lance thing is the golden opportunity we had with this rookie deal he's in. I was just so excited thinking we're going to have all this cap space. We're going to be able to sign players in the next 3-4 years and have a loaded super team around the quarterback that's not making a lot of money. And I think that window is really going to close fast, and we're not even going to get to enjoy that. And number 2 point, I really do think plan A for Kyle Shanahan was pay a king's ransom for Deshaun Watson, and it didn't come to fruition. I think Trey Lance was plan B. I really do think they wanted an experienced quarterback. I really do think they wanted to give those 3 first-round picks to the Texans for Deshaun Watson.
I'm with you.
All those transgressions occurred with him.
I think that they were in on Deshaun Watson. I think they were in on
Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford. I think that they kicked the tires on Aaron Rodgers. I think they've been trying to get a more veteran-ready player. That's the other thing that I was thinking about the last couple of days.
Thanks for the call, Mo.
I know that they went up and got Trey Lance. I don't even know if that was option number 1, 2, or 3 for them.
I don't know. You know, Steiny keeps talking about they traded up for the pick and not the player.
See, that's an interesting POV.
And I was just like, that because there was a lot of smoke about Mac Jones. A lot of smoke about Mac Jones. Like, the Mac Jones thing was real. Whether we wanted to admit it or whether we wanted Mac Jones or not, that was real. But to me, it was just like, all right, you're going to trade for Mac Jones, number 3, where you already have Jimmy. Mike Jones throws a better deep ball, but, are you moving up to 3 to go get a Mac Jones? No, you want to go get a Ferrari.
Well, it's not just moving up to 3.
And you thought Trey Lance was a Ferrari.
Swapping ones and then trading the other 2s.
No doubt.
That's the part that's the gut punch as well to the Trey injury is how much he gave up for him.
So here's the deal. I'm seeing Rob Stats Guerrero. We had him on the show a couple weeks ago. Stats on Fire. Tweeted at us saying, no idea what the Morning Roast is talking about right now. Shanahan has held back Garoppolo. Have they not watched the games? How much Jimmy G do we need to see before we admit that he is what he is? Nobody's saying that Jimmy Garoppolo is a great quarterback. What we are saying is Shanahan obviously doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo to run the full arsenal of the offense. He's compromised. The offense has looked compromised for 3 years. And whether or not that's because of Jimmy G can't make the throws, our whole point is get a quarterback who can do those things. Get a quarterback you do trust. And obviously, in a small sample size we saw with Trey Lance, how many times did he run the ball? 16 in Arizona, 8 against the Texans. I know they all weren't design runs, but a lot of those design runs were right up the gut.
It's impossible to argue that he had the full faith in him throwing the ball all around the yard the way that he said that he wants to.
First possession, he ran Trey Lance on a 3rd and 6 for a first down. On 3rd and 6, we all thought you drafted Trey Lance because he can make that throw on 3rd and 6.
Well, and because he's cerebrally intelligent. Like, that's the number one thing. Intelligence was the big attribute when you talk to people with the 49ers. What separated him from the other players? Yes, there was a physical distinction, but it was his brain and what he could do on the whiteboard.
And not only that, Stats on Fire. I tweeted yesterday, and we talked about it yesterday. Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't great on Sunday. It wasn't great.
I thought he looked good.
He looked okay.
Okay.
He looked solid. He looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. We all admit Jimmy Garoppolo's not a great quarterback. He looked like Jimmy Garoppolo.
But I'm not sure that they need great to get to the playoffs.
They may not need great to get to the playoffs.
They just need not awful.
But I don't buy this subscription that Jimmy Garoppolo looked great on Sunday. So Stats on Fire, just listen to what we're saying. We're not saying that Jimmy Garoppolo's a great quarterback. But Shanahan obviously has trust issues with the guy.
Well, the thing that I'm most concerned isn't just the play calling. It's the guys up front. It's the guys up front. And it sounds like they played a better game by all the PFF ratings this week, which is interesting because I thought they were the number one blocking team in the week 1 against Chicago. But they need those guys up front to keep Jimmy upright.
Yeah, no
he
doubt.
cannot. If Jimmy goes down, I feel like the season's done.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, they need each other now more than ever.
Well, a lot of people believe Brock Purdy's the guy. Brock Purdy could be the guy.
I don't want to have to turn that card over. I'd rather keep that ace in my pocket. And it might be a deuce. It might not even be an ace. It might be a 3.
Oh, man. All right. What's coming up on the case? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Where are we at with the Niners now as we transition to the Denver Broncos? It's Jimmy's team again. Let's get to Jimmy Garoppolo on the other side here on the roast.
Trey Lance's broken ankle has the faithful red hot.
Shanahan has not demonstrated that he is a, quote, genius in football. Running this kid in between the tackles is just goofy. Goofy. The injury on Trey is all on Kyle and stupid play calling. Oh, man.
Give us your thoughts on 95.7 The Game.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boosts that make you feel like
I like to boost it, my vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, we like to boost it.
Boost effervescent vitamins turn your H2O into H2O to give you a fizztastic feeling like
I like to boost it, my vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, we like to boost it.
Because it's not just vitamins, it's Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost.
Boost it.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling Repipe Specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, Repipe Specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hon, look, it's heartburn. How did he know we were at the beach?
No clue, but he's not ruining our vacation. I packed Prilosec OTC. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn, so we can enjoy ourselves.
Speaking of, time for our luau.
Aloha heartburn.
1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, don't forget to download the Odyssey app. It is truly a fun app. You can listen to 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts. They're free on the Odyssey app.
I love it.
Yeah, we all love it. Music, news, podcasts are all available.
Who is
podcasts,
that?
Everything. I don't know. Follow your favorite TV stations, radio shows, and podcasts
Stephen
now
A.
by downloading the free Odyssey app. Brian Baldinger, 7:30. Baldy Breakdown, 7:30 on the Morning Roast. We'll get to Ryan in Sacramento in just a second. Shasky, you got something that's on your mind that has nothing to do with football.
So we make so much about how, they needed to build a stadium. I'm just going to be very quick on this, all right? Levi Stadium, all right? You and I have been an opportunity to been to a lot of different stadiums and seen SoFi and how it's laid out, and people are like, oh, the traffic getting in and out of SoFi Stadium is way easier than Levi's.
So easier than Levi's.
All right? Here's my biggest beef, and it's not location, okay? I just, bear with me, people. It's not just location. That is well established. It's in the middle of nowhere, okay? Here's my biggest problem with Levi Stadium. We are 10 years in. 10 years in, Bonte. Every single week, getting into the stadium, the routing changes based off the cones. Every single week, getting out of the stadium, the cones change again. Yeah. Week to week to week, it is never the same. When you go out of that parking lot, does it not change every single week?
It's a nightmare. Let me tell you, though, because I left the house at about 11:35. I got there about 12:15-ish. The car wasn't parked till 12:50. So we were scrambling and I barely made it to my seat by kickoff. Had to just bypass the beers and all that stuff. But leaving, what I do now is I leave a couple minutes early and I just maneuver the gates and I'm getting out of there. I got to do what I got to do. I do some things that are illegal, and if I get caught, probably getting the ticket, probably getting pulled over. But you got to do what you got to do because it is a nightmare.
It's a nightmare, and I want to be fully transparent here. From my understanding, and someone could come in and correct me, I would love to be corrected and have the specifics, but I talked to a couple of the different police officers that were out on the street. I'm like, who is setting up the cones to leave here? And they're like, CHP. I'm like, can we at least get on the same page and get the map mapped out? Sometimes you can go left on some blocks on Patrick Henry. Sometimes you have to go right. Sometimes you got to take whatever it is, the 101 North or 101 South. Sometimes you have to go 101 South to get back north and hang a U-turn. It's absolutely out of control. And all I say is this. We're 10 years in. Can we just figure out where the cones need to be once you leave the parking lots?
It's not a fun experience getting into that parking lot. Getting down there is easy. Getting into that parking lot, nightmarish.
Complete disaster.
Nightmarish. Let's go to Ryan in Sacramento. Ryan,
I'm done. I say it every week. I say it every week.
It's a nightmare. Ryan in Sacramento, what's happening? You're on the road. And Ryan's listening via the Odyssey app, by the way.
Thank you.
There you go. What's up, Ryan?
Yeah, I am. Hey, how you guys doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, I was gonna call in yesterday and go down the rabbit hole with everybody else about giving up free picks for Trey Lance and what we saw yesterday and what happened to him. Thought it was awful, but hey, I wanted to talk about something maybe a little bit different this morning, just based on what I saw on the doubleheader on Monday night last night. Just like I said, kind of going down a different route because it was kind of depressing to me, because I love my Niners. Went to Candlestick as a kid, been there through thick and thin. Last night I'm seeing the Bills, Josh Allen slinging around, the stadium going nuts. They look awesome, and I followed Shanahan's comment on, saying, hey, have you seen Josh Allen? They run that same play. I didn't see that play at all.
He had one scramble, and it's really hard to hear you right now. So I appreciate you calling again. Josh Allen had one scramble rush last night. Here's what I would say to everyone, okay, because I saw this on the timeline. Whether it's Jalen Hurts' game, whether it's Josh Allen's game, we've got to stop doing comparative shopping in general, right? It's unfair to Trey Lance to compare him to Mahomes and Josh Allen. It's unfair to compare him to even Jalen Hurts.
Right.
It's unfair to compare all these guys to each other. All you can do is worry about this guy's situation and where he's at. You know why Josh Allen doesn't run around as much? Well, there's a couple of reasons, but first and foremost, he's advanced dramatically as a passer. I'm the biggest Josh Allen fan and have been since his college days. I've got the tweets to back it up. But the one thing that he's done over the last couple of years is improved his accuracy, and I go back to the brains because this is the most important thing at quarterback. It's the pre-snap mentals, knowing who to identify. Josh Allen has become the orchestra conductor at the line of scrimmage, so you have to give him credit there. Now, when we look at Jalen Hurts and you're watching him, and I know people are losing their mind, look at how he's running and look at how he's throwing. He's played a lot of football.
A lot of football.
He's been in a variety of systems.
Alabama, Oklahoma, learned from, who was his coach? Lane Kiffin was his coach at Alabama.
And then he went to Lincoln Riley.
Yep, no doubt.
And here's what I would say about Jalen Hurts. He has dramatically improved his ability to throw.
Yep.
And a lot of the stuff that he did with the legs, the way he ran in college, if you watch him, he literally couldn't throw in college. Yep. Okay? Couldn't throw at all. And look where he's at now. But they have run a system that clearly fits him. I just don't think it's a like-for-like comp. I don't like the comparative shopping of going, look at Jalen, look at Josh Allen in both directions. I think it's unfair.
But they've also built around those quarterbacks, I think, in a way that
I
the
agree
Niners
there.
failed Trey Lance.
That I agree with.
You bring back Debo and you have Ayuk, that's great. George Kittle. But what else did you add to this offense? Your offensive line depreciated.
Agreed.
This year.
Agreed.
The line was better last year than it is right now. And so you got three guys in the interior. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, they say, okay, how do we help out Jalen Hurts? They got smoked in the playoffs against Tampa Bay. He did not look good. They said, you know what? We're going to give Jalen Hurts another shot. Let's go trade for A.J. Brown. Let's go get a dynamic wide receiver
draft
to pair
Devontae.
him with Devontae Smith.
Yes.
We already have a tight end in Dallas Goedert.
Yep.
Now we have running backs. Our offensive line is stable and wholesome. And now we have a defense as well. We could play complementary football around Jalen Hurts. What did Buffalo do early in Josh Allen's career? They went to go trade for Stephon Diggs. All right? They got a stable of running backs. Zach Moss, Singletary, James Cook. They got weapons on the outside. They lose Chad Beasley. They don't even blink an eye. They got Dawson Knox at tight end, and they built the offensive line. They built around those players. The Niners, knowing that they had Trey Lance ready to go for this season, built to build around him, in my opinion.
Well, and I think the other thing, and this is a very important nuance when you're watching Jalen Hurts, they spread it out wide, which fits him, and then it puts more DBs who are smaller out onto the field, and then they run to the edges. And Jalen is a thicker, better runner right now than what Trey Lance is. Like, I would say, if you watch the body of work of Jalen Hurts, and then you compared that to the body of work of Trey Lance. I'm talking about going back to college. Jalen's legs have always been his primary tool.
Right.
Always. In fact, most people like myself were like, he's probably not a quarterback. I don't even know.
But you know what? We all forget about those deep balls he was throwing at Alabama. He threw a lot of great deep balls at Alabama.
He did. They had so many weapons.
They had so many
hard
weapons,
for me
but
to
he was throwing
determine.
stuff on the money, though.
I know.
He was throwing stuff on the money. 510. This is a funny text. Kafka's business text line. Apparently, our show is scripted.
Why?
And I realized that the shows are scripted. I was in a fantasy show league, and it was scripted. So apparently the morning roast is now scripted.
No, this is not Colin Cowherd. We do not have... how many guys do we have in the back? We've got...
I am writing material for the show all the time.
Yeah, we've got Sam
I am the screenwriter back here.
We've got Sam Lubman and Joe Spadoni. We are a bare bones operation. Joe, are you there?
Yeah, you know, the Chip Kelly offense, when they hold the boards, that's exactly what we do back here.
Here's the thing.
510 also wants me to shut the bleep up.
You know what's funny?
I don't think I could do that for another 2 hours.
Our boss would disagree. He thinks we fly by the seat of our pants too often.
Right.
That's our number one criticism. Wouldn't you agree?
No,
From the boss?
You guys freelance too much.
I will say this. It would be nice to do the Colin Cowherd and come in here and someone just hand me a bunch of hot takes so that I didn't have to do any preparation. I was up late last night. You know why? Because I was the third person besides Sam Lubman and my dad watching the Giants beat the Rockies in extra innings. While simultaneously on my phone streaming both football games because I have a sickness.
Well, that is just suicidal.
Did you see Doval?
No,
he had a tweak, and then the trainer came out?
No. I did not watch one pitch. I could care less about Giants or Rockies. They're
Biggest
done.
shot a guy today.
And listen, I told you guys, once they were done, the Giants had their time before training camp. They had their time to capture this audience.
You're done with the Giants?
They failed. They failed to capture the audience.
Okay, give me 10 seconds. I want to give a shout out to this kid Sergio who played on my Junior Giants team. I'm wearing the Junior Giants shirt today.
Nice shirt.
He got an opportunity to hand out the ball for the opening day or for the opening starter on Sunday Night Baseball.
Okay.
And his mom sent me the video. It was so cool.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't want to say his last name because he's underage or whatever. But shout out to Sergio and his family out there. Kid from my team. He was a Willie Mack Award winner. And I want to also thank Sue Peterson and Craig Alexander for getting me involved with the Junior Giants. To see this kid's ear-to-ear smile, I'm going to show you the video. Like, this is our Bayview team, our Junior Giants team. To see this kid get a chance to go on the field. I know we're mad at the Giants, and I'm
not mad about this. I'm not. You're mad about the Giants. I accepted that they stuck in July.
But it was a cool gesture to see them have a kid go out there and hand a ball. You should see this kid's face light up.
But I've been accepted the fact the Giants stink. I told everybody here on 95.7 The Game, they got a shelf life. Once training camp starts, bye-bye.
Spoiled milk?
Nobody cares.
Are you going to take the Scott Harris presser from Detroit Live today?
Yeah, by the way, Scott Harris got the job at Detroit. No, we're moving on. Scott Harris is confident Giants.
What is Detroit? What do they know that we don't know?
I don't care. Look, everybody's mad about the Giants. Look, dude, they got no talent. I told you guys.
I'm done with
By September, they would be unwatchable.
All right.
Nobody cares about the Rockies and the Giants. And if anybody in this market is breaking down Rockies-Giants baseball on a Monday when there was a doubleheader in the NFL, they're going to lose today. They're going to lose. You're going to lose your listeners. You're going to lose your audience. So go ahead and do that.
Shout out Sergio, Hunters Point, Bayview Junior Giants. Thus concludes Giants Talk for the month.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app if favored. 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game.
Did you see the other injury that came out yesterday?
Ty Davis Price is out for 3 to 6 weeks. Ty Davis Price.
Heads are falling off. How is Elijah's hurt, okay? Jimmy Ward's hurt. George Kittle's at WWE, but he's not at practice.
But listen, no, they don't have practice on Mondays.
Yeah, but I'm talking about last week.
Tyler Kroft is hurt. He's out for a few weeks, too.
The tight end from the Jets?
The tight end who Trey overthrew in week 1 against the Chicago Bears.
How is everyone so
Ty Davis. So now we're going to see either Jordan Mason back up.
Thank God I swooped him in fantasy.
Yeah, I did pick up just Jordan Mason, too.
Everybody knew that it was just a matter of time before he would get touches.
But we may see Marlon Mack before Jordan Mason. Marlon Mack may get elevated from the practice squad. So we may see a little Marlon Mack. But one thing we didn't talk about, look, we're going to get Brian Baldinger on at 7:30, and we'll get back to Trey and Jimmy and all that, and Kyle Shanahan, 888-957-9570. What are your overall thoughts after you had a day to sit on everything?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about the 49ers moving forward? This defense. Here's why I'm able to turn the page a little bit.
Okay.
Because this defense looked dominant on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Now, you play Geno Smith, and we highlighted that Seattle didn't score a point in the second half, but to shut out their offense.
Yeah, I don't care
and
who
all
the
their
quarterback
weapons.
is. I thought it was a dominant
offense.
performance.
Hufanga is playing like an all-pro through 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He's everywhere.
So I know a lot of people are going to do the Polynesian comparison and go straight to Palomalu. I'm just going to go right to a 49er great. It's okay to say it. We say this with wide receivers. He looked like old school, late 80s Ronnie Lott out there.
Yeah, he was everywhere.
And I don't say that lightly because Ronnie's an all-time legend, maybe the greatest defensive player in Niner history.
But the way he's playing to run and the way he's playing to pass.
He's automatic tackle.
He's deflecting passes in the deep zone.
He sees the field.
He's seeing the field.
He
playing at the line of
broke up 2 passes.
Yeah, one of them resulted into an interception.
Yes.
A big interception. Hufanga is everywhere.
God, he looks good.
2 sacks. The defense was dominant against the run. Look, man, a lot of people saying, real fans enjoy baseball no matter what. I enjoy baseball. I was watching the Rays and the Astros yesterday. I don't enjoy bad baseball, okay? That makes me less of a fan. So be it. I told you guys, I'm not wasting a second until this regime proves something to me. That's the way I boycott. I don't go to the game. I don't watch you. I don't talk about you. Do something. And don't trot out Mike Krzyzewski every damn day.
So getting back to the defense.
Hufanga in the defense. Yeah. This defense is going to keep this team in a lot of football games. Denver did not look good last week. They didn't look good on the goal line against Seattle. Denver scored, 16 points against the Texans? They look terrible. Terrible against Houston. Now, Houston, I think, is better.
It's Russ.
It is Russ. But Jerry Jeudy, where's he at this week?
I know.
He left the game.
Yeah, I know.
He left the game.
Fantasy.
He left the game. Their running game. I think the Niners could shut down the running game. The Niners, with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback, they could make a run to the Super Bowl. This defense is Super Bowl worthy. This running game looked really good last week. Even with Trey in the game, the running game looked good. The Niners can go on a run here. And all of a sudden, after a loss to Chicago, you beat the Broncos on Sunday? Now all of a sudden you could get greedy against the Rams and go 3-1 in your first 4 games.
If you would have asked me, Joe, when the schedule came out, if they go 2-1, like if they can win this week,
right.
If they go 2-1 at the beginning of the year, no matter who the quarterback was, I'd say I'll take that because I thought that Russ and the Broncos would be a better version of what we've seen. I don't dismiss them. I fear Russ getting it right against the Niners on prime time. This is going to be a big-time game for the team. And I look at the defense. I want to ask you specifically about the 2-year extension for Dre Greenlaw because Dre Greenlaw clearly flashes in almost every game he plays.
Right.
Does he over-pursue sometimes?
Absolutely.
Does he miss tackles in the open field?
Also got to stay healthy.
And the health. 2-year extension, love it, like it, hate it. Where are you at on that?
I like the extension. I like the extension and continuity. Drake Greenlaw's made some big plays for the Niners over the years, man. A fifth-round pick out of Arkansas. I like this young man. He does hit. He could be reckless at times, but I think he cleans it up quickly. And playing under DeMeco Ryans, I think has helped him take his game to another level. DeMeco Ryans was a great linebacker. Very good linebacker. I don't want to say great.
Solid.
He was a really good linebacker for the Texans coming out of Alabama.
Yeah.
DeMeco's really good. So this extension, $19 million, $10 million guaranteed. I like it. You keep the continuity. You keep Warner Jr. and you keep Drake Greenlaw together. We'll see what happens with Al Shire. But this team has proven they can find linebackers. And I like Drake Greenlaw a lot. So he ticked me off in week 1. But the kid is talented.
No, he's really talented.
And he had one of the most signature plays in franchise history.
Well, speed is something that you just can't replicate on defense. You got to have speed. The number one thing for him is discipline. And when I mean discipline, it's not just the penalties. The wrapping up in open space. Too many times he comes in for the big hit instead of just making the tackle. And that's an area, if he just cleans that up a little, and I would chalk that up early season. Like, I think a lot of teams are missing tackles in the open field because you don't tackle a lot like you used to.
And that was the one criticism. I remember Drake Greenlaw's first game, preseason against the Cowboys. You were texting me, I love Greenlaw.
I did. I was all over him.
I was like, he over-pursues.
I know.
Still has that problem at times. He's cleaned it up, though.
It is interesting. When they signed Quan Alexander, we were all gung-ho for Quan because the Hot Boys and how fired up he was.
Quan was a good Niner, man.
Dre has made us forget about him very quickly.
No doubt. No doubt.
He's had some really good, obviously he's been hurt a lot, but he's had some really good moments for this team. And I think that in a tandem, he works really well with Fred Warner.
He does work very well with Fred Warner. Works very well with this defense. Let's go to Austin in the Bay Area. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo. Hey, look, I like where we're at with the defense. We just got to close a little bit with that defense, with the backside, that Tonga guy, because some gaps are open over there at the first game.
Mm-hmm.
But here's what I got. I think we're gonna need another receiver, man, to help out, a veteran receiver. Like let's go out there and get Odell to help out that receiving core, because at this moment I don't trust Debo and Kittle to stay healthy, man. We are already beginning from last year with injuries already this year.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up because before the show, Bonte, what did I reference about Odell Beckham?
He's been on the sideline for every Rams game.
I mean, it's basically a done deal. He's wearing yellow pants on the sideline, dapping up all the Rams players. It feels like a done deal that he's going back to the Rams when he returns. But I'm with Austin because you can never have enough weapons.
Well, I was even thinking about Cole Beasley. He signed with Tampa Bay, and I know Cole Beasley's gone through some things when it comes to the vaccine, and it probably wouldn't fly out here. Did not end well for him in Buffalo. But I'm looking at guys like that, like, man, Debo's basically a running back right now. You have Ayuk.
So you're coming around with me on Debo.
I've been said that about Debo. Ben said that about Debo. Because he's not getting, I watched him in Chicago, I said, damn, he ain't getting no supper. Number two, and you're looking at the 49ers and Danny Gray. The one thing we're excited about Danny Gray is because Trey Lance could throw that deep ball, and they had a rapport there. Will Jimmy be able to extend the field to throw the ball down the field to Danny Gray? That's something I'm going to be monitoring because Danny Gray has a lot of speed.
How can you scheme him open and still utilize Jimmy Garoppolo's strengths? Is it going to be deep crossers? Like how?
Deep crossers, down the seam. Jimmy's just got to make plays. He's got to make throws.
I thought he actually aired it out more in the few throws that he did. I think it was 4 deep throws. Maybe I'm overestimating this.
He should have started 6 of 6. Because Ayuk dropped that pass. That was a very good Jimmy pass.
It was. And I think that Ayuk expected to keep going to the pylon, and instead Jimmy threw toward the sidelines, and he had to contort and pivot his body. He still should have came down with that ball. I did think that was a good throw.
That was a very good throw. But Jimmy, we'll see about Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll see about Jimmy. But this team, here's the deal. A lot of people, we saw Jimmy Garoppolo. He quarterbacked this team to the NFC Championship game. Whether or not he won the playoff games is a different conversation. He was the quarterback on 2 teams that made an NFC Championship game and a Super Bowl.
The one thing that I will push back on everyone, at least just for right now, everybody immediately pivoting to, you got to win the Super Bowl. You got to win the Super Bowl. Can you just meet me here? And I'll listen to your argument in a second. It's so hard to win
but you know
a
what,
Super Bowl,
Chasky?
B.
But you know what, Chasky?
I just think
we're
it's
here. But you know what?
It feels so unfair.
You know what? Now that Jimmy's at quarterback, and for a lot of fans are out on Shanahan right now. Think about how many of your buddies are out on Shanahan. My buddies are out on Shanahan. Our text line, YouTube. I've seen a lot of anti-Shanahan texts and tweets. The only way in a lot of people's minds that Shanahan could get that Q rating back up is by winning the Super Bowl. Anything short of winning the Super Bowl It's not going to fly with this fan base this season. It is what it is. I hear what you're saying. It's very hard to win the Super Bowl. But you look at the NFC. Who's the most dominant team in the NFC right now?
Well, right now. Philly's got to be at the top of the list.
Do you believe Philadelphia to be a Super Bowl team?
No, but that's why it's a season. There's a long way to go.
Exactly.
I still believe in Tom Brady being one of those guys at the end. I still believe that McVay and the Rams are going to be one of those teams at the end. As much as I'm down on the Packers, it's hard for me to dismiss that they will find a way to win double-digit games and probably be there at the end somewhere.
Listen.
Now, are the Niners in the mix? Of course. But, Bonte, I look at it this way. The Chiefs have been the number 1, 2, or 3 best team in the league. I
get all that.
4 straight years and have won Super Bowl. It's just so hard.
I hear you.
It's so hard.
I hear you.
I don't think it's fair.
I hear you. It wasn't fair the way Trey Lance was used. People have already moved on, and they feel like they got a better shot to win the Super Bowl with number 10 at quarterback. And with the way folks have looked at Shanahan this week, the only thing is in their minds that are acceptable is winning the division, getting to the playoffs, and winning the whole damn thing.
That's
just the reality of it.
I hear you. I just don't know if this is we throw Super Bowl around. I don't think this is a Super Bowl O-line, and I just think that's so dismissive to how difficult it is to actually win a Super Bowl.
No, it's not. No, everybody understands that. Hell, it's been how many years now since the Niners won a Super Bowl? We're damn near going on 30 years.
I know, but that doesn't mean that well, you know what? Let's continue talking about this because I got a lot to say on this.
This is coming up, sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. We'll get to Chambry on the other side. And Brian Baldinger at 7:30 on the Morning Roast. When you're happy and you know it, in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
But one thing I'm not going to do today is say Kyle got Trey hurt. I don't think that's fair.
That's too harsh. It's football. Now, I will go so far as to say that Kyle Shanahan grossly misused the asset that is Trey Lance.
Let us know on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup.
But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com. This is not a drill. Produced by AEG Presents.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy in 12 minutes. Baldy in 12 minutes on The Morning Roast. We cannot wait. And Shasky, I know it's been hard for you to move on from what happened on Sunday. When we're going to watch Sunday Night Football, Niners and Broncos, I think they still call it Invesco Field, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, boy. Mile High.
Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the starting quarterback for the 49ers in 2022.
The scene of the Booger McFarland crime? He just doesn't see the field.
Yeah. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be starting at quarterback.
That's insider preseason talk.
Have you been able to wrap your arms around that Jimmy Garoppolo is now starting?
It felt like deja vu in the stadium. I was just sitting there in a malaise like, I can't believe he's out there. Because here's the thing, and this is where...
Do you understand where I was coming from in Chicago, where I was like, every dead ball, I'm looking to see where number 10 was?
Of course. Here's the thing, like, the backdrop of this conversation that we're going to have right now, Bonte, is Super Bowl. Like, should we recalibrate how good this team could be? Because Mark Willard came in and said, I think they're the favorite in the West, and which is a fair point, and I'm hearing a lot of people say that, and that's why they were so skeptical, worried, anxiety-filled over Trey Lance. Like, this is a win-now roster. So let's put that to the side for right now. When Jimmy went back out there, all I kept thinking about was, damn, I watched this guy on a side field throwing to a bunch of guys in T-shirts that look like you and me, okay, not players. He didn't get a playbook. You could tell me, yeah, Joe, they're running the same offense. You know, okay, fine. I'll listen to that. Yeah. I'm not dismissing that. But there's a synergy here. Like, you got to get some reps out there. And then when he comes back to the team after being on a hiatus, essentially thrown on a small, tiny little JV field off to the side, he gets thrown in, and he's basically the scout team quarterback because you don't get opportunities running with the twos. You're going up against the number one defense. I looked at what he did in the game. I was like, you know what? He looked pretty damn good considering all those variables I just laid out. He had shoulder surgery. Like, I was legitimately concerned if the shoulder would even hold up.
What I won't do, though, this guy's been in the system since 2017. I'm not going, he didn't have a playbook all training camp. Jimmy Garoppolo knows a playbook, right? Good. Baldy broke it down to us a couple weeks ago. The playbook, we all know the playbook. He can get the playbook, he'll have it down in 24 hours. He's been in the league for 8 years.
I hear you, but I'm not saying that I'm not here saying like he pulled a Steph Curry in game 4.
Right.
I'm not here to say that. Right. What I'm saying is that given all those circumstances, I thought it was a pretty good Jimmy G performance.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't
bad.
You know,
I thought he got the ball out timely. It felt like they were in a little rhythm. He felt rhythmic. I didn't know what to expect, B. I legitimately didn't.
Wasn't bad, and they get the win. Their first of the 2022 season.
Am I
overrated?
Seahawks
27-7. I'm not going to rate it too much because I think the Seahawks, they were going to beat the Seahawks' ass on Sunday.
Probably.
They opened that game up gashing them. The Seahawks were not ready to play. They were not ready to play. I'm not taking anything away from Jimmy. He did what he had to do. You get a touchdown, boom. You get another touchdown, boom. He made the right reads. It wasn't a bad game for Jimmy Garoppolo. Now he's a starter. I just can't believe he's a starting quarterback.
I can't either. And so let's get back into the Super Bowl conversation.
Let's get Chambry real quick in Arizona, and we'll get back into the Super Bowl conversation because I think the expectations from what everybody said in training camp. Everybody said in training camp, man, if you have Jimmy, you got a Super Bowl quarterback on the roster. He's now starting.
But didn't I push back on that at every turn? Like, we throw this word Super Bowl roster around.
You know what?
And I just think it's it's unfair to everybody involved.
Is this team not in win now mode, though? Wasn't that the biggest beef with Trey Lance? This team is in win now mode.
I hear you, but outside of like 4 teams in the league, isn't everyone in win now mode every year? Isn't that how the NFL is kind of like wired?
No, but this team is different. We know that. This team is different. They've tasted it. They've been teased with the Super Bowl. They've made the NFC Championship game. And now you got Trent Williams, who's 34 now. We don't know how long George Kittle's going to be a 49er with the way he gets banged up. Deebo Samuel, we all agree he has a lot of wear and tear. Jimmy Ward's in his 30s now, all right? Nick Bosa is in his prime. Jimmy's now playing quarterback again. You got your veteran back. Why can't we recalibrate and say, you know what? If they're not in the NFC, at least in the NFC divisional round, it's a disappointment.
Well, okay.
It was going to be a disappointment.
Making the playoffs and winning a game, I agree with that.
It was going to be a disappointment for Trey Lance to not make the playoffs.
Exactly. That's all my point.
But you have Jimmy now. And a lot of people believe Jimmy's the better quarterback.
I don't think that the Niners can jump the Rams right now for me. And if others feel different, it's totally fair. That's the Super Bowl champs. They've got stars. They've got a veteran quarterback who outplayed our guy in the handful of moments in that fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game, and I want to give them their due respect. And I do believe that the 49ers, though they've upgraded in certain areas, at the offensive line, I think it's a massive question mark still. Whether it was Trey or Jimmy Garoppolo, not having Jimmy Ward is going to present itself at some point.
Well, he's back in 2 games.
He
may be back.
I hope.
He may be back. You're now 2 games away from having Jimmy Ward back.
Is depreciated now that you don't have Elijah Mitchell,
But he'll be back at some point, right?
I hope.
Let's get to Chambry in Arizona. He's watching us via the website. Website, huh? Listening via the website, 957thegame.com. That's a first. What's up, Chambry? What's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Appreciate you taking the call. Yeah, I'm a little old school, man, so I'm not a app dude, so just pop in the website, hit play.
There you go. I like it.
Anyways, just thinking about it over a day, having revisionist history, looking back at, when we got, coach and just everything that's been through from the draft, from him being sold all in on Kirk Cousins, then pivoting to Jimmy, there's a saying that if you want to see the true character of a man, give him power. And I think he's shown us everything we need to know. I mean, personally, I just can't trust him with the development of quarterbacks, with selecting the players that we select. I mean, we've changed multiple training staffs, and yet we got all these guys that are injured, whether we're drafting them because they have an ACL history, or like Shasky said, we got essentially a right tackle playing tight end because you burn him down blocking so damn much, but then when you need him vitally in the passing game, he ain't never healthy. And there's two glaring needs that Shanahan has for me, and that's obviously short down and distance situations.
You're right, Chambry. You're right. Good call there. Good call. A lot of people have lost trust with Kyle Shanahan. A lot of people. And to his point about developing quarterbacks or drafting quarterbacks or helping these quarterbacks out, a lot of people believe, including myself, that Jimmy Garoppolo regressed under Kyle Shanahan. Now, is that on Jimmy or is that on Kyle?
I would argue that it's there's a duality to that statement. Both can be true. I think can be true. I think that both of them share culpability.
Right. They. So, with that said, and by the way, not to get derailed, but people, this is what I see all the time. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. This is just comedy. Bonte wants Jimmy Garoppolo to fail so bad. Why would I want the 49ers to fail? Number one, it's not good for business. All right? Number one, when they went 4-12 in 2018, we couldn't talk football after October 1st in this market.
Our favorite thing to talk about.
We couldn't talk football, all right? Number one,
and then you almost strangled me over Jimmy G. How many times in a row?
Because I thought Jimmy didn't get his due.
Yeah.
I didn't think so. This whole thing that you're hearing all this stuff, you guys want Shanahan fired. You want Jimmy. Nobody wants the 49ers to fail. We believe they could be a Super Bowl team. But, man, some of the things we see, the offensive line play, the running backs going down, some of the play calling, the quarterback powers, where people are now charting every team in the league to see how many quarterback powers or RPOs they're running because of what happened to Trey Lance.
It's now jumped the shark.
It has jumped the shark.
In 24 hours.
Oh, Lamar Jackson doesn't. Lamar Jackson's a different player. Baltimore built their team around him.
He's a unicorn. I don't want to do the comparative shopping.
I don't want to do that at all. But Jalen Hurts did look good running outside the numbers.
He looked really good.
Where are the 49ers at now? Jimmy Garoppolo starting at quarterback, Shasky. That's where we're at as we move forward to Sunday Night Football. Chris Collinsworth, Mike Tirico, NBC, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to line up under center as your starting quarterback of the 49ers. That's just wild to me.
So we've obviously been breaking down the Shanahan portion, the play calling, the players, like how they're feeling and what Vegas is doing. Everybody feels that they're in a better position to win a Super Bowl. All that being true, is his shoulder going to hold up?
We'll see. He had the surgery.
I feel like we do all of this stuff when we talk about healing, and all we worried about was him being healthy enough to move off of.
Right.
Is he healthy enough to make it through the season? I'm asking out loud. I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know either. We're going to find out. Did you see anything on Sunday where Jimmy Garoppolo threw the ball where he thought, oh, boy, his shoulder's not right?
Well, he threw – look, at least he ripped a couple deep. I'll give him that. One of them was on fourth down. I think it was basically like a punt. It should have been the interception.
Yeah. Yep.
But it was like a punt. And I'm okay. I think was that 4th and 8? Was that the one where they ended up going for it?
4th and 8. Down the field of Brandon Ayuk.
It's just seeing him rip the ball down the field, like that's all we've ever wanted. Just throw a couple deep. A couple, just to stretch the defense a little. So if his arm's feeling better to where he can do that, great. Rhythmic, I thought he was, very rhythmic early on. It got a little stale in the middle, but isn't that kind of always the case with the Shanahan offense?
No doubt, it is.
It's like hit and miss.
It is. Let's get to Matt
Got
Napa.
Baldy in 2 minutes.
Yeah, Baldy in 2 minutes. Matt Napa listening via the Odyssey app. What's up, Matt? What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just really quick, I heard an interview with Joe Staley the other day, and he was talking about, with regards to injuries, how nowadays he doesn't really agree with how they practice and prepare for the season. And even though he didn't really see eye to eye and didn't really care for Jim Harbaugh, what he did agree with is how they, quote unquote, built up their calluses before the season to prepare for the season and prevent injuries. And nowadays teams across the NFL don't even do that. They prevent their players from playing, and just the way things are nowadays.
It's interesting that you bring this up. No, it's a really interesting point. Part of the CBA negotiations that took place a couple years ago, what was lost in it was the players didn't want to practice as much.
Yep.
They wanted less padded practices. They wanted less time at the facility, and they wanted to be compensated more for the games that they were actually playing. A byproduct of that is that you don't get to hit a lot in practice, right? And
that's why it affects the tackling, especially early in the season. You see a lot of missed tackles in the pros, especially in the month of September. And now with the lack of preseason reps, tackling's been piss poor to start the season. Now, there's some guys out there hitting, but a lot of teams don't practice it. Let's get the supervillain real quick before we get to Baldy. Supervillain in San Francisco. Got about 30 seconds before we get to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. What's up, supervillain?
Thanks for having me, guys. Just real quick, every coach running their quarterback in between the tackles needs to be fired in the NFL. I used to watch John Elway do quarterback draws where there was lots of space, but running him into the line like a running back is ridiculous, number one. And then also, I think Trey Lance is now looking at Shanahan with the side eye for the rest of his career. He'll never trust him again. And you know what? Their relationship is over. He's got to get out of San Francisco if he wants a career.
I'm not going to go anywhere close to as far as that. I think that's completely I'm speculative and unfair. Who knows? Who knows how he's feeling? You know, apparently he said that as he was lying there, he said, "Hey, did I make the right read?" And I'm not going to go inside someone's head. I think that's nonsense to even begin. And I'm not ripping the collar. I'm just saying it's unfair and nonsense for me to try to get inside any of their heads. We
just don't know where their relationship is. But quarterback powers. I mean, it's fascinating, man. Like, you know, the conversation that Willard was having, and he brought it up in the change hour. I thought about it a lot.
What part of it?
Just because it's not just Willard saying it; it's a lot of people saying this. Is that Shanahan told us that Trey Lance wasn't ready due to his play calling. Shanahan wasn't ready, or Trey Lance wasn't ready due to Kyle Shanahan's play calling. His play calling proved that Trey Lance wasn't ready. Now, we look at Chicago, and a lot of experts say you got to throw that tape out the window. Those conditions, the rain, the turf, you got to throw it out the window. Then we see the first two drives against Seattle. They get down to the red zone. They had to settle for 3. And, of course, Trey gets hurt. Jimmy comes in on third down. They settle for another field goal. How do we know that the coaching staff didn't trust Trey to rip it? Because, man, 3rd and 7 to Juwan Jennings in the first game of the season in Chicago. Boy, it looked like they trusted him then. The throw to Ray McCloud looked like they trusted him then. I don't know how we can judge that the coaching staff or Shanahan didn't trust Trey. This
is the biggest gut punch of it all, is the unknown. The unknown of who he is, the unknown of what would have developed 2 weeks from now, 6 weeks from now, 10 weeks from now. What does it evolve into? Mm-hmm. What does it devolve into? Like, we don't even know. We have no idea. We've been yanked. Like, I have a million questions and I don't have answers. And that is the part that stinks more than anything.
Yeah.
Is that you don't really feel like you know anything.
Yeah, but there's a lot of callers, like that last caller, super villain. Do you understand where the callers are coming from? A lot of fans have lost trust in Kyle Shanahan. They lost trust in Shanahan developing quarterbacks. They lost trust in Shanahan picking quarterbacks.
Wouldn't you say that there, especially in a sport like football, there are always going to be a segment of the fans when you make certain decisions at quarterback, when injuries present themselves, that are going to be out on anyone at any given time. I'm not trying to defend Shanahan. I'm throwing that out there as a whole. Like Doug Peterson wins a Super Bowl in Philadelphia. And I don't know if it was his decision fully or if it was the GM's decision.
Well, Carson Wentz, they went back to Carson Wentz. But the reason why they went back to Carson Wentz,
he was playing at an MVP level.
Exactly.
But do you get where I'm going with this?
I do.
So, you're going to alienate, and I go back to Harbaugh and the Alex and Kaepernick conversation. Like, yeah, they ended up going to the Super Bowl, but it did feel like that whole entire decision festered for 2 years in that locker room, and it did feel like it divided everyone.
I heard Dante Whitner recently. He was basically saying, we knew Kaepernick was the guy. When they went to Kaepernick, it was no problem. That's just from Dante Whitner's perspective.
Interesting.
So let's get to Brian Baldinger, man, the smartest man in football. A little Baldy breakdown here on the Morning Roast.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
You know, Shaska, I know you have this problem like I do. When the day is done on a Sunday night, Sunday night football is over, and I'm like, I need to get to sleep. But you know what? I got to get to Twitter and look at Baldy NFL to look at all his breakdowns and all the commentary. And then you waste like an hour, and it's like, oh, shucks, I got to get up in 5 hours. What the hell is going on?
And he's cooking Kirk Cousins on Twitter.
He's cooking Kirk. He's got the waddle dance going. He's looking at my guy Rodrigo in Detroit making plays at linebacker. Brian Baldinger joins the roast as he does every single Tuesday, 7:30. And we couldn't wait this week because he had a great breakdown of Jimmy Garoppolo's performance. And we'll get there in just a second. But Baldy, good morning. Welcome back to the roast, man. We've been waiting on you. Look, the injury to Trey Lance. We don't know who he is. Another wasted season. He's out with the broken ankle for the season. What did you see on the play call there? Did you agree with the play calls so far for Trey Lance in that game against Seattle?
Well, it was a designed quarterback run. It's a run that you see Lamar Jackson have a lot of success with. It's just a quarterback counter Trey. They're pulling the backside guard, Aaron Banks and Trent Williams. And, you know, it kind of, McGlinchey got a good block, just blew his guy up. There was a little traffic there. And, you know, in that play, the coaching point is you kind of want to take a counter step a little bit. You're holding the backside defense man. He's not being blocked. And you just don't want to rush it. And I felt like he probably doesn't get a whole lot of reps at the play. It's a good play. It's a good play for a lot of quarterbacks in this league. A lot of guys are using it right now. It's kind of universal play with quarterbacks that are dual threat guys. I just thought he rushed it. And when he did, he didn't really allow the blocks to get set. And, you know, that right foot got caught underneath. And it's just unfortunate. I mean, I'm sure the ankle snapped and, you know, just like awful sounds occurred. But, yeah, I just thought that was the play, and that was what happened on the play.
Well, Brian, I'm looking at this, and it wasn't the play for me. It was the totality of seeing how he was utilized going back to last year, which I understand how green and how raw he is. From my seats, I'm sitting there, I'm going, he's getting hit too many times, whether it's in the pocket, whether it's running, and I just felt like they were flirting with disaster, and I felt like I could see it coming a mile away. Is that fair for me to have that point of view?
Well, I mean, I thought last year, Joe, for sure, you know, that first start against, you know, Arizona, I think he had 20 carries.
Yeah.
And, you know, he got dinged at the goal line. It was just way too many. You know, he had 3 runs, basically 3 designed runs the other day. Like, you know, I mean, it's still early in the game now. So maybe it's too many, Joe. You know, part of drafting Trey Lance was you thought that, and the idea was it could really enhance your powerful running game as it is. Make the defense defend all 11 players. And it's something that they didn't have to do with Jimmy. And so the offense does have a different level to it that it doesn't have with Jimmy. But you can fall in love with too many quarterback runs. I don't care what the name of the jersey is. Because, you know, you're going to scramble for some. And, you know, they're going to get, all of a sudden you're going to start adding up quarterback runs.
Right.
Like too many. It's almost like the same issue that, you know, people had with Debo last year. We loved it, but yet it's too many. And we might get to that now. I'm sure you're going to get to the injuries, but, you know, you just want to kind of manage it and manage the hits if you can.
No doubt.
You know, to guys that carry the football in positions where they got a lot of other responsibilities besides being a runner.
You know, Baldy, the other day, Shanahan, after the game, was like, do you guys watch Buffalo? He's talking to the media out here in the Bay Area. Do you guys watch Buffalo? We run that quarterback play all the time. Go watch Josh Allen. Now, you look at the way Josh Allen's used in Buffalo and the way he started. And I heard you last week with Willard, Mark Willard here on 95.7 The Game saying, hey, look, 17 games through Josh Allen's career, he was not that great. He had to work through some things. But when you watch the way Allen's used and you watch the way Jalen Hurts is used, do the 49ers do things differently with their quarterbacks as opposed to Hurts in Philly and Allen in Buffalo?
Not really. I mean, the Eagles don't run that quarterback power, but they run read option. I mean, they scored on a touchdown last night from Jalen Hurts. On the opening drive of the game, it was just a basic read option. They don't block the end. You know, he made 2 guys miss. Jordan Hicks, he ran him over to get in. I mean, I can't say that they do things differently than some of the other teams you just mentioned. I mean, a lot of these runs are kind of copycat runs. It's not
right.
Josh Allen. You know, I mean, look, that guy is he's just different.
He's a unicorn.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know if anybody has more talent than that guy right now, but the development has been crazy over the last 4 years.
Have we learned anything about Trey Lance? Because that feels like the biggest stinger for me is that we're going to go a whole nother year. He's going to go 7 starts in the last 45 months or whatever until his next game. It just feels like to me, my God, I learned nothing about Trey Lance. Did you learn anything about Trey Lance over the handful of starts we got?
Nope. No, because he just hadn't played enough, Joe. I mean, 2 starts last year. A start into the second quarter, or not even out of the first quarter of the second start, and he's out. I hate to say this, Joe, but he got hurt at North Dakota State. He got hurt last year. He got hurt, last Sunday. I mean, he's got injuries, and nobody wants that tag. Nobody at any position. I don't care if you're the kicker. Nobody wants that tag of being injury prone. But it's a fact. It's a fact right now, and so that's probably the worst thing, what you just said, Joe, is the 49ers, the fans, even Trey doesn't know what he is yet. Like, you're not going to get any better by rehabbing and sitting out the year. Nobody's going to improve that way. You're going to be more mature. You're going to watch more football. You're going to listen to more meetings. You're going to absorb more, but it's not going to make you a better player. And so the 49ers are in a tough situation when you get injuries at that position and one that knocks you out for the season.
It's wild, Baldy, because they basically traded up 3 first-round picks to go get Trey, and now they may be back in the quarterback market next offseason, which is wild because Shanahan's been here for 6 years, and they haven't figured out the quarterback spot. We're talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game.
Real quick,
yep.
Like even Kyle said, whether it was yesterday or Sunday, I forget, but he said, look, we've been here 6 years. We've lost our quarterback in 4 to 6 years.
Wow.
What do you make of that?
Wild.
What do you make of that, Baldy? Is that just coincidence, accidents? Is that a lack of protecting your quarterback?
Some of it is fluke, right? Jimmy in Kansas City was a fluke.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Like, when you say 4 of 6 years, that's a trend.
It's a trend, but I mean, maybe it's just the guys that they have.
Okay.
I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo got a chance to start in New England when Tom Brady was suspended, and he got hurt.
Yeah.
He got hurt in San Francisco, and the reason why they traded those 3 first-round picks and moved up to get Trey is because of the injury history of Jimmy. And they, and now here's Trey with that history. So, like, sometimes, I mean, you hate to say that it's just bad luck, but it feels like it's just bad luck.
Wow.
I mean, Dak Prescott's, you look at certain guys, but there are certain guys that, no matter what you do to them, they just keep lining up every Sunday. And you can't predict. You can't legislate against injuries. You can't predict if they're going to happen. But some guys just seem to line up. The first thing I ever look at, what I always look at, when I always just look at the history of a player, is do they line up for 16 or now 17 weeks? Freddie in the middle, you just pretty much guarantee 17 games he's going to line up. He's going to be there every Sunday. He did it at BYU. He did it in high school. There's certain guys that no matter what you do, how violent the game is, they're there every Sunday for you.
Well, now we're back to Jimmy Garoppolo, Baldy, and we all thought we have moved on from Jimmy Garoppolo. He's going to be starting on Sunday Night Football against the Denver Broncos. What did you see from Jimmy on Sunday? Can you break it down, what you saw, the good and the bad?
First of all, I thought the arm was as strong as it's ever been. So, you come back from a major shoulder surgery. I mean, he threw a couple out routes, in that game that were about as crisp and sharp as you can ever expect from Jimmy. We know he doesn't have the league's strongest arm, and that's okay. Montana didn't have the strongest arm, but, there's only one Joe.
Right.
So, you throw the ball with anticipation, but I thought the arm looked strong, and I thought this decision-making, considering he hadn't really played since the championship game last year, I thought it was very crisp. He threw a ball to Deebo Samuel, and, his first look was to the right. There's 2 receiver out over there. He kind of looked at it. He knew he had Deebo backside and just came right back to him, and the ball was like just quick, sharp decision-making things. And then you saw him on short yardage, goal line situations, 3rd down, 4th down. I mean, he's getting you the yard when you got to get the yard. And so, he put that shoulder. I mean, he got hit the first play that he put the ball on. And then there were 2:20 to go in the first quarter. The very first throw to Brandon Ayuk, I mean, he got splattered right onto his shoulder, and he got right up from it. So it looks like the health is good, the arm strength is good, and the decision-making is good, considering there has been little to no practice time since last January. I don't think you could ask for anything more.
I felt the same way, Baldy. It felt very rhythmic for Jimmy Garoppolo. But you referenced the very first pass, and I said, oh, my goodness. So what does this offensive line look like through a couple games? Are they going to be able to adjust to the pocket quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo and keep him upright moving forward?
Well, they've lost their top 2 running backs right now. Right? So, running backs are involved in protection too.
Right.
And so now you're, Jeffrey Wilson, you got a rookie undrafted, Jordan Mason, like whoever else they can find right now.
Marlon Mack's on the practice squad.
Okay, Marlon Mack's on the practice squad. All right, he's played in this league. We'll see what he looks like. But, first of all, backs and protection.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than just your 5 up front. They have a lot of play action passes where, you hold the ball let these routes develop. You hope that the play action and all the run action that they give you holds things, but sometimes you hold it and you're going to get hit. Just, it's a fact of life. They're doing fine. It's going to take a while. There's 3 new guys inside. And so it takes a little while to kind of put it together and figure things out. You got to learn how to play next to the guys next to you. And there's just not enough time in preseason to really make that finely tuned, and so you need the games to finally tune it.
Yeah, no doubt. And Baldy, look, Jimmy's back in the lineup, and we'll get to the defense in just a second because Hufanga's flying around. You brought up Fred Warner. Nick Bosa's attacking. It was Shark Week for him against Seattle. But with Jimmy Garoppolo back in the saddle for the 49ers, doesn't it feel like the expectations now, hey, this is one of the best teams in the NFC. They can do some big-time things in the 2022 season now that Jimmy Garoppolo's back at quarterback.
Well, I agree with you, Bonte, because I've always said, and this is not a cliche, it's just a fact, is that it's hard to win games while you're developing a young quarterback. It just is. And so, sometimes you can just be a Dak Prescott and come in day one, like you take over for Tony Romo, and you're the guy, and there isn't a big learning curve. But he had the league's best offensive line in front of him. He had a great running game, and certain things that helped him, not diminishing anything that Dak's accomplished. But it's hard, especially for a guy that's played as little as Trey has played. So, to your point, I feel the same way. I feel like, okay, it's full speed ahead right now. We don't have to develop. We don't have to have these growing pains. We've got a guy that's been to a championship game, been to a Super Bowl, won big games on the road, all that stuff, full speed ahead. Let's go.
NFL legend with us, breaking down the film every single week, Brian Baldinger. Baldy, let's just talk about this defense. You put out a video about Hufanga playing safety, and Bonte has been just all over the long list of great safeties that have played for the 49ers, going back to, Dwight Hicks and the hot licks back there with Ronnie Lott playing corner, and then he transitioned to safety. Fuller, Dante Hittner, Tim McDonald. I mean, there is a long list of great 49er safeties. It really feels like Hufanga's coming into his own, and he sees the field.
He's unbelievable. I mean, he almost had 2 interceptions the other day. He got his hands on the ball. But he's everywhere. And I heard he worked out this offseason with Troy Polamalu. I don't know that for a fact. So I'm just hearing what I hear. But you can't help but be reminded of Troy, the way that he plays. Like, when he's at the line of scrimmage, he's a linebacker. Like, you see that Fred Warner's not leading the team in tackles right now because Hufanga's like, he's so fast, and so is Greenlaw. But that's a good thing. Freddie with 14 tackles is great, but they're so fast right now on defense, and they respond so quickly. And he's a big part of it. When your free safety flies like that, there's something about it. It just makes everybody look faster.
It does.
It makes the defense look faster. They're already fast. They react well. He's an amazing talent. And I think the 49ers, I just already know 49er fans are going to fall in love with the kid the way he plays.
We already are, Baldy. We already love the guy.
Pro Bowl talent, you think? I mean, is that what we're talking about?
Forget Pro Bowl, all pro talent, it looks like.
The thing that makes, look,
yeah,
they've got the number one job is just don't give up touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like, you're the last line of defense by the description. You're the safety.
Yeah.
So you stop that from happening. That's good. They have done that for the most part. But then if you could take the ball away, force fumbles, interceptions, tip balls that get intercepted, like last week, that's where you make your name. That's what separates the safeties in this league. The guys that can take the ball away. Kevin Byard in Tennessee. He did it at Middle Tennessee State. He's doing it for the Titans now. Like, when you can start taking the ball away and getting your hands on the ball, That's what separates safeties. And already you're seeing him do that.
So, Baldy, as we look ahead to Denver, Sunday Night Football, Russell Wilson, they struggled against the Texans, but you'll take a win. Nathaniel Hackett gets his first win as head coach of the Denver Broncos. How do you defend Russell Wilson, and can this defense go into Denver and snuff out the Broncos like the Texans basically did all day Sunday?
Well, I think, the 49ers have, great history going up against Russell. There's certainly it's not like they're going getting a new quarterback.
Right.
I mean, nobody has more history than the 49ers do with him, so including playoff games. So, you know that he's always looking to extend the play. The first read might not be there. So you know already that you just have to keep chasing, because the one weakness I've seen from this defense so far this season, it happened in Chicago, it happened twice the other night, is that when a quarterback holds the ball a long time, the way Geno did on 2 occasions, the way Justin Fields did in week 1, they're kind of going to sleep. And that's how the Bears scored their first touchdown the other night and left Dante Pettis wide open. They did it again last week. When these quarterbacks are holding the ball for 5 and 6 seconds, they're losing guys in the secondary. And that's what would concern me, is not the initial play or the initial defense, but Russell spinning out away from Nick Bosa, getting to an open part of the field, and then playing the play beyond the play. That's the part that all the 49ers should be really paying attention to this week.
Yeah, Baldy, you're just the absolute best. The people are dying to see you on the stream, and now that you're on here and everything. Yeah. I was looking at your Instagram. You were on the field for that Dolphin-Baltimore game?
Yeah.
I mean, that must have been unbelievable.
Gosh.
Well, I was doing I announced the game for national radio, so I was up in the booth, but pregame, I was down there. So I saw Tyreek Hill. Like, nobody's having more fun in this life than Tyreek Hill. I mean, he's out there having a competition for an hour to see who can throw the ball the farthest on the team. Like, he's not even, he's just running around like a kid out there. Like, Baldy, watch this. I can throw it 60. I go, no, you can't. Throw it 60 with the spiral, Tyreek. And sure enough, 60 with the spiral. Like, they're just...
Is that because of McDaniels? No, because I didn't see this. I didn't see this personality from Tyreek Hill until he left Kansas City, and maybe it's because he feels more at home in Florida or whatever. But I do feel like the empowerment of McDaniels, not only to Tua and Tyreek, that whole team's playing free.
Well, it's interesting, Mike always, you have to listen to Mike, because it's never a cliche answer.
No.
But he said after that game, they were down 35-14 in the fourth quarter. Like he said after the game, he goes, I was hoping that we could face some adversity today. Like, so, you're down 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and come back and win the game. Like, the sound bites of what he says, like, he just coaches differently. And so, but I do think that he empowers the players. Yeah. Like Jalen, I saw Tyreek, and I asked him, I said, you ran a play the other day. You come in motion, you come across the formation. It's not even a play. You're just running down the field, and you turn around, and it's like, okay, we're on the street, stop at the Buick, I'm going to put it up, let you go get it. And that's what he did. He goes, that is kind of what it was. I go, well, is there a name for that play, or what do you do?
Right.
He goes, they just trusted me to go beat the corner. I'm like, all right. I mean, that's not any kind of offensive precision that I've seen, but that's kind of how they play sometimes, a lot of street ball. And, Tua's pretty good at it.
Baldy, you were all over this when you first joined us for this football season. You discussed the loss of Mike McDaniel, how will it affect the 49ers. And right away, we see him beat the New England Patriots. We see him score 42 against a tough Baltimore defense. And everybody's doing the Waddle dance. It's everybody's favorite dance. And they were doing it in Baltimore. They both go over 100 yards, Tyreek and Waddle. And it's just in my mind. I keep looking at the Niners, the way they play offense, and I'm looking at the Dolphins and how much fun they're having. I'm like, damn, Baldy was on to something with Mike McDaniel. We're going to see how big that loss is for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers moving forward, Baldy.
Well, you just don't see many guys like that, period, in this league. I mean, there's no playbook for Mike McDaniel. It always changes. And then his eye for talent, Raheem Mostert, like that was his guy. He saw it. I mean, but he has this thing. It's not all about speed. Mm-hmm. It's guys that know how to play with speed. Mm-hmm. Like he's got 2 guys that are fast but know how to play. There's a lot of guys that can run fast, but they don't know how to play. They don't know how to get open. And these 2 guys, their body types, because really, when you look at route runners, like Jalen Waddle's a great route runner. It's can you have subtle movements, change of directions without losing speed? Like there's only few, like Stephon Diggs has that.
Right.
There's only certain guys that have it, but you have to see it. Like you have to be able to see it. Mike McDaniels, he sees things that a lot of people don't see.
Baldy, where you at this Sunday? Because you've been at 2 classics now. Cardinals, Chiefs.
The only way to get to the next classic is go to Tampa, do Green Bay and Tampa.
Oh, wow.
You and Giselle?
Dude.
Little dinner with the kids?
I don't have that planned. But Steakhouse.
Nice.
First Steakhouse Saturday night.
Nice.
Florida State, wow, they lost their quarterback, but I'm a big Seminoles fan. That was a big win against Louisville.
Baldy, you're making me feel better. I needed this therapy session on a Tuesday.
Okay, you got it. So we'll do another one next week.
Can't wait, Baldy. Baldy, you're the best, man. We'll see you on Twitter at Baldy NFL. Brian Baldy.
The best.
Joins us every single Tuesday, 7:30. So a lot to react from. 888-957-9570. Baldy broke down the play. Said it's a pretty common play in pro football. But the injury history with Trey Lance is a thing. Also discussed Jimmy Garoppolo and what he saw. And the expectations are now recalibrated. He said, it's all gas, baby. It's go time. Full throttle with Jimmy Garoppolo. Niners back in business in the NFC because a lot of people were down on them after week 1. We didn't know what to think of Trey Lance. Shasky, look at him, man. Look at you, man. What's up?
I'm just the YouTube chats are saying that I look at Baldy the way I look at chocolate cake.
You do have a fascination. I thought I loved Baldy. I loved Baldy.
I saw him on the sideline at the Dolphin-Raven game pregame, and I was like, "You son of a gun!" And he was like, "I love this place."
Oh, dude, he does. He does. Baldy, man,
he's the best.
And Baldy replies to text too.
He's the best.
Replies to text.
He's legitimately one of the nicest. When Trey went down, he texted me a sad emoji.
Look at you, man. He out here name dropping, texting Baldy, texting Fleming.
Well, you're allowed to text Chris Mullen, and I can't text Brian Baldinger?
I've been texting Baldy for 4 years, man.
Excuse me. I'm late to the party.
We just don't
it's
talk
time
about
to flex
that.
as you flex in my face.
We're not flexing. We're not flexing at all. Not yet. That's an hour from now.
Injuries.
Shout out Chris flexing.
Yeah, we were flexing. All right. Spadoni, you know what time it is.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, the hits keep on coming for the 49ers. We know Trey Lance had surgery for his broken ankle yesterday, but Ty Davis-Price is out with a high ankle sprain. He could be out anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. Well, I don't even know when the injury occurred. So that's 2 weeks and 2 running backs out. 2 weeks and 2 running backs out for the 49ers. Could be out for 2 months. Who knows? Jordan Mason, Marlon Mack, step on up. The backup, Jeff Wilson Jr. Another back goes out for the 49ers as the injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls coming up next. 888-957-9570. We'll react to what Baldy had to say.
Something specific.
Jimmy. Oh, and then we have a poll. We'll have a poll, and I'll bring that up on the other side as well here on The Roast.
We're reacting to the Trey Lance injury live on YouTube.
The game is over, and he's got his backup quarterback, and he is slamming Garoppolo into the heart of the Seattle goal line defense. Why?
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
O'Reilly. Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits, including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow! Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
And what about that action, boss?
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everybody out there. And oh, baby, it's been a fun show. 2 hours down, man. 2 hours flew by. That's what happens during football and basketball season. Giants, did they win last night, Shasky? You're dipped in Giants gear today.
They were down 7-6 in the top of the ninth, and David VR got on base. No, it wasn't Austin Wentz. It was David VR came through with the hit while I was half asleep. and then Tyro Estrada came through in extra innings.
That's awesome. By the way, good morning to everybody on YouTube, Twitter. Bonte, you're canceled today if you do the Waddle dance and post it on TikTok. I just signed up TikTok. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that personal.
You TikToking?
I have an account. I don't know how to use it. I feel like the old guy using Instagram.
Let's make a video today, you and me, right after the show.
Doing the Waddle dance?
Yeah, let's both do the Waddle dance.
Well, you'll get canceled today, according to the 818 on the Comcast Business Text
How
line.
about I do the bird then? Dust yourself off like you just stole third?
Just a lot of angry tweets and texts towards us. Just don't get it.
Well, people are their feelings.
Angry.
Myself included.
Good morning, everybody on YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text line. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, good morning to you. Good morning, everybody out there getting to work and getting off your graveyard shifts. We got a Twitter poll up right now, 95.7 The Game, at Morning Roast 95.7.
What is the poll?
Kyle's approval rating is at an all-time low. It's on the poll. He's underwater now. Apparently, he's underwater. So what was the poll that Loveman posted? The actual poll. What is your approval rating of Kyle Shanahan right now? Strongly approve, disapprove, strongly disapprove. I actually accidentally pressed strongly approve. I meant to put disapprove right now because that's where I'm at with Shanahan. That's where I'm at with him. I'm not the biggest fan of Kyle Shanahan right now. Do I want him fired? No. That's blasphemous. Anybody who wants him fired, just stop. He's not going anywhere. I don't want Shanahan fired. I don't think he deserves to be fired. But he deserves criticism with the way he's handled the quarterback position during his tenure as a 49ers head coach. The most important position in all of North American sport. Shanahan has not handled it well. And I think that's a fair criticism, Shasky. It's a very fair criticism.
You know, it's very interesting. Very few times in sports is it as clear-cut as Andy Reid identifies Patrick Mahomes, moves up in the draft, selects him, moves off of Alex Smith, winning quarterback.
What about Donovan McNabb?
He did that
What
too.
about Michael Vick?
He did that too. But Bonte, I'm saying that's very rare. Like for example, for as great as Joe Montana was and for as amazing at scouting talent as Bill Walsh was, he brought in Joe Montana. If he thought Joe was going to be that dude, they didn't have a first-round pick that year. They'd have taken him in the second round. I believe they took a running back in 1979 in the second round. They took Joe Montana in the third round, okay? Nobody thought Joe would end up being Joe. Now, he developed him into a guy that maybe eventually would be that. Then he wins wins the one Super Bowl, and then is ready to trade it all for John Elway. Now, he doesn't do it, and who knows? Maybe it works out different if he goes getting John Elway. Right. But, he didn't do it. Look, Tom Brady, we've talked about this ad nauseum. If they thought Tom Brady was going to be the Tom Brady, they wouldn't have had Drew Bledsoe, and they wouldn't have passed on Brady 1,000 times. Right? This happens all the time where you kind of back into certain things. But you get credit for making the most of it. So right now, Jimmy Garoppolo being here, who cares how he got here? They got to figure it out, and they got to move forward, and they got to help this team beat Denver.
Here's what Steve Young had to say. Actually, let's start with RG3 and Steve Young. You heard a little about Adam Schefter in his clip. But on Monday Night Football Countdown, I thought this was very interesting. The conversation they were having about Shanahan, Trey Lance, and, of course, Jimmy Garoppolo.
You mentioned all the growth that Trey Lance still has to go through to get to where he wants to be. Jimmy Garoppolo is there.
Yes.
And
He's where, though?
Yeah,
but he's not.
Jimmy
Garoppolo
got fired from this job.
Exactly.
Kyle Shanahan had all the time in the world to be with Jimmy Garoppolo. He said, you know what?
I'm firing you.
He got fired from the job because they spent so much draft capital drafting a guy number 3. He didn't get fired from the job because the guy behind him was a better quarterback.
Well, they got all those draft picks and went to go get Trey Lance because they were trying to make that transition like an Alex Smith to a Patrick Mahomes. The reason that they wanted Trey Lance to be in this position was because they have a great defense. They know they're going to have a really good running game, and they have weapons on the perimeter. Him learning on the job was going to be easier for him this year in their championship window. Jimmy Garoppolo just went out there and looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. They know they're going to have to win it for him.
We could argue about the last part, but just listening to RG3 and Steve Young talk, I could listen to them talk about football all day long, and it felt like Booger didn't understand that, like, no, when you made the trade to go up, to go get someone...
You basically said we're out on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Exactly, and Steve totally recognized that. I mean, part of why Steve was in a 49er uniform is because Bill was ready to fire Joe Montana.
Right,
he didn't know if he was going to come back from the back surgeries and the elbow surgeries and all the different injuries that he had. Well, we saw him in a hospital tent and getting carted to the hospital after he broke his back, essentially, with Jim Burt hitting him. Walsh didn't think he'd ever play again. So Steve knows this from experience, and he's saying, no, Booger, I know you know defensive line play, but, like, the coach told the quarterback, you're fired, essentially.
He told everybody that.
And not Joe Shasky, not Bonte Hill, Kyle Shanahan.
The coach did it the week of the Super Bowl when he talked about his love affair for Kirk Cousins. He told us that offseason when they called Jimmy and said, hey, Jimmy, no disrespect, but we're looking into Tom Brady. We're looking into Tom Brady, Jimmy. No disrespect at all, but we're doing our due diligence on this quarterback because they wanted to upgrade from Jimmy Garoppolo.
And going back to the Bill Walsh, because everyone wants to glorify him, that's literally what he was trying to do with John Elway and Joe Montana in the 83 draft.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
Now, it didn't come to fruition, but I think a lot of teams do this. I mean, you don't think Belichick was trying to upgrade from Brady as much as he loved Brady?
That's why they got Garoppolo.
Exactly.
That's why Garoppolo got shipped out. But Booger was so misinformed there. The reason why they moved up to go get Trey Lance because they wanted to upgrade from Jimmy Garoppolo. And when Shanahan saw Josh Allen carve him up in Glendale, Arizona on Monday Night Football, he said, boy, I need one of those guys. And then he's thinking about it like, well, my dad did have John Elway. And even though he was older in his career, he still was a threat to use his legs to extend plays.
Well, and I guess one of the things that you and I spoke about last year before the season started, hey, Jordan Love was drafted to replace Aaron Rodgers. He showed a slight bit of decline, but then Aaron Rodgers bounces back with an MVP season last year and then the MVP season again. And so you look at him, you're like, wow, they got the best out of Aaron Rodgers. They shouldn't have drafted Jordan Love. Well, maybe Aaron Rodgers doesn't reach the heights that he had without that little push, that nudge. And I was hoping drafting Trey Lance might nudge the best out of Jimmy. He had a good year last year. I wouldn't say a great year, not like an Aaron Rodgers MVP. It was solid. It was a good year. They made the playoffs, but it was a good year. I don't know what to expect from Jimmy Garoppolo this year, but the two of them, Shanahan and Jimmy, they just need each other. They need to reconcile whatever the issues are and squeeze the best out of both of each other.
Well, here's Steve Young on that relationship between Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan.
I beg that Kyle and Jimmy have a conversation that I don't know that has been had yet, where Jimmy goes in and says, Kyle, clearly you fired me. I wasn't doing something you wanted me to do. What can I do to become a better football player? What have I not done that has kept me from winning you over? Because the fans and else
hasn't happened.
But then where's the Kyle somehow, if they've done that many iterations and Jimmy can't be that guy? Is that what Kyle's decided? He can't be that guy, and so we're going to get rid of him because he can't be? Or is there something that Jimmy can do? Can he be the first one in and the last one out? Is there study habits? Is there something else that can step function Jimmy's ability to win over Kyle Shanahan?
And that's what's intriguing about this entire situation. How's Jimmy going to respond to Kyle? How's Kyle going to respond to Jimmy? The guy, the head coach who tried to move off you for 4 years now, basically. Basically tried to move off you. Excuse me, 3 years. Since 2019. How's Jimmy going to respond? Where's his shoulder at? How's his team going to respond? What are the expectations now with Jimmy Garoppolo back in the saddle? Jimmy Garoppolo, folks, is starting at quarterback on Sunday against the Denver Broncos, and I cannot believe it. But how's Kyle going to call the game? How's he going to call the game? How's that relationship? Do they need a conversation, Shasky, in your opinion? Does Jimmy need to go to Kyle and be like, hey, what's up? What do I need to do now?
I don't know. I don't know what their relationship is, so I think it's kind of foolish for me to sit here and try to examine it.
But it doesn't look good, right? Does it look like, from afar, all the years that Jimmy played under Kyle Shanahan, Did it ever look like Shanahan fully trusted Jimmy Garoppolo?
No, it didn't. It didn't. But Bonte, sometimes out of necessity, you got to make it work. Right? Like you see this in marriages from time to time. You see this in partnerships. People stay together for the overall good of the business. Stay together for the kids until they finish graduating, whatever, high school or something like that. You see this a lot in life. It's not just in the workplace or in sports. Out of necessity, the two of these guys need each other. And so whatever the issues are, they got to just dust them off and keep rolling. So Jimmy's a better man than me. I know that I was listening to Guru talk about this, and I'm kind of with Guru. My ego, I don't know if I'd be able to come tail tucked coming back to this situation. Not only did he do that, now he's in a position to succeed. And
But here's my thing.
He's been much more of an adult than I would have been. And
it's not even that. Jimmy's been a nice guy. And if Jimmy wasn't a nice guy, he wouldn't be back here. This is what I said yesterday. The 49ers brass ought to be counting their blessings that Jimmy Garoppolo was available as a backup quarterback. Like, straight up. Jimmy, any other quarterback would have been like, cut me, release me, I don't care, let me move on. You fully don't trust me. Yeah. He's a nice guy, and he's back. And he's been I keep going back to this, he's the most disrespectful Niner I've seen in the last 30 years, at least in my adult life. Like, Jeff Garcia was up there for a while because I don't think we fully appreciated what Jeff Garcia did.
John Brody going way back.
Yeah, but I wasn't alive.
I know.
So I don't even know.
But he was very underappreciated.
You could read the
he
stories
flipped
about
off the
that.
fans, for example. That's just the famous story.
Yeah, no doubt. But like Garoppolo, we have beat him. Oh, we have beat him up over and over and over and over again. And a lot of guys didn't come to his defense when it came to the Super Bowl 54 loss. A lot of guys didn't come to his defense even last postseason. And look, to his credit, he did play hurt. Now, when you get between the white lines, I expect you to make throws. The injuries can't be an excuse, right? You got to make throws. But he has been beat up even by his own head coach. Just a little vote of confidence. And now they have to work together again. It's
insane.
Unbelievable. And
it is
not
insane.
only that,
I grant you that.
Kyle's Q rating in this market is dependent on how well Jimmy Garoppolo plays football.
So now that I agree with.
Seriously.
Well, so here, let me ask you this question, because I've been thinking about this the last 2 days. We talk so much about a winning team, they got to win now, and everyone's losing their mind. When they were coming off a down year in 2020, this is pure hypothetical. Would it have been easier to just cut ties with Jimmy, and even if the kid was super green, start the kid? Or did Kyle need that winning season so bad to prove himself to certain people that they had to keep Jimmy G? Because I was thinking about, I almost feel like it was going against not just Kyle, but Trey and the team and everything to go to the NFC Championship game last year. It was almost just set everything up to be unrealized potential. It felt like he was up against it so bad. Had they not made the playoffs last year, had started the year they were coming off the playoffs, I think the pressure and the expectations would have been ratcheted down just a little more than what it was. Am I wrong to think that?
It's kind of like the Giants winning 107, right? A lot of people say, man, that's the worst thing that happened to the San Francisco Giants winning 107 games. I
kind of do now, though. I kind of do now.
I think when you win 107,
me angrier.
No, but when you win 107, you need to capitalize on that, and you need to build off of that, and the Giants didn't do that. The Niners, did they build off of that NFC Championship run? I don't know if they did. They didn't bring back Laken Tomlinson. But Alex Mack retired.
I meant going back the year before in 2020 when it was spotty.
I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Would that have been a softer starting point as opposed to coming off the NFC Championship game? And it's a total hypothetical.
Yeah, no, but I'm going back to where you ended there, because I'll get back to that in a second. You know where I stood last year, leaving training camp. I thought Trey should have been a starter in Detroit, Michigan. I thought he should have been a starter week 1 against Detroit, because I thought those are two soft landing spots. Detroit and in Philadelphia. I thought, boom, right away, you get a chance to go on the road, face adversity, and get ready for Green Bay in week 3. I thought he should have started week 1. Now, a lot of people say Bonte, he wasn't ready. Maybe he wasn't ready.
It felt like he wasn't ready this year.
Well, it didn't. It felt like the coach didn't trust him to throw the ball, which leads me to another question: is why'd you select the guy number 3 overall? Wait, you drafted him, and then he gets to camp. You say, "Oh boy, we made a mistake." Well, this is what's angering me too. Is Shanahan? I think the criticism of Shanahan, my beef is, you guys is whipped on a lot of first round picks and a lot of second round picks. We're in year 6. that starts to catch up with you at some. What did Trent Baalke in? Trent Baalke was whiffing on picks, and it finally caught up to him. That Michael James
and relationships
and relationships
because I don't want to dismiss that. Relationships you know are part of the working dynamic.
He's still in Jacksonville. He's got relationships, and they seem like they're building something.
Yeah,
you got to Google it.
He missed on those picks. When you all have players, then all of a sudden we look to the relationships. And go, wait, you're not picking on the right players. You're picking busts.
Well,
and now you have bad relationships.
And you're tough to work with.
Yeah, and you're tough to work with.
Yes.
But if the players produced, we would have been like, hey, he's tough to work with, but you know what? He drafts good players. He would have got a pass for that. It's all about wins and losses at the end of the day.
And here's
That's the bottom line.
And here's the fight. Like, I was under the impression that Shanahan has the final say on the entire roster, especially when it comes to offense.
He had the final say with Trey Lance.
And
There's no doubt.
And like, as much as I'm in love with Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and we love George Kittle, they have missed on a lot of offensive picks.
A lot of picks.
And the most important one is the quarterback one. And it feels right now, just again, I know he got hurt and it was too early. It just feels like something's off there. Whether it's the relationship, whether it's the pick not being good enough, whether it's not the development, I think all those things are fair.
So to answer that question is like, yeah, you lose in the NFC Championship game. You're up 10 points in the NFC Championship game. Maybe it is the worst thing that happened to Trey. Because all of a sudden he's got to pick up and say, boy, this team was in the NFC Championship last year.
And they were literally a Jimmy G interception in the red zone, which happened. They were one drive away from not making the playoffs. I don't think people remember that second half in L.A. It was wild. Debo threw a touchdown.
No, that was in the regular season game.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about week 18.
Week 18.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying week 18.
Yeah.
Like, they were one half away from not qualifying for the playoffs.
Yep. Let's go to the lines. Filmo Mike in the city. We got 4 lines right now. Filmo Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's up, Filmo?
Hey, what's up, y'all, man? Hey, man, I just want to speak 2 things. I heard you talking about the locker room being divided. I don't know if they divided for real. You can't say that, Joe. You try to say the white people was with Garoppolo. I don't know if that was the case, but I do want to speak to his professionalism. Usually, when Garoppolo scores a touchdown, he usually does like a spike of the ball or something. But I think in respect to Trey Lance in the situation, he didn't do that. That goes back to what you guys are saying, that he's a great person, man. Like, I think he really understood the moment, and him doing that would have kind of like signified, like, yeah, I'm back. This is my team.
Right.
He didn't really do that. He just gave the ball to the ref. And I really, I seen that, and I said, man, I really respect Garoppolo a lot more for that, man. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but I surely did.
I tell you what, Filmo, thanks for the call. I really respect the hell out of Garoppolo for how professional he's been. He hasn't said a peep. We can knock his game. We can knock his throws. We've said move on from him, and I don't play the team, Trey team, Jimmy. I'm Team Niners. But Jimmy has been a freaking pro. And he's represented this organization very well. And I always go back to the day he was traded to that stint he had where they went 5-0. He reinvigorated this franchise. It wasn't Kyle Shanahan. It wasn't George Kittle. It was number 10, Jimmy Garoppolo, coming here saying, I'm going to be the quarterback here. And he had everybody hyped up. He had Levi's developed a soul because of number 10. I think that's safe to say. You can say whatever you want to say about his throws, his throwing power, his arm, whatever. Jimmy Garoppolo reinvigorated this franchise. They were at rock bottom leaving Philadelphia in 2017. And for Filmo to say that, Jimmy has been a total pro, and I respect the hell out of him for that.
For sure. I don't think his personality or who he is outside of the ghosting thing has been in question in 5 years. The question's always been these two
ridiculous.
things. These 2 things have been the major questions. Can he stay on the field enough, and can he get you over the top? Those were the questions, right?
Yep.
Right? He's good. Is he good enough? Which is a very nuanced question, right? And there's a million different answers to that.
And look, he has to be good enough. Why? Because there are Super Bowl aspirations around here. You can say what you want to say about
I'm pumping the brakes on. I think it's so unfair. I don't care who the QB is.
No matter what, it's Super Bowl aspirations around here. And the pressure to win the Lombardi for Kyle Shanahan has ratcheted up because of what happened on Sunday to Trey Lance. It has. And the arrogance that was displayed after that game and on that conference call. He got defensive. Steiny said something last week, and I don't agree with the question, where he said, if this was Philadelphia, New York, they would have asked Shanahan about maybe replacing Trey Lance or something about Jimmy starting. But there's some truth to that in this sense. He couldn't last there because we just basically asked him last year about the starting quarterback. He got defensive and called us hard-headed. And we asked him about the running play, and he got defensive about it. He got testy. It's just the fans want to know. Media members want to know. Was it the bad call? And that's where Steiny's onto something with that one.
But here's where I struggle with the Super Bowl or bust thing. Because they're going to lose some games this year, and people are going to overcorrect and panic and lose their minds and go crazy. I understand.
It's the NFL.
I understand that. But I just didn't view them, whether Jimmy G, if we just remove Trey from the situation and Jimmy G's rolling back this year, there'd be tons and tons of pressure. Would they be the Super Bowl favorite going in? No. Like when we look at Super Bowl favorites.
If Jimmy was playing quarterback, the Niners would have been on the short list of going to the Super Bowl.
Okay, I agree with that.
They were already on the short list with Trey Lance.
In the mix. And maybe I'm parsing words here.
Trey Lance playing quarterback, they're on the short list.
Again, in the mix. And maybe I'm parsing words here. I just think it's a disservice to... The margins are so thin. They barely backed into the playoffs last year, got in, won 2 road games to get to the NFC Championship game. Like, it's just so razor thin when it comes to these margins.
That's all.
I feel very foolish saying Super Bowl or bust because I know what's going to happen. We're going to lose a game down so at some point. We're going to say, Jimmy, see, I knew this wouldn't happen. And I don't think that this roster, as good as it is, because of the quarterback element and because I see who's winning and hoisting these Lombardis, I have a hard time thinking that the Niners are the favorite to win a Super Bowl.
2 of the last 3 years where the Niners ended up.
They're close. They're right there. It's incredible that they're right there.
10 in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl and 10 in the NFC Championship.
I know. But
to not have those aspirations, you can't tell a fan to say, man, Jimmy's back. We've won a lot of games. A lot of people are going to point, and I don't believe in quarterback win-losses no more, but the facts are when Jimmy's in the lineup, the Niners win a lot of games. It may not be the way we want them to win.
100%.
It's not exciting,
100%.
but they're in the mix. Those are facts, man.
So I hear you, but if you're not even the favorite to win your own division, how can I sit here and say that you're the favorite to win the Super Bowl?
They are. They're a top 8 team in the league.
The team that won the Super Bowl last year with a slightly better quarterback in Matt Stafford, who still is here, and they deserve the BOD, benefit of doubt in my mind.
The Niners have won 6 in a row against that team to the NFC Championship game. 6 in a row.
So you just don't agree with me?
I just don't think it's right for you to say that people can't have a Super Bowl or bust mentality.
I'm not saying
when his team has all the time.
I'm saying I'm not going to do that.
Well, you don't have to.
And I didn't think this was a Super Bowl. I thought that, hey, this is a playoff team. That's what I thought. To me, this is a playoff team.
Look how many players
no matter who's under center.
Look how many players they had in the top 100.
Oh, a ton.
How many All-Pros did they have? How many Pro Bowlers?
But
they have premium players at every... Except for wide receiver, they have a premium player. They have a premium player at tight end.
I know.
Premium player on the offensive line. Even though the offensive line, we got questions about it. Premium player on the defensive line. Premium player at linebacker. Hufanga looks like a premium player. Charvarius Ward looks like a damn good corner.
I don't dismiss any of those things.
So why can't we have Super Bowl aspirations when the NFC is up for grabs?
Because it's hard for me to envision Jimmy or whoever, or Trey or whomever it was, who's not one of the dudes in the league, hoisting it. Like I struggle with that.
Super Bowl thoughts were there with Trey Lance. They were there with Trey Lance.
I thought they were a playoff team. I thought that was the minimum for me. Success was making the playoffs with Trey Lance.
We're going to get Ryan,
and I don't think I should overcorrect and now say Super Bowl because of Jimmy Garoppolo.
We'll get to Rob Guerrera, Stats on Fire on Twitter. He's going to join us next segment. Also, Ryan J.K. James. We'll get to you first. We got a conversation here about the Niners and where should our expectations be now? Where are we at with Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570. That is the phone line and the text line, the Comcast business text line, of course. And I see your text rolling in. We're also on YouTube and Twitch. And don't forget to download the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app where you can find us there. And we podcast every interview, including Brian Baldinger, who joined us an hour ago at 7:30 here on The Roast. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. Your phone calls coming up here on The Roast.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a special BOGO offer from Bosch. Buy a select Bosch 18-volt bare tool, get a battery free. Shop savings on all of our top pro items. Plus, MVPs earn up to 3 times bonus points on select products. Join today and redeem points for products designed to level up your business. Don't miss MVP's bonus days, happening now at Lowe's. Pricing and offers subject to change at any time. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 9/23.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me. Did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with auto pay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
In Oakland, mostly cloudy skies, highs in the low 70s.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Kevin Hart's Reality Check Tour is coming to Chase Center on October 1st. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Listen to Willard and Dibs all this week around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Everybody gets up for the morning roast.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Been a very fun show. We'll get back to the lines in just a second. But do not forget on Odyssey Sports, First and Pod. Take a pair of best friends, separated by 500 miles, but united by their love of football. Give them a podcast, and you get First and Pod. Danny Parkins and Andrew Filipponi. They'll get you ready for Week 3 with in-depth previews of every game, on every game. Give them 40 minutes, and they'll give you the league. New episodes every Monday and Friday. Follow First and Pod on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. This is just... The Jimmy stuff is just crazy, because just last week, we were having a conversation. You, Willard, Kruger, would you trade Jimmy Garoppolo for a first-round pick from the Dallas Cowboys? Guess what? No trades is going down when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, the irony of us talking about every other team's quarterback going down, and then ours going down
in the first quarter of week 2. This is why I didn't want to trade him.
Poetic justice.
This is why I didn't want to trade him. It's like, I got to keep Jimmy, because now you're one injury away from Brock Purdy.
Please.
How about that?
Don't even speak that into existence.
We'll get to Rob Guerrero in just a second. Let's go to Ryan in the city, listening via the old transistor radio. What's up, Ryan? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. We're talking about professional football. We're not talking about high school football. And if I think about my work, if I'm not doing my job well, I'm having performance reviews. People are giving me feedback about what I'm not doing well. And if you're Jimmy G, I mean, you've heard the criticism that you can't throw the deep ball, that you are getting the box stacked on you because you can't stretch the defense. And if I'm Kyle, I've got a tight relationship with him, and we're working on that together. So I think it's possible that, they may have a good relationship. They both may be very aware of what are considered to be his limitations. And if I'm Jimmy, I'm coming back off of a shoulder surgery, and everybody says I can't throw the deep ball. There's one thing that I'm working on the entire offseason once I can actually throw, and that's the deep ball. So I wonder, hey, maybe that relationship actually is healthy, and maybe they can have a real conversation about his limitations, and maybe they're working on it.
I'm with you all the way up until we get to the deep ball, because there are certain things physically you're not going to go from a 90-mile-an-hour fastball pitcher to a 100-mile-an-hour fastball pitcher. Some guys just have things in the bag. Look, you can refine things. I don't know how great of a deep ball thrower he can become after a shoulder injury.
We'll see.
It's never going to be one of his strengths.
We'll see.
I mean, anything past 20 yards, that's not his strength. Anything to the outside, not going to be his strength.
That's going to be the.
Although he did make a nice throw to Jeff Wilson Jr.
It wasn't bad. He threw a dime to Brandon Ayuk. I'll give him that. But otherwise, it was Jimmy being Jimmy. Well, I also saw a medicine ball to Deebo Samuel. I'm not going to get there. I don't want to rip the guy.
for not playing and for not throwing a ball to his actual teammates for what felt like an eternity, I thought it was a pretty good performance.
Listen to what we said about Trey Lance before the season. This team can get deep into the playoffs if Trey Lance doesn't turn the ball over, they run the football effectively, and they play solid defense. Now Jimmy's back in the lineup. You still have the same solid defense. That could be a great defense. And I haven't even had Jimmy Ward yet. He hasn't even played yet. The running backs are going down, but you still have Deebo, Ayuk, and you haven't even seen George Kittle yet. I'm sorry, man. I got Super Bowl aspirations again. And I had it before. I had it with Trey, which seemed delusional. Jimmy's back. In 2 of the last 3 years, Niners have been in the NFC Championship game. Super Bowl up 10 in the fourth quarter. NFC Championship game up 10. Those are the facts.
And here are other facts. Patrick Mahomes has been one of the best players any of us has ever seen in our lives, and they barely got the one Super Bowl off the Niners, and they have been as close. I agree.
It's always close.
But that's.
Are we going to say that about Stafford? They barely won the Super Bowl.
But I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain the degree of difficulty.
This is
the degree
NFL.
of difficulty.
There's parity in the NFL.
I understand that.
There's going to be close games.
Okay, so
he's got one. Shanahan doesn't. The Niners don't. They haven't had one since 94.
I know. And think of how close it was in the fourth quarter. I just think when we say the SB word, Super Bowl, and we just throw it around flippantly left and right, I just think it's reckless. That's me. Playoffs
We're
is
not
different.
throwing that around, though.
Like when I look at Super Bowls, like there are a handful of guys that I go, yeah, that guy needs a Super Bowl. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes.
Right.
Everybody else is still in the wow, it'd be great if you got to a championship game. That'd be a great year. I know your fan base would love to win the Super Bowl.
Why can't we have Super Bowl aspirations? We're not throwing around Super Bowls just like that. Like, hey, Super Bowl team. No, when you look at the NFC.
I just look at levels to it.
Look at the NFC.
I look at levels to it.
Who's the dominant team in the NFC right now?
I don't know if there's I don't know.
It's
right now it's 2 weeks in. I agree.
It's wide open.
I agree, but
people were telling me last week that Minnesota was a favorite in the NFC, and Minnesota stinks.
Yeah,
well, Kirk Cousins
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Kirk Cousins is an average quarterback.
I'm with you. But let's look at Cincinnati. We'll take a deep breath, everybody. Cincinnati, should they have been Super Bowl or bust aspirations heading into this year?
Possibly, yes.
See, I don't think so. I look at the AFC and I'm like, wow, there's a lot of great teams.
There's a lot of teams.
They had a magical year. Be really hard to replicate.
Cincinnati got
and maybe
close.
I'm looking at it through the wrong lens.
So, I think you are. I think people in Cincinnati said, man, we got to the Super Bowl and we have a young, promising core. We were ahead. We were a year ahead of schedule. Now look at us. They thought they improved their offensive line.
We had Montana. We won 4 Super Bowls in 9 years or whatever it was. And that feels incredible. And looking back, people are like, we should have won 8. And then you look at Steve Young. He only won 1 as a starter. And it feels like he underperformed. To me, the larger thing is outside of Bradshaw, outside of Aikman, Montana, you throw Brady in there. It is so hard to even win 1 Super Bowl. And I just think that we throw the Super Bowl word around, and I don't think it's fair. That's just me. I don't think it's fair.
I think it's very fair. I think it's very fair when you have a team that's been to the NFC Championship 2 times in the last 3 years. And the approval rating of Kyle Shanahan is down right now with this fan base. The only way that Shanahan can get that approval rating back up is by hoisting that Lombardi. Because a lot of people don't trust Shanahan no more. A lot of people are out on Kyle Shanahan. A lot. Now, I don't think he should be fired. I think that's crazy talk. That's blasphemous. But a lot of people are down on Shanahan. And you know how we can get back up and rally around Shanahan? Is if he's there in Glendale, Arizona, hoisting that Lombardi. The 49ers' first Super Bowl since 1994. Let's get to Rob Guerrero real quick. Stats on Fire. Stats on Fire here on the Morning Roast. NFL podcast host for SB Nation NFL. And I think he missed the point that we were talking about earlier. He's tweeting at us saying, no idea what Morning Roast is talking about right now. Shanahan has held back Garoppolo. Have they not watched the games? How much Jimmy G do we need to see before we admit that he is what he is? I don't think that was the point, Rob. The point we were making is that Shanahan has shown that he doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo, and maybe he should open up the playbook, because if he's the quarterback, why not just throw the full arsenal at him? But it's been proven that he doesn't trust Jimmy, which is why we're raising the question, why are you sticking around with this guy? Why can't you figure out your quarterback position? That's what we're getting to, Rob.
Well, I think it's fair. Like, he doesn't trust Jimmy. We've seen it. Any 3rd and long, he does a check down or a screen pass to Debo and says, save us. But the reason that he doesn't trust Jimmy is because when Jimmy has the ball in his hands, he doesn't take care of it. He turns it over. He's got the confidence of a daytime
I don't think, Rob, we ever disagree with that. We never said Jimmy Garoppolo looked great on Sunday against the Seattle Seahawks.
I thought he looked good. No, let me just step in. I thought he looked good, given that I watched this guy on a side field throwing to a bunch of guys in shorts and T-shirts for however many weeks on end. And, yeah, he didn't get any real live bullet reps in a preseason game with his teammates. I thought all things being – and I'm not even a Jimmy Garoppolo stan. I'm just a Niner fan. I want to see the team win. I thought all things being considered, he looked pretty good.
Oh, hold on. This is the same guy where Kyle Shanahan was laughing it off, right, when we brought up, he doesn't even have a playbook. And Kyle was laughing it off saying, I don't have a playbook either. So now we're going to give him his flowers because he went...
Saying he played okay? Like that, am I being like, I'm not saying he looked like Montana in his prime. I'm saying all things considered, he looked pretty rhythmic and they moved the ball, and I thought it was better than I expected.
We didn't say that when Trey Lance came in against Seattle in the second half last year. We didn't say, well, he hasn't been throwing. He hasn't.
Well, I did.
Reps.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we did. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, that's what we did. So I just think that we're being too critical of Jimmy Garoppolo. Look, I'm not even here to say that Jimmy's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but can we have like some nuance here and context? He didn't practice at all with the team. I'm watching him on a side field. Basically, I thought he was gone with this team, and then boom, he gets plopped into the game, and they move the ball okay. It's not the end of the world.
I think that I have to agree. If your hesitancy was, we can't give the reins to Trey Lance because this is a Super Bowl roster, well, now Lance doesn't have the reins. Jimmy has the reins. So you have to have Super Bowl expectations, right? That's all we hear about Jimmy.
That's where I'm at.
Winner.
That's what I'm at.
Win.
That's what I'm at.
Let's see it.
Where are you at with Kyle Shanahan as a head coach of the 49ers?
I still think Kyle's a good head coach. I don't blame Kyle for trade.
Hey, Rob, before you go, that was a deep breath. Why?
Because I feel like the people are blaming Kyle Shanahan for Trey Lance's injury. If he knew that Trey Lance was going to get hurt, he wouldn't have run that play. What I blame Kyle Shanahan for is not letting Trey Lance throw enough. Not that, like, any run, a run to the side, run up the middle, it takes the ball out of his hands as a thrower, and that's where he needed to develop. And I saw a stat yesterday because Kyle said, well, you guys need to watch other teams. Buffalo does this. That's not true. Buffalo ran Josh Allen in his first 2 years on 6% of his snaps. In Trey Lance's first 2 years, what we have seen, he ran Trey Lance more than 3 times more than that. He ran him on 19% of his snaps. So that's not what Buffalo was doing. If Trey needs to develop as a passer, they should have let him pass. The problem was the team wanted to have their cake this year and eat it too. They wanted to try and develop Trey while winning games, and it didn't work out.
Didn't work out. Now, Super Bowl aspirations now for you, Rob, with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Where are you at on that?
Even though you're down on Jimmy, you have Super Bowl aspirations?
You have to, because nobody wanted Trey to start, right? The players couldn't wait to tell Mike Silver how much better they think the team is now that Jimmy Garoppolo is the starter. They couldn't even wait for Trey to be on the operating table before they told him that. But now, okay, here it is. You got your guy. You got your Super Bowl roster. Go win the Super Bowl now. To me, it would be illogical to have expectations lower than that if you were saying it's a Super Bowl roster before the year.
It's true.
It's hard to argue on that front. To me, and again, these are players talking, not me. I mean, I'm giving you my perspective. I just think it's so difficult to win a damn Super Bowl. We throw that word around flippantly, just in the media in general, and it's like Patrick Mahomes has been the best quarterback in the planet for the last 25 years, and the guy's got one Super Bowl, and the Niners should have won that one.
But you scoff at one Super Bowl, Sask.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's how difficult it is to win one. The degree of difficulty on Super Bowls when your name's not Tom Brady is through the roof.
That fact is there, and it's not even Tom Brady winning those Super Bowls. His first 3 was led by the defense.
Well, Peyton Manning was one of the greatest players ever, and he won one with his arm basically done, his neck done. I know, but I'm saying he had one in his prime. The other one, the defense got him.
Rob, thanks for the time today, brother.
Sorry, we're nuts.
Anytime you need me.
All right, buddy. Let's get to the calls. Polo in Redwood City.
What's up,
Redwood
Polo?
City. What's happening, Polo?
Man, nothing much. Just chilling, man. Hey, everybody keeps pointing the finger at Jimmy. He can't throw the ball and this, that. But hey, it comes back around again. Not everybody on the team can stay healthy. We lost our running back last year. We lost Mostert, and now we had to go. We lost a receiver. We had to go pick up Sanders. It's just like Jimmy can't never get a break. Like he's a good quarterback. He can throw the ball. It's just the people that's around him that can't stay healthy. Now Kittle got to get up to par. We got to work with a rookie running back now. It's a mess for Jimmy now, all over again. And now everything's got to rely on him and his arm, which he needs help at the receiving core because they can't even get open. It's crazy. I watched last night's game where everybody was running wide open.
Yeah, it was great offenses on display last night when Philadelphia and Buffalo. Thanks for the call, Polo. That's one thing that we haven't discussed at all. Did the 49ers front office do a good job of constructing this roster or adding on to the roster? I know the salary cap was in hell. They couldn't do a lot of moves. They couldn't make a lot of moves.
The salary caps by their own. Like, again, let's take it a step back. They've been here since day one. Day one. Let's go back to the beginning of Shanahan. Yeah. They started from scratch. Vance McDonald had to get an extension to hit the floor of the salary cap.
Right.
And everyone was like, what are you doing? Well, they had to spend money on someone. They started with nothing, and they spent wildly in free agency to build this thing up. And then you could question some of the extensions. Like, if you want to look at some of the money, like the Armstead making $18 million in the middle of the defensive line. I mean, look, I like Armstead. I'm not spending that kind of money on interior pressure.
They spent money
Unless
on
it's Aaron Donald.
Weston Richburg. Didn't work out. Quan Alexander didn't work out.
McGlinchey, they gave him the 5th-year option. You could have given him a 2-year deal for the amount you paid him for one.
Don't bring back Laken Tomlinson. So to what Polo was saying.
This is what I'm getting at the money.
Yeah, what Polo was saying. And one thing we haven't really discussed is the 49ers. So we talk about the Giants not adding on Buster Posey walking and Chris Bryant walking.
But they added Charvarius Ward. Right. He was the number one corner on a lot of people's boards.
They added him.
And I thought that was a great acquisition. He looks good.
But other than that, did they improve this offense?
Well, the offensive line, to me, was the number one area. Out of last year, looking into this year, it was like you have to upgrade the O-line, and I don't think that they've
did not come close.
I don't think that they've done that.
Did they add wide receivers other than Danny Gray? And we don't even know who Danny Gray is, other than the deep route runner.
I would have liked to have seen another, another playmaker.
Tight
Absolutely,
end.
I wanted another tight end. I mean, you and I, we came out of that NFC Championship game, and what was the number one need that I had coming out of that offensively? Besides the offensive line, I said, they got to get a second tight end.
Yep.
They have to. If you're going to be a team that establishes the run, you got to get another playmaking tight end.
Let's go to Rolando and Napa. Rolando, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Nothing much, man. I'm a big fan of your shows, and I just want to piggyback what you guys think earlier about how professional Jimmy Garoppolo has been for this whole situation. I'll go back to I think it was somebody said a couple weeks ago. No, who said that? I think coming where he comes from, especially where players who are drafted, especially coming from Garoppolo, I think being drafted from where he was and where he went to actually plays a factor into how professional he is. Because say Jimmy Garoppolo went to Alabama, I think this whole thing would be a lot worse. But I think being humble about where he came from, being drafted, same as Trey Lance, it shows how professional that he is.
Let's put something in perspective here. If this were college, he'd have ejected and hit the NIL, and he'd have been in the transfer portal yesterday. All right, because there's 120 teams playing football in college football. I looked around just to give you an idea for a quick second. There were 4 former USC quarterbacks playing, starting around the league.
Jackson
there are only
Dart.
32 NFL teams.
No doubt.
How many of these teams have invested and have either a proven guy or a young guy that they want to see? So there's a process of elimination. If this were college, best believe Jimmy Garoppolo would have hit the transfer portal. Am I wrong?
No, but you know what? Good thing this isn't college.
I know.
Hey, good thing he's back.
I know.
Niner Nabs in Santa Rosa. Niner Nabs, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, y'all? Hey, first of all, I want to say I'm a first-time caller. I love you, Bonte.
Thank you.
Shasky, you know how much I love you, man. I'm a first-time caller.
Thank you.
The reason why I'm calling, thank you, man. The reason why I'm calling is because I'm really adamant about what I'm about to say. First of all, I'm 100% behind Jimmy now. I'm a Trey guy, but I will admit Jimmy's done a lot of really good things for us.
Of course.
And because he's currently our starting quarterback, I'm 100% behind him now. Why? I'm a 49er fan. It doesn't matter who's back there.
Yeah.
I'm going to back him.
No doubt.
But I want to say, what I feel inside is that what Shanahan did to that young kid was intentional. And this is why it's intentional. This is why I'm going to break it down. Please give me a second. What do the quarterbacks do in practice? They wear a black jersey. They don't get hit. They wear a black jersey. What were they talking about in June and July? He had arm fatigue, right? I don't know if he did or not, but he had arm fatigue. That's what they were saying. That's what the reports were. Why does he have arm fatigue? Because he throws the ball a lot. What do linebackers do? What do defensive tackles and defensive linemen, edge rushers do? They train their body for contact. Have you seen their necks? How about the offensive linemen, tight ends? Even wide receivers, mostly running backs, though. What do they look like? They train their body for contact. This guy is running him in between the tackles. What were you watching yesterday? I was watching Jalen Hurts running the ball outside, scrambling outside the tackle. He would slide. He'd have a chance to run out of bounds. If he got hit, who was he getting hit by? A 200-pound defensive back. Now, you don't run a guy in between the tackles if he's your franchise quarterback. This is all psychological. This is what he was doing. You can see his smug face after in the interviews after when he was at the podium, that's exactly what he wanted to do.
Niner naps.
I'm not mad at the call.
Look at just.
There was a lot of facts in that call.
I'm going to tell you what I feel.
There was a lot of facts though in that call.
It's reckless for me to speculate on any coach in any sport trying to get someone hurt or being deliberate. That is not his intention. I feel like that's nonsense. I understand some of the points that he was making, but his larger point, I can't. That is completely reckless and not fair to Shanahan
I
at
will
all,
say,
or
though,
any coach in the NFL.
Sorry to cut you off, Shasky, but I will say there's a lot of facts in there the way Jalen Hurts was used. I don't agree with the way Trey Lance was used in his short career.
But
so
that
far.
doesn't mean that he deliberately tried to get his quarterback hurt.
I'm not saying that.
That's going
asinine.
5 exits too far
That's
from
asinine.
me.
That's like saying we're rooting against the 49ers because Jimmy Garoppolo's at quarterback. We're hate watching. I don't do that.
There's been one guy who's tried to hurt people, and that's people on the other team. His name is Greg Williams.
Yeah.
All right, he tried to cut the head off the snake at Candlestick.
It's the only name we know about.
That we know about. But I'm saying, and that's a
Bounties
defensive
happen.
coordinator.
Trust me. Bounties happen
I know,
at all levels
but you're
of
not doing it
football.
to your quarterback. I just
you're not doing it on your own
I
team.
love you. I appreciate it. There were a lot of good points. The larger point, I can't. I
There's
can't
a lot of
do
good
that,
points,
B.
though. There's a lot of good points. Let's go to Brian in San Leandro. Brian, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Hey, man, I got a couple of inquiries or comments. I think Jimmy G is unique in one sense. He is one of 4 quarterbacks that has 70% winning percentage. Also, I think people are being too harsh on Shanahan with his quarterback decision. I don't think it's something wrong to take a gamble in football because of the injury rate. It's so prolific. So what I'm trying to say is he took a gamble on Trey Lance.
I love that bet. It was a bold swing. I'm here for it.
But to make that bet and not allow him to throw the ball, it's a weird gamble, Brian. It's a weird gamble.
It's a good. It's a gamble in the sense that he had a gamble, and then he has one of the best quarterbacks to back him up just in case he fails. You know what I mean? So he has Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
All right, we gotta go. A little too far. This is not one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Shanahan has told you that. Shanahan told you that by drafting Trey Lance. He was one of the best quarterbacks in the league. What numbers we? What?
The number one thing that they have to do moving forward is they have to protect Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
And they have to keep him upright, and they have to get back to establishing the run with whoever the running backs are. If they allow Jimmy Garoppolo to go down this year, you are looking at a catastrophic failure. You cannot lose 2 quarterbacks in 1 year.
Brock Purdy could save the day.
Oh,
Gene in Oakland, you're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, I love Jimmy G, but yeah, no, he's not one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Hey, look, I'm with you, Fonte. I don't see any reason why we can't have Super Bowl aspirations at this point. You can have aspirations, but if they fall short, not consider the season, a lost season. Like last year, I enjoyed last year's season until the last 7 minutes of the fourth quarter. So, but I do think looking at the league right now at this moment, at least the NFC, yeah, there's no dominant teams out there. I don't see any reason why we can't win our division. And listen, if we have all the parts and pieces around Jimmy, all right, and we're a better, more balanced team. Now we still have the O-line to deal with, but I think that's showing signs of getting better, and I'm confident it'll get worked out. I don't see why Jimmy can't be like Brad Johnson or Trent Dilfer or Jim McMahon. As long as he has a dominant team around him, he could win. He could win a Super Bowl just like one of the 7 or 8 others.
Gene, the 3 names you referenced had defenses that had 3 Hall of Famers at minimum on each of them.
This defense ain't bad.
Although the Ravens, I believe, only had 1. They drafted Ed Reed later.
That defense was sick.
It was Sharper was so sick.
Sam Adams in the middle. In the middle. You had 2 stud
Siragusa belly flopping on people.
Juanito on YouTube I bet Bonte said Mullins was the next Montana. If anybody that knows me around this station and has heard me over the years, you better believe that I was so out on Nick Mullins. Nickel Nick. Matter of fact, that was the one game I felt, I'm ashamed to say this, but when he got benched against Philadelphia on Sunday Night Football, I laughed for 5 straight minutes, and I was like, thank the heavens the Nick Mullins era is over. I never believed in Nick Mullins, ever. So, Juanito, you want to call me a clown, that's fine. You call me a clown for a lot of reasons. That's not what I said. Come on, man, do better. By the way, the last 3 calls.
But, like the defense...
I need a blunt after these last couple calls.
Look, the defense is really good. When you cite those teams, like Tampa Bay, people will always cite Brad Johnson. They had Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, Simeon Rice. They had a guy. Who was the guy the Raiders swooped up and spent a ton of money on the safety? Come on. Who was the guy? Who was the safety that ended up?
Dexter Jackson?
Was it Dexter Jackson?
Was that his name, Dexter Jackson?
They had Tiki Barber's brother, Rondé, locking down one side. They had a ridiculous team. Booger McFarland, who doesn't know quarterbacks. He was on that defensive line. Yep. They were loaded.
Really good. Really good. Really good.
I'm not saying that this team can't have a great defense this year. But, like, let's wait till we get to week 14 before we start heralding it as one of the, like, all-time great defenses.
I coined Money Mullins as a joke. It was a joke, folks. Money Mullins. That's how bad it was. You know, there's this guy named Eddie I used to work with, right? Back in the day.
Eddie.
This other station I worked at, right? And he was an intern.
Eddie the intern.
And Eddie was so slow, I called him Fast Eddie.
How you doing?
Right. He was so slow to cut
Eddie
sound.
The Echo?
He was so slow to cut sound, to do things. I coined him Fast Eddie.
Fast
Eddie. He was so slow. I was like, just go call him Fast Eddie.
All right.
Make him feel good about himself, right? Muddy Bullets was a nickname that we made fun of. Stop it, folks. Stop it. Please, no more Nick Mullins mention, man. Don't let Michael Silver fool you about Nick Mullins. He was on the cusp of taking Jimmy's job. He struggled in 2019. Stop it. Just stop. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Let's flex. Forgot to flex. Now that Jimmy's at quarterback. And for a lot of fans are out on Shanahan right now. Think about how many of your buddies are out on Shanahan. My buddies are out on Shanahan. Our text line, YouTube. I've seen a lot of anti-Shanahan texts and tweets. The only way in a lot of people's minds that Shanahan can get that Q rating back up is by winning the Super Bowl. Anything short of winning the Super Bowl is not going to fly with this fan base this season. It is what it is. I hear what you're saying. It's very hard to win the Super Bowl. But you look at the NFC. Who's the most dominant team in the NFC right now?
Well, right now. Philly's got to be at the top of the list.
Do you believe Philadelphia to be a Super Bowl team?
No, but that's why it's a season. There's a long way to go.
Exactly.
I still believe in Tom Brady being one of those guys at the end. I still believe that McVay and the Rams are going to be one of those teams at the end. As much as I'm down on the Packers, it's hard for me to dismiss that they will find a way to win double-digit games and probably be there at the end somewhere.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, Flex moment of the show. Good show. Dibby's back. Willard's back. Day 2.
Hey, before we go there, we've got this like air conditioning thingy on the bottom.
Yeah.
Does that not look like Lost in Space or what?
Well, we have actually one in our house in the East Bay because we don't have AC, and during that heat wave, with the new baby, it's like, oh my God, what do we do with this new baby?
Ice packs
it's
to the
108.
face.
Yeah, you can't like ice the baby down. So we had to buy one of these Lost in Space Danger Will Robinson.
Lucky baby. She could just cruise around naked and nobody even would have cared. That's what I wanted to do during that whole
naked with a
thing.
diaper, no doubt, but it's 97 in the bedroom. And it's funny because pre-heat wave, we looked online and we found a used one for $90. And like 3 days into the heat wave, the same unit was going for $400.
Wow.
People are out there gouging folks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not like here in the city where it's like, oh, the heat wave. Oh, dude. It's 79. Where's Carl the Fog?
Yeah, you're Carl the Fog. Let me just tell you something. Carl the Fog, that fraud. We never called Fog by a name. It was just Fog. Just fog. We didn't call it Carl because some transplant put out a Twitter account anonymously and then moved back to Nebraska and then went MIA for 3 years. Like, get out of here.
You had to get a work
I
up.
hate Carl fog. It is the stupidest thing
I
ever.
lived in the inner Richmond in 94.
Which we call the Avenues, by the way. Call it the Avs.
The Avs are, I thought the Avs
More
were
the Sunset.
I thought the Avs were the south.
No,
the south
we
side
call
of
both
the park.
sides. When we were Richmond, I went to high school
Yeah,
out there.
I know, but
we partied out there at Oregon Playground 18th, and we call it the Avenues.
No, you're not wrong. I played tennis at Washington High School back in '85, and they had
the bridge.
They had a chain net.
Oh yeah,
chain net on the lower courts.
Yeah, chain net on all the
because
courts.
of prison.
Dude,
no, hey, don't talk about my high school like that. That's real basketball. When you get the chain nets,
I helped rebuild that locker room for crying out loud. I put together a fundraiser to rebuild that locker room.
Dude, see, Shasky's used to go to St. Gabe's and St. Cecilia's. They got a nice
What have you done for
I used to live by St. Cecilia's
I did a whole lot.
16th and Vicente. I played for Marin Catholic, and we come over the bridge, and we're taking on. Thank you. We're taking on Washington.
chain link
we're
nets
thinking
there.
it's an easy road win.
No,
they got chain
too
nets,
soft for
dude.
that.
Hey, Dibs,
Too soft.
We showed up.
Chain nets, baby.
There's
you
levels
look
to
at New
this.
York City above the rim, all that stuff. Chain nets.
You want to watch your boy melt down 1985? None of you guys zygotes were even around, but your boy couldn't handle it.
When we went to
chain
Marin Catholic
nets.
for the first time in a baseball game, not only did you have your own baseball field, they had the fence and a scoreboard. It was like, my God, we're in the minors. It was incredible because we're used to playing at Crocker Park. I mean, it's a helicopter
St.
pad.
Sebastian's over the field and left field. Shout out, as we're talking about all the Saints.
Look at you.
St. Sebastian.
Every day, lunchtime at Washington, we would play on those lower courts because they wouldn't open the gym, and you get the chain. There was no better sound than that chain. Ching, ching, and you had everybody watching.
So we're burying the lead here. Mark was watching slyly as the Xfinity Flex was going down, and me and B just categorically disagree on this because I believe when we throw the SB word, Super Bowl, around, or words, we throw it around flippantly. This team's a Super Bowl team. This guy's a Super Bowl. Yes, Brady won a zillion Super Bowls, and Bradshaw and Montana. Those are like so few and far. It's so hard to win a Super Bowl.
Do you know how many?
I'm
do you
not
know
saying
how many quarterbacks have ever won a Super Bowl?
30?
It's like I think it's 35.
Like
okay,
yeah. I was going to guess 3.
It feels, but I just I feel like
Brady again. Nobody's disputing the difficulty of winning a Super Bowl,
right?
But when you look at this team, that's been to 2 NFC championships in the last 3 years, and most of that core remains. Think about the conversation last week. Man, Jimmy's a Super Bowl quarterback standing on the sideline. If you had Jimmy in the game, we'd be the favorites in the NFC. Was that not the conversation?
I was listening on the way in when you guys, when this conversation started.
Is it a stupid conversation?
No, I actually thought you guys were sort of like not hearing each other's words exactly because you both had a point. Bonte didn't say Super Bowl expectations. He said Super Bowl aspirations.
Yeah.
How would we not have Super Bowl aspirations? Of course we do.
Well, aspirations,
right?
yes, you're right.
But I agree
Jets
with
do.
you.
Yeah.
The conversation then sort of went to Super Bowl or bust.
Yes.
And no, I don't think
because I see that all over.
And by the way,
it's so unfair.
I mean, unless you're like
Mahomes
or
Brady
or Josh Allen or like take it to baseball.
It's a couple of teams.
Look at the way the Dodgers are right now.
Right.
That's the only time I'm going to be like, you have to win the whole thing or else this season was a failure. Outside of that, I don't think that's a very good way to watch sports.
It's a horrible measurement. It's a horrible measurement.
There's so many things that can happen. It's not Super Bowl or bust, but of course we have Super Bowl aspirations.
Listen, I don't believe we're watching a game saying, Super Bowl or bust, you lose this game. But you're going to have losses in the regular season. You're going to slip. The Buffalo Bills lost to Jacksonville last year, okay? They lost to Jacksonville. The Colts haven't won in Jacksonville in 8 years. Jacksonville was the worst team in football last year, right? So you're not going to say, hey, we're watching this game in the Super Bowl or bust. But by the time you get to January, and when you look at the team that the Niners have and the formula that they win with, strong defense, good running game, hard-nosed football, you can win in January like that.
Yes.
And so you get deeper and deeper, and you've had 10-point leads. You've had 10-point leads in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl.
Got in the playoffs.
You had a 10-point lead in the NFC Championship game. I don't care how hard it is. We all understand it's hard. I haven't won a Super Bowl since the mid-'90s. I haven't even got through puberty yet. You know what I'm saying? The last time the Niners won the Super Bowl.
And with your beard, you went through puberty when you were like 7 years old. For crying out loud.
Honestly, couldn't connect till I was about 25 years old. Couldn't connect.
I can't connect.
City Connect, I still can't.
Solid force.
I never got there.
But you can have Super Bowl aspirations.
I think when we have this conversation, we need to talk about Super Bowl Bowl caliber. And if you are there in the conference championship weekend, you are Super Bowl caliber.
Okay.
And I know that they failed last year, and they had a lead against the Rams, and they lost to the Rams, and they had a lead against Kansas City, and they lost to Kansas City. But if you are Super Bowl caliber, that means you're playing in that final weekend before the Super Bowl.
No, I
get
get
the NFC wide open, Mark.
Yo, gosh, the
NFC's
NFC
wide open.
I tried to do NFC power rankings yesterday.
Boy,
and I got
power
to
rankings.
No, they
only
don't.
one King of the Hill.
There's one team I was trying
King
to
of the Hill
tick you off with it, and I did it.
Your power ranking stunk worse than the diaper I changed at 3:30 when I looked at him.
Do an NFC power ranking and see if you can even.
Shut up, Mila.
Do the NFC and tell me if you can even get to 7. And you feel like it's a good team.
King of the Hill tomorrow. King of the Hill tomorrow. By the way, this is a great
I almost
point
want
for
to hear
Wesley.
the open just to hear the open.
This is perfect. Wesley on YouTube.
Okay,
when
Wesley.
Trey was a quarterback, there was a lot of conversations about, boy, the Niners are wasting a Super Bowl caliber roster on developing a quarterback.
Then.
That was in a lot of people's minds.
Well, and it sounds like it might have been in some of the players' minds. That's what matters to me.
Clearly.
Because there's every opinion is out there somewhere. But
That's true.
Yeah, I mean.
That is true.
Of course they're a Super Bowl caliber team. Now, if I sit here today after what I watched last night and try to visualize this team beating Josh Allen,
I mean, that's
holy hell.
But how many teams can make that statement
Right,
this morning?
but we got to go through the journey. Like, is Josh Allen going to get to
what
January?
If he plays Kansas City?
Well, right. So one of those
exactly.
teams, one of those two teams isn't going to get there.
Yeah, one of them kills
and
each
who
other.
knows the way it's all going to go. But if you just look at the NFC, see if you can get to 6 teams that you think are good. Do it.
I mean,
Philadelphia's good. Tampa's good. Philly's good. Green Bay is still good.
I believe the Rams.
The Rams are good.
Okay.
All right.
Philadelphia's 4.
Look at you.
Philadelphia's 4.
I already said Eagles. Okay. Eagles, Packers, Bucks, Rams.
Philly, the Eagles, and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Are you putting the 49ers in there as the 15?
Are we already knocking out the Vikings?
Well, no. But see,
but this is
because last week people were saying the Vikings are Super Bowl.
But even if you want it, the Vikings are fine as long as they play at 10 a.m. on Sunday. They're fine.
Exactly.
But if you put them
The only other team that I would throw under the mix as a question mark, and people are going to laugh when I say this, I still feel I don't have a good idea of who Arizona is. So I know. But I don't know who they are.
But see, this is what I mean.
I'm with you.
There's going
and then
to
obviously
be
the
at
Niners.
least one playoff team where you're like,
they don't belong.
I'll say it. They
I know.
So
and if you get the right matchup,
should the
you can beat anybody.
49ers with Garoppolo be in the playoffs? Wow,
Of course they
should.
Yeah.
Of course, and they should advance out of the first week at minimum.
Well, maybe.
What team's showing up? I mean, they're losing a running back. But I agree with. Overall,
depends on if they win the division or if they're a wild card. I get that.
TDP out? I mean,
3 to 6.
It's
how long
unreal.
until we get Debo Samuel back running the ball? I mean, come on.
So we're already doing it.
We
more
were there
now
in the
than we
first
did
quarter
at the
in
beginning.
Chicago.
Exactly.
Jesus.
I mean, he had to shake 2 different defenders in the backfield on the 51-yard play.
And I heard your return of the Mac earlier, and I guess return of the Mac is where we are now, right?
The Jordan Mason takeover is still on track.
Did you acquire him in fantasy?
Oh, like a week and a half ago.
He's been on my bitch for 2 weeks.
Oh, gosh, that was before the injuries even started happening. I'm like, we know where this is going.
What about a little
undrafted rookie?
Right.
Your undrafted rookie who plays special teams is going to be the 49er running back at some point. It is every year.
Well, for how long? You give him 4
Until
weeks?
he gets hurt.
Exactly, week 7.
Then we'll cycle back to the other guy.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I mean, and that to me is a greater question. And I guess you can't look at the strength and conditioning team and the fitness team, but why do they have so many guys who get hurt?
Well, but
I heard you earlier today talking about that.
The running back position. I mean, this is not that the conversation needs to go here, but if you want to know why people are starting to draft wide receivers in the first round.
Well, they have longevity.
Because your running backs make you want to yourself.
I know.
I mean, Christian McCaffrey, whatever. Think
about this year. Devontae and Tyreek Hill were on their 3rd contract, okay? We all looking like, boy, they've got 5 good years left. Zeke is still on his 2nd contract, and you're like, I don't know if he's got 5 minutes left.
So we can criticize the 49ers and say why you're getting hurt. I'm going to look at it a completely different way and say, thank you, 49ers, for not paying any of these guys. Because those are the teams that get in trouble. You pay McCaffrey, you want to pay Zeke, they've done a good job
drafting guys like Joe Williams and Trey Sermon. So
that has not been great. That has not been great. Boy, they found people sitting there after the 7th round who they've turned into actual players.
Start using 3rd-round capital on guys who can't play.
Serious question.
That's fair.
When is that going to catch up to this regime? Because Balky was striking out in
Which
drafts.
Which part?
Failing on high leverage picks, first-round picks, second-round picks, third-round picks.
Not yet.
Is it going to catch up to him soon?
I don't know. If they keep finding stars in the 5th and 6th round, the
And
answer's
if they
no.
keep winning, the answer is no. But
Yeah.
I'm totally with you, B, because now that you don't have first-round capital and the guy you drafted, you spent all that
Maybe that's a
first-round
good
capital
thing.
to draft him.
Maybe that's a good thing. The Niners like, we keep missing on these. Let's just trade him.
Well, I mean, he's trying to be like Sean McVay, I guess, where you don't care about first-round picks. You know?
They've done a great job identifying, but they've also used their capital on proven studs. Like making the Jalen trade was 2 firsts to go into him, bringing in Stafford for multiple firsts. But they have found Cooper Kupp late, and they find all of these linemen late. Here's the thing, too, with Belichick. This is what's done him in. Missing in the draft has made his cupboard completely empty. And you look at the Patriots right now, and you're like, they've got no players.
No cupboard.
Like, no players.
No pantry.
And it hasn't caught up to the Niners because they find Hufanga in the 5th. Right? I mean, like, that offsets a lot of things. Right? How many DBs have they drafted 4th round or later? Okello comes to mind. Ombre, Diamonor, Lenore. But you find one in Hufanga. It makes everything go away.
Hufanga?
I think it's Hufanga.
If you ask
am I
Joe
saying it wrong?
Biden-
My bad.
And the voice has to crack on the Hufanga? I mean, it's just incredible. No,
He's playing
you're
everyone.
fine.
No, I
Yeah.
used to,
He looks
I hear
great.
people say it both ways.
We
Like,
love
man, am I
that
getting it
drop
wrong?
like we
I
love the
haven't been to
GP2.
yeah.
My fault.
I need to go to the
That's
press
one of our
box and get one of those
favorites.
phonetic spelling. You know how they got the whole chart with the roster. Hufanga or Hufanga?
Yeah.
No, it's heavy on the fung. Yeah, exactly.
Until he gets his extension, he's probably not going to say anything. He'll let you call him whatever he wants.
Head and Shoulders should be on line 1 for a video, like a commercial immediately for him, right?
I need him and Troy Polamalu like massaging each
100%.
other's hair, like from the movie Ghost, where they were doing the
look at
pottery.
you. Right.
Just
Look
a little
at
hair
you.
wash. What's wrong with that?
Ghost is a classic.
A little mutual hair wash. Come on.
What's your impression of Shanahan?
Well,
It's been a
we're
little
gonna-
testy.
We're going to get
Been a
into
little
this today.
testy.
We're going to get into this today because
The word today, Bonte, is arrogance.
okay,
Arrogance.
Which is obvious. Like that's obviously true. There's not like when someone's asking you questions,
Or
and
is
you-
it arrogance? Hufanga?
Very good.
I'm not sure.
So,
Thank you.
like, not just because a lot of people I know didn't get to hear this. You hear the post-game press conference, but not a lot of fans necessarily hear a conference call. And I know you guys probably did some of the audio. We will too.
I
but
listened to Damon, and they were playing some of it.
Yeah. So Kyle and my read on it, and doesn't necessarily matter how we get here, but I think Kyle was emotionally offended.
Defensive?
Yeah, because like the accusation that you hurt your player to a coach, I would think is that's pretty hard to hear. And I don't think he expected it either. Like football coaches are a different animal, okay? These people don't go home. They sleep in cots in offices. They're so wired. And
Shanahan
then
doesn't look like he's getting a lot of sleep
Right?
either.
John Gruden gets up at 3:04.
Right, so what that
send emails?
He also goes to church too.
jeez.
That's a 4.
He also
So
goes
even
to
send
church.
him in the middle of the
He also
night.
goes to church too.
Yeah. No,
And
but
he's been married for what, 31 years?
He hit the buffet so hard in recent
brother.
years.
So-
No one wanted to admit it.
So the point there is though that I
filled him on the buffets.
don't think those guys, I don't think they're always in touch with what's going on outside of their office.
Yeah.
And so I don't think Shanahan thought, he's not on Twitter during the game. We all knew. I don't think he knew when he got to the post-game podium that people were going to be like, dude, you hurt Trey. I don't think he thought that was coming. And so he was caught off guard and he got very defensive. And now he's talking about, like, I need to teach all of you about football. But listen, we've been doing this in the Bay Area for how many? This is what Gabe Kapler does.
And it kind of puts people off.
But
it does.
It's very simple. If it's working, we're fine with it. If it's not, so this is where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Like if they lose this year, it's not going to come off sounding great. If you win, I think people are like, it's okay. Like you can be arrogant because you're right. He does know more football than
no,
us.
he's right.
Of
I
course
mean,
he does.
Buffalo
love to
runs
go
it like
debating
Buffalo
that.
runs it like the
Debating that.
Niners do at one time. You know,
that was
Josh
fun.
Allen ran it one time.
And Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
a lot of outside
Yeah.
zones.
And a lot of
Jay.
inside.
But they spread it
One
out.
time.
Three
One
linebackers
time.
at the goal line, head in there,
Get me
bang,
Baldy.
get me in the end zone.
Baldy
I
was
don't want
awesome,
to
by the way,
I don't want to
today.
adjudicate running the rest of the year. It's just nauseating already. Like we're a day in,
I
and I
just
know
wanna
it's
know.
an element.
He's
I
I
wanna know.
he's not wrong. And I was listening to Baldy talk to you guys this
Right.
morning, and he said the play that Trey ran is run by every
not
single
QB power.
team.
That was the nuance.
Every single team that has an athletic quarterback. I heard him say it to you. He
Yeah,
goes,
I mean,
it
he
is.
said that.
He goes, it's a bread and butter play.
Hey, listen.
It's a bread and butter play.
But listen, Can I just sign up for the seminar where Shanahan educates us? I want to be in that room.
Me too.
I want to be in that room.
Yeah.
Educate me on.
But why do you want to be in there?
I kind of.
You want to be there to laugh, or do you want to be there to learn?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
Oh well, no, seriously, I coached high school football for 1 year, and I was not a great coach at all. But I did go to coaching clinics, and it looked fascinating the way they break it down. I don't know anything about football. I would love to go to a seminar with Shanahan.
So let me ask you guys this question. I had someone pose this one to me, and
as he's laughing, I want to go. Educate me on football.
No, I'm with you. There's so much there. Like, let's admit, there's 1,000 things going on those play calls and those fields that we have no clue.
Two coaches
we have
that
no clue.
designed the play and installed it could watch the film and scream at Jordan Watkins was talking about this at Stanford. The two coaches that designed the play are screaming at each other on whose responsibility is what, and they're the ones who created it together, and yet they can't even come to agreement on what a guy should do on it. So it's all up for interpretation.
Yeah.
I want to ask you this one because you're talking about being insular and out of it when you're a head coach, and I agree. But on some level, and someone brought this to me, and I'll ask you guys this question. Let's say it's Trevor Lawrence and it's Urban Meyer last year. I'm hypothetical. I'm just picking two people.
Hypotheticals.
Would the uproar not been through the roof on again, no matter how it happened, people would be like, you hurt Trevor Lawrence. And so for the head coach to not realize that people were going to talk to him about his injured quarterback feels a little like, come on, read the room a little.
I actually don't agree with that.
Why?
Because I just don't think that most people look at football and blame the coach when someone gets hurt. We've had actually very few of those scenarios ever in the history of the game.
But this guy and RG3, it's pretty prominent.
Well, it's interesting because he also wasn't the head coach there, too. Like
I know, but it's him and his dad.
I know, but this is one thing that we have done to Kyle through his career. Like, you're the head coach, you're to blame. But
that I agree with.
Not with the Atlanta Falcons.
I agree with
now
that.
Kyle Shanahan's to blame in the Super Bowl, and he's a choke artist. It's like, so we do that, but there are very few. I'll grant you RG3 became a career arc discussion.
Andrew Luck. I mean, we look at the Colts and we're like, you set the kid up for failure. I'm not saying that we're there.
I don't feel like we heard that very much about Andrew Luck.
Are you serious?
I just think they didn't have a very good offensive line.
I always thought that the GM just did a terrible job keeping him upright.
I mean, Russell Wilson said this for years in Seattle.
Sure.
He was yelling about the offensive line.
David Carr, we could look at.
They traded a lineman for a tight end.
Right, so we can do that, but I think that's a very quick A to B than to say you hurt your quarterback because, like, you drafted offensive linemen who you thought were going to be good and they're not. You just brought up Belichick.
Yeah.
One thing I've learned about football is obviously drafting is hard.
It was super hard.
It is really hard to look at someone and go, I think you're going to be good. And the best in the world are often wrong.
Yeah.
And so we have to, it doesn't mean we can't criticize when you draft the wrong guy, but it does mean you need to factor the factual math into your equation and know that every team, every draft is going to get at least some of those players wrong.
Yeah, but I think also when you couple it with the amount, it's like when you buy a house, all right, and it's a lemon and it needs a full remodel.
Oh, boy.
It's one thing if you bought that house in the marina. It's another thing if you bought that house, in the middle of Nebraska, for example, right? And they both cost the exact same price point.
Luckily, nobody here can ever afford a house again in this city, so it's okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there is an element of, this is what it costs to go get the kid. And so I'm just asking these questions out loud.
And
that's
that's fair. I'm not saying that draft assessments by the fan base are no longer on the table. Of course they are.
Yeah.
But it does. It's hard for me when you have a regime, and whether it's the 5th round, the 3rd round, whatever, they've got plenty of hits.
They do.
They have plenty of hits and plenty of misses.
But this
and
is
a lot
the big
of people
one.
This is the big one.
Absolutely.
When you trade up to get your franchise QB, this is everything. And I made the comparison to James Wiseman. The Warriors with James Wiseman. If he turns out to be a miss, it's not a big deal because you have Steph, Clay, Draymond, and you've got championships.
Wiggy.
And Jordan Poole.
Exactly. All the rest of it. So if Wiseman turns out to be a quote-unquote bust, it's forgivable because you still won championships. This is the most important position in the most important team in the most important spot in the history since,
You're right.
Since Steve Young.
You're right, but I would have agreed with you more at every step leading up to this moment. There's now about 12 ways this can go.
Oh, no doubt.
Now there's suddenly 12 ways this can go.
10 of those ways are south.
But Mark, do you give a 49er fan, because I know the slightly older fan, if you're in your 30s or 40s, you're like, dude, we already had a coach and a quarterback fight it out.
Super triggered by you saying that 30s and 40s is sort of
Sorry,
you watch your
that's
mouth.
super triggered.
Well, I mean,
anyway,
I'm in that demo.
I got 3 kids and
B40
a
is
bunch
over
of
here
problems.
looking at you like, what the hell did you just say?
He'll be 40 in November.
When I
Don't
think of
worry.
Alex Smith, when I
And
think
he
of
looks a
Alex
lot older
Smith,
than a lot of us.
Mike Nolan, Mike Nolan was
I love
done
it,
in
Shaq.
with the
Shut up,
Alex
Fedoni.
Smith thing, and it wasn't just the injury; it's the handling of the injury, it's the tone in the press conference.
No doubt.
Nobody can remember. A guy belly flopped on Alex. Then the coach questioned his toughness, and then he said, "You need to get back in there." He went back out there and ended up wrecking his shoulder, and that did in Mike Nolan, right? So I think a lot of 49er fans, if you just go a little past the Jim Harbaugh stuff, because Cap and Alex is obviously still there. A lot of people are triggered with quarterbacks and injury and a young quarterback because we look back at Alex like, they wrecked him in every single way.
It's triggering because during Kyle Shanahan's entire tenure, we've heard the name Kirk Cousins. Then we watch a game like last night, and we're like, damn, he loves Kirk Cousins.
Okay,
why
so
is that? But then, hold on.
right, go ahead.
But then it's the flirtation of Brady. It's the flirtation of Stafford. It's missing and not drafting a quarterback in your first ever draft. And I know what Watson's gone through now. We didn't know that then. We didn't know that about Mahomes either.
Mahomes is overrated.
Mahomes is a wild card. He's a wild card. Nobody's got him.
so
But
good.
when you miss
I hate him. He's
and you
so
pivot
good.
that same year,
Flash in the
that's
pan.
what's triggering is that Shanahan
There's no question.
hasn't figured out who his guy is
There's no
at the
question.
quarterback spot.
There's no question.
And how many coaches get that leash?
Well,
I mean, it's 6 years now, and we're going to go into year 7
And-
not knowing who the quarterback of the 49ers is.
And the flip side is I can give you a few franchises who haven't figured this out since I've been
No
born.
doubt.
Okay,
The
so
Jets keep
talking
coming
about
off
the
the
Bears?
one.
The
But
Bears.
they fire coaches.
The
They
Bears.
fire the coaches, though.
And we all agree that's dysfunctional.
Yeah, we're not
Right?
going to
Wouldn't we
fire
agree?
Shanahan.
Right,
but 6 years of Shanahan,
I know,
and we
but-
still don't know who the
But he's
quarterback
got
is.
2 conference championship berths
Right.
and a
That's
Super
it.
Bowl
That's
berth.
it.
So they're winning.
So that's the
So
cognitive dissonance
there it
right
is.
there.
There it is.
You know?
Like if you can't figure
Yeah,
out,
you're welcome.
If you cannot,
Yes.
if you can't figure out the quarterback position and you go
Well, so
5 and 11 every year.
Cognizant dissonance. Continue, Mark.
No,
Sorry.
if you go 5 and 11 every year when you can't figure out the quarterback position,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're going to lose your job.
exactly,
If you go
exactly.
11 and
Right.
5 while you can't figure it out,
Jeff Fisher.
I
So
mean,
we
what
see
do you know?
championships, but we look at those NFC championships and Super Bowl, and everybody will say, well, the defense led them the way. It wasn't the
But you
quarterback.
got there.
It wasn't the play calling.
It's a results
The play
game.
calling may have done you in
Look,
for the Super Bowl and the NFC championship.
If I'm
Which falls on
playing
the head
golf,
coach.
if I'm playing golf and it's a par 4 and I come off the tee and I hit a ground ball and
Yes.
it goes 230 down the middle,
It's still a par.
230
Yeah.
down the
I hear
middle.
ya.
And
I
that's
hear ya.
kind of and that's why it's cognitive dissonance because we see Jimmy G and we know that he's not very good, but then you wake up and it's like, oh, 11 and 5 and oh, they're in the NFC Championship game again.
Your vocabulary has reached
He's on
new
fire.
heights when you went and had this big. What was that word you used on Twitter the other day?
That was Pyrrhic victory.
Oh, a Pyrrhic victory.
Yeah, when the cost of the win is more expansive, it hurts you more than
like
the victory
Yeah,
is. beneficial.
Dibs had a girl and decided he's going to become Bryant Gumbel here in the second half of his
Who
career.
hates sports talk radio?
Completely.
But we'll talk about that in a second.
And sports hates him.
Bonte, I don't know if you
Thank
know
you.
this, but everyone wants to have a mulligan in golf. True story. My dad, 8th hole Northwood, blades one, boom, down into the street. Goes, I'm going to tee up another one.
8th hole.
That's a par 3.
Little short
par
par
three.
three.
I
Yeah.
love that par
So
3.
with Grandpa,
Did he hit a house?
He
Did
just
he hit a
bladed
house?
one. This is a couple years back. And then, boom, dunks it in. Grandpa, without hesitation, that's a hell of a par.
Yeah, he hit an ace
Yes.
on his second shot.
Yes.
That is
A hell
my
of a
God.
par.
Nice
Gutsy
par.
par.
And to your point, it's a par.
And on the
Yeah.
scorecard, it's a 3.
It's a 3.
It's a 3.
Especially playing with
That's
the
it.
PGA Tour's rules enforcer, Grandpa.
And that's why
Grandpa's hard.
That's why I'm saying that there's
I know you'd love
12,
that.
12 ways this could go.
It's so true.
No, it's so good.
because
It's so true.
Don't know what Jimmy's going to do this year.
I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to go 14 of 23, and they're going to go 11 and 5, and we're all going to pull up. Well, you guys will pull your hair out. Maybe Mark will.
I won't.
mean, I got nothing to pull, but
The Warriors coming back will help me out. I'll be able to sleep at night. We got the champs coming back.
Warriors
but
coming-
like,
Bonte, ring that. I'm getting sized up.
No,
you know.
I'm definitely not getting sized up. But that
Now-
check from NBC is going to be hitting the bank account soon. And your boy can recover from
Where
that
do you
Europe
put
trip.
your ring?
Hey,
Now-
that
now-
Europe trip hurt your boy.
We're going to Europe.
Hey,
Now,
that
do the
Europe trip
Warriors
hurt your
have
boy.
do the Warriors have
Hurt your boy.
championship aspirations?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Is it championship or bust?
I mean,
It kind of is for the Warriors.
no.
Now, is
Championship
Steve,
or
Kerr,
bust.
is Steve Kerr arrogant or is he just a winner?
Oh, he's not arrogant.
We'll get into it.
He's not arrogant.
Yeah.
Shanahan.
Wow, that's a good question because I know at times some people are put off by Steve Kerr.
See, I believe that
not
you do.
me.
Yeah, you assess arrogance sometimes by whether or not you like the team. I know a lot of people who are not Warrior fans think Steve Kerr is the most smug human being
He
on
let
the face of the
Draymond
planet.
coach. Remember when he let what is he doing?
And I'm looking at Steve Kerr going, this is like the nicest human on the planet.
I'm with you on
what
that.
are you talking about? But that's how it's
because
how
of
it
the
runs
politics,
people.
too, though.
Yeah,
Politics.
for sure.
You talk politics
Oh
out
my
here.
God! When
People-
we went to Boston, Bonte, when we went to Boston, every single conversation, we just want to say on the front end, we love the politics of your head coach. I'm like, what? Like every sports conversation on air with everyone there started with politics.
Where was this?
Boston.
Oh,
it was insane.
Well, I mean,
I know Boston. They're very smart. They'll let you know. They're smarter than you.
Arrogance, the word of the day with Willard and Dibs. Good to have you back, Dibs.
Marcus
Good to have
Smart.
you- Daddy
so
Dibs.
good to be back. Up,
You're a dad.
Up 4 times last night. So great.
I don't miss those
Did you
days.
watch Estrada?
Oh.
Yeah, I watched it on
Pay the
video
under.
at 142 while I was swaddling.
baseball.
Oh, we did say we were going to give 60 seconds to Tyro today. 60 seconds.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
I know.
And that-
Gone in 60
and that
seconds.
was 3 of them, so
Yeah.
there's 57 to go.
San Diego Tourism Authority, when you're happy you know it in San Diego. There's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire ways to feel good vibes. Plan your trip today at san diego.org.
Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser.
faster. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Kevin Hart's reality check tour is coming to Chase Center on October 1st, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Listen to Willard and Dibs all this week around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, simple enough. Just got to get in there with my screwdriver. Do you mind handing me my screwdriver?
Are you trying to say screwdriver?
Well, I mean, you're saying it weird, but yeah, sure.
Look, maybe we should bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to install this for us so you don't have to pretend you can.
I know my way around a screwdriver. Oh, yeah. This is going to take a Philippe's head for sure.
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Hey, I'm Andy, and every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so, and that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Good morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
AutoZone. They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Okay, can we get some interaction on this? Is Kyle Shanahan, I mean, it's the word I feel like everybody uses in every conversation in 2022. Does he trigger you? The word triggered is now going to be, this is 2022's most overused word.
Right.
Got everybody going with Deshaun Watson a few weeks ago when he was kind of like, so, I'm sorry that you're all triggered. And then we were triggered by him using the word triggered. And so now here we are with Kyle Shanahan, who's like, okay, so you guys all know how to call plays better than me? And he's like, my last name's Shanahan. Like I was calling plays when I was 5, okay? Oh, hey, Kyle, what do you want to do for your birthday party? You're turning 6. I want to sit around and design plays.
I want to run a zone read here. I'm going to fake the cake inside and pitch it to the wing.
Perfect.
Come on.
So, but I get it. I do understand this. We, as an organization.
He's so arrogant.
Believe that we know more than you do.
Right.
It's worth consideration.
Okay, right? So I get it. No one wants to hear, we know what we're doing, and you don't. When you're losing. Okay, now the 49ers aren't quote-unquote losing. But they lost. They
were in Chicago.
Well, they lost a quarterback. They lost a player.
Yeah.
And so I understand, as I've already sort of laid out, I understand why Kyle Shanahan was offended by the line of questioning. I don't think he was ready for it. I also understand why a fan is like, oh, Mr. Fancy Pants with his last name is here to tell us all about football like we've never watched before. But can we go with a few facts? Here's one. Kyle does know more football than all of us. No?
Yeah, I would say 99% of us.
Okay,
There's
right.
probably some people out there. There's some listeners out there who maybe know more football than Kyle does.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure
who knows more than Kyle. I'm not saying that Kyle, someone may be equal with him, but
the great Terry Malley, who has coached in the Arena League in San Jose State. I know he's a listener. He might know more than Kyle.
Maybe. Okay.
Darn near 70 years old. He's been in the league. He's been around football longer than Kyle. There are some people like that who might know as much, if not a little bit more than Kyle Shanahan.
I don't know.
I'm better than that, Coach.
I'm imagining Kyle Shanahan in a high chair, and they're not feeding him Gerber. They're feeding him knowledge. They're feeding him X's and O's.
They're putting Cheerios on his plate, and he's designing like
exactly.
a lot of 21 personnel on his platter for sure.
What if you move this sort of overcooked Cheerio right up the middle?
Seriously.
Right into the middle, and then it's quick. So
a lot of pre-snap Cheerios on his high chair for sure.
Okay, then the next question, though, is even if you do know more than me about a subject, do I want to be talked to that way when you're teaching me? And some people will say yes. Some people want an alpha to sort of like, whatever, show them the way. Or we are talking about the highest level of professional sports. And I'll just speak from my mind. I don't mind. If like Bill Belichick for years has flicked questions away. You're an idiot. We're playing Cincinnati next week.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Right? Nick Saban all day long, and these become the highest paid coaches in the game.
But you're talking about two of the most successful guys in the business.
Absolutely.
So that is where...
So that's the line I'm asking for.
Yes.
Like, if you win,
Yes.
are you okay with being flicked when you ask a question?
I'm better with it. I'm still not okay with it. I think Bill Belichick, and, you look at this year with the way the Patriots are, it rubs a little bit the wrong way. But when you're winning bowl after bowl and you found a lightly drafted quarterback and made him a superstar, and even though you don't have any real talent on your team, quote unquote, and yet you still win, yeah, you go ahead, you can flick away whatever you want. But Kyle Shanahan is not at that level yet.
All right, let's rock. It's Willard and Dibs. We are so glad that you are here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Comcast Business text line. Get your interaction going there. Hello, Twitch and YouTube. Good morning. Dibs and I are both on the YouTube chat right now, firing away with people. We want to hear from you. And again, 888-957-9570. I would love to hear from people as to what, sort of how that grabs you when Kyle speaks this way. And we'll play some sound here in just a second. I also want to mention here right off the top, if you're a Kevin Hart fan, you're going to want to listen to the show today. 10:30, two chances, not one, two chances. It's hole in one or two. Kevin Hart tickets, your chance to win your way in to see that man do his thing. Like, for instance, Dibs.
Oh.
Take a listen.
Kyle, I have a sense you'd like another quarterback running question.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Okay, so I've got another quarterback running question, Kyle. Yeah, great. Bring them so that I can teach all of you idiots how this actually works.
That to me was tongue-in-cheek. That did not reek of the same level of arrogance as we heard on Monday, or actually on Sunday following the game. That to me was a little bit more tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, but is tongue-in-cheek not, in this case, arrogant? Again, and I'm not calling Kyle out for it. I don't mind it. I'm pro Kyle Shanahan. I think this guy's a wonderful coach. I think he has taken the 49ers from the depths of I don't know what and made a very healthy organization. Is he perfect? Has he made every great decision? No. Is this one wonky and in a weird spot now? Oh, hell yes.
Yes.
Right? But I'm not over here questioning, well, on 3rd and 6, I get it. He has a better idea than we do 99% of the time. So listen to that again. This is post-Sunday, as you point out. And
this is yesterday, right?
The conference call yesterday when now this has become a national debate over whether or not Kyle knows how to run a quarterback and whether or not he put Trey Lance in harm's way.
Kyle, I have a sense you'd like another quarterback running question.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
How do you take that again? Tongue-in-cheek?
I think that he's trying to be funny there.
Okay.
That's my own read on it because, on Sunday, post-game, he was much more aggressive in his responses to questions about what happened to Trey Lance. I think yesterday he's more like, yeah, bring it on so I can help educate because this is what I do. You all think I'm a guru, so let me educate you on what's going on.
So I sort of took the difference in tone from Sunday to yesterday simply being whether or not he was ready for it. I honestly believe Didn't you think that on Sunday night when he got to the podium? I don't think he was ready for what he, like, I do not.
How can you not be ready?
Because that's not the way a coach thinks. Like, you know this too. We know tons of people who are in the game, and they think this conversation's laughable. They think that this conversation is for wimps. Like, oh, you get hurt playing football. Right. It happens on every play. You can't protect people in the game of football. I know people, in fact, now this is for me, this is a rumor, but there was the story out there that when the doctors and everybody got to Trey, one of the first things he said was, did I make the wrong read? Which says to me, Trey, in that moment, was blaming himself. And to listen to Baldy break down the play this morning,
heard it, yeah.
He didn't, the word blame is too strong.
Right.
But he's like, the reason he got hit where he did there is he wasn't patient enough with the play.
Exactly.
Which is a play that Lamar Jackson does run all the time. And Lamar, what he does,
he waits.
He's very experienced and much faster, and he sits and he waits for the hole to develop, which Trey didn't do. He gets the hit, he breaks the ankle. So that's not to blame Trey, but in that moment, I almost felt like, oh, Trey understands maybe that he took a hit that the play was not designed for him to take.
Exactly. In that play, you wait and see where the hole is, and then you react accordingly. But that, again, goes down to me to coaching, because here's an inexperienced player who was not coached up or hasn't learned yet how to run that play, and so he sticks his nose into the hole and he gets hurt as a result. So it's Kyle Shanahan, again, putting a guy in a position where maybe he can't totally be successful. So, getting back to the point about arrogance and is Kyle smug, to me, it goes back to the same issue, which is you drafted a guy, you put him in a position to maybe he wasn't ready to be in that position. You had a backup quarterback who you kept because you couldn't find anywhere else for him to go. He told you, see ya, back in February, and then now he's back on the team in August, and yet here you have Trey Lance, and you don't trust him to do anything other than run, and when he goes to run, he's not running the play the right way because he's not experienced enough.
Well, and again, so it does feel like every conversation we've had sort of leads to the same question, and it's the one I have now. And my question is not, did you do Trey wrong by running him? The question sort of becomes, did you do the whole team wrong by starting him? Like, if this is how you feel about him, then it's fair to say, like, was he ready? Was he ready? If your team is all whispering already by week one, if your team is in the locker room whispering, man, dude, I think we're a better team with Jimmy, then like, I think it's a fair question. But how do we get here? How do we get here this quickly? And if he's not ready, then why is he out there? Here's more from the conference call, Kyle Shanahan on quarterbacks and running.
Actually, a drop back play is more risky than a quarterback sneak. So those are the things that really confuse me. I mean, I'd see guys get killed in the pocket on dropbacks, and I've never had a quarterback get hurt on a sneak before. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It is football, and that's what I mean by that. You can get hurt on any single play. It seems that we only get interested when he's carrying the ball of where he gets injured, and that's the whole thing, that there's a risk-reward with everything, but to now throwing sneaks in there too because of the time in the game is really surprising to me.
I mean, that was another thing a lot of people brought up. Trey's already hurt, and now you're having Jimmy stick his head in there twice at the goal line. The second one was kind of a little bit more sneakish. And as he sits there and says that, I don't know that I can remember anyone ever getting hurt on a quarterback sneak.
He's right in that sense. I agree with him in terms of a sneak. I mean, you've seen quarterbacks get bent back. I don't know if you've ever seen a quarterback get hurt in the way that Trey Lance got hurt on a sneak, but one thing about the offense, and we can talk about this as we get closer to Denver, the offense will now change because you're not going to run the same zone read that Trey Lance has run. If Jimmy Garoppolo is going to run it, it's going to be quarterback sneaking. George Kittle actually said it after the game. Jimmy Garoppolo is the best quarterback sneaker maybe ever, and the stats would meet that out, that Jimmy Garoppolo is really good.
He doesn't miss.
At the sneak. Jimmy Garoppolo is more vulnerable on the edge, and we've seen that when he tore his ACL on the outside. So in terms of Jimmy Garoppolo, quote, running the ball, I don't even know if the quarterback sneak play is what you would call a quarterback run. It's basically take the snap, lean forward, and wait for the cavalry to push you forward.
Right.
Which, by the way, I thought was illegal.
Oh, it's totally illegal.
They never call that.
No, they never call it, and it officially became something that it was okay not to call when USC pushed Reggie Bush into the end zone at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
As soon as that happened, everyone was like, well, just never mind.
Yeah.
You know? And actually, as a football fan, I'm kind of okay with it. Like, let's just have everybody push, and it's like a game of tug of war reverse. Push, push, push. Whoever wins the push, you get those yards. It's kind of fun for the offensive lineman. At least it looks that way.
Right. You get the guard to pull around behind on the QB sneak and just get on Jimmy's backside and just push him as far as you possibly can.
Especially if you have Trent Williams on your team. I think that's an advantage. Like, I feel like he can shove anyone in the whole league wherever he wants them to go. Here's one more from Kyle on running, and this one was with regard to the QB option for Garoppolo in the red zone.
We got to read the DN a little bit better and get some work at that. Yeah, when the DN does take the quarterback, you hand it off. So that's stuff we got to do. But that's a very normal play in all of football at all levels for everybody. I'm surprised you guys haven't seen some of the quarterbacks run zone read on us when Andy Dalton walks in the end zone from the 10-yard line, or Kirk Cousins does, or a lot of the guys who do run that stuff. And when you're not accounting for the quarterback, it's a pretty normal thing.
Okay.
Oh, the arrogance.
There you go.
I'm surprised
you haven't seen them all do it to us.
You idiots.
And Andy Dalton, he drops a Dalton in there, not a running quarterback. I'm surprised you haven't seen him do it to us. So here's where I get to, though,
I'm
on this.
surprised.
It's kind of like...
As astute as you journalists are, I'm surprised that you, who know more than I do,
it's so,
Captain Shanahan.
As a parent, you know this.
God,
it's equivalent.
Dude.
And by the way, I dropped one of these on Abe last night because he's playing video games, and I had already told him, clean your room before you move on. And he's playing video games, and he's like, well, Dad, now I'm in a tournament with all these people. I'll be letting all these people down. And I dropped one of these on him where I'm just like, well, look, I'm not mad.
I'm surprised.
I'm just disappointed.
Oh no!
I'm disappointed that you made this choice.
Oh boy!
Right? I'm a little surprised that you didn't see.
Jeez.
That this isn't the right decision for you or for me.
I'm gonna have to arm myself with all these. My daughter's 22 days old, so I don't know if she's quite ready to respond to.
In 12 years and 353 days.
Yeah.
You're going to want to drop all of these on her.
I can't wait. I'm gonna arm myself.
Just surprised.
Right now, it's
you would do this.
I'm surprised that you would soil this diaper after I put it on you 19 seconds ago. She's not going to respond to that.
I got goo.
Seriously,
she don't even have that pitch yet.
Hit me with a 2-piece last night.
She did.
2 a.m. You change the diaper, you take the dirty off, you put the clean on, and it's like,
bang,
bang,
bang, bang.
You and Mike Breen on me, bang, bang. It's like, Mila. I mean, 22 seconds ago, couldn't you have gone dirty in the dirty?
I've learned with Penny's morning walk, you're not prepared unless you have 2 bags. 2 bags outside, actually. We walk outside. I don't want those inside. Jonathan in San Francisco, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. On the way to the route, about to stuff people's mailboxes with mail. Hey, you got a question. If that's Kyle triggered? No, I didn't get triggered by Kyle. I see a lot of the things he does in the big picture, and most of the things he does in the first half is a setup for the defense in the second half. I don't blame him for the injury. I mean, Trey's gonna get injured no matter what because he's not ready. It happens to all NFL players when they're not ready. They get injured because it only takes that 1 second hesitation and boom, you're getting hit the wrong way. A lot of people are calling this station the whole morning, afternoon, all the way to after sunset, and everybody's telling you all it's a sabotage. It's not a sabotage, guys. I mean, I can't believe the reaction of people. After the game, I was like, and I'm feeling a certain way, and this is what I felt. We just saw twist of fate. It's destiny, man. Jimmy is proof that good things happen to good people. I mean, look, if we didn't have Jimmy, it would be easy. That's why I don't understand people's reaction. Look, man, Jimmy stuck around. He didn't cause no drama, and I like the way he decided to stay because I kind of was feeling the same way. Hey, this is Jimmy's team. I mean, he's got pride, but he's not showing it. He's not airing his body to the public. But it's a smart move. It's a genius move for him to decide to stay
Wow.
I know he knew in the back of his mind he's got to get his job back, and that he got.
It is now, Jonathan. Thanks so much. Okay, a few things to address there. Let's go back to his first point. I hate that but Jonathan brings it up. It bothers me that we even need to spend a minute of our time addressing this. If your opinion is that Kyle Shanahan sabotaged Trey Lance's body to get Jimmy in the game, you're an extremist and you're wrong. Okay?
It's like being a 9/11 truther or a JFK conspiracy theorist.
You essentially would be saying, if that were true, forget the idea of whether or not Kyle's a good coach. That is bad human being stuff. Okay?
Right.
Number one. Number two, it's not even possible. You can't sabotage someone on an NFL field. Oh, I'm going to do this, and this is going to get him hurt.
Unless you have the O-line in cahoots, guys. On this next play.
Everybody bail.
Exactly. It's going to be an all bail on 2. All 5 offensive linemen fall down, and then Trey Lance gets absolutely eviscerated. Okay, then maybe I could buy into the conspiracy theory that you're talking about.
Yeah, just brutal. So let's wrap that one into Mila's diaper and put it in the genie.
Oh, man.
Okay?
That genie fills up quick, by the way.
It's amazing,
17 diapers.
Let me guess.
Inside.
It's your job to take the diaper genie out.
Thank God tomorrow's garbage day. Seriously. Thank you, LeBron.
Time it. Yeah, you don't want that thing sitting even in your backyard for more than 24 hours.
No.
So that's good. You got to time that. Okay. The other part, though, is this destiny. Look, this has worked out contractually and career-wise for Jimmy Garoppolo. What is most important for me, I guess, in this conversation, because you have your opinion and I've got mine, and Bonte and Joe and Damon and Steiny and Goo and Ray, and we've all got
everybody's got opinions.
Listen. The one that matters to me the most is the one that's inside the locker room. And I do think Mike Silver is going to be on the show this week. And I can't wait to have the conversation with him about his article yesterday that very clearly suggests that at least a healthy portion of that locker room felt like they're a better football team with Jimmy as the quarterback.
Right now. Exactly.
Right now.
Exactly.
Right now. And if that's the case, understand that this injury for Trey Lance, so tragic for him and so devastating on a human level, my gosh, it probably averted a disaster that was coming, because that's a seed. That is a seed of doubt that had been planted inside the 49er locker room.
And it was sowing.
And my friends, that Chicago rain made it grow, and made it grow fast.
And the sun in Santa Clara didn't help to abate the growth of that seed. And so think about 2 weeks from now. Let's say that you go to Denver and you don't win. Denver, by the way, no slouch. That game's a pick'em. And then you take on a Rams team that you've tried to discount, which I refuse to allow you to discount.
Part of it is I'm poking at you, but I don't.
But you're also anti-LA, and I get that. No. You were burned by your time in LA.
Not at all. Not at all. Here's what I would say about
Mark,
the Rams.
What hurt you about LA? Let's put you on the couch. But no, to your point, let's say that the Niners were 1-3. After 4 games with Trey Lance, then that seed of doubt that you talked about germinating, it was a germination
sensation.
Cha-ching.
It's an oak tree. It'd be an oak tree by now.
Shout out Morris Day in the Time, Oak Tree, which is one of their, is more of a B-side to O-E-O-E-O.
So good.
Thank you.
So good.
But you're right. So this kind of takes that whole germination idea and puts it aside because now it's no longer a factor until next year.
Until next year. By the way, here's my thing on the Rams. They're good. I don't think they're as good as they were last year. That's really all I'm saying. And I think that there's key things that we leave out when it comes to the Rams, because they have 8 starters who are gone. They've already 8 starters from that team that are gone. They're not the names that we pay a ton of attention to. Oh, Stafford's there and Kupp's there and Aaron Donald's there, so Rams. They're not the same team. Based on my eyes, I've watched both of their games.
My eyes.
Yeah. Now getting blown out by the Bills is not embarrassing.
I mean, who hasn't?
Well,
and who won't?
The Bills look absurd. They look absurd. But when it's the NFL opener in your building and you're the Super Bowl reigning champions, I'd expect you to at least put up a better fight in the second half. And then in their next game, a Falcons team that I don't think is very good.
Comfortable win.
Won by 4. They won by 4 points. They were. And they let Marcus Mariota torch him in the second half to come back. Speaking of the Broncos and coaching arrogance, if you don't like Kyle's arrogance, we have the opposite for you. Wait until you hear what the 49ers will be going against this week when it comes to this subject. We have audio that will make you hysterically laugh. Coming up next, also next hour, Howard Eskin in Philly. Let's talk about Jalen Hurts and his runs, and Nick Wagner, ESPN, with the true off-season Jimmy Garoppolo story. All of that is ahead. Your phone calls as well on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game.
Trey Lance's broken ankle has the faithful red hot.
Shanahan has not demonstrated that he is a, quote, genius in football. Running this kid in between the tackles is just goofy. The injury on Trey is all on Kyle and stupid play call.
Oh, man. Give us your thoughts on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com. This is not a drill. Produced by AEG Presents.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, And football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
Man, I slept.
New ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Jalen Hurts last night is relevant to the 49ers, and not just in the obvious, like, well, he ran, so Trey can run. It's not, that's way too simplistic. There's a number of factors, and we'll get to that here coming up this hour. And in fact, Howard Eskin, a very outspoken host in Philadelphia, is going to join us at 10:30. Oh, by the way, for those of you who don't like Gabe Kapler, he doesn't either. So we might sneak a quick Gabe Kapler thought from.
You're saying Eskin doesn't like Kapler?
Yeah, from their days in Philadelphia. That's a little bit of a thing. So anyway, that's coming up in a little bit. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We're giving away tickets to see Kevin Hart on October 1st at Chase Center. So this is coming up real soon now. Kevin Hart, October 1, Chase Center. We got 2 sets of tickets. Tune in at 10:30 for your chance to win a pair, courtesy of Live Nation.
I love it.
All right, so we've been taking calls and commenting on YouTube and Twitch and text line and everything on the quote-unquote arrogance of Kyle Shanahan. And I want to make sure you get the context. It's not just that we're like, he's arrogant. Like, well, sure. From a football sense, he's totally arrogant. I'm arrogant when it comes to radio. I hope you're arrogant when it comes to what you do out there, because like you should feel like you know what you're doing. Kyle feels like he knows what he's doing. But what I'm curious with is when are we all okay with it? When is it? Because there are times, I think, in life when arrogance is acceptable. And there are times then when it rubs you the wrong way. So 888-957-9570, how did it sit with you over the last 24 to 48 hours when Kyle Shanahan basically said things like, do you guys watch football? I mean, this is a play that everybody runs if they've got a mobile quarterback.
It's like the old internet thing. Do you even lift?
Right.
That's kind of what this feels like. Right. Do you even watch football?
By the way, no, I don't. I don't lift. So
yeah, me either. Yeah. Mostly yoga and Pilates.
There you go.
SOFT.
Totally. Oh, sorry, Spadone, Guns of Navarone.
Can I give you the opposite of coaching? Opposite of coaching arrogance? Here's the opposite of coaching arrogance. Here's a guy who goes by the name of Nathaniel Hackett.
Never heard of him.
Maybe you've heard the name over the last 8 or 9 days.
I believe I tweeted you can't spell Hackett without hack.
Oh, my God.
And I don't mean Wilson.
Everybody knows what happened Monday night, but you may not know what happened Sunday, okay? Monday night, week 1, at Seattle, Russell Wilson return game. 4th and 5, down by a point, at the opponent's 47-yard line.
Oh, that's right. It was 3rd and 17.
Yep.
And they picked up a does.
Right.
4th and 5, clock running, a full complement of timeouts, by the way.
And a fresh $250 million contract for your newly acquired quarterback.
My goodies, not my goodies.
Which seems to me would tell me that, I don't know, you're supposed to trust the guy. But on 4th and 5, Hackett says, field goal! Brandon McManus goes out there.
McManus range.
He's got.
But even before that, he let the clock run. Is the thing.
Right.
It's not like, okay, time out, and then, we're going to talk about it and kick. He let the whole baby run down.
I actually didn't mind letting part of that run down because with a full complement of timeouts and the fact that you only really do need another 10 to 12 yards to feel really good about your field goal, you didn't need much. You just needed to get a first down on 4th and 5, and then you probably need maybe one more play, and then you can bring McManus in. So
to win the game in a walk-off fashion.
Right, because he had timeouts, the clock thing was weird, but it wasn't devastating. What was devastating was that he thought a 64-yard field goal was more likely than Russell Wilson getting 5 yards. That's what was crazy. He gets hammered overnight. And instead of doing what Kyle Shanahan did, which was come out and go, I know football and you don't.
Do you guys even watch special teams?
Do you even know? Here's, even remember after the Super Bowl against Kansas City, takes the ball out of Garoppolo's hands right before halftime, and then after the game would have you believe, you'd have been nuts to try to do something there. The total biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that gets thrown at 49er fans. Now, here's Hackett the next day after his decision.
Looking back at it, we definitely should have gone for it. Just not, one of those things you look back at it and you say, of course we should go for it. We missed the field goal. But in that situation, we had a plan. We had a plan. We knew that 46 was the mark. We were 3rd and 15, I think, 3rd and 13. I'm more upset about that play before it, to lose yards, to be able to, getting that there would have definitely been better to be able to call that same play and get extra yards. But he dumps it out to Javonte. Javonte makes a move, goes a lot farther than I think we had anticipated. We were expecting to go for it on 4th down. And then you hit the mark. The mark that we had all set before we started. We said 46 yards. 46-yard line was where we wanted to be. And we got there. So we had to make the decision if we wanted to give it to, Brandon. And we did. And it didn't work. Sucks, but hey, that's part of it.
Okay, so
sucks.
The funny thing is he goes through the justification of the whole thing. But remember his first words. His first words were, "Yeah, looking back at it, we messed that up."
Right.
But then he goes on for 45 seconds of justifying the fact that they did it.
But at least it's a slight nod of contrition. Yes, looking back. Basically, what he's saying is, I messed up, which you have not heard from Smuggahan. I'm sorry, Arroganahan. You haven't heard him with the same level of contrition.
I don't like either of those.
I know you don't.
I don't like them at all.
I know you don't at all. But at least there's that nod of contrition of, I messed up. And by the way, he messed up about 5 other times where they were on the goal line and, you continually could not get in the end zone inside the 2.
His players kept fumbling inside the 5. That's part of it. But wait. There's more. He does it again the very next week. And this one got me because I'll just be totally transparent here. I had the Broncos in my survivor pool last week. And we got the dub, so we're okay. But, man, they made me sweat. Take a listen to the play-by-play of, at the time, Broncos late in the game, down 9-6. Here comes McManus. Now, remember, you're at Mile High. So whatever the field goal is going to be, subtract 10. Just for the altitude. McManus from 50 in Denver, no big deal. That's like a 40-yard kick, right? So here's what would have been a 54-yard field goal.
This level to
fool a defense like that.
I mean, you got Javonte Williams, who's running for 6.7 yards per carry, and you hand it off to a guy for just the second time in his career, and now he's going to attempt a field goal with McManus, and the play clock is winding down quickly because there was some indecision again. Play clock at 1. A whistle. And what happened first? Delay a game or timeout?
Delay of game.
Wow.
Offense.
That's brutal.
Yeah, CBS, thanks.
That's brutal.
That's brutal.
Andrew Catalan is who that is.
And James Lofton, and that's not, by the way, that's not a local broadcast. This is national. They're like, oh, geez, these guys don't know what they're doing. And
could you hear the boos, by the way, in the background?
Of course you can. And then,
unless the kicker's name is Lou, I believe they're actually booing.
Yeah, they're not saying Lou. They're saying boo, Nate.
Lou McManus?
Delay of game.
Totally.
Here's the other thing. He kicks the 54-yarder through the top of the goalpost.
He's a pretty good kicker.
5-yard penalty. Sends the punter out.
My God.
And they kick the ball away. Now, they end up winning the game. But this guy, give me arrogant Kyle over contrite Hackett 1,000% of the time. 1,000%.
Well, Hackett is in game 2 of his NFL coaching career, and he'll be lucky to make it to game 3. By the way, Sunday night against the Niners, don't miss it. All the action right here.
Right.
Don't miss overtime with Kyle Matson, our Kyle greater than their Kyle right now.
Also tremendously arrogant. Anyway, go ahead.
Alan Styles, by the way.
Right now.
Alan Styles, who is now officially the best sixth man here on 95.7 The Game. Apologies to Larry Krueger. Big Styles fan.
What do you got
there.
against the pregame show?
Not a thing.
You like all postgame show? What's up with that?
No, Styles is incredible. The pregame show, it's great. Pregame show's nice. But Kyle is our guy, and I'm a Styles stan. I'm a big fan of Alan Styles.
I thought you liked Lowe. I thought you guys had history. I thought you were friends.
Lowe's on the pregame? No. Couldn't agree with you more. Same church, same pew, and I'm sitting on his lap and all the rest of it.
So anyway, the good news good news for 49er fans is this is the guy Kyle's going to match wits with on Sunday night. I'll take Kyle for $1,000.
I will also take Kyle, and if it wasn't for Nathaniel Hackett, honestly, I would take the Broncos in our pick'em pool, which I am leading, by the way.
Yeah.
I think the Broncos head-to-head win this game, but the coaching matchup scares me. I would obviously you lean toward Kyle Shanahan. Nathaniel Hackett has had an ignominious beginning to his career.
Okay, I'm going to pull up the number. By the way, has there been any line movement? We know that when Trey went out and Jimmy came in, the Broncos game.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Yeah.
It went from. Big
time movement.
Okay, don't tell me yet because I want to look.
I haven't seen a movement like this since my daughter at about 2:12 this morning.
Oh, wow. So the 49ers were +3 as they're playing this last weekend. Denver also a late game as they're playing, okay? Then Garoppolo comes in, Trey gets carted off. By the end of the game, and part of this is Jimmy, and part of it was Denver, again, looking underwhelming.
Hackett. Yeah.
But Denver goes from a 3-point favorite to a pick 'em.
Yep, straight up pick.
And then the bets start coming in, and the 49ers are now favored by 1.5 points.
Point and a hook.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of movement in 48 hours.
And I can't remember the coach, but you played the cut in our first week together as a show. I like them dogs.
Oh, gosh.
I like them home dogs.
Yeah, what was his name? Was it Coastal Carolina or something like that? Yeah, that guy. I don't know what his name is. Did you know that the anniversary of that was while you were gone?
Be a dog.
And it was like a decade.
No.
Or something. What was it? Was it 8? Do you guys remember? The anniversary happened while Dibs was out having a baby or doing whatever.
September 7th.
September 7th. Yeah. And how many years was that?
10.
A decade ago.
God, dude.
Doesn't that kill you?
Coach David Bennett.
What?
They all kill me, Mark.
That felt like it was a year and a half ago.
I'm not trying to make it somber, but while I was also gone, September 11th, my lovely supper and I were, talking about it, and she said, has that been 21 years? And I said, 21 years.
21 years.
9/11/01.
Yeah.
I was standing next to the great Sal Castaneda and Ray Woodson, former 95.7 The Game host Ray Woodson. Had a little cup of coffee.
Yep.
Might have been more of an espresso, quite frankly. But 21 years. So
unbelievable.
All these anniversaries, Mark, they hit me They hit a little bit differently.
That one feels like yesterday and 1,000 years ago at the same time.
Yeah.
Just because it's so surreal, and it was so many lifetimes ago.
But the spread has moved 5 points in 2 days.
Yeah. Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. And
to quote John Dickinson.
Look, and Jimmy's a piece of that. And, I know there are a lot of people who sort of take this reality, and I am going to call it a reality. They take this reality as somehow anti-Trey Lance. I'm going to go ahead and believe that people who are inside the locker room with relationships and talking to players and talking to coaches, I'm going to believe that they're not making stuff up out of their wahoo. Right? With this idea that there are 49ers who believe they're a better team today with Jimmy than Trey. That's not anti-Trey. That's not anything. That's not an opinion.
Those are facts.
That's just someone passing along to you information.
Yes.
You want to reject it? Be my guest.
Well, and again, what you said I think is important, and you kind of buried it, but I'll forgive you for it.
It's okay.
Right now. And
yes.
This Sunday night, Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance, a healthy Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo, who gives you a better chance to win? It's Jimmy Garoppolo. And the whole thing about this whole season, and Steiny had it so astutely while I was gone, it's hard to develop a guy and be a Super Bowl contending team at the same time. And, Trey Lance in week 7 if healthy, Trey Lance in week 11 if healthy, Trey Lance in week 15 if healthy. There was a certain amount of curve, a learning curve, a growth curve to where you thought you could win games early, Trey can develop, and by the time you get to December, Trey Lance might be the quarterback we all expected him to be. And okay, you're 9-6. You're not 11-4 or whatever you would be, but you're in a spot where now Trey's ready to really cook in the postseason.
Right.
But that's not going to happen. So now we're right back where we started from last year. Jimmy Garoppolo and all his limitations. He's limited. He's flawed. He's not very good. He wins.
Sounded like you were doing a trailer there. He's limited. He's flawed. He's Jimmy.
He wins.
And he's back.
Exactly. He's back and he's better than ever. But that's what makes this whole thing so... It's fascinating, it's frustrating, it's exhilarating all at the same time because we all can see with our own 2 eyes, Jimmy's not very good. But then you look at 4 quarters.
That's a strong statement.
And Jimmy wins. He's not very bad.
Yeah, he's
but
not
he's not
great.
very good.
He's not great.
He's
saying
fine,
right,
Mark. He's fine.
But fine doesn't even when you say Jimmy's not very good. Like that sounds like he's a bad player, and he's not. He's not a bad player. He's not a great player. His limitations. Man, we're going to go right through this again this year, aren't we?
He's pasta with butter. And maybe a little bit of mozzarella.
No, there's a meatball.
He's not
in there.
spaghetti and
There's
meatballs.
not enough meatballs. There's not enough, which means you have to eat some pasta bites without any meatball.
He's not even marinara.
Spadone, am I right? There's a meatball in there, but there's not enough
He's
meatballs.
some pesto penne, attractive to look at, nothing else with it.
Oh, I disagree.
I gotta defer to
no,
Spadone.
there's meat in there.
I feel like you're underselling the butter noodle here. I love some butter noodles.
Like every
butter noodles wins.
Every 8-year-old in America is like, wait, what do you got against butter pasta? Yeah, no.
Dude, butter noodles is 14 of 21 for 181 and a touchdown and a pick.
Just slap a little garlic in there. It's got a rushing
Butter-
touch.
No, you don't get garlic with Jimmy G.
Butter noodles.
It's butter noodles.
Butter noodles is I'm in college and I don't have any money. We're not doing this. He's been to a Super Bowl. Okay? We're not doing butter noodles.
He's better than ramen.
He's got meat. There's meat. I'm not listening if you don't put meat in this conversation.
Man meat. Go ahead and cut that. He's got
All right.
meat, please.
All right. Look, Jalen Hurts is
Mark
relevant.
loves Jimmy's meat. That's the takeaway from this section.
Jimmy. Jalen Hurts is relevant to this conversation, and we'll tell you why here in just a sec. But let's go to the phones. Tim in Moraga with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Tim, what are you doing?
Oh, Mark, I'm getting ready to interview the women's basketball coach here at St. Mary's.
Oh, this is Tim, my Tim. How you doing, buddy?
I'm well. Yourself?
Everything is good.
Excellent. I am calling in because I didn't realize the faithful were so into fan fiction these days. They're like, you sound like Star Wars fans. They can't. Oh, I can't believe they brought Palpatine back. Oh, should have had Vader say this. Oh, I can't believe they did this one. you can't enjoy the movie because you didn't plan it. It sounds like a bunch of franchise managers and coaches. You can only run outside the tackles. It can't be more than 5 to 10 of plays of running. It's like you're surprised you're running with your running quarterback. Niner fans, have you seen Lamar Jackson? Do you remember Michael Vick? Do you remember Kaepernick? Like, it seems like they can't win. They can't win with playing him or not. Like, to say that you can't run with a running quarterback is kind of silly to me.
Like, I agree. Tim, great to hear from you. I agree,
Thanks,
and I'm glad that we got to this point because the Star Wars thing almost derailed the entire call there for a second. I'm glad listen, I know what people's response to what Tim is. I know what the response is. It's not that he runs. It's how he runs.
And where he runs.
I get it. I understand the point, and after having 100 conversations on this, I just reject it. I reject it. I think that's way too fine of a line to ask a football team to walk. Did Jalen Hurts run a ton of power? No.
Not once.
Did he run inside the tackles and barrel his head into 3 linebackers at the goal line? Yes. And what did they do? They cheered because he scored a touchdown.
But that's not power, Mark. And don't make me break out my chalkboard on you here during the break. It's a totally different thing.
No, we got to stop being triggered by this power thing, as if when you run power, it's automatically an injury. It's not.
It's not, but you're putting yourself into a spot where you're more likely to be hurt.
Right. It's called a football field. It's called a football field.
But Jalen Hurts was not running those runs.
He absolutely was running. Zone read, run between the tackles.
It was wide open. There was no one there.
And the play call that they ran on the power was supposed to be as well the same way it is for Lamar and Trey, to apparently his own comment, hit the hole too fast. Again, so this is not to blame Trey.
That's to blame Kyle.
It's football.
It's on coaching.
I'm not doing it.
He hits the hole too soon because he hasn't been coached up properly.
Then he shouldn't be on the field.
Exactly.
Then he shouldn't be on the field.
So why is he on the field,
well,
Kyle?
Then that's our conversation. But you're never going to get me to say that Kyle hurt Trey.
I'm not saying that Kyle hurt Trey, but Kyle put Trey in a position that he was not ready to be in. And Kyle's right. Josh Allen runs the ball a lot. He ran it one time
and
last night.
And Jalen ran it 11. Listen,
outside the tackles.
Do you want to know who I think would disagree with what so many of you are saying? Trey. That's what I think. I think if you ask Trey
he
Lance,
can't throw the ball.
Trey Lance is not going to tell you I'm not ready. He's not going to tell you my coach put me in the wrong spot. We've done this to players. We did it all off season. Debo doesn't want to run. He's going to put it in his contract that he's only allowed to run twice. And we go to Chicago with a new contract, and what's he doing? Debo, left Debo, right Debo, fight.
Now that he's been paid, it's a different story.
They are fine playing football. They know the assumed risk. They're fine. They know.
What's Trey Lance supposed to say? Yeah, Kyle threw me to the Wolves?
No,
of course he's not going to say that.
It's not about what he says. It's about what he feels. You don't think Trey Lance feels like he's been fed to the Wolves, do you? He wants to get out there and play. He's literally the guy who 3 weeks ago says, I refuse to slide. He's never done anything but this. His whole life. He's never done anything but this. And I know it's the NFL level.
Playing against Bethune-Cookman and Wyoming A&T.
But he doesn't look at it that way. He is an elite athlete, and he wants to do what he does. That is, I promise you, I'd bet every dollar I have that that's how Trey feels. Do I know it? Have I talked to him? No. But I've never known a football player that doesn't think that way. They're already nuts. They play football.
Of course.
They're nuts.
He's not going to ever say that, but that doesn't dismiss the fact that the point is that he's in positions that he shouldn't be in. And you look at Jalen Hurts, 11 runs last night. The only one that was between the tackles was a zone read that, by the way, the field was wide open. This is not a designed run, student body right, student body left that Kyle Shanahan's doing to Trey Lance.
It wasn't wide open when he got to the goal line. I can tell you that.
It's because he threw some jukage on the linebacker.
He didn't juke anybody. He ran right through them. And it wasn't the only middle of the field play. And he did not slide, and he did not try to avoid contact. He didn't do any of those things. They're playing football. Damien, 101. You're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Damien, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I'm just driving north through Sonoma County, and just want to call in. Love you guys. My favorite show now on the game. And,
thanks, Damien.
just want to say there's an important difference between arrogance and confidence. And I think that, arrogance is thinking you're great no matter what, and confidence is being aware of who you truly are. And I think Shanahan has had too many repetitive mistakes that kind of show arrogance to a fault. So I'm really hoping he learns, and if we go to the Super Bowl, I hope we have the lead in the fourth quarter and we don't collapse. That'll be awesome. So,
Damian, thanks for the call. Here's something I wonder. Okay, and Dibs, what do you think about this? Because I think this is what Damian's saying. Can we point to a moment in your mind where you think Kyle's arrogance has lost a football game?
A point in time where Kyle's arrogance has lost a football game.
Lost games.
I mean, you'd have to look at play calls individually and see. I don't know if it's arrogance. I think you could look at last year in the playoff game against the Rams where, he got a little bit too cute with the Kyle Juszczyk. I'm going to show everyone by going Trent Williams in motion, and I'm going to run the dive to Kyle Juszczyk on 3rd and short. That was arrogance. That would be one I would look at.
Yeah, I'm running it through my mind right now. Nothing's jumping out to me.
Does that play remind you of?
I don't know if I would tag that as arrogant.
To me, Kyle's arrogance, quote unquote, comes from when he runs plays that are too smart or too cute. He's trying to outsmart everyone by look at the Trent Williams. We're going to bring the tackle in motion.
I mean, that's what they're all doing. They're trying to outsmart the other coach.
Right. Here's an idea. Get the yard, dog.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's trying to do.
But you have Jimmy Garoppolo, who's the best quarterback sneaker in it, and I know he's hurt. He's got a shoulder. His thumb's really banged up. Sneak it, dog. That was his arrogance.
It's all brought to you by Valley Transportation Authority. Howard Eskin in Philadelphia is joining us next. We keep going with your calls at 888-957-9570. Plus, Kevin Hart tickets, 2 chances. Coming up next, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
The Giants suck.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point-A and apply.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Progressive presents Married to Your Home.
I'm disgusting.
Oh, House, don't say that.
You could live someplace so much better than me.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah? Look at these uneven stairs. Gross.
House, you know I don't care.
Ugh, and the squeaky door hinge.
Well, I think it's cute.
No matter how much you already love your house, you'll love it more knowing you could save big bundling your home and auto with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Kevin Hart's Reality Check Tour is coming to Chase Center on October 1st. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Listen to Willard and Dibs all this week around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. Dibby is back. Back again. And we're going to get out to your calls and continue on all of this at 888-957-9570. Kevin Hart tickets are moments away. So make sure if you're interested in those, stay right where you are. We will give you the cue to call here very, very shortly, courtesy of Live Nation. But let's right now get out to Howard Askin, WIP, longtime media voice in Philadelphia, also Eagles sideline reporter. Howard, thank you so much for coming on. How does this city turn its young quarterback into your young quarterback? Like, that's actually, I think, we'll get to the whole, is it okay to run and where on the field and all that? That's a big deal here in San Francisco. But when Jalen Hurts was first seen in NFL games, it was like, I don't know where this is going. All of the sudden, late last year, so far this year, he looks fantastic. Take us through the evolution of that, the patience that's necessary by the team, and that whole dynamic.
Well, let me take you back to last year, because maybe that's where a kind of a light went off. In the playoff game against Tampa, he was late on throws, didn't go through his progressions, didn't make all the proper decisions, and honestly, Tampa was the better team. but they shouldn't have been up 31-0. And that was in part because of the quarterback. So he works hard. Now, it's only 2 games, but there's no question he is better. I spoke with Troy Aikman last night before the game, and he told me the week before he thought he did a good job, where I thought, and a lot of people thought, other than the head coach, thought he ran too much. But he says, no, he's made most of the right decisions. I didn't get to speak with him after the game. I respect Troy's opinion, obviously, on quarterbacks. So there is a mix, but the coaches are the ones that look at the tape and say, you know what, did he really have to run there, or could he have made a throw? And last night, Jalen Hurts had the proper mix. But what I'll tell the people in San Francisco now, I don't know how good Trey Lance can be, may be, but you got to have patience. You got to have patience with a young quarterback. Now, I'm not ready to say, because I had questions about Jalen Hurts coming into the season. I'm not ready to say, oh, he's the guy, and people, in the betting, everybody goes by what the odds are. In the betting, he's third in the MVP voting, according to the odds. The odds are nonsense. That's why they call it gambling. But he did get better. There's no question. And he's doing some things last night that I didn't see him do before. And Minnesota's a good team. They are a good team. Kirk Cousins obviously spit it up last night, as he seems to do so many different times. And I thought he was better, but he is what he is.
In primetime especially, he seems to spit the bit, as we go with a quick horse racing reference. The Jalen Hurts learning curve, and we all talk about Trey Lance, and everyone out here wants him to be Josh Allen. I think that's pie in the sky. Jalen Hurts might be a better possible upside comp. What does it take for a quarterback like Trey Lance to get into the Jalen Hurts mold?
Let's not anoint Jalen Hurts yet. He was really good last night, but how many games has Trey Lance started in the NFL? What, a handful, right?
4. Yeah, 4.
Yeah, okay. I mean, and Jalen Hurts in his first year he was actually on the bench, as I guess Trey Lance was. His first year was on the bench. So it takes a little time to get into game competition. All this joint practice nonsense, and I don't know whether the 49ers do that or not.
They do.
It's just not it's not the same. The quarterback knows he's not going to get hit. There's no repercussions for not making the right read, other than the coach will tell you after practice, hey, listen, we looked at the tape, and this is where you should have gone with the football. So it takes time, and it takes patience. Patience is a virtue, which most of the time fans don't have. They're not very virtuous a lot of times. So it just takes time. Maybe, it's never good to get hurt. But he can watch some things now, and maybe he can think about what he's done. Obviously, I respect John Lynch. I think he's a really terrific football guy. He made a decision on Trey Lance, and he obviously saw something. I will go on record as saying I think John Lynch is right most of the time. Not right all the time, but we'll see what happens. But it takes time. It's going to take time. I don't know that the 49ers could have achieved what you or the fans want them to achieve with a quarterback that's really starting the season for his first time. So it takes time. I don't know how else to explain it, but nobody's got patience for time.
Yeah, well, especially when you have a roster like the 49ers do. I mean, I think what you're saying, and this is a question we've definitely been throwing out, is can an NFL team compete for a Super Bowl and develop a young quarterback at the same time? What's your thought on that?
Well, Josh Allen didn't get to the Super Bowl last year, and they may have been the best team. So, and it wasn't his fault, but I mean, there was a lot of things that went into that game against Kansas City. But it does take time. for you guys to think that you were going to go to the Super Bowl this year, I mean, somebody's, taking something, smoking something, whatever. You're on drugs if you thought you were going to go to the Super Bowl this year with a quarterback that young. Patrick Mahomes doesn't come along every day, but I don't know how many years it took him before Kansas City went to the Super Bowl. So it wasn't in his first year as a starter. I don't believe it was in his first year as a starter. So that's what it's going to be. Sometimes it takes a couple of years, but nobody's got patience for that. And that's just the way it is. Those are the hard facts of the situation. Can he get better? And with little luck, especially in the NFL, the way it seems to be, I'll say watered down. The quality isn't as good at the top, but it might take a couple of years. It's really hard for people to understand that, or sometimes you get lucky and things fall into place, and who knows what happens. But it's not going to happen overnight. I didn't think the Eagles were going to the Super Bowl this year. I thought they were going to win the division, but now when you look at the NFL, it's so hard to get there. It really is, as you have seen, and the Eagles saw, and at least when they got there, they won it in 2017. But it takes time. There's no other way to explain that. It takes time, and it takes luck. It really does take luck for that to happen. And the Eagles, there's some things that happened during that season when they won the Super Bowl, but and they were lucky they had Nick Foles having probably the year. There's probably no backup quarterback in NFL in the last 15 years that just stepped in and did what he did in that Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl. So it's really a difficult thing to do. I hate to preach patience to you and everybody else out there, because nobody wants patience. They don't want to know how to spell it. They don't want to know how to say it. They don't want to even think about it. But that's kind of what it is. I honestly think that the 49ers right now, and I'm not a Jimmy Garoppolo fan by any stretch of the imagination, I actually think this year you have a better chance with Jimmy Garoppolo, who is probably a better game manager, to go further than Trey Lance would have taken you in his first year. But you got to start that. You got to start that somewhere. So now the 49ers, you guys have to wait until next year.
Are we getting a kinder, gentler Howard Eskin? Is this Eskin 2.0? I'm not sure I've ever heard such patience from me, Howard.
Well, I've learned to have patience. Now, I don't like it, but you got to have patience.
Guns N' Roses.
Well, first of all, in Philadelphia, listen, our baseball team can't win squat. This playoff nonsense when there's so many bad teams in the National League. I let go patience with the Phillies. They're not going anywhere. They'll make the playoffs. They're not going anywhere. The Sixers, they're always good until the second round, and then they are what what you think they are, and they're just not a championship team. So I've foregone. I let the patience go there. With a football team, we don't have patience because there's not enough games. You only have now you have 17 in playoff games. Now I'm not kinder and gentler, but you ought to hear me on the Phillies. They're not going anywhere.
I think we can get the old Howard back right away. Hey, Howard, what do you think of Gabe Kapler?
Oh boy!
All right, we're going to leave the room now.
I don't know what to think of Gabe Kapler. I say this, I wasn't a fan of what he did here in Philadelphia, but I think he learned when he went to the Giants. Now, last year was probably a miracle that happened and they won that many games, but it's not always in baseball. It's not, the manager can only screw it up. And I don't know that Gabe Kapler screwed it up in San Francisco. The Giants just weren't as good. He's okay. You just get a guy, just let the players play. Everybody, Joe Girardi, I thought, was a bad manager because he used the computer too much. And I think Gabe Kapler's learned to use a little bit more of himself and looking at a situation rather than looking at a computer. If they get rid of computers in baseball, everybody would be better off. They wouldn't have to change the rules. They wouldn't have to have players look at cards to see how to pitch a guy, where to play a guy. Wouldn't have any of that stuff. So I think Gabe Kapler learned a little bit. I want to give him another year. I want to give him a chance at another year. And that's not kindler and gentler, but I saw the different things that he did with the Giants that he didn't do with the Phillies, and he didn't lock himself into all that analytic nonsense. It's a guide. It's a tool. It's not the end all be all. And Rob Thompson, a nice guy. He's no different. They played a lot of bad teams. The Phillies are actually 24 games over 500 against the minor league teams of Washington, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Miami. That's amazing. So that means they're under 500 against 500-plus teams. So they are what they are. So I don't have patience with them. I'm done. I don't see it.
There's the Howard asking we know him now. There he is.
Yeah, Howard, thanks, man. That was great stuff.
All right. Hey, you guys have a wonderful day, and don't worry. I mean, the Giants will kind of compete. Not the Giants. Well, the 49ers will kind of compete, but they're not going to a Super Bowl. So just kind of suck it up.
I'm gonna push back on that one, but Howard, thank you. The NFC doesn't have any good teams. I mean, Philly, Tampa, Green Bay, Rams, Niners. What do you want to put in there? Vikings? We haven't even gotten to the full playoff schedule or the full complement of playoff teams yet, and we're out of good teams.
Well, I'm going to say there's the top four, and then there's the middle, and then there's the back part of it. I think the 49ers are in the middle. They're not one of the top teams. Come on, get over it. You guys got to get over it.
I don't know.
Elite defense.
Yeah, we've watched this team with Jimmy Garoppolo for the last 5 years, and we know where this is going, Howard. If he's healthy, it's going deep in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. God bless you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I didn't sneeze, but anyway, thank you, Howard. Appreciate it. Yeah, there he goes. That's Howard Askin, WIP. Yeah, if Garoppolo plays, what do we got left now? We got 15 more?
15 games,
if he starts 15 games, this team is going to go into the playoffs, and I think is not going to be a first-round out either.
Well, I asked you yesterday over under 10.5 wins, and you took the over. Steiny took the under. Goo took the over. I think that's about the number. 10-7 probably gets you into the playoffs in this NFC.
I don't think there's any doubt.
Well, I mean, you look at, and you mentioned the teams, and, Howard is riding high off the Philly game yesterday, but you talk about the Phillies, you talk about Philadelphia, rather, the Rams, Green Bay, and then Tampa Bay in the South, and then the three wild card teams. Are there three teams better than the Niners outside of those four division winners? I don't think so.
Not even close, yeah. Do you realize in the NFC there are only 3 2-0 teams?
Right.
And one of them's the Giants.
Giants look good now.
No, they don't.
They look good. They're a juggernaut.
No, Tennessee missed a field goal, and they beat Baker Mayfield at home by a field goal.
We call him Baker Mayfield.
By the way, everybody who was so excited about Carolina, nope.
The Commanders are bad. Dallas has no quarterback. The Bears
are disgusting.
The Bears should be higher than the Niners on your cute little NFC power rankings.
Stop it.
You were there. The Bears handled your Niners. Handled them in the monsoon.
I mean, Darnell Mooney is a solid receiver. I think he's got 4 yards receiving this year. And on Sunday night, the Bears were not playing in a monsoon. Justin Fields can't play. He can't play. I'm not right now. I'm not writing off his career the same way I'm not writing off any of the QBs from last year.
Washington, Dallas, Chicago, Carolina, and Atlanta. Those 5 teams, you can just take them out.
There's a lot of plucky teams. They're plucky.
Detroit's plucky.
Detroit is plucky.
Very plucky.
They are plucky. Washington, I think they're plucky. They're very, very plucky. The Saints might even be plucky.
Wow, Jameis is going to give it to you.
But there are 5.5 good teams. The Niners, the Rams, the Eagles, the Packers, and the Bucks. And then Minnesota if they're not playing at night. And Arizona if it's the fourth quarter. There you go.
And it's October.
And that's only 7 teams.
Arizona after Halloween tends to be exposed.
Exactly.
So I'm with you in terms of the Niners as a playoff team. Now, whether or not they can make a, quote, deep run, it depends on the matchup, and it depends on what the situation is, because watching Philadelphia last night and the way that they can light up the scoreboard, that right now, and I know it's prisoner of the moment, but the way Philadelphia can play Jalen Hurts, that looks like a bad matchup right now for them.
No, well, they just look good. They look like a very good team. Okay, very important that you listen closely to what I'm saying right now. This is not the number to call us. This is the number to win tickets, and it's 415-951-2386. Caller 5 right now, 415-951-2386. Pair of tickets to see Kevin Hart, October 1, Chase Center. Caller 5, 415-951-2386. 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart's show at Chase Center, courtesy of Live Nation. Good luck. We'll be doing that all week long. Nick Wagner, ESPN, top of the hour. The behind the scenes of Jimmy's offseason. I can't wait for this conversation. I said this before you were back. If there was a sports documentary that I would love to see, it would be a 30 for 30 on Jimmy's offseason. That's all I want to see. The Summer of Jimmy. I already have the title. I got the whole thing.
A lot of missed calls.
Oh, my gosh.
A lot of missed calls, a lot of unanswered texts.
And you're not talking about the refs. Exactly.
I'm not talking. By the way, just real quick.
Not real quick.
One sidelight.
Nope.
No, you put it on Twitter.
Nope.
And you were so out of bounds. That was disgusting.
No, I was right. Let's go to.
No, he got hit in the head.
No.
Oh, there's another bad call.
Let's go to Ken in Chicago.
The blow to the head before the ball arrived.
Hey, Ken.
You owe the refs an apology.
Incidental contact. Ridiculous. Take. Ken in Chicago, what are you doing? What's up?
Hey, guys, lunchtime here, listening to you.
Lunchtime here, too, Ken. You've never seen me eat. Anyway, go ahead,
Boy,
Ken.
this guy can eat, Ken.
I have a couple of yes/no questions. You can't answer anything but yes/no.
Oh, you got rules.
Are you happy when Jimmy won the last 6 games when he got here?
Yes.
Were you happy when Jimmy got you to the Super Bowl?
Yes.
So then why is everybody down on Jimmy when he's got a 72% winning percentage in his 8th year of the NFL football?
Okay,
that's not a yes/no question, Ken. You're violating your own rules.
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna say yes.
I'm gonna also say yes, Ken, and thank you for calling.
No, Ken. So first of all, Ken, you're asking the question that we've dealt with off and on the whole time, ever since the fourth quarter meltdown in the Super Bowl. So this is a well-traveled conversation, but I am going to push back at the idea that why is everybody unhappy that Jimmy's in there? I don't think that's how, that's not how I feel at all. I'm unhappy that Trey got hurt, but I think that the 49er fans have to acknowledge this, and this is not even about whether you're a Jimmy fan or not. You have to acknowledge this. There were 2 emotions at the same time when Trey got hurt. And the first one was either take your pick, anger or sadness. Mine was sadness. Some people were angry at the play call. You can be angry. I was sad. So that was one emotion. And then the second one was relief. As soon as Jimmy ran on the field, you're relieved that that's your backup quarterback. Because there's not one other NFL team out there that if that had happened to their starter, they wouldn't have said, season's over. That's it. Dallas the week before, that's it. We lose. And by the way, they're 1-0 since it happened. But, that's the emotion that goes through every fan when the starting quarterback goes down, except for here. So I don't think anybody, is anybody in this scenario where Trey got hurt, is anybody upset that Jimmy's the starter? Who are those people?
Those are people who are Jimmy haters.
Yeah, and that's absurd.
Those are people who look at Jimmy and his flaws, and this is what makes it so complicated and so, I think, fascinating with Jimmy Garoppolo, because I said this earlier in the show, the eye test, and even look at the game on Sunday. There was 3 or 4 throws that were just awful, and yet Jimmy makes the plays to win you games. But every time you watch Jimmy Garoppolo play the position, you don't think Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers. You think this guy is just good enough to not get you beat, but get you the win. So it's cognitive dissonance, as I mentioned earlier, where your eyes tell you one thing and then your brain tells you another. Because your eyes, when you watch him play, he doesn't throw a very good ball, a tight ball. He doesn't do anything that's really great other than win games.
Yeah, he does a lot of things that are good that I think don't get noticed. And yes, he's had a lot of good things around him. We've talked all year about the roster that Trey gets. Well, Jimmy has the same roster, and newsflash, it's good. It's very good. He's got a good defense. He's got a good tight end. He's got good receivers, a complement of backs who I don't know if they're good or not, but Kyle Shanahan has always gotten production out of the backfield no matter who's there. He's got the best left tackle in the game. We can talk about the offensive line. By the way, that's starting to develop in some exciting ways. Some of the young players. Aaron Banks, by the way, really good game last weekend. So that's all positive. But yeah, even the biggest Jimmy fan, and I know some of you like to label me that, so I'll go ahead and take that right now. Even the biggest Jimmy fan would have to admit there are games where you're like, good Lord, he won that one too.
How?
Right? In Green Bay in the playoffs last year, you're like, oh my God, he won. Now, I'll be here to point out some of the good things he did in that game because there are so few people willing to do that. But I see the bad. I see the picks that should have been caught that aren't.
Right.
I see the overthrows. I see the fact that there were basically there were no offensive touchdowns in the game. But I also see that Aaron Rodgers overthrows everybody in a 10-10 tie, punts the ball away to Jimmy, and Jimmy conducts the game-winning drive into field goal range. And he deserves credit for that. But yeah, sure, you look at that game and you're like, holy smokes, that's going to go as a win.
11 for 19 for a $131. Winner!
W.
Yeah. Hufunga? And again, you mentioned it, no offensive touchdowns. And the year before, where Kyle Shanahan refused to allow him to throw.
8 passes.
And they dominated Green Bay. I was actually at that game. And so the whole thing about QB record is so deceptive. But
it can be.
When he quarterbacks this team, they tend to win games.
Not at this sample size. It's not deceptive. See, that's what I would argue. Yes, if you want to give me one game, but not if you're going to look at 5 years at a 70% winning clip. The summer of Jimmy, the story behind the story, what you don't know about where Jimmy almost ended up. Nick Wagner, ESPN, joins the show. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
We're reacting to the Trey Lance injury live on YouTube.
The game is over, and he's got his backup quarterback, and he is slamming Garoppolo into the heart of the Seattle goal line defense. Why?
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you're in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, barn doors by True Style, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then talk with your builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
I'll last-second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
At EasyCater, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what's up with the other 7%?
So sorry the food is late.
You should order through EasyCater. Professionally delivered on time and is ordered.
Totally would, but the E is broken on my keyboard.
Just get IT to fix it.
Totally would. Can't type the word help.
Why don't all companies order through EasyCater? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on EasyCater.com. EasyCater, food for work. It's our thing.
Heard my little sis is buying a car. You'll need my secret guide.
Gross, no way. I already used Capital One Auto Navigator.
I bet your credit score
wasn't impacted at all, so ha. I got my real rate and monthly payment, had an amazing test drive at the dealership, and made the purchase.
Taking the easy way out. That's so you.
Still not getting it. That's so you. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/autonavigator.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's Willie and Dibby, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And
Not
also,
one.
a reminder that is brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit, BMWFairfield.com. Wouldn't you love to have just, it's the classic fly-on-the-wall thing. I have to imagine the Garoppolo story in the offseason twisted and turned at least 5 to 7 times. No?
At least, yeah.
Where was he going to go? The shoulder surgery that started it.
Started with the see ya.
Yeah,
okay,
well,
he's gone.
right.
And then shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have to wait. And he's on the block.
See
What
ya.
will they get? There was 2 second-rounders for him. Turns out there wasn't. Maybe there was. Is he healthy? Now he's back. You don't get the playbook. You're on the sideline. Go ahead and throw. You don't get to play. He's still going to be gone. Maybe he'll be cut. He's going to Seattle. They're going to keep him? And now he's playing? What the hell is going on around here?
He's leaving. He's staying. He's gone. He's here. And one man knows, knows more than you do. And his name is Nick Wagner of ESPN, and he joins us now to tell the story of Jimmy this offseason. Hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We are fantastic. We're putting together the
Great.
documentary, The Summer of Jimmy, and you are going to be the showrunner, okay? Like, we got to know, man. Like, I know, after looking at the article, so he was almost a Washington Commander. How many different times did the 49ers think he was gone?
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, guys, because this is one of those situations that a lot of times people in our business, you know what's going on, but you can't always say it, and you don't know if you're ever going to get to say it. You don't know if you're ever going to get to put it out there, but the series of events that led to this kind of created that opportunity, and on the record, even at the time, John Lynch kind of talked openly at the owners' meetings back in March that, hey, there were some teams that were interested in Jimmy Garoppolo before the shoulder surgery. At the combine, they'd had those conversations. But I had heard back then very reliably that one of those teams was the Washington Commanders. And I think the Niners, even today, if you ask people in that building who knew what was going on at the time, before the shoulder surgery, what was going on, if he had had that surgery, what would have happened? That he would be a Washington Commander right now and Carson Wentz wouldn't be. So that's just one of the examples. In terms of some of the other stuff that happened, really after the shoulder surgery, it went very quiet. There was not a lot of interest, and I think the Niners hoped that interest would rekindle when training camp happened, once Garoppolo started throwing again. And I can tell you that the Cleveland Browns are a team, a lot of people talked about that, and the Niners were closely keeping an eye on that Brown situation as a potential trade spot. People in Garoppolo's camp felt like that in the summertime, in camp time, was where he was going to end up. Now, that didn't necessarily mean by trade, but one way or the other, if he were to be released, that was a team that was super high on his list that was going to be a real possibility. So there really weren't a ton of different twists and turns in that interim between when the shoulder surgery happened and when he came back in the summer. But I think what ultimately led to was you reach mid-August, when the Niners first kind of started talking about trying to bring him back at a lesser rate, that at that point, Garoppolo's camp realized, hey, most of these teams that are interested are going to wait and see it. If he gets released, then they'll make a move on Jimmy Garoppolo.
So he doesn't get released, and now he stays, and he's the backup. And, well, now he's not the backup anymore, and he's going to be the starter because Trey Lance is out. But how much of a residual hard feeling is there from Jimmy Garoppolo and his camp as it pertains to, and I hate to say this, but the long-term future of Jimmy G as a Niner?
Yeah, I don't think much, honestly. And one of the things that you kind of uncover in reporting a story like this is that his camp was really respectful and appreciated how the 49ers conducted themselves throughout all of this. The story mentions that there was a little bit of just a small amount of friction, in terms of getting the shoulder surgery, and maybe that they could have waited that and played that out. But they're on Garoppolo's side, their mission is to make sure that he's as healthy as he could be. And from what I was told, he was actually dealing with some shoulder stuff long before even the Dallas game and what happened. Now, that obviously brought that forth and made that a bigger issue than it previously was, but he just hadn't been fully healthy in a while, so they wanted to make sure that when he came back, he would be the most marketable commodity that they could have, which is a healthy starting quarterback in the NFL. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of carryover in that. And honestly, there's really no reason for their camp to be mad because Jimmy Garoppolo has agency over everything now. He has the no trade clause. He has the no tag clause. So if he goes out there and plays really well, I think he understands it's incumbent on him to do that, to stay healthy, which is a huge question mark. But if he can do that, then his value will climb back up, and then he will have full say in where he plays in 2023.
Nick Wagner, ESPN. The article's fantastic, taking us through and answering at least some of the questions of what happened this offseason with Jimmy Garoppolo that led us to this point. Joining us right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So I think you're kind of leading us somewhere that, and this is something I wanted to get to, which is the current relationship, not just with Jimmy, his team, and the 49er organization, Jimmy and Kyle. As Steve Young put it yesterday, Kyle fired Jimmy from this job, and now he's back doing the job again. Where is that relationship both now for this season and any potential for the future?
If there's any issue there, I don't know about it. Jimmy Garoppolo is a pretty unique guy. He is very kind of casual and laid back, and I think some people mistake that for not caring. But He doesn't really have the ego that you would maybe expect for a starting quarterback in the NFL. And I think he, once he came to grips, and obviously he's a human being, so he felt some kind of way last year when the Niners traded up for Trey Lance, but he pretty much knew from the get-go that the plan was going to be play this season, meaning last year, and then they were going to turn it over to Trey Lance. And so I don't think that relationship is frayed. I think Kyle Shanahan was pretty direct with him all the way through this, and I think Jimmy Garoppolo appreciates that. And Jimmy Garoppolo was surprised to come back here. Even after the Niners first broached the idea of him coming back at a lesser rate, Jimmy Garoppolo didn't think he was going to be back. But when he sat back and assessed what the options were, let's say he did go to Cleveland. Yes, the scheme is similar, but that's new surroundings, new players, even new scheme, new verbiage, all that stuff to learn versus stay here. And if you play, you have the opportunity because you know what you can do in this offense. That's going to be best for your value. And if you don't play, maybe you can bolster your value that way, like we saw a guy like Mitch Trubisky do last year. Just simply by not playing, he was able to kind of regain some value that way. So I think he knows that this is the best situation for him. I think he also understands that Kyle Shanahan, as a schematic coach, can put him in the best position to succeed, and I think he's on board with that.
Is the market for Jimmy G better staying with San Francisco than it is on the open market, considering what the draft class of quarterbacks is expected to be this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that the market spoke loudly this year, and yes, we know that the shoulder was a big part of that, but there weren't teams even after he came back, or that were interested in him or that wanted to make. I mean, John Lynch has said on the record that they did not receive an offer, and they didn't really even get any calls in training camp after Jimmy Garoppolo got healthy. And so I think certainly that he's in a position here where at least you know what you're going to get. And if he can stay healthy, and guys, I just go back to this all the time. I'm not sitting here saying that health is the only reason the Niners wanted to move Jimmy Garoppolo. Obviously, they felt like he couldn't get them over the hump when he was healthy, but it was the primary reason. And so now you're in this position where you need him to stay healthy to get you through the season, and he needs to stay healthy to get himself to another contract. So it could be a mutually beneficial thing in that way if he can do that. But again, that's a big if.
Nick, we can see on the field, and we've heard for years how his teammates feel about him. The celebration after the touchdown felt like, obvious with what he's been through and how he's handled it. But I wonder what your perspective is on what many have reported, which is that privately, a lot of the players on this team now believe they've got a better chance to win because he's in there. Do you concur with that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, I feel like that's a little bit of common sense, right? It's not like this is just a guy who has been the starter and they've been an 8-8 team or 9-8 team with him. Like, there's a lot of guys in that locker room that have been to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, and there's a lot of guys in that locker room that were in an NFC Championship game, 8 months ago with Jimmy Garoppolo. So, of course, they're gonna, and we talk about it. We just don't have it from the same perspective of. What you're getting with Jimmy Garoppolo. And that can be a good thing because of what I just mentioned, the places that they've gone. And it can be a bad thing because of the reasons that we know the Niners wanted to move on from him, injuries, the bad interceptions, the bad decisions, some of those types of things that have plagued him. But there's something to be said for understanding what your floor is. And yes, maybe the ceiling isn't as high as you would like it to be, but at least you know that the floor is not going to fall out from underneath you.
From a large perspective, should Kyle Shanahan be criticized for his usage of Trey Lance, or is that just people looking to find a scapegoat for the injury?
Look, I think it's one of those things that's an emotional issue that people are going to feel some kind of way about. For me, the conversation shouldn't be about using Trey Lance in the run game because the Niners should definitely use Trey Lance in the run game. I think you should be talking about the amount in which he was used in the run game. I know a lot of people take umbrage with the fact that they run QB power with him. Well, if you watch his tape from North Dakota State, he had a lot of success doing that. And if you bring Trey Lance into the league and you're saying your goal, and people talk about developing Trey Lance, right? If your goal is to turn Trey Lance into the most maximized version of what Trey Lance can be, and you take running off of the table for him and the designed runs off of the table for him, you're automatically taking away his chance to be the best player that he could be based on what his skill set is. And so for me, I think you can have a conversation of, okay, you're going to have to build in, and you can't predict this, of course, guys, but you're going to know that Trey Lance is probably going to scramble 3 or 4 times a game at least. So there's 3 or 4 there. Then you maybe throw in other 3 or 4 design runs, and you do it in certain situations where it makes sense. And if you want to have the conversation of, yeah, they should be doing that, but they were doing this, and this meaning running him a dozen times a game, I think that's a fair conversation to have. I think that there's certainly culpability on Kyle Shanahan's side in terms of the amount that they're running him. But I disagree with the concept of they shouldn't be running him at all because they need to protect him, because this is a different quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. If you wanted a pocket quarterback, they would have drafted Mac Jones, quite frankly, and people would be very upset about that also. So that's kind of where I fall on that. I think there's a discussion to be had about the amount of usage with Trey Lance in the run game, but actually using him in the run game, I don't fault the 49ers for at all.
Nick Wagner, ESPN. The article's great stuff. By the way, real quick, I don't know what the scenario is, but is there one in your mind where Garoppolo's on this team after this year?
It's such a good question, Mark. Let me put it this way: if they go deep into the playoffs and or make the Super Bowl, I think that's a conversation that has to be had, because the worst part of the Trey Lance injury is that you're going to be 3 years into this and don't know what you have, and you're still going to have a roster that surrounds him full of guys that are expecting to win. So I can't rule it out. If Jimmy Garoppolo is able to stay healthy and plays really well, there's a real chance that he's going to be the best available quarterback in the offseason, and you would think the 49ers would want to make sure they're insulated once again.
Nick, oh my gosh. But can't disagree. Hey, man, great to have you. Thank you so much.
You got it, guys. Take care.
All right, there he goes. That's Nick Wagner, ESPN. I very much suggest you sit down and set aside 11 minutes of your day to read this article.
Read. Yeah, I've been breezing through it.
Yeah, and sort of, just because those are the questions that, I don't know, I feel like a lot of them are never going to be answered. But he did answer one that's maybe more emotional than factual, which is that it just felt to me like, boy, there must have been times this offseason where people were kicking chairs and screaming at each other and throwing stuff around offices, because it was like, you got to get me off of this roster. You dumped me, and now you're keeping me, and you're holding me, and I'm hostage, and there's this and that and the other. All of that. I mean, you didn't tell us about the shoulder surgery. You jerk.
That's what I think when the chairs got kicked, right? Because he has his press conference like after the end of it, and he says, see ya, and everyone's like, okay, cool, see ya. They're going to trade him. He wants to be traded. They want to trade him. Cool, goodbye. Great run, Jimmy G. Let's all reflect. And then 3 or 4 weeks later, surgery? What the heck? He's got surgery? So now this is March, and he's got surgery. He's out until July at the earliest. So now everything, like Fred Flintstone, put the feet on the ground and stopped this vehicle in its tracks, because now you really can't trade him. And now you get to July, and it's like, okay, he's healthy. Cleveland needs him. Houston needs him. The Commanders want him. There's got to be a market for him. And then, whoop, one by one, nobody wants him. Seattle's going to wait for the cut. And now we get to a point where August 30th, they're going to cut him. And lo and behold, no, not so fast.
No.
Matumbo. Now they re-sign him. And now the question you asked him, which was worthy of a great question, even though it was after the buzzer.
Thank you.
And we're going to go to review, and we're going to see if it happened. I think the play clock had already gone to 0.
Yeah, but I disagree. I thought I got it off in time. But anyway.
Because, in classic radio way, you look at me like, are we done? Let me get one more in. So I do my one more, and then, of course, you get your one more, which I thought was a delay game, but we'll go to review.
You took my nonverbal question to mean, are we done? And no, what I was asking is, are you done?
I'm never done.
I knew I had one more.
So I'm going to have to start one-mooring your one more, and then we'll both get called into the box.
Exactly, because we're going to do 3-hour interviews.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then we're in real
Nick,
trouble.
just one more. I know we've been through 8 commercial breaks, and you're still on the line, but just one more if
Nick,
I could have you.
If I could follow up on my follow-up, which was a follow-up to his follow-up.
No, I guess the one thing, though, that I really take out of that.
No, just real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing the good question, which is fascinating, what happens next? How do they not bring him back? If they go 11-6, and they go to the NFC Championship game, and Jimmy G does it again, How do you not bring this guy back?
Right, but how do you also
bring him back?
How do you bring him back? Like, how do you do that? How is that?
How do you not bring him back?
How's that the first 3 years of Trey Lance's career number 3 overall pick?
Sit, hurt,
How's that?
sit.
Yeah, sit, broken ankle, get surgery, come back.
Sit again.
Oh, by the way, yeah, we don't believe in you anymore. We gave up heaven and earth for you to be here, but we don't believe in you anymore.
Jordan Love.
Because keep in mind now, this is great. Oh, look at them. They've got Jimmy as a backup, and they got it for $6 million, and now that's going to turn into 10 or whatever the hell it's going to be. It doesn't matter. But they're not paying the quarterback room that much this year. You want Jimmy next year? Now, he's not a top-of-the-market guy, but you realize what the top of the market is now. $50 million.
Guaranteed.
So you're going to have to pay Jimmy what? 30?
30, yeah.
Somebody will. I promise you somebody will. If, again, we're presupposing a healthy year and a playoff appearance.
I looked at the Packers real quick, and I'm not comparing Trey Lance to Aaron Rodgers at all.
Apparently,
other than
we're not allowed to compare him to anyone anymore.
No,
ever again.
You can't compare him to Josh Allen. But I just was looking at Aaron Rodgers' cytology. He sat for 3 years.
Yes,
not one, not two, but 3.
Those days are over. And
that was 2005. You're right.
And Aaron was not a top 5 pick, not a top 10 pick, not a top 20 pick.
Should have been.
Right. But, I mean, Aaron was a Jordan Love. And he going to sit for 3. He might sit for his whole career.
True.
You know what I mean? So,
but I'm thinking about it in these terms, Mark. Let's say Jimmy G leads you to 11-6, NFC Championship game.
Sure.
You lose to whomever, whatever. Another great year, another Jimmy year where he's mediocre, yet all he does is win, 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 no matter what. Maybe you can bring him back. And, Trey Lance, he's still on a rookie deal. You have another year where you can slow play him. And you remember what the owner said? I believe it was in the offseason. Trey may wind up sitting for 2 years. Or maybe it was last year.
Well, he's right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jed
Stradamus.
How about 3?
Right?
And you sit for 3 and then extend him year 4 when we haven't even seen him play yet. So,
but that extension won't be $50 million a year if he hasn't played.
Ronald in Fremont, you're on with Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey,
what
Ronald.
Are you doing?
Yeah, what are you,
Ronald?
What are you doing right now? How do we end up here?
Hey guys, I'm a big fan of you guys. I listen to you guys all the time.
We like you too.
I'm sure you do. Hey, check this out, man. I got a couple of theories. I want your opinions on it. All right. I like Shanahan.
Yeah.
And I think there's an unfair assessment about Shanahan. I think Shanahan really took a gamble with Trey Lance, and he won because he got injured, and they kept Jimmy G. If he stood healthy, they would have had a great trade market for Jimmy G. But now he got injured, Trey Lance, and now Jimmy G's starting, and now they are Super Bowl bound. And I think they are the favorites to win. Actually, I think the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Well, that's a little much. First of all, factually, they're not the favorites to win the Super Bowl, nor should they be. You must not have seen Buffalo in those last 2 primetime games, Ronald, and a couple other teams as well, Chiefs being one of them. But, Ronald, here's how I would respond to what you're saying, and thank you very much for the call. If we're going to say Jimmy gets lucky, Hufanga, he did no offensive touch. He got lucky, and we're giving him credit for that. Isn't Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's decision to have Jimmy Garoppolo back, isn't that the coaching and executive version of a Jimmy Garoppolo supposed playoff win? They Garoppolo'd their way to Garoppolo.
They got lucky.
In other words, can you imagine for a moment, what's our discussion this week, particularly yesterday, or open for the show yesterday, if Jimmy was a Commander? Now what are we doing?
We're talking about Mount Brockmore.
Brock Purdy is your starting quarterback. So how much, whatever emotion you have.
Well, Nate Sudfeld probably would still be here.
Maybe.
Sudsy.
But
it's time for Sudsy.
But Purdy beat him out. So Suddy would have been the practice squad guy.
Wow.
Okay, so Brock Purdy's your quarterback. Okay? And whatever emotion you have right now over what happened Sunday, what would it be if Jimmy wasn't on the team? And then factor in, they tried like hell for him to not.
It'd be panic time. Panic time.
Well, I mean, don't you think
Denver would be favored by 6 and a hook at least?
Easy.
Well, again, you still have an elite defense, and you kind of have a running game. Two games down, 2 backs down.
Well, and Denver has been underwhelming. Like Russell Wilson.
Well,
they haven't gotten to 20 points yet. You got $250 million.
They should have beaten Seattle 50-12.
That's fine. Well, I don't know about that.
They fumbled twice on the goal line.
Right. So give them 10 points for that, and that gives them 26. Like, put it this way.
And another 7 for Hackett.
The offense.
Who gacked it.
The offense does
Nathaniel
not.
Gackett.
They've got 2 running backs. They've got Judy and Sutton.
Judy's hurt.
They got that. I know he is now. They got Albert O, this young tight end. He looked good Monday night. I don't know. I mean, $250 million quarterback. I don't want to be winning game 17-13. That's not what I'm looking to do. Okay, not for a $250 million quarterback. So early returns. It's only 2 weeks. They're 1-1, but early returns. A W for those of us, because by the way, I was one of them. I know what's happened to the Raiders so far. I said the Broncos. That's the 4th place team in that division.
The Broncos?
The Broncos.
Yeah, not me.
At best, it's 3rd. At best. For $250 million and a whole bunch of draft picks and players. That's a loss.
They should be 2-0. If they had any ball security, ball control and ball security,
sure, but,
they're 2-0.
But eye test. You're putting them up against Herbert and Mahomes. There's no question who's better. None.
Well, I mean, how long will Herbert survive the way he plays? That guy holds the ball so long, he gets just tattooed in the pocket.
Right, but on one play he can't breathe, and the next one he's throwing 50-yard howitzers.
So gutsy. My God, that guy.
Like that kid. I hope he plays this week. I hope he plays. All
I
right.
do too.
A lot of people want to weigh in. Plus, you haven't heard what Steve Young said yesterday on ESPN about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. We got all that for you coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Trey Lance's broken ankle has the faithful red hot.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in the city. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
Oh, I've been better. I've never come to work so angry after a 49er out, dude. Kyle Shanahan, his actions definitely told me you don't care about this young man's career or this season. And then you just throw Jimmy in there, and then I'm like, I don't think he even deserves Jimmy.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
Your closer of the week is Talanoa Hufanga, who had a game-high 11 tackles and his first career interception as a 49er.
There's spring only 4. Fields given time. He gets picked off by Hufanga.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door can be controlled right from my smartphone. I know when a door or gate has been left open, and I can close it with a tap no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off of a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy!
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I've told the story on the air before. We want to continue with the calls and what Steve Young said and all of that, but I do want to take actually, I want to take Tyro Estrada's remaining 57 seconds that we promised. We'll just use 5 of them to say, Tyro, you can stay. Okay? Of all the things going on with Giants, you can stay. Now, I still have 45 seconds, and I want to dedicate it to Maury Wills.
Well, I want to take 10 seconds of the 60 and just give a nod to the Giants for the he broke the tie in last night in social media, which I thought was kind of a cute way to bring meaning to a meaningless game.
Absolutely. And it showed Denver what's about to happen. It's another Bay Area takeover. And Denver, you're going to get it this week. Hackett, you just keep doing what you're doing. We like you. You're just fine. But
I'll take the Broncos and the points, but go ahead.
Maury Wills passed away. The Dodgers announced earlier today, and I won't go through the whole story other than just to say that at one point in my life, just randomly on the way to a golf course, I got a phone call from the course, and they said, "Hurry up, we got somebody who we want to pair you with." And I got there and I played a round of golf with Maury Wills and Don Newcomb, who are both no longer with us. And they could not have been more fun. They could not have been nicer. They went back to their car and they carry baseballs with them when people want signatures. So I have a baseball signed by Maury and Don. And my golf clubs, San Francisco Giants head covers.
This is my favorite part of the
story. They had San Francisco Giants head covers, and they noticed, and they did not like that.
Right.
And they said, "You see if Barry Bonds would give you a baseball if you asked him."
Yeah. And then you said, "Hey, it's okay. I can go to a Giants game and buy Dodgers head covers on the concourse."
Too soon.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I mean, we can tease this thing as far as you want, but I'll just say this as we wrap up our Giants portion of the program. Your organization, your franchise is broken.
That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing.
That's the nadir, or the low point, as we like to say. There's the apex, and then there's the nadir, not the voir dire.
Okay, that's different.
And not Nadia.
I'm working my way through your vocab this week.
Ray Ratto just came in and paid us a brief, heartwarming visit.
It was.
And he's a vocabularian extraordinaire.
Yeah.
If you ever read his columns, you better have a thesaurus.
I got you, Costas, Bryant Gumbel, and Ratto in a 4-person roundtable vocab off.
That works.
All right. Here's Steve Young.
God, I hate this guy.
Yeah, I'm a little pissed.
the Jimmy and Trey and Kyle Shanahan dynamic. Here's Steve.
I beg that Kyle and Jimmy have a conversation that I don't know that has been had yet, where Jimmy goes in and says, "Kyle, clearly you fired me. I wasn't doing something you wanted me to do. What can I do to become a better football player? What have I not done that has kept me from winning you over?" Because the fans, anyone else can win.
Hasn't happened.
But then where's the Kyle somehow? If they've done that many iterations and Jimmy can't be that guy, is that what Kyle's decided? He can't be that guy, and so we're going to get rid of him because he can't be. Or is there something that Jimmy can do? Can he be the first one in and the last one out? Can he? Is there some is there study habits? Is there something else that can step function Jimmy's ability to win over Kyle Shanahan?
It's really an interesting thought, because as you hear some of the others on the panel say, like, I can't imagine that this conversation hasn't happened yet. But what I take from this is that there is still an openness to work with one another, and I don't know two other people on the planet where that would be the case. Like, that's what I kind of got out of Nick Wagner jumping on here. And I'm going to believe him. It sounds like Jimmy is not mad at Kyle. He's not mad at the 49ers organization. He is able to compartmentalize, put the ego aside, because that was when you see him come in last week and you're like, oh gosh, this is like, he's going to almost want to hate win. He's going to want to go, you know what I mean?
Right. But he's never been that guy through this entire process.
And apparently he's still not.
No, and that's credit to Jimmy Garoppolo. I've given him credit for that all the way back to when Kyle and John let him know, hey, we're trading up to take your replacement. By the way, you're not fired now, but you're going to be fired in about 6 months. You're no longer going to be welcome. And, well, you're no longer welcome until we need you and you have nowhere else to go. Well, and now you're going to be rehired. And, Mark, I can speak to a little bit of experience because in 2014, this very station gave me the Jimmy Garoppolo treatment and said, well, we don't really need you anymore to be an on-air host. And then about 10 months later...
Right, but there's different bosses now.
Same boss.
Yeah, at that time.
No, same boss who fired me. It was the same boss who brought me back.
Right.
So, much like Jimmy Garoppolo...
If he were still here, you guys would have killed one another by now.
Oh, no. I love this man.
That's because you don't work for him anymore.
That's exactly right, Dibs. Check my blog.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Joe, what are you doing?
Listening to you guys.
That's a good choice.
Great.
Yeah, man. What I don't understand is, why did Kyle Shanahan? Why couldn't Kyle Shanahan call the same game plan he did for Jimmy G for Trey Lance?
Because he doesn't think he's ready
Can't
to do
trust
it.
him.
Yeah, he doesn't think he can do it, Joe. That's what I take.
The running game was good. The running game was good. Jimmy G didn't have to run.
Right, but with Trey Lance, he can play off the run a lot better. He can run the zone read with the quarterback keep. He can run quarterback power. With Jimmy Garoppolo, you're not going to run zone read. It's going to be zone give. So
my question to you guys, was it the what do you call that? Did Jim did he make a mistake in the game plan? That's what I'm trying to get at. Maybe the game plan was a mistake.
I can't say that it is. I mean, Joe, they won the game 27-7. Joe, thanks very much. I just what a coach is trying to do, similar to everything we do in life, when we try, it doesn't always work. But what they're trying to do is they are trying to put their players in their best position to win. It doesn't mean they're going to. It doesn't mean no one's going to get hurt. It doesn't mean Austin Slater's going to get a hit against every left-hander. But they're
Slates.
Slates. I mean, obviously.
Thank you.
They are trying to highlight what a player does well with their play calls. And so I love what Nick Wagner said on this, too, when you asked him about Trey Lance and running the ball. Now, we can talk about how much he runs and where he runs, but if you want to sort of like remove the idea of Trey Lance running, well, then there was zero reason to ever get Trey Lance.
Right.
Right?
Sean Salisbury said that on our very show late last night, that if you want Trey Lance to be the best quarterback that he can be, then he has to be a running quarterback, at least in part. And I get that, but it's the idea of quarterback power and that being really all you're letting Trey Lance do. That's where I have issue with Kyle Shanahan.
I do want to also add, though, when we say this has become such a trigger over the last 2 days, quarterback power. It makes it sound to people who I think just kind of watch the ball in football, it makes it sound like what you're trying to do on that play is have Trey Lance just take the ball out of the shotgun and just ram his body into a crowd, which is not the idea. That's not what quarterback power is supposed to look like. Lamar Jackson runs it all the time. Trey's not Lamar. I'm not saying that. But Lamar runs it all the time, and he's half Trey's size, and he often doesn't get touched. Part of it is because he's incredibly fast.
Right.
Part of it is because he's experienced and he knows when to go, when to hit the hole. And if it's not there, then probably don't go run into the middle and get killed by a linebacker. That's part of this. That is part of this. Quarterback power.
It's a huge part of it.
It's not designed for him to power over people. That word, I think, is tripping some people up.
No, but the idea of power is you bring blockers around from the weak side and you put them in front of the quarterback and you do run into the line. You go in between the tackle and the center. That's QB power. Lamar Jackson, when he runs power, knows when to bounce it outside, and he knows that he's faster than every other human being on the field, and so he can get to the corner. Trey Lance is not that fast.
No.
As a ball carrier, he's physical. He's more like Debo than he is like Lamar Jackson.
At least mentally, yeah.
Well, and also physically. He's more of a physical runner than he is a quick runner, and so when you run power with Trey Lance, he's going to get hit inside the tackle.
We got more of your calls coming up next at 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Innova International. Steiny and Guru are looming as well. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
49ers faithful, do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
Don't be sending my quarterback on broad delays so he gets killed. This is giving me shades of RG3 all over again. Mishandling the quarterback, abusing him, and now he's gone. Now we got to wait another year for development. Now Kittle, Debo, all these other guys are a year older. Trent Williams, I don't know. I'm confused on what Shanahan's doing.
Let us know on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
FORHIMS.com/JOY.
In San Francisco, a few showers this evening, highs in the upper 60s.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Somebody get me Willard.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Steiny and Goo about to get on in here. They should hop in and start screaming at us here in about, about 7 or 8 minutes.
Yep.
Willard and Dibs. You feeling like you're getting back in the flow? You all right? You all good?
Oh, yeah,
Riding the bike?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And this is obviously the easiest time of the year. I mean, we have Giants topics if we need them. Tyro Estrada, walk-off, a meaningless walk-off. By the way, the Giants not yet eliminated. They would need to do some magical things over the final 15, but...
meaningless, says the person who did not bet the over-under win total.
Of 85?
The Giants are just one little plucky 15-game win streak away.
Gotcha. So they need to win their final 15.
They need to win out, yeah.
Because if they win their final 15, they push at 85.
85 and 77. Well, a lot of people got it at 84 and a hook.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Lots of people. Yeah, you're in trouble, but it's not impossible.
And by the way, Warriors topics we can get into. Warriors Media Day coming up on Sunday.
Yep.
And I know that the Robert Sarver debacle kind of kicked off while I was away, so we can talk about that as well as we get closer to camp.
And I guess Draymond Green just went public today with the idea that he'd like the owners to vote on whether or not Robert Sarver should be allowed to return. So we'll get into it because I do.
And he's
think
out for a year, right?
He's out for a year and $10 million, but it hasn't calmed down. Like when it's been a week and then it's been 2, and people are still talking about it. That's when things change. And so there are a lot of big-time players, big-time names. LeBron is in there, too.
Yeah.
Still talking about this. So, yeah, I do think ... this could still have some more twists and turns to it.
And there's no league in the world where the players have as much influence on what goes on than the National Basketball Association, as they should. And, they're not wrong, I think, in their protestations of what Robert Sarver did and said and the pattern of abusive words and behavior. I can't believe that the league hasn't done anything by now.
I mean, for me, it's kind of A to B. I don't understand how somebody in the NBA uses the N-word. Like, that's just, to me, that's an end. It's like that. This is the end of the story.
Yeah.
You use that word. I mean, this is first of all, anywhere, but in the NBA, for crying out loud.
Right.
Like, come on. So that, to me, it's pretty cut and dry. But we'll get into it. Mitch and Manteca, though, on the Jimmy and Trey stuff.
Manteca
is next up. I remember the water slides. Hello there, Mitch. You're on Willard and Dibs. What's cooking and what are you doing?
No, just working and having fun, living life.
That's the deal.
I have first of all, I want to get down to brass tacks. I want to throw the rat on the table about Jimmy G.
Boom.
Now, I'm a big Trey Lance fan, okay? But when Trey Lance went down, a lot of people said that, okay, well, this is a good thing for Jimmy, but I think it's the worst thing. Because, one, Jimmy G wants to up his game. He wants to do good this year. But every team that plays Jimmy this year is going to stack 8 in the box, and they're going to be like, okay, Jimmy, you came back, now you're starting. Well, we know what you're about, so we're going to dare you to throw us to beat us. And I think...
But, Mitch, how is that? I mean, he's been the starting quarterback for 5 years. You think that the rest of the league found something new this year?
No, I just think that I think the hype with Trey was that, okay, well, nobody knew what Trey was about. They knew that there was going to be a lot of RPO, there was going to be a lot of running, but now I just think, Jimmy G's going to have to up his game more because most teams know what Jimmy G's about.
Well, except for 5 years they've been trying, and then they win at a 30% clip when they go against him. So I don't really see a whole lot of reason why that won't be the same this year. Mitch, I get that you're not a Jimmy guy, and there are plenty of you, and that's totally fine, and I think you have some very fair points, but I will add this, and thank you, Mitch. I first of all, I think this year, if he's healthy, is going to look a lot like years past. But if we just want to say, is this development good for Jimmy's future, for his contractual situation? I mean, I don't see how it could have been better. I mean,
it's better than being a backup.
There's nowhere where he was going to be able to put this kind of tape together for his offseason free agency.
Right, and I think that his offseason free agency is as limited if he plays as it was if he was a backup. I don't think that he comes out now and throws for 4,500 yards and becomes the highest sought-after free agent. Kyle Shanahan ultimately is the biggest restriction on Jimmy Garoppolo's free agency. He's not going to let Jimmy Garoppolo go out there and throw the ball all over the park. And I think the caller was right, Mitch and Manteca, in terms of what defenses are going to do. This Denver defense, by the way, is very good. And they see what the Niners can do and what they can do best. George Kittle, maybe he's going to play. Hopefully he'll play. We won't know until the official designation comes out. But you know that they're going to bring a lot of guys up to the line of scrimmage. They're going to try to beat up Jeff Wilson Jr. They're going to make Jimmy Garoppolo beat him. And you're right. Teams have been doing that for years. And the Niners have been successful in doing just that.
I mean, if you are a viable NFL quarterback, there's never been an offseason where there isn't a market for you. He's not a top-of-the-market guy. I don't think anybody's going to be...
Cam Newton had no market for him.
Well, but I mean, like, there was a thought that things were turning in a bad way, and they were. I just think there's always going to be... You could look at the board now and probably predict, because this year there were all these teams in Cleveland and Pittsburgh and Washington, and the dust settled and Jimmy was hurt. You could already look at it this year and go, okay, who might be in the market for a quarterback, or at least, as I love to call him, placeholder plus.
Yeah.
You can be one of those teams that drafts a quarterback, but you might want someone to come in and be your veteran for a short period of time. I mean, look around. Seattle is still going to be out there. New Orleans, I got no idea what's going on there. Is Atlanta going to be, are they going to be all in on, what is it, Desmond Ridder? I mean, like Chicago, the New York Giants, the Houston Texans, if Davis Mills doesn't have a good year, there's going to be a bunch of teams.
But 4 of the top 6 guys on most mock drafts for the next year's NFL draft are quarterbacks.
But you have to be bad to be down there in the draft.
And you mentioned those teams are all bad. Houston's bad. Seattle's bad.
I don't know. You just told me that the Giants were really good. They're 2-0.
I didn't mention the Giants.
Yeah, well, but I did. I mean, I don't think that Daniel Jones has done anything the last 2 weeks that makes you go, oh, we need to extend that guy.
Right.
Like, they could absolutely be in the market, and if they feel like they've got good stuff to put around a veteran, it's the kind of guy that could work.
It's possible.
Yeah. Obviously,
but I don't think that he's going to be allowed to have the year that is going to be a must-have situation. He's not going to go out there and light it up.
I don't even know if he's capable of that. Yeah, I agree with you there. Speaking of Jimmy, let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy B in
Jimmy
Fremont.
G?
No, Jimmy B.
Oh, Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy. What are you doing?
Yeah, me. How you guys doing?
What's up,
Jimmy?
Welcome back, Dibs. Good to have you back.
Thanks, Jimmy.
All right. Hey, listen, I was going to just comment on that quarterback power play. It looks like they ran that probably maybe 3 or 4 times on Sunday. And the last time they ran it, all 3 guards that were going forward, there was no space. And what I did is I slowed it down to slow motion. I watched number 71. Trey puts his hand on his back and is literally pushing him forward, which created that seam when he got hit. And I'm like, why would they call that play? That's why I totally agree with Dibs. You can't do those plays with a quarterback. He's going to just wear down. And that was my point. I just don't get it. And I don't agree with Shanahan's call.
Yeah, Jimmy, thanks. I know there are a lot of people who share your thoughts. I think it's real easy to say don't call the play because this is the way it ended up going. I mean, nobody could see that coming, whether the play was run with enough patience or not. This offensive lineman ended up over here. They're like, again, it's to me, it's way too easy after seeing the result to say you can't do that. The play is supposed to be run a certain way. Every single time you step on the field, there's risk. Did they run it the right way? Look, I think over time, the emotion is going to keep calming down, and we're going to get to a point where people are going to just be like, dude, he got hurt. He got hurt. He got hurt playing football.
Jimmy throws 2 picks on Sunday night. It just ramps right back up. Kyle shouldn't have gotten Trey hurt.
Well, I'll tell you what. The good news there is we welcome Steiny and Guru in, and it's not good news, but hear me out on this. The good news for Jimmy and Kyle, because of that, is it's not like Trey was lighting it up. If Trey had been lighting it up and they were 2-0 and he's throwing for 300, and then he gets hurt and Jimmy comes in and looks all limited like he can, then now people are really upset. But let's be honest, they looked better when he went out there. They did. They looked better.
They beat a pretty, I can't even sell it. Seattle stinks. The Bears aren't very good, and you lost to the Bears. Seattle's terrible, and you needed to gut it out to beat Seattle.
We do
Denver's
that week
a different
to week,
story,
though.
Mark. Denver's a different story.
6 days before, wow, Seattle didn't look bad.
Seattle was terrible. Denver lost. Seattle didn't win.
I agree with you.
They both should have taken an L in that game. If you're doing 2 scoreboards like Goo would, Seattle and Denver both lost in week 1.
I'm going to take an S and a G for Steiny and Guru.
Look at you, Willard.
Step on in.
What hat is that we're wearing, Willard?
Oh, this is just a golf hat. This is a little Travis Matthew hat. No,
look at my guy.
This is innocuous. It's just Tuesday. Just
turn your
Tuesday.
mic on.
Yeah, you're going to have to turn the mic on, Steiny.
That's a 10-yard.
I know. God stepped in. He was trying to make fun of me, and the mic was on.
I'm irritated.
Why?
Because you're undefeated in our 95-7, the lame league.
Yep.
I was down, Steiny,
Thank you.
36 points
Thank you, Jalen
with
Hurts.
Josh Allen going. He got 34 points going into the 4th of a blowout, and they pulled him.
You lost?
They lost after I tasted the comeback. I'm bothered.
Welcome to
mad
fantasy.
at you, Sean McDermott.
What's all
Fantasy.
that, though?
I'm in a different league where I scored 103-1 in week 1, and I scored 185 yesterday and lost.
No, you won.
No, differently. Yeah. Fantasy is, come on. You have to be here to laugh at ourselves.
had 65 points by himself.
On
I've
my
never
bench,
seen that. On my bench.
I'm going to start. So I had Stephon Diggs last night. I was down like 20 points. I needed Diggs.
Blowout.
I turned that thing on. It's like, oh, Stephon. Wait, he's got 10 catches and a touchdown in the first quarter?
Let's talk about his quarterback real quick. I told Steiny, have you seen anybody throw a football? Like, he looked like Thor out there throwing.
With such ease.
In the wind.
Oh, my God.
But the ball goes like an eagle. He just keeps soaring. I'm like, boy, this dude is special.
And I declared on our show thread, Steiny, no more comparisons between Trey Lance and Josh Allen.
Wow.
Not anymore. Right. Full stop. Period. No ampersand.
You know what? I don't think,
no ellipses. No comma. No semicolon.
I don't like this because I don't think that's what most people were doing.
Kyle Shanahan's been doing it.
No, he was not.
You see Buffalo? You see how much he
didn't like
One time, Kyle.
They were comparing play calls and situations.
Yeah, and he ran it one time, Kyle.
But when you say that, you make it sound like people
Wake up,
think
Shanahan.
that Trey Lance can be Josh Allen. I don't know anybody who ever said that.
That's the comp.
No,
people
it's
have been
not.
saying it for
Style
years.
of play, not
size of school, statuesque.
Right, but
style of play.
But stop before you say we think Trey Lance looks like he can be Josh Allen.
I don't think so.
Nobody does.
So many.
Nah.
You got to Google it.
No, I don't buy that. If anybody's been saying that, that's the ridiculous stuff we do to anybody who gets drafted early. The second we see him, Reggie Bush is Gale Sayers. No, he's not. We got to. This kind of stuff ruins careers because of expectations. Trey Lance needs to be Trey Lance, and we'll find out.
But Josh Allen was, when people, and they do this all the time, use comps. What's he like? Who's he like? Is there anybody he's like? Yeah, Josh Allen, he's pretty big, small school, can make a play with his feet if he has to, strong runner. Hopefully he'll improve with his accuracy. Like they're not saying he's going to be Josh Allen. They're just saying
stylistically,
exactly.
Right. I'm into that.
Dude's a beast, man.
Yeah.
By the way, Allen hype is real.
You know what?
Hey, real quick. Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Yes, go ahead.
To me, it's not the play. It's not the play. It's the number of times you're running Trey Lance. I never saw why did you run that play? I'm saying, why are you running him 10 to 12 times a game? Like, the play to me is irrelevant. It could have happened on any kind of play. The real issue is how much you were running this young quarterback 4 or 5 games into his career.
I mean, it's not an unfair question. But I also just don't think it's an unfair answer that he gave.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what you do with athletic quarterbacks. And
look at Buffalo.
And
Josh Allen ran it one time.
And many others. And Jalen Hurts ran it 11. So, again, we can do this all day long. I think it's a fair question. It's a fair question. We can do it all year long.
And we will.
It's a fair question, but I also think it's a fair answer.
And I heard you on my favorite program, The Changeover, this morning.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Willard and Dibs. Go ahead.
That too. And you talked about Kyle maybe being blindsided by the questions. And I'm so with my partner on, this was a theme, Willard. We were saying before the injury happened, why are you doing this over and over again? So that's why I say, Kyle's so smart. He had to know if you keep doing this over, the end result was going to be what we saw Sunday. That's why when you said, Goop,
I know, but
he might have been caught off guard.
With all due respect,
come on, that's a smart dude.
With all due respect, if I sat here right now and predicted an injury for every player in the NFL, I'm going to bat more than 50-50 and have sound next week. George Kittle's going to get injured if he keeps this crap up.
Mark. That's minus 185.
Deebo Samuel. No, I'm sorry.
Mark, come on now.
No.
If you're going to run Trey, if you're going to use Trey.
I reject it flatly.
So
it's
goaltending
all over the league, Steiny.
No, what I'm saying is to expect Trey Lance to continue to play football like he was playing football, like Shanahan was using him in the first 3 or 4 games. Anybody who's watched football would say he's probably going to get hurt at some point.
And we all did.
I disagree.
Come on. It's just the law of averages.
Do you want me to give you all of the names of the other players where we don't do this?
The law of averages.
So is Jalen Hurts going to get hurt? No pun intended?
Maybe.
Really?
Maybe.
So you think he should stop? We should stop doing what he does well?
He runs outside.
When you expose quarterbacks to him,
hey Mark, if you're gonna sit there and tell me
he also runs
that the
inside,
more you carry the ball, the less you have a chance to get hurt, that makes no sense. Look at his carries.
I'm not going to argue with you.
49 carries in 4 games. And he's going to get hurt.
And Jalen Hurts,
it's not really going out on a limb.
And Jalen Hurts, who ran up the middle and into linebackers at the goal line last night, had 11 carries. And if you're saying that the more he runs, the more likely he's going to get hurt, you're right. And
Thank you.
And the less
that's all I needed to hear from you.
And the less he runs, the less good he's going to be. That's right.
Okay. Kyle had to run him because he can't throw.
So there you go.
Right. Well, it's different with
I don't disagree with that.
Hurts
I never said that.
Jalen Hurts can actually throw the ball, so now you don't need to run him in order for him to be an effective player.
So now we're back to where I keep trying to take this conversation.
That's where I had it from the beginning.
No, we got to reel back to the pick. You got to reel back to whether he should have started in the first place. This idea that Kyle hurt him and was calling
Nobody's saying that.
Well, of course you are.
I'm saying he didn't care if he got hurt.
That's why Kyle's offended at a press conference.
Too bad.
But what about the quote you took offense to yesterday, Mark? You took offense to
Mark, for you to say, everybody on the station, it doesn't take a genius, and this is what's so offensive to me, is like, anybody, you don't have to be a football expert to know if you're going to continue to play him that way, the chances are he's going to get hurt.
Oh my gosh.
I said it. Dibley said it. Bonte said it. It's common sense.
You're making this sound
You don't think
smart.
that's common sense?
It's football.
Okay.
They're all probably going to get hurt. Get any football player on the phone right now
we agree with
and
you
tell
on that
me
one.
if by week 16 they've ever been healthy.
But Mark,
why?
Tom Brady doesn't get hurt?
Yes, he does. He missed a whole year.
Once. Yeah,
One year.
He got hit once.
Yeah, exactly. He also played on the best
Trey
team
Lance
of all
has been hurt 3 times already.
Steiny, this
Mark,
is so
he hurt-
disingenuous.
I gotta bring this up to you.
It's so disingenuous.
Mark, it's
Why?
all
Because you
love.
can't acknowledge some common sense.
And nor can you.
I sure can.
No, you can't.
Absolutely.
You're not acknowledging the common sense that this is the only way for Trey to play. I
know it is.
There's not a coach in the NFL that wouldn't have done this.
Right. If it's the only way for him to play, you needed to get Jimmy Garoppolo because there's no chance he would have lasted the season.
That's all I said from the beginning.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I said it yesterday. I said it last week. I've said it today.
You said a reasonable person couldn't have expected Trey Lance to get hurt.
Go ahead and find that quote. Hey, Steiny, look at me.
Come on.
Go find that quote.
You know what you were saying.
I didn't say that.
You were saying that the more he carries doesn't mean the more chance he has to get hurt. That defies logic.
I literally and 1,000% did not say that. What I said.
Tell me what you said.
I said this is the only way for him to play. Any coach would have called these plays. So if we want to blame Kyle Shanahan for getting him hurt, I find it wildly unfair.
Yeah, well, that's...
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not what you said. Nobody's blaming Shanahan.
Pull the tape.
What you said, Mark.
I know what I said.
Yeah, what you said was that.
I know what I felt, and I know what I've said the whole time, and I cannot stand it when words get put in my mouth.
So every quarterback
really important to me. Look at me.
Hey, Mark, don't do this.
No.
Don't do this,
No,
Mark.
I am,
Mark,
because we're on the radio.
Mark.
I'm not letting you put words in my mouth.
Okay, Mark, what did you say then? You did not say what you said. Here's what you said.
Well, this is getting immature. I'm not going to sit here and scream back and forth. I know what I said.
Get it out.
The audience knows what I said.
So does every quarterback have the same chances of getting hurt each year? Every quarterback has the same chances of getting hurt.
No, Steiny.
Thank you.
The athletic quarterbacks run.
That's right.
And so they're in more danger.
Risk injury more. I mean, it's common sense.
Who on earth didn't say that? I didn't. Okay, go ahead, Gil.
You don't.
Yeah.
And
I didn't say that.
if you're not going to criticize Shanahan, call me Maria, because the calendar has been 2 years that he has not had this dude ready to throw the ball. Okay, so
why is that?
Yesterday, Bonte brought something up, a quote from Kyle about when they needed running backs last year. They said he's not Lamar Jackson. Kyle said those things, and you said it on air. You took offense to that soundbite because, not it was out of context, Mark.
No,
but Kyle was telling you
it was totally
he's
out of
not
context.
like those guys.
It was totally out of context.
So it's like a piñata. Why are we missing the point that you didn't have Trey up and running, ready to throw the ball, and you defaulted to using him more than Michael Vick, who was averaging 8 carries?
We're making it sound
That's what I'm focused on.
Okay,
We all
me
saw.
too. Me
so
too.
where was the disconnect? Is it on Trey or Kyle saying, damn, this dude can't throw it like I thought?
If you want, in my mind, if you want to criticize Kyle, you do it for starting him in the first place.
Which I have.
He's not a puppeteer. We can't say, hey, Kyle, why didn't you have him ready? If the kid's not ready, if he's not good, he's not good. That's and Kyle's fault then goes back to picking him in the first place.
No doubt.
And starting him, because if he's not ready, why are you starting him?
I've agreed with that the entire time.
Yeah.
I said, you
The
guys came in
politics
here
of the pick.
the second that they re-signed Jimmy. I went, it doesn't smell right. We all had this conversation. This doesn't smell right.
People who have the ball in their hands more often are more likely to get hurt by the very nature of the fact that this game is predicated on tackling the guy with the ball.
100%.
So you have a quarterback.
Who would disagree with that?
You have a quarterback who you are asking to carry the ball in situations that are more violent than otherwise. A quarterback like Tom Brady, he doesn't get hit because he knows how to get rid of it. Aaron Rodgers doesn't get hit because he knows how to get rid of it. When you have a quarterback running the football, you can't get rid of it. You're going to get hurt, which means you're more likely to get injured.
Right, but these guys are these guys who are athletic, they're not NFL players if you don't let them run. Facts.
His first NFL game.
Lamar Jackson, go tell him to do what Tom Brady does. He's not in the league. He's out of the league.
Right,
That's an outlier. He's different.
Any of them.
Well, listen, you're right, but you also can't ask Trey Lance to run 16 times, which is what he did in his first game last year. 16
It was
rushes.
like they were trying to hide him throwing the ball. Can we all agree with that?
It's not like that. It is that.
Okay.
It is that.
Well, so if you fail to develop a quarterback and that quarterback is still one-dimensional to the point where you can't throw the guy, you cannot throw him in the pocket or have him throw from the pocket. So, guess what? We got to run him into the ground now. We've got to run him 12 times. Okay, anybody knows if you play that game, you're playing with fire.
And go back to Colin Kaepernick and the way he ran the ball, because he ran it as much as Trey Lance has been running it early in his career. But Colin Kaepernick ran it to the outside. He wasn't running it inside the tackles like Trey Lance is. And you're less likely to get hurt when you run outside the tackles.
Yeah, which you can't tell the defense, by the way, we're only running outside. Again, Kyle's response is not wrong when he says they're all doing it. They're all doing it.
Not as much.
So we can hate it and we can criticize it, but then you got to go to the press conference in Philly and Buffalo and Baltimore and Arizona, and we got to go everywhere and say, what the hell are you doing, coach? because they're all running the
shouldn't
same
feel
play.
any
They're
remorse.
not as much as Shanahan.
They're not
and
running like Shanahan's running.
So he shouldn't feel any remorse.
Josh Allen ran it one time last night.
That was that game plan. But are we going to say Josh hasn't run the ball incredibly physically up the middle before? Of
Not
course
the same way that Trey Lance
Yes,
does.
he has. The truth is, these
so
guys,
right, Dibs.
no, they're not, because they are running it the
They
same way.
drop back to throw and run when they have
Mark,
to.
he's averaged
These
12
were drop
carries a
back
game
and
in
turn
his
into
5
Jim
games.
Brown.
You and I agree. If this is what he can do, then he shouldn't have been on the field.
No doubt. I'm not
so
against
we're all
that.
in the same place. But this is what he can do,
Right.
and you're going to go try to win.
So no remorse from Kyle is
We're
okay
still good.
with you.
We're still good.
Because
Totally.
it felt like there was no remorse from him.
I mean, first of all, the only time I heard him go direct to the idea of remorse, he did give remorse. He said, anytime someone gets hurt, I wish I hadn't called the play. But is a coach supposed to apologize for a football player getting hurt? No. Nah, not in my mind.
I just don't
Not
think
my
this is
mind.
how he was going to be used,
I'm with
man.
you. I'm with you all the way up until. Okay, now you know how you have to use him. Don't expect him to last the year. That's where you and I part.
Well, and what
There's
happens
no
next
way.
year when he
I don't-
comes
there's-
back?
I don't know
Jimmy
that
says bye-bye.
So two
Wow.
things. I don't know that I said I expected him to last the year. And secondly, what no one really wants to get to, which I think Trey would freely admit if he were sitting in here, is that he didn't run this play the way Lamar and Josh and Kyler run it. He literally reportedly was on the ground asking if he went too fast and hit the hole too early. Lamar runs this play all the time, but he runs it better.
And he goes to the outside. He
Like Kyler
avoids
Murray
goes
taking it
right
with the
up
big boys.
the middle sometimes.
Yeah, not
Same
all
way-
the time,
Same
though,
way.
Mark.
Sometimes.
Because this looked different than those guys.
I mean, what are we saying today if when Jalen Hurts took on 3 linebackers at the goal line if he gets up injured? Are we doing this? Are we doing this to Sirianni?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I wouldn't. I mean, guys trying to score. That's
Yeah.
what they do. That's what they do.
And that
Trying
was,
to win.
That was a wide open, and that was not him running into 7 guys inside the tackle. That was just a couple of guys. They were dropped deep in the zone. One juke, little contact at the goal line.
I love
just
it.
a little tiny bit of contact.
It's a different team, so it's just little linebackers. They were both 150 pounds, I'm sure.
You just stick Trey Lance in there between the tackles. Good luck, kid.
Listen, it stinks. It stinks what happened to him. And I think that there are plenty of questions to go around. But for me, they all center around you picking him 18 months ago and putting him out there this year if this is what you thought of him.
Yeah.
Because their play calling to me looks like they didn't think much of his other
That's
abilities.
for sure.
And they
all agree
They
with
didn't
that.
think much of his. I'm going to say it. His worth.
His absence.
His worth either. I'm dead serious.
I know.
mean,
That's where we disagree.
I
That's
think
fine.
he could see this coming. I know that's all. I think he could have seen this.
Well, what
coming.
happens now with Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of how
He's
you
gotta
call
stay
plays
healthy.
exactly. So
And
how do you how much
can't.
do you especially with this offensive line?
No doubt.
You know, Brock Purdy on line
And
too.
we're not
you better get
wishing
him
that,
ready.
but is he? What if it came down to Brock Purdy? Then it's like, man, the euphoria of you got Jimmy. I hope that lasts.
Yeah.
But damn, Mark, we're one Jimmy injury away from. Oh my goodness.
Also
and
true
I'm not
with-
saying
Yeah.
Purdy can't come
True.
say today, but damn.
True with every quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
It's true with every single, and you know, Dak went down, and newsflash, this is coming to some other cities as well this year. Like there are other
Come on,
quarterbacks
Rush.
they're gonna get hurt.
Wanna know.
All right, here we go. Steiny and Guru next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, tell me if you're on board with this, 49er fans and Guru. Before Trey Lance got hurt, my expectations for the 49ers were get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Just get to the playoffs. And if Trey Lance has some growing pains there, so be it. Get to the playoffs. Now that Trey Lance is hurt, you got to make a run now. I think the expectations get greater now with Jimmy Garoppolo.
And
this is because here's what it's come down to as far as I'm concerned. They're running it back. That's what the 49ers are doing. They're running it back right now.
Right.
They went 10-7 last year. They got to the NFC Championship game, and they're running it back with Jimmy G.
No doubt. And why I want to call this stupid or this is not big news, not what you're saying, Steiny, is this was the right thing to do. Now that the kid is hurt, just had surgery, there is no effing way that Kyle Shanahan thought that Trey Lance gave him a better shot or his team a better shot at winning. Okay, so I'm going to retire that, but it still bothers me. But you're right. Now the goalposts have moved. I believe if Jimmy could stay upright, they just look around and I know we're 2 weeks in, Steiny, but you're right. The Niners can go extract revenge on the Rams or whoever they see in the NFC Championship game. And now the pressure's back on Kyle to get what has eluded him, a Super Bowl victory. McVay's done it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Have your goals for this team changed now that Jimmy Garoppolo's back? I think they have to. I mean, isn't conventional wisdom that the team can go farther with Garoppolo than with Lance? And then lastly, I do want to say this because I'm sensitive to you guys are negative. Okay, I'll tell you what.
Well, the world's saying, go ahead.
But and people are killing the 49ers. And I was saying this to, I think, Evan. I said, this all can still work out perfectly for the 49ers. It can work perfectly. Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacks this team for the rest of the season, and they make a big-time run.
Okay.
Whatever that is. They get to the Super Bowl. Obviously, to win it would be unbelievable. But they make a run. Then next year, ideally, Trey Lance is ready.
If he is.
Just like this year, and you hope to grow with Trey Lance. And over the course of the year, you see him get better. And now the next thing you know, at the end of next year, you have your quarterback. It just took him a little longer. So there is still an opportunity for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan to come out smelling like a rose. It's just going to take some more time. And now we must table the Trey Lance conversation.
Yeah, and it goes back to my friend Mr. Ortega yesterday that I told you made a post about he roots for the team. He roots for the logo. We're getting too caught up in names. And if you're a Niner fan, that's all you really truly care about, Steiny. Even if you do think, like Willard, Kyle wasn't at fault and some are split. At the end of the day, the red and gold are trying to get their 6th championship. So you are right. But to me, the smell of smelling like roses, I think, has left the table with the Trey Lance injury because now, if you do win with Jimmy, he's a free agent. Mm-hmm. The Niners are going to be way under the cap. I know you got to pay Bosa. So do we see them spend some of that money before the trade deadline this year? I don't know, but the future is cloudy because now I can honestly look at you in the face and say, Steiny, Trey Lance, now with this injury, it's not like Dak. Dak had skins on the wall. He knew he could play in this league. I'm not saying Trey can't, but if I'm Trey, I'm laid up like, man, I still got some growing to do, but now I got to take good care of my body and get the body right before I can go back in the fire and answer those questions. So I don't know who's going to be at the helm, but right now it's about this year and the Niners. I don't think this has ever happened or better losing their starting quarterback. So kudos to whoever made that happen. If it's Kyle, if it's Lynch, if it's Jimmy, the Niners are better going into their Sunday night showdown against Lil Russ.
415, and this is kind of where I don't view it as a negative.
Okay.
If the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl with Jimmy, then what happens next year? You know what? I'm not putting. You don't have to worry about that right now. You know who's going to be starting for the 49ers next year? Either Jimmy or Trey.
Yeah.
That's who's going to start week 1.
No doubt.
All right, if Trey Lance is ready, he's going to quarterback. If the 49ers make the playoffs, maybe it'll be Jimmy again. I don't know.
But right now, what we do know is Jimmy as long as he can stay upright.
Yeah. The 49ers, now they got to get to the playoffs.
Well, there's
Justin,
no doubt.
Justin in San Jose. Hey, Justin, what's up?
Yo. This is Shanahan's fault. The number one thing he's supposed to do is protect his franchise player, which is the quarterback. And what separates the other coaches from from Shanahan that has these athletic quarterbacks that can run is they make them a pass first and don't take with them good is with their running ability and running right up in the middle with 300-pound people that's coming down on him. You don't do that. You don't take what works best for you. Make him a quarterback first and let his athleticism do all the work after that.
Thanks for the call, Justin. Appreciate it. Again, I'm not here to say Kyle's responsible for Trey Lance getting hurt. But what I am here to say is the guy's smart enough. He made a calculation. He made a calculation to run Trey Lance a lot early in his NFL career. A lot. Trey Lance is primarily a runner from what we've seen so far. So if you're going to utilize him like that, you had to know
he's not
this was an opportunity. This was going to be something that could happen. Your 22-year-old quarterback who's not even fully developed yet in terms of physical ability. He's not even physically done yet. You're going to make him run against pro linebackers and pro, defensive linemen when he's coming from a Division I double A school.
And no, I don't care what the Jackals are saying. I can be disappointed in Kyle Shanahan.
No doubt.
On three fronts. One, you let the politics of the pick influence your decision to start this kid. Two, you couldn't, whatever you were trying to teach him, and we know it takes time. It's not Trey's fault. I'm not calling him a bust. He wasn't ready to throw it. And what I told Willard, he is on record last year saying he is not in the ilk of Lamar Jackson. He's a thrower of the football. And you did not treat him or give him the opportunity to be a Kirk Cousins and just fling it back there. And to call those power runs and not the Kyler Murray-esque or all the other quarterbacks, Lamar, that we see beep, beep, like road runners where the defense gets mad because they're running out of bounds and you can't hit me. You treated him like Jim Brown, and that went into him getting hurt. It was just a matter of time. So although you could say what you want, we'll never have the proof. Also, it was offensive what he did with his body language and just his mouthpiece in the post-game press. You need to go watch Buffalo. They're doing it all over. I mean, that just stunk.
Paul's in Cupertino. Wants to talk about Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo. What's up, Paul? How you doing, man?
Hey, great, guys. Thank you. I couldn't help but call when you guys were talking with the previous crew. But, Trey is, and I really feel bad for him. He's a young guy, and, I can't help but feel sorry when he's going out on the cart. But he's an athletic quarterback, but not an evasive guy like Kyler Murray, who can evade defenses for 28 seconds, if you saw that play.
Yeah.
He's far from being evasive, and he's far from being a quick decision thrower also. So, I mean, you can't just coach these things up. I mean, if you remember, even last year when Shanahan took out Jimmy in his very first game at the end of the drive and let Trey come in to run into the for a touchdown. So these things. He used Trey to his strength, and he wanted him to get comfortable playing and winning. And using his strength, I don't think you can blame Shanahan for that.
No, you can't blame Shanahan for the injury, but you can say to Shanahan, in the 4 or 5 games that Trey Lance has played, he wasn't gangbusters. We can all agree with that.
Yeah, especially with his arm.
He was okay, right?
Yeah.
So now he's going to enter his 3rd year, and we don't know anything about Trey Lance.
And we don't know if he's going to, and I'm not hating Steiny or being negative, you don't know if he's going to be ready week 1 next year. Hopefully he is.
Hey, we got our main man, Ross Tucker, coming up in an hour. Ross Tucker coming up in an hour. On the other side, I'm going to take some of your phone calls. And also, I got to talk about, don't even try to make an excuse this year when it comes to the 49ers, because they have no excuses. And it's all sponsored by Innova International Inc.
49ers faithful, do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
It was bound to happen. I literally tweeted out, he's taking taking too many shots. He's taking too many shots. And people are going to say, Joe, Lamar Jackson runs that play. Josh Allen runs that play. I don't want my franchise quarterback running that play. I want him sitting back and being protected.
Let us know on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. Catch the multi-talented entertainer Gary Vee on October 1st and Amy Schumer on October 8th. Then see live championship boxing on October 29th as Alan Sanchez takes on Sal Bustos. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm in a good mood before you talk.
Okay.
And you tell me if this is weird. I saw the picture, finally, of King James, he came home and cut the dome, bald head, and I'm happy. Hey, dude, that was a mess. And if Durant follows, I'll be fine. Good for you, King. Let it go, dog. Yeah. Worse than when you got the comb over holding on. You know, the brothers trying to do a comb over is different. But now the king then came home. I'm juiced. I know I'm weird, Steiny. Here we go.
I try not to take joy away from anybody. That's what.
You okay?
That's my motto. Oh, dynamite.
Yeah, you're my brother.
You want to listen? Yeah. You want to listen to Shanahan from yesterday? This is Shanahan being asked about the play Trey Lance got injured on.
Actually, a drop back play is more risky than a quarterback sneak. So those are the things that really confuse me. I mean, I'd see guys get killed in the pocket on dropbacks, and I've never had a quarterback get hurt on a sneak before. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It is football, and that's what I mean by that. You can get hurt on any single play. It seems that we only get interested when he's carrying the ball where he gets injured, and that's the whole thing, that there's a risk-reward with everything. But, I mean, to now throwing sneaks in there, too, because of the time in the game is really surprising to me.
So he's basically saying it's really surprising for me that anybody's questioning me quarterback sneaking with either Trey Lance or Garoppolo. But he meant Garoppolo there.
Yeah. And Garoppolo, to his credit, Steiny, has kind of mastered that play.
But here's the thing.
Except when they need it.
He went to the other extreme. It doesn't mean you have to throw. Why not hand it off? Like, that's the one he missed. Yeah. It's like, okay, good point. Quarterbacks don't get hurt on quarterback sneaks as much as dropbacks. But nobody said you should have passed. They're saying he should have just run the ball.
I get that.
With the running back who's having a lot of success. But you know, it's just his defensiveness here a little bit.
And then this is telling.
Yeah, this is about Shanahan running quarterback option in the red zone with Garoppolo.
We got to read the DN a little bit better and get some work at that. Yeah, when the DN does take the quarterback, you hand it off. So that's stuff we got to do. But that's a very normal play in all of football at all levels for everybody. I'm surprised you guys haven't seen some of the quarterbacks run zone read on us when Andy Dalton walks in the end zone from the 10-yard line, or Kirk Cousins does, or a lot of the guys who do run that stuff. And when you're not accounting for the quarterback, it's a pretty normal thing.
It's not about the play.
Yeah.
Stop saying it's about the play. It's not about the play. It's about the number of times you're running Trey Lance. 49 times in the last 4 games, if you add it up cumulatively.
Yeah, I walked to the caddy after the show
yesterday.
It's
not about the play.
And the thing that you said that stood out to me and still stands true and resonates to this day, and how I'm going to feel until we see Lance get back on the football field is, Steiny, I would never sit up in this microphone and say Kyle was trying to get Trey hurt. What I'm saying is he called those plays over and over because he knew he had a better option if the transmission blew out. And the transmission blew out. Not again, I'm giving you the BOD, Kyle, but you knew you went to the well too much. You knew he wasn't Lamar. We got you on record as saying that. And to my liking, you knew you had Jimmy to come in, and that's where we're at now. And I'm not wishing this because I don't want to see Jimmy get hurt. But, Steiny, some would say it'd be poetic. It would be irony if something were to happen to Jimmy and that was taken away from you. And now you got to go back to 2020 49er football to where you couldn't get Mullins up to speed and you damn couldn't get C.J. Beathard, who you moved up in the draft to get.
My question is, let's say Jimmy Garoppolo does get hurt and you have to go to Brock Purdy. Is Brock Purdy going to be noticeably worse than Trey Lance was in his 4 or 5 games as a 49er quarterback? What I'm getting at, Goo, is even if Garoppolo were to get hurt,
okay,
I'm still not giving up on the playoffs if I'm the 49ers or a 49er fan.
Oh, and some could be listening right now saying, Goo, did you see Brock Purdy in preseason? I did. He looked more of a natural drop back. Let me read the defense, and this is where I'm going. So maybe I sound like I'm selling them short, but again, we'll watch, and hopefully it doesn't happen. But again, if somebody could call right on Twitch or YouTube, the Comcast business text line, and give us an example where an NFL team lost their starting quarterback, and that's the stench in this, is he should have never been the starter. And I'm 100% sure in myself now of what I'm seeing and how it's playing out, that the politics are the only reason he was named the starter. And shame on Kyle for doing that, not just to every player on that team, because you picked this kid, and in 2 years you couldn't have him ready to throw. So then you want to act like we are blind, and now you're just running them like Jim Brown, because that's his best attribute. But that ain't what you told us when you got him.
I can't say you're wrong. I can't disagree. I'm gonna say it. I don't think I've ever said it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Let's go to Robin. Robin's in the city.
Oh, girl.
What's up, Robin?
What's
How
she
are
gonna
you?
say?
Hey, you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sneaking. I'm at work. So 2 things I want to say. I couldn't get through yesterday. I totally agree with you, Steinmetz, about a kind of do and don't. About Kyle being dishonest, about Trey. I mean, if you read the room, anybody could tell the boy was a reclamation project. But when he laid the groundwork, and when he said, he's not going to make or break the Niners, or he's going to have some growing pains, that told you right then and there. I think Kyle is doing nothing more but trying. I let it say face.
Yeah.
Perhaps their initial decision to jump the gun to get a quarterback with all that draft capital that wasn't quite ready is I think he's trying to cover up for it. And the second thing is my expectations for this team hasn't changed, and it has really nothing to do with the quarterback. I personally don't know what Kyle's doing on offense. I personally don't have confidence in him to close a game out. And how do you get a rookie quarterback with a rookie offensive line and a second year on it, and McGlinchey sticks? I mean, the personnel decision sucks. So based on that, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that they do make the playoffs.
Thanks for the call, Robin.
Man.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yep.
I think this can still work out. You know what? That's what I'm going to emphasize today, because I know people are saying it's all doom and gloom, but this could work out.
No, some are skipping, Steiny. Some of the Niner faithful are skipping.
What does that mean?
Skipping in joy. Not that Trey got hurt, that the better quarterback is under center.
Oh.
Like the ones that don't care and say we've got focused on the names. The team is better today than it was Sunday. And that's not nobody happy or throwing a party.
Well,
that Trey got that's that's what this is. They are better now, and now you've upped the ante, and I get it. Hey, it's Super Bowl now. So everybody ain't all, we're sad for the kid. People are, but I'm reading it like, hey, we got major action again. Because 10 should have never not been under center.
Well,
that's
see,
reality.
If Trey Lance
no hate
should have never started, and the team knew he should never have started, then this isn't over between Kyle and the rest of the 49ers. Because now the 49ers know this. Maybe Kyle did something a little more for Kyle than for the 49ers.
But I think you're underselling the professionals being pros. Nobody was shortchanging, half-assing. They had their coach's back in a sense.
Well, they had his back because they said, "All right, Kyle, we'll try it.
Okay,
yeah, we'll get behind you. We'll support you."
Right.
And again, now the kid's hurt. And to me, one of the reasons Trey Lance is hurt is because of how they used him.
Right.
And how they used him, I feel like, was a necessity because he was a limited quarterback.
And I hate saying that.
So that's where I'm at, and I think the team is smart enough to look at that. And yes, I do think there might be some 49er players who are like, Kyle was unfair to that kid. That kid wasn't ready.
But they're still going to go out on Sunday. Okay, that's what, yeah.
But it's a crack.
Oh, there's no doubt.
It's a crack.
Right.
And it's also, if there is something, and I do think there's something. I don't know if it's a 1 or a 10, but we're all talking about Kyle's arrogance. If that is a legitimate issue with Shanahan, it'll manifest itself in the locker room with the players. They'll know that, and they won't like it.
And I know you always say goo upstairs. York is not going to fire Kyle. I'm not saying he should be fired, but I'm listening to the guys in the morning. Next year is going to be year 7, and this dude has not developed a quarterback.
Well, it won't matter if they win a Super Bowl.
Trey Lance, in the 2 years you had him, wasn't up to speed. So now you are trying to lie to us and have him run because he couldn't throw or he wasn't ready to throw, but yet he was ready to throw enough to be a starter when he should have been a starter because you went and moved mountains. Like, all that is wrong. It's just stinks. But, I mean, good Lord, Steiny, how long does this guy get? I'm talking about Kyle to get the next Montana or Young.
He might have him.
What?
It might be Trey Lance.
Where? Oh, in the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh, in the cast.
That's right.
Leg cast.
And I think you're forgetting something.
Tell me.
If Jimmy Garoppolo leads the 49ers to the Super Bowl, nobody's going to give a rat's behind about Trey Lance.
But are we not going to scratch our head and say, this dude, you won with the dude you threw out with the trash?
Right, that shows you what a genius I am.
Okay, right.
Everybody knows I think this guy stinks, and I still want it with him.
But you lose something, though, Steiny.
Yeah, you lose something,
You know what I mean, though.
That means 3 out of 6 years, you've won a Super Bowl, gone to the Super Bowl. You've won a Super Bowl, you've gone to a Super Bowl, and you went to the NFC Championship. I think he'll be safe, even if Trey Lance stinks at that point.
Then what about that crack that you speak of, if there is a crack about this move?
See. We'll see if there is or not.
But
I don't know if there is.
Again, that crack won't supersede what you just said, those 3 things, which are heavy. I've been to 2 Super Bowls, won one of them, and got you to an NFC Championship game.
I mean, that's the essence of the problem with Kyle Shanahan. You can look at him from one side and say he hasn't done much. You can look at him from the other side and say 2 out of the last 3 years he did yeah. So, like, that argument can never be won. But I'll tell you what, if Shanahan wins a Super Bowl, it's over. And see, that's my gripe kind of with the media. And I don't know if it has to do with his dad, and people know his dad, but it's almost like people talk about Kyle Shanahan like he's won a Super Bowl already. He hasn't.
Well, he should have.
But he hasn't.
I know.
So stop talking about him like he's Peyton, like he's McVay, like he's Carroll. That's what I feel like the national media, that's how I feel they talk about Kyle Shanahan, who, yes, he's had a couple good years with the Niners, but he's 40 and 43. That's all.
Wow.
That's all. And now he's gotten himself into a pickle because he took a project at quarterback, and we're not going to know anything about him till his 3rd year at the earliest.
Wow.
Carlito in Alameda. What's up, Carlito? How you doing, buddy? Ross Tucker,
Hello,
130.
gentlemen. Hello,
Ross Tucker,
gentlemen.
130. What's going on, man?
Yeah, hello, gentlemen. Boy, there's been so many twists and turns this season. They can make a movie out of it. Now, I'm a Jimmy G guy, but I feel bad for the kid. I didn't want it this way, but my expectations have not changed. I think NFC Championship or Super Bowl, you don't got to win it, but Jimmy G can get us there. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call. He better get to the playoffs. See, to me, Trey Lance getting hurt, unfortunately, keeps the window open for this to become a nightmare season. Because to me, a nightmare season is Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacking the bulk of the games for the San Francisco 49ers, and they don't make the playoffs.
Oh, that would be awful.
That would be the worst scenario that we could envision. Trey Lance gets hurt, but we got Jimmy, and Jimmy can't get us there this year. Then what do you do?
It would be the 3-5.
Then you got a little
last
issue
year,
if you're
no
Kyle
doubt.
Shanahan.
But I don't expect that to happen, Steiny.
No, I don't either. But here's the other thing: if Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, I ain't giving Shanahan a pass. Why should he get a pass? Why should he get a pass?
Yeah.
He drafted a quarterback that's ineffectual, and his quarterback that he always talked about being not durable enough got hurt again. Like he doesn't. They do not get a pass, no matter what happens this year. That's the way I feel. Even if Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, is it bad luck? Of course, it's bad luck. But you know what? You blew the quarterback situation at that point.
And you blew it coming out of camp, naming Fi the starter.
Rob's in San Bruno.
Our guy.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, what's going on?
I can't wait to hear this, Rob.
Let me give him this second here. I think Lance can't throw.
You got to call back, Rob.
Yeah, I want
got to call back, Rob. Let's go to PJ.
Yeah.
PJ is in Castro Valley. What's up, PJ? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey.
You're scaring me early with the voice like you got something up your sleeve.
Wow.
Oh, no, nothing up my sleeve. I just want to know, I went back and looked twice that when Trey went down, I didn't see Kyle go on the field. He didn't go yesterday and visit him at the hospital like some of the other players did. What kind of statement is that?
Yeah, PJ, he did go out on the field. It was during the commercial, clearly, but I was told there's a picture in the Bay Area News Group paper yesterday that had Shanahan next to Lance when he was either lying down or when he was
But the
getting
fact
up.
that we're looking for it. And what about him not going to the hospital? I don't know if he did or not.
I don't know what the protocol is for that.
All right.
I don't know how many coaches go to the hospital.
But you know why that's being brought up? That was Pat calling from Castro Valley. That's not us.
PJ.
And she's a PJ, and she's not the only one. So what's the underlining, like, why would we care if he did or didn't go to the hospital? Because people feel like Trey wasn't treated with care when it comes to the play calling. And if people want to say this, man,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, come on, man. Call it. Come on now. We didn't been around the block. I feel like the coach did not. There was no handle with care with the play calling in Trey's future.
Drop of the hat, Matt.
Yeah.
What's up, Drop of the hat? Ross Tucker, 130. Ross Tucker, our man.
Man, we all know, right? I'm going to ask both of you guys this one question. When the 49ers trade those two picks for the draft pick, right, for the number 3 overall pick, what do you guys have as far as Trey Lance on a mock draft?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who saw what Kyle saw? Again, it goes back to my theory. He never wanted him, Steiny.
But you don't know that, so you can't go. You got to do that after a hard, cold fact.
Right, I know.
Please.
I don't know.
Please.
I'm just telling you, man.
Bottom line is
Niners are in good shape.
Kyle Shanahan gave up 2 first-round picks to move up 9 spots for a number, not a player. He moved up for a number at that point. They didn't know they were going to draft Trey Lance. They might have liked him, but they really wanted their first choice for what was going to be the remaining 3 quarterbacks. But they didn't know who. They didn't know who when they made the trade.
Yeah.
So what if they evaluated them all intently after the trade and realized none of them really that great?
But when you make
They
that
moved
bold
up.
of a move, Steiny,
Yes,
you got to be in love.
You better.
You have to
exactly.
identify
Exactly.
a recipient.
Exactly.
Someone you want to put a ring on it.
Exactly. It would be like the Jordan draft where,
oh my goodness,
there goes Sam Bowie and now Elijah goes.
Yeah.
And you're the Bulls and you're like, we're going to give you 8 draft picks for the number 3 pick. You're not moving up for number 3. You're moving up for Michael Jordan.
No doubt about it.
You don't.
Yeah.
And let me tell you what the number 4 pick doesn't do. They don't trade 8 draft picks and hope Jordan falls to them.
Man. There's not a walking soul that could argue that.
All right, Rob, try it again, buddy. What do you got?
This notion that Lance can't throw when CJ and Beathard and guys got to throw the ball in his offense is a joke to me because last year when Jimmy almost threw the playoffs host with that Titans performance, what quarterback came in there and threw from the pocket and made plays to win that game to keep us in the playoff hunt? That was Trey Lance, right?
Yep.
Who was that same guy last week against Washington who threw 3 bombs, 3 out of 4 for 20+ yards on a dime? That was Trey Lance, right? My thing is this. He might not be able to throw the timing passes the way Jimmy does, but he does other things well, the way Jimmy don't do well. Like when Jimmy came into the game, why isn't Lance throwing that pattern into number 6?
Hey, Rob, sounds to me like you got an issue with Shanahan. Rob.
Wow.
I mean, if Rob believes he throws a good deep ball,
and the difference in play calling for Jimmy and when Trey was in there, that's at Kyle's door. I won't speak for you. That's at Kyle's doorstep. There are so many ways for you to be pissed off at Kyle Shanahan. And Willard, you guys were going back and forth. I don't think Willard's mad that people are criticizing Kyle. It's saying that Kyle got him hurt. There's nobody that can say Kyle's off the hook in this.
No, but nobody's
coming out of camp.
No, but this is where we're talking extremes. One extreme is Kyle got Trey Lance hurt, and the other is this is football. You got to do what you got to do. If a guy gets hurt, so what? Well, I'm in the middle. Of course, Kyle didn't get him hurt, but any reasonable person watching football knew and was already beginning to talk about how using Trey Lance like Kyle Shanahan was using him in game 1 even was not a recipe for long-term success. And Kyle knew it. That's all. Kyle knew Trey wasn't going to be able to play 17 games like he's played the first game. Now, maybe the plan was to become more of a passer. I'm sure it must have been, right? But the plan must have been to become more of a passer over the course of a season.
Okay.
Fair enough.
But has he ever, I'm talking about Kyle, acknowledged and said into a microphone that there were limitations on Trey in the pocket? I'm wondering if that man still thinks he was there was nothing to see here. He had all confidence in Trey throwing the ball. And that's why I was offended as a spectator watching Jimmy go deep 8 times. Holy hell. Are you really going to are you really doing this? And he did it.
See,
oh my God!
You ready for me? Here's a real.
I need a V8.
Here's a real. See if I can do this. Here's a real Sigmund Freudism. So let me get this straight. Kyle Shanahan moved heaven and earth to get Trey Lance. They're inexorably tied together. They're Kyle will always be tied to Trey Lance. Trey gets hurt. And Kyle is kind of like la-di-da, la-di-da. Supposedly.
Okay.
Well, that tells me that relationship might not be the kind of love that we all strive for.
All right.
You know what I mean? In other words,
doubt.
he doesn't think he lost his franchise quarterback because he was already starting to see some things
and that's
that he didn't like.
We didn't see a resemblance of any distraughtness or, somebody that's wow. Huh?
All right, we got Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30. Get to your phone calls on the other side. And again, I want to bring up these 49ers injuries and just run it by Guru and 49er fans because I do think there's something to it. We'll talk about it on the other side. Hey, when you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Kyle's brilliant.
Talk saves lives. Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, our annual 2-hour national mental health conversation, Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. You'll hear from Drew Robinson, whose story is one you have to hear. Former Heisman Trophy winner Ricky Williams will also join us to talk about his struggles. The 2-hour special is a constructive and supportive conversation about our mental wellness. I'm Listening, Wednesday, September 21st, starting at 6 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. For more, visit imlistening.org. Remember, talk saves lives.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
All right. The Black Keys are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on October 5th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your chance to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, one thing, Goo, I always do when you talk about injuries is I go, yeah, it happened. Come on. Don't say injuries. They happen.
Yeah, I hate them.
So the 49ers have lost their starting quarterback, their starting running back, and now Tyrion Davis Price is out for a few weeks. So they've lost two running backs and a quarterback in the first 2 weeks of the season.
I just told you yesterday he had a good game. He was running. I just don't get it, man.
I'm telling
what's
you,
in the water?
I'm sticking to my theory.
It's football.
No. My theory is that I
think
hard. The 49ers running backs run harder than most running backs. Yeah. And I think the 49ers are more physical than most teams. And I think it look, George Kittle goes out and seeks contact.
Okay, I got something for you.
Deebo Samuel, goodness gracious, does he take hits? I mean,
then why the problem on 4th and 1s? Why does the head coach get too cute / offensive play? Like, why don't you just
different question.
Run it up in there? Malachi Crunch.
By the time the 49er running backs hit the line of scrimmage, they are running almost at full speed. They don't dance in the backfield.
They know what I asked you? The strength and conditioning?
I think that's the only way you play on the 49ers in the backfield is if you run like that. I can't believe
you just said he's add him to the list. You won't see him Sunday night in Denver.
No. So maybe
that ain't no Steiny.
Or just think of all those hard slants they like to run with Garoppolo.
Yeah. But when I brought that up a couple years ago, you bah humbug.
Brought what up?
Like the running backs, is it their scheme that they're dropping like flies?
You never said scheme. You kept saying water. See, you didn't try to really examine it. You just said, "What's in the water?" I went to examine it and I figured out that that's my theory about it's the way Kyle uses those guys. Mm-hmm.
I'm lazy today. I'm gonna let you go ahead with that one because I brought up the strength and conditioning. Like, do they need to look at them?
Totally different.
Hamstring, soft tissue injuries.
That. Oh no, they got a great training staff.
Right. And by all accounts, I think they brought in a new staff.
Don't know.
Yeah, we waiting on Ross.
No,
that's a flag on
me.
He's
at 1:30.
No.
Let's go to Johnson. Johnson's in the city. Wants to talk about Tom Brady. Why?
Yeah, thanks a lot, fellas.
Sure.
Yeah, I wonder if Tom Brady was here, if he would have got Kyle Shanahan fired or demoted, just like he did with the head coach at Tampa Bay. I mean, it's like Kyle Shanahan is the only offensive coordinator I know that it doesn't use the deep ball threat. And I almost think that's part of the reason why we have injuries. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't know why the 49ers have so many injuries. I just threw my theory at you. It does seem like, let me ask you this.
They went up
49er
top in the
fans,
Super Bowl.
888-957-9570. Does it feel like Kyle Shanahan is hard to play for if you're a quarterback? If you're a quarterback, I think Shanahan is hard to play for. I just think he demands so much out. Here's what I think. I think he's kind of looking for a quarterback that might not really exist because he wants them to do so many things and process things so quickly. And so because they can't meet that standard,
well, that's not a turnoff to me, Steiny, because I keep going to our basketball coach here, Steve Kerr. Like, I kind of like that from my coach. That, Popovich, like Phil Jackson.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be honest with you.
I like that stuff if that's the case. Look at Matt Ryan. He ain't been the same since the departure of Kyle.
I'm going to say this.
RG3's rookie year.
I'm going to say this. Tom Brady and Kyle Shanahan would not have worked.
And the more that's why they didn't pull the trigger.
Tom Brady would have been like, you're kidding me, right? This guy's kidding me, right? I'm sorry.
No,
but he would. He's got 7 Super Bowls. He's older than Kyle Shanahan, Tom Brady.
Or, hey, we should run this or keep running this. Remember the honey badger, the gift basket? And that was only one message. And what about Jimmy after the game? Did you hear the sound? I just run the play. We just run the plays there. Whoa.
He's just following orders. You ever see Hogan's Heroes?
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Listen, okay, tell me if you hear this.
I could name a person on there.
Listen to Shanahan when he says you get hurt more when you sneak than when you drop back than sneak. Just listen to something.
Actually, a drop back play is more risky than a quarterback sneak. So those are the things that really confuse me. I mean, I see guys get killed in the pocket on dropbacks, and I've never had a quarterback get hurt on a sneak before. Doesn't mean it can't happen. It is football, and that's what I mean by that. You can get hurt on any single play. It seems that we only get interested when he's carrying the ball of where he gets injured, and that's the whole thing. That there's a risk reward with everything, but I mean, to now throwing sneaks in there too because of the time in the game is really surprising to me.
Really surprising. He's jabbing a couple times. Listen to
look at you. He went Thomas Hearns.
Can you? Hey,
shut up.
No.
That was a joke.
Evan, if how do I stop it? I'll click it once to start it, and then what to stop it? That's the one,
dude.
Listen to that.
Yeah.
Like after he says, "You get hurt more dropping back." Take a listen. Like that's what he said. It's pretty amazing.
I'm gonna do something.
Like that is condescending. Laughing at, I don't know.
The great Denzel Washington won his only Oscar doing the movie Training Day. And there was a scene, Steiny, he was a dirty cop.
Okay.
And he would let all the gangbangers get in trouble, let them go, whatever. And he had lost the confidence in the neighborhood, and he was yelling, "I'm King Kong!" And everybody was outside in their robe in their pajamas, but they
lost it.
He lost. That's Kyle's moment doing it. Like,
not yet.
No, it is, Steiny. He's running material, but he's running material because he knows this, like, he's losing something, and it may be confidence, but when I hear that, like, you got to really tell us, ball coach, that running the dude's getting hurt on the quarterback keep is different than in the pocket. No, duh. Dude, like, he's on a terrain. He's not, he knows, Steiner, he knows stuff's hit the fan or he stepped in.
I got to believe,
I'm going Jeff Garcia with the step.
I kind of think so, too.
Play it for me one more time.
Well, here's what Kyle Shanahan said. The question was, "Hey, Kyle, I got another running back question for you, or running question for you."
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
What? See, it gets worse when you help educate.
That's what he said.
Wow.
That's what he said.
Wow. the professor. How many credits is his class?
So it's funny because he says he tunes out
the draft.
So how does he know? Like, that's the thing. Stop saying,
right,
we don't pay any attention to that in the building, and then respond to the sentiment, which you know is out there.
Man. That's
anyway,
just wow.
Listen,
that takes a lot of gall, Steiny.
I'm going to say one more time because this is what I did want to talk about for a lot of the show. This could all work out perfectly still for the 49ers. I mean, I think Kyle Shanahan is in a little bit of a pickle.
To you, though, Steiny.
I think every
this Trey Lance
49er
getting hurt will never go away.
I think 49er
and him being named
fans
starter will never go away.
I think 49er
it was
fans
blatantly wrong, and you did it for your selfish reasons.
A Super Bowl won't cure this? A Super Bowl this year will not cure the angst and anger of the 49er fans?
If Trey Lance,
it's going to be Garoppolo.
Yeah, but it'll put deodorant and cologne on it, but this stench won't go away.
Nah.
Nope. Yeah, Steiny, you left camp. You left camp knowing you had a liability at quarterback or you weren't starting the best quarterback. You got to pay for that. Now, and I think confidence from Niner fans, I'm listening. I'm on Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, YouTube, the national shows. They're going in on Kyle for even breaking camp with Kyle as the starter and then not telling us this kid wasn't ready to throw the ball. And for the people in the back that don't think they're buying, how do we know he wasn't ready to throw the ball? You haven't come up with a plan that let him just throw it. You never let him chuck it around the yard.
If Jimmy Garoppolo wins the Super Bowl with the 49ers this year,
I think he becomes
all
embarrassing.
Good.
Yeah, no, it's
embarrassing
that you got bailed out when you shouldn't have. You said bye-bye to the dude that saved your ass.
You did, but they came back. I mean, Guru, look, you can think whatever you want to think, but the narrative is going to be this was a genius move. And you know what? That's what I mean. You can criticize it all you want, but guess what? The first-year guy, second-year guy got hurt. They had a backup, led him to the Super Bowl. That was their contingency plan. That's what happened. You won't be able, and that's what I mean. If that happens, I'm not going to not give Shanahan credit.
And I got, you know what? We got to give him credit for the bowl victory if it's with Jimmy. But you know, and I know, Steiny, what went down.
That's fine.
And how Jimmy was. They said, Kyle, bye-bye.
But that's how you survive it.
Okay.
That's how you survive an awful mistake. If Trey Lance is a bust and they win the Super Bowl this year with Garoppolo, then I think.
And what if Garoppolo leaves town? And then now you run Trey back out here next year at this time, and they're 1-3, and he looks like, it's going to be a few more years. Well, then who's coming through that door?
Well, then I say
Jimmy ain't.
Well, then I say if I'm Kyle Shanahan,
I got a ring.
I say 3 out of the last 4 years I was in the NFC Championship game.
I hate
we won it last year. We're moving off Jimmy. We got to take a little step back.
Even if it wasn't Kyle, if it was Steiny or Tony, somebody I don't even know, I would hate that they could use that in this process and not own that they messed up.
I'm just saying they can survive it if they win a Super Bowl. Kevin's in Napa. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Good, Steiny. How you guys doing today?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, so I was just agreeing with you. I do think as a quarterback, it is probably tough to play for Shanahan. And there was a caller on Willard and Dibs earlier that said that it's kind of just common sense that Garoppolo is the better quarterback of the two. And so I wanted to ask you guys, don't you think like they owe the veterans playing the better quarterback to give them the best chance to go kind of deep in the season? I mean, you saw after the game, Juszczyk said that's Niner football. Those players were all over Jimmy when he scored that touchdown. It's just kind of all like, it makes sense that Jimmy should be playing quarterback.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
But you couldn't play that call before week 1 because Kyle went against it. He went against it because of the politics of it.
You don't like. I always, when you say something like that, I always put myself in Kyle Shanahan's position, and I always think, well, I can rebuke that.
Okay, I would love to hear it.
What was it? What did you say again?
He only started Trey Lance because it was his pick, the politics and the pressure of the picks.
He was the better quarterback day one.
Are you looking at me saying you really believe that?
He's looked at you and said other stuff that's not believable. I mean, listen, I'm not siding with him. I'm just putting out.
That caller was right, but he went against that.
Like, here's what I think. If Kyle Shanahan started Trey Lance and everybody knew Jimmy was better and should have been starting, that problem doesn't go away just because Trey Lance got hurt and Jimmy's the quarterback. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
And that if there's any acrimony in that locker room, it'll surface.
But they're pros. On the field,
they are pros.
On the field, it won't.
If you're George Kittle, Aren't you in that locker room saying to Trent Williams, man, they did Jimmy wrong.
No doubt,
man.
Steiny.
They
we
did
talked
Jimmy
about
wrong.
it. But I'm not
Well,
going to
that's the
half-ass
coach.
my job or miss a block.
Okay. I'm just saying.
And for whatever
Kyle
reason,
Shanahan
he chose that route. He went that route.
Kyle Shanahan may be getting more and more exposed in that locker room.
But yet,
and not
winning
everybody's a
Super Bowl,
veteran.
though, Steiny.
Not everybody's a veteran on that team.
But you win a Super Bowl and get exposed. We talked about winning and growing a quarterback at the same time. Could you juggle that? Like, I guess my question to you and the masses would be, let's say there was some exposure. It will never be as greater as it was when you went out week 1 in Chicago with Trey, when you knew Jimmy, or everybody knew Jimmy was the better option. Okay, now you go win. When will that come bite you in the ass? Because I feel like it already, like the worst part's over.
Kyle can skate this year on the quarterback thing. You got to table Trey Lance. You just have to. You can't call him a bust. You can't call him a mistake.
Okay.
You can't do that yet. And I'd like to do it to put some heat on Shanahan, but I'm not going to do it because of Trey Lance, because he's not a bust yet. He still has a chance.
Have you seen a team ever get this lucky because saying bye-bye to a player, and then like for whatever reason, Jimmy's,
But I'm just saying, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, it's not luck, Guru. This is a contingency we planned for.
Yeah, and I got some land for sale.
We were playing chess. See, I actually do think that Kyle Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan at some point in this offseason realized that Trey Lance wasn't great at throwing out of the pocket.
Okay.
He must have thought that because of the way he's used him in his brief career. So if he's afraid to use Trey Lance in the pocket a lot, well, then he's got to let him use his legs. And he thought about that before they ever got Jimmy Garoppolo and said, you know what? This guy doesn't have it in the pocket right now. It's going to take him a while. We're going to have to run him like a running quarterback. Well, now we better get a good backup, because we know if we have a running quarterback, a guy who's running 10 to 12 times a game, he's going to get hurt.
But Steiny, there was no imagination in the runs that they were calling for Trey. When you guys were talking earlier today, there's nothing worse than a quarterback, old Russell Wilson, when you drop back to pass and then nothing's out and then you run. These were so unimaginative from a dude that's supposed to be, I dubbed, a genius when it comes to play design.
You didn't know then.
You
were guessing, though.
That reeks, Steiny.
Were you guessing at the time?
No, I wasn't guessing.
When you said he's a play-calling genius, were you kind of guessing?
Hey, I still, the Croft pass. Trey missed him.
Yeah.
That was...
Jimmy hits that?
I'm not saying no. He cut the defense.
What do you mean?
That was a touchdown. If a quarterback... That was an excellent play design.
In your world, the 49ers won a Super Bowl, and Croft caught that.
No, yeah.
Somebody wants to answer your question. Jonathan in San Francisco.
Jonathan.
What do you got, Jay?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
He's not a drop-back quarterback yet, bro. He's not Dan Marino. He's not a phenom, bro. He sees footwork, and he's got a long wind-up delivery. If you haven't dropped back, he's going to get sacked a lot of times. What Kyle Shanahan was doing is he's trying to set up the defense. A lot of those quarterbacks keep in the first half. That's going to be a pull, a rollout, and a strike downfield in the third or fourth quarter. So that's the big picture, but it's unfortunate that whatever happened to him. But, hey, thank God we got Jimmy, so let's go Niners.
You know what I was thinking, Goo? By the way, 10 minutes, Ross Tucker in 10. You know what the 49ers did the equivalent of? An NBA team drafting a kid out of high school. That's what they did. They drafted Jermaine O'Neal from back in the day. They drafted Josh Smith. They drafted J.R. Smith.
Yeah.
Oh, I have KG and Kobe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Moses.
How was Kobe's first year?
But he had the gall to shoot those shots against Utah.
My point is
I hear you.
KG or Kobe weren't great in their rookie years. And I'm just saying.
But what do you give me for
a project?
What about those power runs not being creative?
Well, I'm not getting into his coaching.
How come?
Because, honestly...
What did you think of those play designs when he did keep them and just run up the gut to in harm's way to the abyss on the gridiron? That was not creative. It was, you're big.
I never said he was creative.
Football. and go get up and run. No, come on, man. Well, that's what reeked about it to me. It wasn't creative, and it wasn't fooling anybody, to be honest with you.
I'm not questioning the play calling. I don't care about the running play. It's the amount of runs. That's the only thing that bothered me, the number of times they were running Trey Lance. As for the game plan, I mean, the play calling, yeah, I guess it wasn't very good. That's not what...
You think?
I do less X's and O's in football and more big picture. Like, a coach is important to set the tone. And I don't think... Kyle Shanahan obviously knows football. That's beyond reproach. But I don't know that he's a good coach. And I hate to use this phrase, but it's used. I don't know that he's a leader of men.
Okay.
And that's what you got to do.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. Right now, I'm giving him the thumbs up on the leader of men, because if this decision was not as popular in that locker room as we think it was with the veterans, they didn't stab him in the back and nothing leaked out. So I'm going to give him that. Nothing leaked out with the Ayuk thing that I was saying maybe he handled wrong. So he's kept, nothing in the house is getting out to the neighbors.
That's not what I saw in Mike Silver's story in the Chronicle. Mike Silver said a bunch of players said, now we're playing the best quarterback.
Well, you can say it now that that's happening, but we weren't hearing that while Trey was under center.
But it's out. It's out now that there was a rift in the locker room.
Now, rift is... I could.
Do you believe
the reporter in me would be like, who was the rift with?
Do you believe there were 49er players?
Oh, there's no doubt. Okay. I would have been of them. Okay. But again, I use that to give Kyle props as a leader of men.
No, you don't.
That was, you knew your guys felt that way, but they kept it in house.
That's right.
For you to not be second guessed.
That's right.
Right.
But you were wrong. The head coach was wrong. He might have made a drastic mistake by running him too much. Now the kid's hurt. And the team saw that.
Okay.
I'm not saying this is the case. I'm saying it's possible this is the case. That the veterans in there were some that knew he wasn't ready.
I told you, I agree with that.
And Shanahan said, but we're going to start the season with him. And there were veterans in there that said, this is not good. He's not ready. But we'll do it because we're pros.
Okay.
Now, all of a sudden, in the second quarter of the second game, first quarter of the second game, Trey Lance gets hurt.
Right.
Because he's running 12 times a game, and I'm on the San Francisco 49ers. I'm doing what every fan's doing. What, you didn't think that was going to happen, Kyle?
Okay.
Of course it was going to happen.
I did all that.
Okay, so at that point, you're feeling some kind of way about the way Kyle and the organization treated the kid. That can seep in. It doesn't mean they're going to quit. It doesn't mean they're not professional.
Okay.
It means
that put their name
it means
on
that they
something.
can look at Kyle Shanahan right now and say, you know what?
Everybody's
Maybe you
doing
ain't all that.
Yeah, no doubt, Steiny.
You tried to do something that we all knew couldn't be done, and you tried it anyway.
I just keep going to his record, which is under 500, and I'm like, have we ever had a ball coach have that record through these many games, but yet get to the heights of a Super Bowl, almost victory, and an NFC championship? Normally, when you look at a coach and that record, you're like, oh, ain't nothing popped off. But this dude's been there. And I'll say this, in my world, Steiny, everything you just said, I believe, is real. Until we get a named player that puts his name on it.
You just said you acknowledge that there were probably some 49ers.
And I'm also telling you on my metric, like, I could go write an article and say, I believe there's some players that, you know what I mean?
But I just said, do you think there's some players? You said, of course.
Right.
So it's out.
But there's rank involved.
Well, it's not George Kittle isn't going to say they did Jimmy wrong.
But if it were George, then all hell would be water on the boat.
No, I don't necessarily
agree. It would be water on the boat in my world for Kyle.
It's still an issue in the locker room, and that's, to me, what the most important thing is.
But that's like David West saying we battled the issue and it never got out, right? Well, kudos to Kerr and Myers and everybody.
But just because it didn't get out isn't the reason they won a title. It's just because it didn't get out. And
which means Kerr has his pulse on, or whoever the powers to be kept it in house.
That's great.
There's a science.
Doesn't mean
to
there's
that.
a problem.
Yeah,
doesn't mean there's not a problem.
But there's a science in keeping it in house.
Week 2. Let's chill. I mean, we're 2 weeks into the year.
That I agree with.
Malik in Oakland. What's up, Malik?
How you guys doing? This is the Bay Area's first take, cold pizza, all the good shows, man. We got our own sports show in the Bay Area. I love it.
Wow.
But this is what I want to say. Steiny, you're right. I believe Shanahan character is coming into play with all the players. We got to take ourselves out of the fan shoes and actually put ourselves in the player shoes and say, man, he put a young dude up in the game, knowing he couldn't play, knowing that he wasn't ready to play, and we out here, blocking for him, and he just running them into the linebackers head first.
I'm with you.
Wow.
I'm with you. And if the team feels that way, and we don't know if they do.
Okay, right.
But then this issue's not over.
Okay.
That's all. That's all.
And you know what? If they start losing and they get to 3-5, I think we got more of a chance of it really getting uglier.
All right. Don't miss Damon and Ratto today when NBC Sports own Peter King. He'll join him at 4:15. Peter King educates football fans just like Kyle Shanahan every Tuesday all season long right here on 95.7 The Game. Coming up next, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker.
We're reacting to the Trey Lance injury live on YouTube.
The game is over, and he's got his backup quarterback, and he is slamming Garoppolo into the heart of the Seattle goal line defense. Why?
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
Your closer of the week is Talanoa Hufanga, who had a game-high 11 tackles and his first career interception as a 49er.
Bears bring only 4. Fields given time. He gets picked off by Hufanga.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door can be controlled right from my smartphone. I know when a door or gate has been left open, and I can close it with a tap no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off of a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Curb
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, everyone gather round. I have some exciting...
Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk.
We're switching to green energy.
She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint.
All operations will net zero emissions.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, on the line, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. What's going on, Ross? How you doing?
I am awesome. How are you guys?
Well, I don't think this fan base has ever been more upset after a win. There are a lot of fans out here that say, you know, Kyle Shanahan should have known if he was going to run Trey Lance that much that this was inevitable. What are your thoughts on that?
Don't agree with that at all. There's a lot of quarterbacks out there that run it more than Trey did on Sunday. I mean, he ran the ball 3 times. In the first game, Jalen Hurts, I think, 17? I know Josh Allen was double digits in their first game, so don't agree with that at all. I'm surprised that is the sentiment. I would think people would be praising Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch for having the foresight to keep Jimmy G. I mean, they basically saved the season by renegotiating that contract to keep Jimmy.
All right, I'll give you that one. But here's the thing. If you take – Trey Lance came in last year at halftime of a game against the Seahawks. Then he played 2 full games as a starter. He started week 1. Then the point is he's played 4 full games essentially, and he's got 49 rushes in those 4 games. So they have been using him quite a bit. He's been their leading rusher in a couple games too. So that's why – and Kyle always talks about how, first and foremost, he would like a pocket quarterback. And so I think a lot of fans feel that he was being unfair to Trey Lance by putting him in harm's way so much.
So what I would say, I understand that thought process. What I would say to those fans is that Kyle Shanahan was giving Trey Lance a chance to win and a chance to perform well for the team while he developed into the pocket passing quarterback that Kyle Shanahan would like to have. And, you know, I heard this a lot in Baltimore
when they were running the ball with Lamar Jackson all the time that year, and then all he did was go and win the MVP, and they were 14-2 and the number one seed when he was running that year, and then nobody complained about it anymore. Everybody just kind of shut their mouth. It's very unfortunate that he got hurt. I would not say it was inevitable. There's too many other examples of quarterbacks running and not getting hurt to say that this was inevitable. I think it's unfortunate. Was there a little bit of an increased risk? Yes, but they felt like that was a risk they were willing to take.
Ross, always a pleasure. You know, I asked Steiny, we were talking about the dynamic of the locker room, and we're not going Maury Povich here to try to make stuff up, but obviously to me, I feel comfortable in saying Jimmy was the better option, and the politics were involved with the pick from Kyle, and Kyle had a guy starting who shouldn't have been. Is there any collateral damage with other players in the locker room for doing that? And I kind of give those players kudos for having Kyle's back, knowing that he might not have been the best option.
You know, that's interesting. I guess ultimately I think most of those guys have been around long enough that they kind of get it, right? Like they kind of know what the deal is and they understand. I mean, I saw it a number of times during my career where they moved on from, like in Buffalo, they moved on from Drew Bledsoe to go with J.P. Lossman. And we were all upset about it. We were all mad about it. But you kind of also understand that it's part of the business, right or wrong. I don't think guys are looking at it that way. I think anybody that had an issue with the initial decision is probably right now just happy that Jimmy's the quarterback. They're not happy Trey got hurt.
Right.
They're not focusing on, you know, what Kyle Shanahan's initial decision was. I think they're just happy that the organization kept Jimmy and that they had him in case of this possibility.
Ross Tucker join us on 95.7 The Game. I don't disagree with that at all. And you said, and this is where I agree with you, you said, Kyle, you know, that's a risk they were willing to take, meaning play Trey like they did. I think that's exactly right. If I asked you, who do you think Kyle Shanahan, deep in his heart, thinks he can go further with, Garoppolo or Lance, what do you think his truthful answer would be?
He probably would have told you this year, probably Jimmy, but that there's a ceiling there.
Right.
And over the next 5 years, absolutely Trey.
Yeah.
And I think he probably is confident enough to think that by the end of this year, they actually would have been doing some pretty darn good things.
I agree.
With Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Ross, let me ask you this, and this will be the last time I say it. I still feel like the Niners up 10 in the fourth against the Rams in the championship game should have won. They didn't. We're 2 weeks in. I'm not buying Philadelphia. Good, cute story, but still, I need to see more. But now with Jimmy back with the Niners, Ross, I'm looking at the landscape of the NFC. I don't know if Tom Brady's older or what's going on. Something seems to be a bit off. They're yet 2-0. How do you see the NFC right now and the Niners? Because as crazy as this sounds, I'm telling Steiny, I feel like it's theirs to lose.
Yeah, I would say very, very open. I'm not going to go so far as to say it's the Niners' division or conference to lose, but I will say they're absolutely in the mix. You know, I think it's the Rams, to some extent the Packers, the Bucks, of course. Bucks are probably number one. I would say if anybody's to lose, it's probably the Bucks, with the Rams up there as well. And then the Niners, the Eagles for sure. And then I guess it depends on how you feel about Minnesota, New Orleans, some of those other teams.
Ross Tucker join us on 95.7 The Game. Ross, is there something to the 49ers' physicality in their running game? Trey Lance has got hurt. Elijah Mitchell got hurt. Now Tyrion Davis-Price is out for a few weeks. I'm telling you, you may laugh at this, but one of the reasons, and they've had running back issues with injury, I actually think it's because the 49ers running backs run harder on balance than other running backs. It feels like when they hit the line of the scrimmage, they're almost at full speed. There's no dancing back there or anything like that. Is that ludicrous?
No, I don't think so, actually, Steiny. There is no question that they tell those guys to put their foot in the ground, get north and south, make one cut, and to hit that thing hard. And there's also no doubt that I even go back to Mostert. Now, look, that's a position where guys get hurt a lot. Right? We know that. Guys get banged up at running back a lot. But it sure does feel like the Niners have more than their fair share. I don't think it's necessarily just because of the style, though. I think it's the volume. I think the Niners try and want to run the ball more than other people. So you combine that, which probably is a few more percentage possibility that they get hurt because there's more snaps, with the style, which is probably a few more percentage increase the likelihood of an injury. And I think that gets you where you are. I think that's actually an interesting observation.
Ross, I got to ask you about something that happened in a game in Cleveland, because Steiny and I, we don't even front like we played. You played. And the Browns were up 7. The Jets are out of timeouts, and Chubb has the ball and goes into the end zone to score a touchdown. They miss an extra point, and essentially he could have took a knee, and they run the clock out at the 3-yard line. My question to you is, if you're Chubb's teammate, Ross, are you mad at him after the way that game played out? You lost. And had you went down, it would have been over.
No, you know what? I'm not mad at him. I am, if anything, mad at myself or the coaches for not saying anything to him about it. They were at the 12-yard line. It was before the 2-minute warning. So he's probably thinking, well, you know what? The clock stops anyway, because there's 2:02. Now, I'm pretty mad at Kareem Hunt for the play before running out of bounds. With 2 minutes and 2 seconds left. Just go down.
Yeah, good point.
If Hunt went down, it gets to the 2-minute warning, and they're able to have that conversation, and they're able to just take a knee. But ultimately, the responsibility in my mind lays with Kevin Stefanski, the head coach. The best teams have a game management coach. That's all he does. All he does is game situation, clock, penalties, that kind of stuff. That person needs to be telling Stefanski, listen, got to take a knee here if we get the first down. And then Stefanski relays that to the guys on the field through likely the quarterback, Jacoby Brissett. That never happened. The Browns evidently don't have that mechanism in place, and I put that on the coaching staff.
Yeah. Wow. Hey, Ross, thanks as always. Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Love talking with you guys. Take care.
All right. That's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips.
I can see you doing that type of job. You just being on the sideline for the Warriors or any hoop team. This is what you do. You know what I mean? That's all your job would be, you, Steiny. I can see you doing that because I don't think Kyle has that guy. I don't know. I'm just the 4th and 1s, maybe just another voice to be like, hey, you really want to do, you know what I mean?
I agree with Ross. You can't tell a guy. With 2 minutes to go.
Right, but they have no timeouts.
I agree.
We're helping them by scoring.
Right, but if I'm a running back, and it's 2:05 left
2:02.
Okay, so you're up a touchdown. You're at the 12. I don't think a player's doing the math right there. Well, it's got to be the coach.
Right. Okay, so the voice should have came in. The quarterback should have said it to everybody in the huddle. Hey, look, it's going to be enticing. Don't go in there. They got no timeouts. We'll run this bad, but we'll bleed it.
Yeah.
And they lost.
Incredible. Willie's in Virginia Beach. What's going on, Willie? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine, man. I want to say, Guru, y'all, you are so right. You don't run that quarterback up the middle like that.
That's
For one,
all.
I want to start with that. Debo, don't y'all see that he is doing what he did last year to this year with Debo? And I don't want to say it, but he's going to end up getting Debo hurt because Debo runs like Walter Payton.
Right.
If anybody knows, I didn't even know his legs were that big. Debo punished people. And you have to give this man Garoppolo pass plays. What the 49ers are lacking, I agree with a lot of things y'all say, 100. But we need to talk about our cornerbacks not looking back, Garoppolo getting more pass plays, putting the trust in Garoppolo's arm, and having a coach to put his foot on our opponent's neck and cut off the breathing. If we get those down, the rest is ours. I agree with you, Guru. We're the only one in our way. We own the Rams. The Cardinals don't show up in January. And you got Seattle's done. We all know Geno ain't going to take Seattle nowhere. So the West is ours for the taking.
I mean, it is, Willie. And the NFC might be there, too, for the 49ers.
Yeah,
Thanks for the call.
Yeah. And again, Steiny, I know you're gonna things change, but last January they were in a game that would have put them in the Super Bowl. So you're not anybody that's the Niners are picked to go to the Super Bowl. You're not actually going out on a limb.
Last December, the 49ers were 1/2 away from not being a playoff team.
Now those are man. But look what they did with that good fortune.
And look how much time it bought Kyle Shanahan.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Getting a little defensive. Kyle Shanahan.
So with this Davis Price injury, is there anybody walking around the Bay that can say
Marlon Mack
that the running back position is a position of strength for the Niners? Because I'm going to give the defense credit for Sunday, but if you tell me that the Seahawks didn't have chances, they had chances.
The Seahawks played
they were
the same.
idiots.
No, they weren't.
The play at the 4-yard line.
Seahawks played the same game that the 49ers played in week 1 against the Bears. They had untimely penalties, they had turnovers, and they had a bonehead play. The Seattle was never
they got
in
their
that
only
game.
score by a block. There were some passes completed. Some runs.
In the NFL?
That's pretty. I'm gonna give you
Geno Smith completed some passes? Nice. Let's go to Supervillain. He's in the city. What's up, Supervillain? How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm not a Niner fan, but I feel bad. I feel bad for these guys. Just for the simple fact that number one, I just want to make 2 quick points. One, Kyle Shanahan is a duplicitous weasel, and I'm sure that Trey Lance is looking at him with the side eye. If you look at historically, and I know people have been bringing up RG3, but it mirrors the situation perfectly because Shanahan didn't want RG3; they wanted Kirk Cousins. Shanahan got here; he said he wanted Kirk Cousins and Mac Jones. Who wanted Trey Lance? They ruined RG3 with injuries, and when he was on the sideline looking at Kirk Cousins, he said, hey, I want the offense he's running. How come when Trey Lance gets in the game, it's totally different offense from our guy that we have here, Garoppolo? It's the same kind of thing. So I know he's looking at him like, if I want a career, I'm going to have to leave. I want to say real quick, is it?
Supervillain, we were losing you.
Duplicitous.
You only
Wow,
did one.
He
said duplicitous weasel.
Wow.
I'm going to say he can be deceptive. Kyle Shanahan.
The game
can be
plans did
deceptive.
change. We all saw that, right?
You know,
I thought Trey was going to get I'm going to show you what I could do with my arm.
I'm pretty sure, and I need to clarify this, I'm pretty sure that I heard Shanahan address it and say we still might have been on script there.
No.
So if they're on script, then Trey would have thrown that next one. But I, you know what? I should know that, and unfortunately, I don't. I don't have a strong opinion. Aaron in San Jose, what's up, Aaron? How you doing?
Hey guys, doing good. A couple of things I wanted to touch on that haven't been said. Number one, correct me if I'm wrong, but we drafted Trey Lance as a passer, not a runner. In 2019 alone, he had 28 touchdowns with no interceptions, correct?
That's correct.
So I don't have a problem with them running them, but look at the way that Kaepernick was run. Bootleg on the outside. Remember the Packers game when they were still without outside? You can either slide, you can either run out of bounds. But going up the middle is crazy to me. and he's new. He's a young kid.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And here's the other thing. Look, let's go back in time a little, 2-3 years, when the running quarterbacks were coming into vogue. And Shanahan was asked about, what kind of quarterback do you want? What kind of quarterback do you want? He's always been steadfast. First and foremost, he must be able to play in the pocket. He always says that. And then he says, but if he can make plays with his feet, all the better, dynamite. So I do think there's something with that, with what the caller just said. Why would you draft a guy who doesn't do the one fundamental thing that you demand of all quarterbacks?
And that's why I think there's something to, was it his pick, Steiny? As much as we think it is, this all is starting to resemble it not being his pick.
I'll be honest.
And then why would you neuter him to where you're not even going to let him throw in games?
I'll just say this.
Yeah.
If it's
I know
true,
you don't agree.
No, I'm gonna tack on. If you're right, I can't believe it because I can't imagine Shanahan wouldn't quit because he could get it. Well, he wouldn't quit, get fired. If he got overruled by Jed York,
okay,
you must take Trey Lance at 3, not Mac Jones. This thing's over. It's just a matter of time before it crumbles. I fully believe that. If Jed York said Trey Lance, you must draft him, and Shanahan was somehow okay with that, this thing's going down.
Well, what about last year? They almost, if I'm correct, they almost parlayed that into a Super Bowl win with Jimmy.
Right.
So, why? So you're just saying it'll get lesser further down the road? I'm asking why. Why didn't that happen right then?
What?
Whatever would. This thing's over. What does that mean?
Oh, what it means is that the front office and it's going to fracture. It's going to fracture, and then it's back to Jed York overstepping his bounds, and that's going to be a nightmare. That's why I kind of can't believe that's the case, because I think we would have already, if it's true, because that happened 18 months ago.
Well, that wasn't love, what we saw, the way I feel and others feel Trey Lance was treated in those design power runs. That ain't love.
Muttbone in Oakland. What's going on, man? Let's talk about
Oh, man, I'm just chilling at work. I just wanted to share my thoughts. We all have opinions and speculations about what's going on in Shanahan's head.
Right.
And I wanted to share mine. First and foremost, I wanted to say I'm not a 49er fan, but I'm a long-time admirer. I go back to Brody and Gene Washington when they were playing. My speculation and assumption of what Shanahan was doing, he was showing Garoppolo, this is the reason why this young man is starting over you, because he can run the ball. But when, unfortunately, Lance got hurt and Garoppolo had to go in the game, he figured, well, I'm going to show everybody why I had Lance go in the game, because now I'm going to let Garoppolo throw the ball, and you're going to see why I had him starting over Garoppolo.
All right. I'm not sure what to make. Matthew on YouTube. I'm generally on board with this, Matthew. Kyle thought he saw something in Lance that no one else saw. But when the fog lifted, he realized Trey wasn't that guy. Kyle is running the show. That's what I believe.
All right.
I have to.
No, I open that very well could be the case, but man.
Tell you what you don't want to happen this year. You don't want Garoppolo to be your quarterback, and you don't make the playoffs. Yikes. But you know what?
We're looking at the NFC, Steiny. They'll be...
You know what? Enough doom and gloom. Because there is another way to look at this. And
we're talking truth. Doom and gloom is when you're trying to wish something into existence. We're not doing that. We're talking about we're at the car accident scene and we're talking about what happened. That was bad.
I'm going to cheer you up on the other side because, and I'm going to, You know what? I'm going to check
LeBron
myself.
cut his hair.
I'm going
in
to
a
check
good mood.
myself.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I'm going to check myself.
That's a fact.
Airing every Saturday leading up to the Super Bowl, Odyssey presents Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, a 1-hour show with Boomer Esiason breaking down the games each week and giving his unique perspective on the NFL on and off the field. That's 9 a.m. every Saturday right here on 95.7 The Game.
Trey Lance's broken ankle has the faithful red hot.
Shanahan has not demonstrated that he is the, quote, genius in football. Running this kid in between the tackles is just goofy. Goofy. The injury on Trey is all on Kyle and stupid play call. Oh, man.
Give us your thoughts on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
All right. The Black Keys are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on October 5th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your chance to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Call me the nitpicker.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I always try to present two sides.
This is new.
I always present two sides. I know how to ask a question that splits people down the middle. Go ahead and put that on my tombstone.
Let's just say if you were a battery, your symbol would be negative. You need some juice.
Okay. Well, we'll see who's negative now. The San Francisco 49ers are still in excellent shape. They can still win a Super Bowl. They can still have a great season. In fact, at this point, yes, they are lucky to have Jimmy Garoppolo. They went out and got him just for this scenario. Now they're using him in this scenario. Let's go to the playoffs. Let's make hay in the playoffs. If they make hay in the playoffs, maybe this doesn't go away completely, but the bottom line is if Kyle Shanahan gets to the playoffs and they win a couple games, maybe get to the NFC Championship game again, then Kyle Shanahan will be able to look at the 49ers fan base and say, see?
And what about,
see?
Okay, I ain't mad at that.
That's all I'm saying. There is absolutely positively a window for this to be a great season for the 49ers.
And not only that, they're going to be what, $22 or $21 million under the cap next year. So they're going to have money to spend. So that's there if you want to add. But what about this? Hey, Trey, we want you to be 100%, 110% when you get back. What if Jimmy goes on a run and they use some of that money to bring Jimmy back, and they use that as, hey, Trey, we still want you to grow. You're coming off that injury.
All right.
And Jimmy gets another crack at it.
Yeah, okay. I think as long as you're winning.
And if you're a Niner fan, and Steiny, I don't want to do math, but I'm not. I get on here every day, we do, and I share what's in my heart. I don't have the power, nor am I trying to divide a fan base. But how I root for a team, I don't give a damn if it's Larry, Curly, or Mo. Is the team getting to the show? And that's what the Niner fans, as sad as they are about Trey, mad at Kyle for whatever, if you're mad, they still got major action to get to the Super Bowl and do what you're talking about. So I don't think there's people walking around town crying in their beer.
No, but you said if the 49ers win it with Jimmy, there will be a stench around Kyle Shanahan. Like he won't.
It'll almost be, hey, Niner fans are going to be at that parade. Jimmy, and I thought about it too. Kyle will finally have the monkey off his back, but I think the real ones will. And you can say, well, who the hell are the real ones? They know how you got lucky and lucked into Jimmy. But still, that won't be greater than the accomplishment of winning the bowl, popping the champagne, and then this is what could take that stench away like Glade. You know, that's an air freshener to use bathroom.
If he
bring him back for another go round.
If the 49ers win the Super Bowl this year with Jimmy Garoppolo,
he could come
There
back.
is no stench.
You know what? You made that, and hey, you could be onto something.
We will be able to say is Trey Lance is still unproven, but we've won a Super Bowl.
Right. But the only thing then would be, damn
what?
You what did you see in this kid to where when you did have him readily available, you didn't let him throw enough for my liking. And I'm a standby. I'm a die on that hill.
I don't
even think I'm by myself.
You know what? We made a mistake in evaluating Trey Lance.
It's we now.
Yeah, no, it's me, Kyle Shanahan. I made a mistake. But you know what? I was thinking about it. Even though I made a mistake with Trey Lance, in his first 2 years, Trey Lance's first 2 years in the NFL, we went to the NFC Championship and we won it all. So who cares?
And now you got to deal with Jimmy if he gets it done. You know what?
Good.
I'm out of here.
Good.
I remember you didn't want me.
Maybe.
You didn't want me.
Maybe.
Do people? I'm just saying.
Maybe.
But right now you got Denver Sunday night. And what we talked about yesterday, what would be a 12-3 show without saying what's going on in Vegas. The Super Bowl odds for the Niners got better with Jimmy at the helm.
Of course.
No shade at Trey.
You know what? The way I look at it is their quarterback situation just went from instability to stability.
Okay, until 10 gets hurt.
Well,
now you don't have Geico. And I'm not hating on Purdy, but who's betting on that?
Kyle.
I'm still waiting on a move to bring another quarterback in here.
Well, Purdy's going to be the backup, no matter if they bring another quarterback.
Well, who's the backup to him?
I don't know. They'll find somebody. Kyle's genius. Even you said so yourself from day one. You said it from day one. Day one.
I know. I said at play calling. I use this playbook on Madden. Dude, I ain't got the new Madden. You ain't even asked.
I won't. Emeryville, Barry. Hey, Barry, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. A lot. A lot. I wanted to just kind of add on to what my man, I apologize, the name of the gentleman who just said about the stench around Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
And the stench is, I've been here 40 years, but I grew up in Oklahoma. And the last time I looked, the wishbone was dead. And he was handling Trey Lance like a wishbone quarterback who took abuse the whole game in the option days before a lot of you guys probably were born. But the wishbone quarterback had to take a hit to get that option pitched out to Greg Pruitt, who then ran 100 yards down the field. But this NFL, he had no reason to keep running that kid up the middle on a draw play, exposing him and putting him in harm's way. And that is the stench, regardless of whether or not the Niners win the Super Bowl or no bowl. This injury is on Kyle Shanahan.
Thanks, Barry.
Now, that has nothing to do with how a person feels if the Niners go on to win the Super Bowl. And I agree. I would sign my John Hancock. Like, I agree. That's how you treated him.
I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm saying is the 49ers go 12-5 and win the Super Bowl.
Which could happen.
Trey Lance is just an afterthought at that point.
He's your future, though, Steiny.
Yeah, he's your future, but the present's pretty damn good.
And I'm not robbing you and Kyle and Niner fans of the euphoria of winning if you won the bowl. But the reality is going to be right back come when you head to camp.
So we got a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and we got our young future quarterback.
But you knew what he meant.
Who meant?
Barry from Oklahoma.
Of course I know what he means, and I'm not dismissing it. But I'm just saying again, Kyle Shanahan,
Super Bowl winning.
Here's the thing: you're never going to be able to say to Shanahan, "Gotcha." He's too smart. He has an out for everything, and that's one of the reasons. He's a little, I don't know.
Arrogant.
A little unctuous.
Wow. How you spell that?
A little bit. Look it up. Mark in Oakland. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm good. Thanks for taking my call. I'm glad to be listening. And
cool.
I feel like two questions that just got answered as I'm listening and hearing the talk, and I did a little research as I listened to y'all. The first one, I've been someone who's been calling in saying, I don't get it. Why did they draft Trey Lance? Why? But I was just going on how he looked in preseason and the little bit we saw him on the field. And he didn't look like he was a passer. And that's what you've been talking about, that everyone knows, even casual fans just about know you got to be able to do that to win the Super Bowl, and then the running is a bonus, just like Shanahan said. So I was like, why did they draft him? But I just looked up his stats, and that answered the question statistically, at least. I didn't see how he got these stats. And someone alluded to this earlier. So he rushed for 1,100 yards his last season and 14 touchdowns, 6.5 yards a carry. That's great. He passed for, I can't remember the yardage, but it was averaged almost 10 yards a pass, 28 touchdowns, no interceptions. So it looks like he could pass on paper really well. So I don't know how he got those off, because he doesn't look like a pocket passer, like he has the touch and stuff. So I don't know where the disconnect is there, but it finally makes a little more sense. The other question that got answered for me, or that I think I'm going to try to answer, is why the 49ers can win the Super Bowl this year. And it's not because of the offense, I don't think. It's because of the defense, because Saleh is gone. That year, he never got blamed for this. He got a head coaching job, and I couldn't believe no one was paying attention to this. How many times with that incredible talent do you remember they had a few huge losses that year, these massive losses, and a couple of folds, just like in the Super Bowl. That guy did not utilize the talent. That defense looked good because the talent was amazing.
Oh,
that was selling. Come on, that was selling Pablo short.
But see, that's one where I didn't do that. Everybody.
Oh yeah, right.
I didn't do that, everybody. But you know what? Here's the thing, and here's what the injury also does, is now I start thinking about Mike Martz. And this is going to be for the next year now. It just is. Anytime Trey Lance, like Mike Martz saying, I don't know what he does well. At this point, who does?
Right.
So now we're going to, Trey Lance next year, he's got to prove himself.
Right.
But
now he's got to do that coming off an injury and the 4 games. Whatever the people are listening and watching, whatever you think of what you saw from Trey, like he's got to overcome those hurdles. Like, who's saying it's just automatic? Like he's Danny Marino with an injury.
Who says he's Dan Marino?
Right. That, like, if he showed us that, we'd be like, oh man, we can't wait for him to get back. But it's like there were some adjustments. I just hate we didn't get to see the kid's arm just let loose. Now, one game.
Because he can't throw long.
Now, I don't like how you...
Too bad.
He threw one to Sherfield. He threw one to Danny Gray. And he threw one to Debo against the Texans.
It's the most famous practice throw of all time, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, speaking of which...
throw in practice.
Let me go one step further with that.
He's ordinary. He was ordinary at best. He's ordinary at best.
Okay, let me ask you this. When we talk about strength, he got an arm. That's where the Josh Allen comes. I didn't want to jump in between you and Willard, but the Josh Allen was out there.
Of course it was.
Because he's got a strong arm.
It's a comp. It's not saying he's going to be.
Word. Yeah, well, getting comp. But, yeah, a strong arm. You talk like he's got a Doug Flutie arm, a little noodle arm. Trey has a cannon. Now it might not
Everybody's got a cannon in the NFL.
Jimmy doesn't have a cannon.
But you know what I mean.
A water pistol.
If he's in his 3rd year and you're still saying he's got a big arm, he stinks.
Dak got a cannon. Yeah.
And you know what? He doesn't. Has he had one play where he drops back and throws a bomb? It's all off like when he gets flushed out of the pocket and it's almost like a broken play.
That's beautiful, but I believe it's a lack of confidence in letting the kid do that.
It's because he can't.
See, you don't know that.
Well, then, you know what? You're basically saying, and I'm serious here, and everybody who thinks this is saying, Kyle actually is a terrible play caller. Because if you're telling me that Trey Lance can throw the bomb and throw the long pass, why didn't he do it? That's got to be on Shanahan, and Shanahan is misusing him.
And you're going to laugh.
And I can't go
laugh
that
at
far.
what I'm about to say. E and I were at the Giants game, Steiny. I know it's preseason. but it was a play where he dropped back and threw a bomb to Danny Gray, who outran the defender, and the ball was put there perfectly.
Okay.
Not once have I seen that play call in a real game from Trey, or even he threw one to Jennings in Chicago, so I need to step back into Monsoon. But you even came out here and said, "Goo, the one to Ray, that was a hell of a there were a few throws.
He was 13 for 28.
Okay, I understand the total. But the throws, though, Steiny, we're talking about two different throws, and then why wasn't that dialed up?
First of all, he could never throw that pass to Ray McLeod again.
See, you never said that.
It was absolutely perfect.
I disagree with that.
It was absolutely perfect.
But I disagree with that.
Well, I can't, this is not a debate I can have because, I just can go on what I've seen, and what I've seen is Kyle Shanahan didn't let him open up, didn't throw long a lot.
Isn't that a bit peculiar,
Kyle Shanahan ran him 12 times a game.
Yeah.
So
More
I've
than
got to
Michael
believe,
Vick.
I'm acknowledging Kyle Shanahan knows more about football than I do, so he must have run him because that's the strength of his game. If it's not the strength of his game, well, then Kyle Shanahan's not smart, and I don't believe that. Kyle Shanahan knew, I think, that if he threw Trey Lance a lot, he'd be exposed. Both of them. Trey Lance because he's not a great thrower, and Kyle Shanahan for thinking he was.
But when would the Monday morning quarterbacks, us watching the games, know? We would know, dude, you ain't letting this dude let loose at all.
As long as they're winning. As long as they were winning, who cares how it's done?
They didn't win in Chicago.
No, they didn't. They probably would have won with Trey against Seattle.
And let's put the right on the table. Who's thing took more of a hit with that loss? It wasn't Kyle. I think Trey's brand took more of a hit with that loss than anybody else. Okay, one, you're telling me it's a monsoon. Kyle's been to the Super Bowl, NFC Championship game. Trey's, his brand took more. He lost more than any other player that week. Now that I'm looking back on it, Steiny, the Trey's ticket, and you could be like, well, Goo, what does that mean? Okay, but you couldn't buy a stamp with that take. My point is, now looking back, he never was empowered to show off what I believe was some of his best attributes.
So, that's where I'm at. You think you know what his good attributes are, but Kyle doesn't.
I'm not telling you I know his best attributes over time, but I know what I saw, and the kid has a rocket arm. Then you just said he couldn't make the pass to Ray again. Then you tell me, and not just you.
I mean that was such a perfect
the bomb to throw to Gray in a preseason game. Why wouldn't you dial that up into Sunday early on, first play of the game? Let me get my young rookie for play action pass, drop back, McNair, and go up top.
Because they're running team.
That never happened, though.
They're running team.
They're
the best running team in football.
The ball are your running backs, not quarterback, dude. Man, yeah. And I won't say monsoon again because I hate the word now. But
Stu's in San Leandro wants to talk about the 49ers.
Yeah. Hey, you guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here's the way I see it. I'm a little bit more optimistic than you guys are, I think.
Thank you.
This season goes on to Jimmy Garoppolo and maybe a little bit next year. But now you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Buster Posey get his ankle hurt, and didn't Steph Curry get his ankle hurt when they first started?
True.
Yep.
I think that this just buys Trey some time. He can get into more stuff, and he'll be fine. He's only 22. By the time he's 27, he'll be all ready to go and like everybody else and get busy. I hope.
Let me ask you this before you hang up, because I just told Steiny this. You may be right, but it takes two to tango. Do you think Kyle will have confidence to let Trey show his God-given gifts?
They're going to have to let Trey have options.
Man.
And if he has options when he gets up there to call him, let him figure out how to do that. That's what I'm talking about, the time to figure this out. Can he get up there and say, okay, I'm not going to run that play, I'm going to run this play? Can he be smart enough to figure out the defense in order to do that kind of stuff without having Kyle to tell him anything?
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate the call. Jimmy Garoppolo's the quarterback for the next 15 games. 2 out of the last 3 years, he's gone to the NFC Championship. One time he went to the Super Bowl. Trey Lance, after today, as far as I'm concerned, gets moved to the side.
I think that's
he
already
gets
happened.
moved to the side.
I said that.
He's no factor.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's no factor
No
this year.
doubt about it.
That's as Yafet Kafo said on Midnight Run. That's the way that one went. All right? Trey Lance is done. Let's look at the 49ers. Okay.
Got
Jimmy
action.
Garoppolo, they should be Super Bowl contenders.
Got Denver Sunday night.
We'll worry about whether Trey Lance was a good pick or not next year.
Yeah.
Right now, we're running it back.
There you go. There you go.
You better make the playoffs. And Jimmy better stay healthy.
And I wonder if this is the most no, it ain't the most no, Jimmy was Jimmy. It was the Jimmy G experience Sunday. Every pick with that game I thought was closer, Steiny, when Seattle scored and they look like piranhas on D. You know how you feel like Jimmy oh no, is that what we call it? Oh, that's back. Garoppolo mania. You know, you just felt like something bad was going to happen. All that is back now. Yeah.
Jimmy.
That's back.
Willis and Benicia. What's going on, man? Willis?
What you talking about, Willis?
Going once. I forget Willis. We'll go to Randy. Randy's in San Lorenzo. What's going on, Randy? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, so let me ask you and Goo this. Who do you believe was the quarterback, like if Trevor and the guy with the Jets would have been available? Who do you think the Niners really wanted to draft? And I hear some people say that Kyle tends to lean towards his dad, Mike, who was the previous coach, for advice and some personnel choices and so forth. So let me get you and Goo's feedback on that.
Well, I mean, probably Trevor Lawrence. If they could have anybody, right?
I think it would be Wilson, but in my scenario, it was Mac Jones. And I don't believe Schefter.
I think he was saying if they had the number one pick.
Oh, well, I would go Wilson.
Over Lawrence?
What I think I know of Kyle, I would think Wilson would be the guy.
Oh, you mean who would?
Yeah, he'd be more attractive than Lawrence.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Now Jacksonville making progress, and so is Lawrence. I mean, this is what you want to see from your young quarterback. Mac Jones led his team to the playoffs and gets no credit. He just gets crapped on. I mean, you could say, oh, he did the Jimmy Garoppolo, and the team took him to the playoffs. But, I mean, the dude was a rookie and got his team to the playoffs, and I don't hear anybody giving him any type of, just credit, man.
Mac Jones?
Yeah.
It's because he's not overly dynamic.
He don't run?
That's part of it. That's part of it. I'll say it again. I've said it before. As of right now, the 49ers are fine. They're fine.
You're right. And they're lucky.
Listen, injuries happen.
You're right.
Just so happened it was a second-year guy who you were going to start at quarterback. But we all know there's a silver lining here, and that's what we're going to focus on. Trey Lance, we've got to move you to the side for now. And now the 49ers are the 49ers, and essentially they're running it back.
Yep.
They made the NFC Championship game a year ago after making the playoffs. Can he get that far this year? Or maybe get further? That's, to me, now becomes a tangible, realistic goal, whereas before it was muddled. To me, it was muddled with Trey Lance. But now they got a quarterback who took them to 2 of the last 3 NFC championship games. Go do it again.
Yeah.
That's the goal, right?
And not to put you on the spot, because we didn't do this show. I think I was out with tooth pain. But honestly, Steiny, because you can't answer this now that you're 2 weeks in, were you leaning towards a team in the NFC? Were you like, oh, Tampa Bay's going back before the season even kicked off?
Not really. Maybe just the Rams, because they won it before.
Right, and I'm like, here we go.
Why do people think the Rams are going to have a drop-off? Because it feels like people are.
Well, if you look at what they were up 31-3, took their foot off the pedal last week, and Atlanta almost came back and won the game. But I don't think they are. Stafford's elbow, I don't know. But the Niners are a factor. Like Kyle, you can't come up short, man. Ain't that what Kenny Mayne say? What up, Mayne?
I guess so.
That's his podcast.
It's almost like the 49ers are in the Eastern Conference from 10 years ago in the NBA. Conference stinks.
That's not true.
It does. The NFC stinks.
Minnesota. What was that?
Minnesota.
You're going to get on your boy.
You don't get to say Minnesota when all you do is make fun of Minnesota. You know, now they're a tough team. Don't talk about my Vikings.
Dude, what happened
dare.
last night?
Don't you dare.
He was just
Don't you dare.
Steiny.
He only
That's
comes
why
for
I
the
threw
big
that
games.
up.
He plays in the big games.
Dude, the pass to Thielen to beat the Saints.
Stop it, please.
Or was it? Who was it?
It was the Saints.
Yeah. No, was it Thielen? Diggs.
Who else could it have been? All right, when we come back, people still want to talk about Kyle Shanahan, Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, look, bottom line is, whether you like it or not, the 49ers are now Super Bowl contenders, probably more so than they were. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
But one thing I'm not going to do today is say Kyle got Trey hurt. I don't think that's fair.
That's too harsh. It's football. Now, I will go so far as to say that Kyle Shanahan grossly misused the asset that is Trey Lance.
Let us know on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
In San Francisco, a few showers this evening, highs in the upper 60s.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Size matters.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We're coming up on week 3 in the NFL, and one thing is clear. 49ers are Super Bowl contenders at this moment. They absolutely are Super Bowl contenders.
Yep.
They've gone to 2 NFC championship games in the last 3 years with Jimmy Garoppolo. It's unfortunate what happened to Trey Lance. It stinks. You may put some of it on Kyle Shanahan's plate. You may not. But the bottom line is the 49ers are running it back. Plain and simple. They're Super Bowl contenders, Goo. And that's how now I think they have to be judged. I think with Lance, it's a little more muddled. But with Jimmy Garoppolo, the mission is clear now.
No doubt. And again, I know you said today for us is the last day, but Lance, we'll always somehow get to him. But it's just mind-boggling and this no shade at Lance Steiny at how Jimmy wasn't the starter coming into the season. Like, I don't ever want to be in a situation to where politics dictate are more important than the right thing to do. Hey, Mr. Johnson, you're qualified, but my son-in-law is in town and he's going to get to, you know what I mean? That's what it felt like. And this is no indictment on Trey. It's just, I have no faith in Kyle Shanahan, the play caller with the 10-point lead in a big game. I think we're about to get another chapter of that as we get down the road because I expect the Niners to be in it. But, man, Steiny, what did you do that made you think that this kid was worth all that you couldn't get this kid for lesser? That's just – and I know lesser is not a word. Man, that's what I'm thinking.
I think that's fair. I mean, you might – I know a lot of people want to kind of couch this now, but you don't give up 2 first-round picks to get to 3 and take a project and take someone – that you're not convinced is going to be a star.
Or he thought he could make him into a star.
You're right.
I keep saying, I know you don't like rap. You love rap. Dr. Dre took 50, Snoop, Eminem, The Game. And I thought Trey was going to. He still can, but it ain't going to happen this year. And then you said, bye-bye to Pretty Boy Floyd, who had a Rolex on up at the podium after the game. I was watching the post-game.
Now, why did you sniffle there? You couldn't afford a Rolex in your wildest dreams.
Now I got a Tag Heuer watch. Now don't talk about my watch game. I got a couple brand watches.
Man, cool. But
why did I have to say that to the people?
But it wasn't what you said. You know what? Okay, it's great. He has a Rolex, but you went
and he had the little chain to go with it too.
See,
that is what I was telling you. Is that I seen it. I watch everything.
You got to lose that, by the way. I don't like that.
Mr.
Well, everybody likes it if they know I don't like it.
Right, well, there you go.
Let's go to John in Stockton. Wants to talk about Kyle Shanahan. Well, he is the most important member of the 49ers organization, after all. Hey, John.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking the call. I'm going to try to make this real quick. Look, as I told your the person that received the call, the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree. His daddy did it in Washington, ruined RG3's career. You know, they're a running family. They want to run. And I don't blame Debo earlier on for wanting to get his money. He wanted to get paid. He's getting beat up as much as, as he's getting beat up. And it's just not right. Anyways, look, we got to tame the mad witch doctor, okay? He's got his beakers, he's got his chemicals. He's flowing, he's trying to mix things up. And it ain't working, McDaniels, look what he's doing over in Miami. Come on. He's got to do better than that. Pass the ball, brother. Share it. Get in the three wide receiver, 4 wide receiver set. Hit the slot. It's a vertical game. Come on. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Yeah.
That is just... Like, that will never get old, Steiny. Play it one more time for me.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Here's another one.
Actually, a drop back play is more risky than a quarterback sneak. So those are the things that really confuse me. I mean, I'd see guys get killed in the pocket on drop backs, and I've never had a quarterback get hurt on a sneak before. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It is football, and that's what I mean by that. You can get hurt on any single play.
Yeah.
It seems that we only get interested when he's carrying the ball of where he gets injured. And that's the whole thing, that there's a risk reward with everything. But, I mean, to now throwing sneaks in there, too, because of the time in the game is really surprising to me.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like when a person, I'm happy-go-lucky. All that rubs me the wrong way. Okay, you can educate us, but let me enroll you into how to manage a 10-point fourth-quarter lead, buddy. How about that? In the Super Bowl and NFC Championship game. You are in the class all by yourself. And maybe Jimmy Johnson or the great Bill Walsh, if he was with us, rest in peace, will teach you how to close out a big game, because the Niners could be wearing 2 rings and their fans would have 7. How long is the quest for 6 going to be? That thing has got cobwebs on it, Steiny.
1994.
You hate this. Say, remember my 49er Frankie?
What'd he say?
And probably Shasky and Bonte. When we go, we win.
Yeah.
But that was the thing, though,
factually
man. When
incorrect.
We go, we win.
That was 10 years ago. And even
but had they cashed in against the Ravens, against the Chiefs, and against the Rams, it would be 8.
Yeah. And that's why you're soft on criticizing. Because you treat Shanahan and the 49ers as if they've won a Super Bowl already.
No, I just don't ignore how close you got. That's all. Wasn't no
unless it's Andy Reid.
Then I've since apologized to. Your boy is man.
Gabe's in San Francisco. Hey, Gabe. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, man. Hey, thanks for having me on the show again.
Sure.
So, number one, just wanted to get it out there that I do agree with Steiny, what he said earlier last week, that, you can't be in development mode while you're thinking of Super Bowl aspirations, with Trey, but then we had this horrible accident. Number two, my fear is that if Jimmy just keeps winning, which we all hope he does, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he could still be traded if teams see that he's winning. And if Jimmy G abandons ship now, I mean, it really all now falls on Shanahan. That's, ESPN had talked about that earlier, But, that's just weak sauce ESPN. I'd rather.
Sure.
I find you guys way more credible.
There you go. Thanks, Gabe. Appreciate the call.
Wow.
Hey,
we've been getting a lot of agreeing with you, but I feel like it's my saying, but they're just putting it with your name. Not that I'm into that type of thing. Unless there is a word.
Of course it is.
Earlier I said...
and I didn't feel like correcting you that you weren't
Did your
wrong.
alarm honestly go off, or you had me tuned out? I think you had me tuned out.
No, you said lesser and then said that's not even a word. And I was like, don't tell him it is. Don't get sidetracked. You get sidetracked with this guy all the time.
Well, we talked about that over a pop. Hey, and Carlos and everybody that came out Friday, we buried the lead.
Dude,
we had a little function. They came out, man.
Carlos Mendoza came out.
You don't like the whole government name.
Came out.
Yeah, just say Carlo.
Let me tell you something. This guy's great. Carlos Mendoza. He works for AquaTreat. He processes water.
There we go.
Need my glasses.
Yeah.
Process water and thermal energy conservation.
Right.
Carlos Mendoza. You know what Carlos did, listeners? And you can all learn from Carlos because he's on my good side. He got me the Magic Eye book.
Oh, yeah, he brought a gift.
I was talking about Magic Eye, this book of 3D art, and I had Magic Eye 2. It's a blue book.
He told me he was going to do it. I couldn't tell you.
So Carlos comes to the old ship on Friday, and he's got Magic Eye 1.
I love it.
Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate that. I'll tell you what. You guys know I'm a jerk for the most part. That was really nice, Carlos.
Yeah. And he hooked me up with the Air Maxes, the cowboy color shoes. Send them to the crib.
Wait, he gave you shoes?
Yeah. I came in and wore them. You don't listen to me.
When did he give you shoes? Why did I just get a book?
Well,
you got shoes?
You only had 14s. Which you wear what, 9? Size 9?
12.
And if you did wear size 9, what was I laughing at?
Let's go to Magic. And he says he's in Dallas.
Uh-oh.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I'm out here in DFW. But hey, fellas, I had this point. I'm not even a Niners fan, so I'm kind of taking this objectively. But isn't this kind of a blessing in disguise in a way when you think about the contracts? Because the whole thing, the model, right, is that you have the rookie quarterback, you get their 3 years or whatever it is, and you can't pay the guys after that. If Trey might not be back at the beginning of next year, who knows how long this is going to take, right?
Yep.
So then you re-sign Jimmy for a 1-year deal next year, and then you can sign Trey for pennies on the dollar for another extended period of time and still be able to keep your guys. So shouldn't this be a blessing in disguise in a way and have Trey be able to develop? And like one of the callers was saying before, when he gets to 27, now you still got him on pennies, and you can pay your team and stay and keep that residual income, I guess, the ROI, and stay good for a long time.
Well, and thanks for the call, Magic. Good stuff from Dallas. See, now here's where my nuance. I have trouble calling it a blessing in disguise because Trey Lance got hurt. Like he got hurt. So,
but I think the obvious part is after he got hurt.
But I'm going to try to be more precise.
Okay.
I think it's a silver lining more than a blessing in disguise. See, there's a silver lining here, and that is Jimmy's quarterback in the 49ers now, which means they can still win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying Magic in Dallas was wrong.
Well, this is incredible.
I'm a man of nuance. You have no idea what it was like growing up in my household with 2 English-speaking parents. You have no idea.
They wouldn't get loud though. Would they get mad? Like if
they corrected?
I would get whoopings if my timetables. That's why I'm a mathematician and gamble. Steiny, he would tell me go 12 times 12, 144. But if I got him wrong, you had to pay.
I said what I said.
Yeah.
That's how he taught Norm.
He's old school.
He managed with fear.
He's old school.
Bobby Black. He wasn't Bobby Knight. He was Bobby Black.
You mean Bobby Bland?
Bobby Black. Bobby Knight. Remember how Bob Knight treated his players?
Right.
My dad being black, I'm calling him Bobby Black instead of Bobby Knight. I might want that.
That was
back.
a little bit of a stretch.
Right.
But we still love you.
Yeah.
In a big way.
What you know about Bobby Blue Bland? That's my dad's favorite.
Come on, man. Come on. Is it really?
Yeah, Lucille.
We'll talk about it after Steven in Vacaville jumps in. What's up, Steven?
Hey, guys. Trey is just a raw person. and Kyle Shanahan has to eat that one. You know, every quarterback wants their guy.
Yeah.
Trey didn't even know how to dodge contact, so I put that blame on him. Like, you see a lot of other quarterbacks know when to go down. Trey was running like he was still in D2. That didn't work. And then I would like to say Kyle Shanahan has a great offense. He just doesn't have the guy to run it because they can't stay alive on the field to run it. But if it runs good, it runs like RG3. He scores a lot of points. And it's not Jimmy's fault. I think the Niners actually, and Kyle Shanahan, should have won a Super Bowl. Jimmy didn't blow coverage on Tyreek. Jimmy should have been in another Super Bowl. Jimmy didn't drop the punt from the punt throw from Stafford. So I think he has the recipe to win the Super Bowl. I just wish instead of blowing picks on Trey Lance, which I think is a whiff to me at this point early on, but I still think it's a whiff, he could have got a Von Miller. That would have changed the game or something like that with those picks. So that's what I got to say.
I like it, Steve. I like it. And, I'm with Steve. And I get it. There's two schools of thought here. One is, well, you've seen how far you can go with Garoppolo. You've seen you cannot win it with Garoppolo.
Don't say that. Okay, I know.
Okay, tell half the fan base that. Because half the fan base believes it. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Right.
Could the 49ers win a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo? Well, yeah.
Because in my mind,
they got close twice.
No doubt. All right.
But some people say
he'll never get it done.
Exactly, because he's had two chances. And I don't subscribe to that.
But if you're going to live your life like that, then live it. But come on, man. They kept him for a reason.
Here's some 49er news. 49ers are signing veteran running back Marlon Mack to their active roster from their practice squad. That's per his agent. And the 49ers are without injured running backs Elijah Mitchell and Tyrion Davis. Price Davis. Price Davis has a high ankle sprain, and he's going to be sidelined a few weeks. That injury is typically 4 to 6. So
wow, man.
Marlon Mack.
Are we going to get a 30 for 30 on Niner running backs? Like, damn. The dude was, I swear to you, Steiny, I watched the game last night. I go, dude, your boy's running.
Can't disrespect the position and then blame it.
Wow, man.
And then blame injuries at that position.
And you can say what you want,
success.
and I'm not telling the fans that you're wrong. Remember 3 or 4 years ago, was it 5? We were like, oh, the running back position's devalued. Then we saw Henry do what but a bell cow like Zeke, even if you think he's done, at least he could stay healthy for the most part. Like, what's that worth, Steiny? Or a Derrick Henry? What are those worth, man?
But when they get hurt, your season's over.
Now we're asking who's going to lead the team in rushing. We know it ain't Jimmy. Going into the showdown in the Mile High.
Would have been Trey Lance.
See that? I don't know why I'm laughing. Are you running material?
I don't know why you're laughing.
Well, that's wrong. That
if the 49ers.
That stinks.
If Trey Lance doesn't get hurt, and we continue down this path, of course Trey Lance is going to lead the team in rushing. Mitchell's out for 8 weeks. Yeah. Sorry. Rich in Hayward. What's up, Rich? All right, buddy.
Hey, I'll say it right now. It's not 1999. Elway is not walking to this building. I know, Steiny, you cover basketball, but I'll tell you right now, he's going to be the third-string quarterback because we got Mr. Irrelevant with an injury-prone Jimmy. Come on, this is ridiculous. I mean, mark that up. I mean, I love y'all because I've called him before because I said, dude, he ain't even a captain because you knew it wasn't the last. I mean, and next will be Debo. Debo's going to mutiny.
So this is, hey, Rich, this is trouble brewing for the Niners. They're going to have a terrible year. Is that what you're saying?
No. Oh. They can go deep. But I'm just saying, as long as Debo doesn't mutiny because he's got to run 100 times, he's devaluated the quarterback, just like he devaluated. Everybody knows the running back's devaluated.
Right.
So, it's injury. Designed run up the middle between his tackles. Wow.
Thanks, Rich. Man. Appreciate the call.
Yep.
Wow, dude.
Let's go finish up the calls. This is the last one, but he's going to be the best. Mike Milpitas. You got some pressure on you, Mike. You're the last call of the day. What's up, man?
All right, here we go. First of all, I want to say great show, guys, like you always have. And that you have enough nerve to go after Shanahan, because I know at some point you might want to interview him, so good luck on that. But anyway, so, hey, there's 3 things that I think you could do with a quarterback. You ask him to drop back, you ask them to go to the shotgun or you ask them to run. But, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember this, but some of these guys were older. Elway, Rodgers, Marino, Young, Roethlisberger's, Dak, and the Manning brothers, Brady and Kaepernick. Every single time their coaches saw that they didn't get good pass protection in the pocket, they called shotgun. And all of those guys, just like Trey, had good arms. They could stand back there and wing it. Why didn't Kyle ever utilize shotgun in preseason and get that timing down and then do that in the games?
I'm going to throw that to Goo because he's laughing.
No, we've said it. We talked to him until we were blue in the face. Around for me, but I mean,
Guru, why not more shotgun?
I don't have the answer to that question. And on top of that, it's like we're in a college class and we're coming up with a thesis. Why didn't you just let my man throw the ball? I hate that you landed on.
Couldn't.
No, I'm not buying that. Give me the game that he hit Ray, which you loved. He hit Jennings. Yeah. He hit this all in Chicago. Yeah. He hit
he's
my
played
guy,
4 games.
It don't matter, man. When did you decide?
Dude, he can't throw.
No, I don't.
He can't.
No.
Otherwise,
then why did he get drafted?
For his legs.
I ain't been yelling this week.
For his legs.
And I'm laughing because Carlos from San Jose said, I can't believe Steiny gave out my government name. So that's why you were supposed to just say Carlos from San Jose. People
Los, you're going to get so much business off this, it's going to make your head spin.
Or people knocking at his door.
Okay.
I don't know what he's into.
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going out on a limb here. And I love Carlos. I'll bet you. He's not the only Carlos Mendoza in the Bay.
Oh, no, you're...
I got 22
and he's
Carlos
how I got
Mendoza.
The Johnson's got the steak in Vegas. Carlos is the guy. Remember the steakhouse?
This guy?
Yeah. Remember yeah.
No, that's the same Carlos.
It's the same Carlos. I have no sources. And the shoes. Your boy he's a big timer, man.
Wait, the Carlos I just shouted out?
That was our guy from
You've gotten
Vegas.
a free...
Some shoes
and a free meal in
Vegas.
Vegas.
And Little Daryl got meal tickets
in
Santa Clara. Leroy is the chef there. He hooked Little D up. Dude, Carlos big time.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
But the boss probably like, who's Carlos? Look.
There's 30 seconds left.
How about
in the
we
show.
get the AC fixed?
Okay.
He don't
4:45.
Like
Peter King with Ratto and Damon, and I don't know how many times I can tell it to Goo, but Trey Lance, he can't throw. Can't throw.
How dare you do it?
Cannot throw. Clearly. No. Yeah. Get well soon, Trey Lance.
Yep.
And that's sincere. Call me the nitpicker.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Trey Lance's broken ankle has the faithful red hot.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in the city. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
Oh, I've been better. I've never come to work so angry after a 49er out, dude. Kyle Shanahan, his actions definitely told me you don't care about this young man's career or this season. And then you just throw Jimmy in there, and then I'm like, I don't think he even deserves Jimmy.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists
and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. Sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Alanis Morissette.
When it first started, I would have my nightly panic attacks, but then I started getting really curious about all the sensations. Like, I just really started looking at, okay, so chest is, I got really kind of granular in observing the details of what was really going on with the breath. It's just survival strategy. Chronic stress is trauma.
Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening 2-hour National Mental Health Conversation, Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. Talk saves lives.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
With just one pill, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn all day and night. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Welcome. Tuesday afternoon in a week that is just full of hundreds of questions. Some of them poor, some of them average, some of them good. Here's a pretty good question from the 408 right on the Comcast Business text line. It says, serious question. Does Jimmy get his captaincy back, or is Kyle still sticking with 6? Good question. I don't know. I really don't know. What if the leadership committee went into Kyle's office and said Jimmy should get his captaincy back? Would he do it? I don't know. We got a lot to get into today. Hi, Ray.
Hi, Mom.
You are a degenerate, and I'll throw gamble in there just to be nice and kind of get into the direction of
degenerate is fine.
In your entire history of degenerate gambler living, have the 49ers made NFL history this week? I believe that they have. I mean, I have not done much research on this, but in the history of football, teams that lose starting quarterbacks don't normally see their Super Bowl odds increase in Las Vegas the same week, and that's exactly what happened. The 49ers went from 20-1 last week to 16-1 to win the big game this week, and I just can't imagine that that's ever happened before.
I can't think of an example where that would happen. And
Vegas didn't believe in Earl Morrall that much to think like, now that
but Vegas overreacts to 49er and Raider things more than any other two teams because there are more people who go there and bet.
We give them an awful lot of business.
So
certainly.
This is largely about the psychoses of 49er fans more than it is about Vegas being weird.
Oh, let's establish this right now. There is no line, there are no odds, there is no over-under that is ever trying to predict an outcome correctly. It's just trying to come up with a number that will generate as much possible interest on either side of said number.
Yeah.
That's all it is. But it's really, really something else. And things move quickly. I mean, if there is a lesson coming out of this past weekend, it's that things move very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, NFL Week 3 begins in 48 hours, for goodness sakes. We got a heck of a Thursday night game. Steelers and Browns coming up. A couple of really good games coming up in Week 3. And obviously, the San Francisco 49ers are going to be rolling into Denver with the nation's eyes as curiously affixed on the 49ers as they have been in a really long time. Like, I really wonder what makes people more interested nationally in the Niners. Seeing who Trey Lance was for the very first time, or seeing what Jimmy Garoppolo 3.0 might be. And since we are in the town that, is built by tech, well, I guess the gold rush first, then tech. What are we looking at? Jimmy Garoppolo 3.0. What do you think we're about to see from him? Do you think that there will be a better than before version of Jimmy Garoppolo, the same version of Jimmy Garoppolo, or might there be a regression and the worst version of Jimmy Garoppolo we've seen?
You're going to see exactly this Jimmy Garoppolo you saw last year and the Jimmy Garoppolo you saw 3 years ago, with the single exception of the New Orleans game when he inhabited somebody else's body and rolled up 49 points. Jimmy Garoppolo was brought back because he is the familiar solution to the problem, what happens if Trey Lance goes wrong? So I think you're going to see exactly what you've seen. The offense is not going to be dramatically different. They're not all of a sudden going to try to reinvent the wheel. They're going to go back to doing the things that they've been doing since he got here. So I can't imagine. I mean, that's the one thing about this that makes it more boring. It's that you've seen this party before, and you will see it again.
I don't know if I could possibly call it boring, but
repetitive then.
Yeah, okay, a return to what you're familiar with. It could very well be that. Or who knows? Who knows? Maybe, just maybe, like, I've got so many questions.
Like, yesterday's show was a little accusatory, a little looking for the blame game and who's right, who's wrong, who messed up, who screwed up. And by the way, the whole concept of can you run as a quarterback? Can you, I want to bring it back to a phrase that we've all been using way too frequently in our sporting lives over the last few years. When I'm saying that Kyle's running his quarterback too much, I don't mean never run a quarterback again, but load management. And Kyle was not concerned, or I should just say he was unbothered by the load management in a running game that Trey Lance was on pace to have. Obviously, you watched a little Monday Night Football last night. How about Jalen Hurts, right? I mean, there is your preeminent option quarterback functioning in the NFL right now. He had 11 rushes last night, 2 touchdowns. He threw for 333 yards as well, by the way, with a touchdown and an interception. He's electric. Someone was like, oh, look at how many times he is running with the football. What do you think of that, Damon? Well, here's what I think of it. I think he's an extraordinarily electric and talented guy who, by my naked eye, moves twice as fast as Trey Lance. He flies when he's out there. And I will also say Jalen Hurts is probably out of the NFL in 4 or 5 seasons if he keeps on playing like that. That's kind of the deal that not only is he making with the devil, but the Eagles are making with the football devil. Because the Eagles, remember, did not trade multiple picks to find Jalen Hurts. They found Jalen Hurts in the second round at number 53 overall. So this is the ultimate rookie quarterback window for the Eagles, where they look at it and they think to themselves, hey, we want to have as much success with this guy as possible, and the rookie structure of his contract allows us to build a big team around him and get him the receivers that he needs and some playmakers defensively, and we can absorb a lot of costs elsewhere thanks to his reduced cost on the roster. And the truth is he's a second-round pick, and if he goes from he's our quarterback to not our quarterback, well, that's fine, because we didn't create an abnormal entry point for him to join the team. So the Eagles can play a riskier game with a player who is built to play a riskier game than the 49ers can. Conversely, Josh Allen, he and the Buffalo Bills went out and just whooped that rear end last night, and he only ran the ball 1 time, which is probably the right thing for a quarterback that important to the future of that franchise to do. In a game that you're moving the ball any way you want to anyway, so there's no reason to risk the load management of Josh Allen running in a game that's been decided since the coin toss, essentially.
Well, more to the point, quarterbacks run when they don't think they have a throwing option. There are not that many teams that run that many designed runs for their quarterbacks, and Jalen Hurts is among those who doesn't get a lot of designed runs. He runs because he's still relatively young, and he's trying to figure out who he's supposed to throw to. Josh Allen has been around for a while, and he's got guys who can catch the ball. I mean, Stephon Diggs solves a lot of your running problems right there. They targeted him 14 times. He had a huge night. Dawson Knox is a borderline elite tight end. And they didn't have to run the ball that much. They got up in the second half and they just said, you know what? We don't need to risk him. In fact, they brought in Case Keenum for the last, I want to say the last couple of series. Might have just been one, but, the one thing I will give Sean McDermott credit for is that what Josh Allen was when he got here was a guy who, when in doubt, would put the ball under his arm and just start looking for contact. I think he's sort of weaning him off of that. Built a better offensive line in front of him. A running game. I mean, Devin Singletary was, having his way.
Coach him up.
Yeah, coach him up. Well, roster him up, really, more like. I mean, Stephon Diggs changed everything about Josh Allen. Everything about him. Because he's one of those guys who will catch anything you throw at him, even if you bounce it to him. He'll still figure out a way to catch it.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors last July, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area, not by volume, not by sales, but by you, the good people. your own reviews have them as the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. You can visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. So the San Francisco 49ers have had a quarterbacking problem since the day Kyle Shanahan arrived, and there have been a couple, hey, we think we've solved it. Hey, we think we've solved it again. Now, there hasn't been a solution all the way to winning a Super Bowl, right? I mean, we haven't seen that. Where are they in this overall arc of Kyle Shanahan has a quarterbacking problem? And last night, there was a really good question that was asked in Monday Night Countdown. And what do you know? It was asked by former 49er quarterback Steve Young, a very relevant question that I think I might have the answer to.
I beg that Kyle and Jimmy have a conversation that I don't know has been had yet, where Jimmy goes in and says, Kyle, clearly you fired me. I wasn't doing something you wanted me to do. What can I do to become a better football player? What have I not done that has kept me from winning you over? Because the fans and everyone else can
hasn't happened.
but then where's the Kyle somehow, if they've done that many iterations and Jimmy can't be that guy? Is that what Kyle's decided? He can't be that guy, and so we're going to get rid of him because he can't be? Or is there something that Jimmy can do? Can he be the first one in and the last one out? Is there study habits? Is there something else that can step function Jimmy's ability to win over Kyle Shanahan?
The question there Steve Young poses is, Kyle, why did you fire me? That would be Jimmy's question. I think I have the answer. Why did Kyle want to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo in the first place? There are a couple of reasons, but I think I have found the main one, and I will share that with you next here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon, it's Ratto. The main reason why Kyle decided he was done with Garoppolo, and what do you know? No one's done with Garoppolo, not yet, not around here anyways. When you're happy to know it in San Diego, you officially know it by going down there and basking in the endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures. If you're planning a trip to San Diego today, make sure you check out sandiego.org.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
What is going on? It's great to have you here on a Tuesday. Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto, and believe it or not, they actually put this thing someplace where you could watch it. I don't know why you'd want to, but there it is. You can find us on Twitch. You can find us on YouTube. And you can bask in the glory that is two men sitting in front of microphones. The one cool thing, though, about the YouTube broadcast is because there's the chat on the side, and you can actually see people's names. Like, hello, Matthew. Hello, City Lock. Hello, Mojo SF. Hello, Otis Bird III. Hello, Fernando Sosa, which is officially the sexiest name up there right now. It's better than saying, so someone from the 408, someone from the 510, someone from the 415. I like to identify people, Ray. That way we know who to hold accountable. Shout out that YouTube chat. Look at that. Everyone's saying, wow. See, I see you. I see you all. Keeping tabs on all of you. See who goes on the good listener list. See who goes on the hate list. I have good news. All of you are on Ray's hate list. All of you.
Not hate, ignore.
Oh.
Hatred takes energy.
Just pure ambivalence.
Just, yeah. Exist, don't exist. Just leave me out of it.
Why do you think, more than anything else, Kyle Shanahan wanted to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo?
I think he wanted a more diversified offense. I think it was a football decision more than anything else. I think I need a guy who can allow me to stretch the field so that I can run the ball more efficiently. I like the fact that some teams can put up 40. I'm not one of those guys. I'd like to be one of those guys. And Jimmy Garoppolo, for all his benefits, can't do that for me. I think that was strictly a football decision more than anything else. I don't think there was anything underhanded or mean-spirited about it. It was just, I want more than I've got.
Yeah, I mean, I totally believe you. It wasn't underhanded. It wasn't mean-spirited. It wasn't because their personalities didn't align. It wasn't because he was hard to reach in the offseason or didn't return phone calls or text messages to the coach, the front office, or George Kittle. I don't think it was any of that. And honestly, the other element to it that I do think plays a role, it's durability. It's not the definitive reason why he's moved on or wanted to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo and now finds himself incapable of moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo because he's a starting quarterback once again. Ray, I think I got it. I mean, if we had to boil it down to one specific thing, I do agree with you. He's looking for a more dynamic offense. But I think he's looking for a more dynamic offense specifically in fourth quarters of playoff games. Jimmy Garoppolo has appeared in 6 career playoff games with the Niners, and in his fourth quarters, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and a passer rating of 28. Ray, you get a passer rating of 39.6 for just spiking a football. Just spiking a football gets you a passer rating of 39.6. Jimmy, 6 career playoff fourth quarters, his average passing rating is 28. In other words, spiking the ball in every fourth quarter pass would have made the 49ers better in those 4 quarters than actually asking Jimmy to drop back and throw it forward. And that, more than any other reason, is why Kyle Shanahan broke faith and lost trust in Jimmy Garoppolo. I think more than anything else. Like, if you had to, so, not painting with a big, broad brush, specifically, what was the breaking point? Again, I want to go back to last night, Monday Night Football Countdown. Steve Young asked this question and talked about a conversation he imagines Kyle and Jimmy either need to have or have had.
I beg that Kyle and Jimmy have a conversation that I don't know that has been had yet, where Jimmy goes in and says, Kyle, clearly you fired me. I wasn't doing something you wanted me to do. What can I do to become a better football player? What have I not done that has kept me from winning you over? Because the fans and else
hasn't happened already.
But then where's the Kyle somehow, if they've done that many iterations and Jimmy can't be that guy? Is that what Kyle's decided? He can't be that guy, and so we're going to get rid of him because he can't be? Or is there something that Jimmy can do? Can he be the first one in and the last one out? Is there study habits? Is there something else that can step function Jimmy's ability to win over Kyle Shanahan?
It wasn't work ethic. It wasn't lost faith in. It wasn't didn't believe or trust in. It's pure production from a quarterback when you need your quarterback to produce the most. And the official arena of I need my quarterback to produce the most is the fourth quarter of playoff games.
I think it's just physical limitation. I don't think Kyle Shanahan looks at things that way. I mean, it's part of the greater equation of I'd like to be a more complete offense, so it's harder for teams to defend me. I'm tired of facing 8 in the box. I think it was just basically schematics. I don't think he looked at the fourth quarter and said, that's not acceptable. Because they're a pretty good team in the fourth quarter, by and large.
Not in playoff games.
Well, But
that's where 10-point leads go to die, Ray.
Okay, but those are designed. The 49ers are designed to have a lead in the fourth quarter and to hold it with defense and running. Now, to the extent that he might want to change that, I mean, that's simply it's a physical deficiency that they don't see in Garoppolo. It's not like he can get better at the thing they're talking about. He has a limitation. He's not a guy who can stretch the field. He's precise. He doesn't screw things up. Sometimes he'll get a little giddy throwing the ball into a tight spot that, maybe he doesn't have the arm to do. But I think that's it. And I think that's why he looked at Trey Lance and he saw his arm and said, that guy can do the thing I want. I'll just coach him up in the other ways. The problem seems to be that Lance hasn't done enough of anything yet to be able to change that dynamic. And I think as long as that's true, Shanahan's just going to go back to the thing he's most familiar with. I mean, I don't believe for a moment.
Well, Shanahan can't get any credit for any decision here. This was forced upon him.
What are you talking about? The fact that Garoppolo's back in?
I'm going to say even a little bit of both. Certainly elevating him to number one on the quarterback depth chart, that was a decision that was made for Kyle Shanahan. And in a really weird way, so was the decision that Jimmy was still a 49er.
I don't think it was forced upon him at all.
Forced upon him may be the wrong way to say it. But had Kyle had his druthers, Jimmy's on another team.
I'll agree with you there.
Right. Had Kyle had his wish list actually ticked off by the universe, Jimmy being on another roster is a reality. So he can't get any credit assigned to him for turning back to Jimmy when Jimmy was turned back to him first.
No, the credit he gets, and I hesitate to use the word credit because it's just circumstances changed, is that having been unable to move him, he got off his ego long enough to say, okay, if I can't get rid of you and you're the best option I got, then I'll swallow whatever I have to swallow and bring you back. Because Nate Sudfeld clearly wasn't any kind of an answer, and clearly neither is Brock Purdy. I mean, the thing is, he made the gamble of entrusting a Super Bowl contending team to a quarterback with literally no resume. Not just, 2 starts, not just reps in practice, no resume at all, and thought it could work. That's the gamble, and that's the gamble that so far has not paid off. So to the extent that this is about credit, which I don't even believe it is, this is about Kyle Shanahan going, I'm not going to go look for another quarterback in a market that's incredibly depressed when I've got this guy. I didn't want this guy, but I still got him. Through any number of different circumstances, I still got him. So now that I got to use him, I'm going to use him. So it's not really about credit. It just, I was saying yesterday, it was a land of, accidents.
Circumstances.
Yeah, just, goofy stuff happened over and over and over again, exacerbated by the fact that Kyle Shanahan wanted to try to thread a needle that didn't have an eye in it. And now he's got what he had last year. So he's going to have to be what they were last year. And it might frustrate him in the long term, but I've said this before, there is no long term when the season's going on. There's just 18 weeks. That's it. Nothing about the future matters. It's get through next week, get through the week after that, et cetera, till the second week in February.
888-957-9570. What do you think is the number one reason, I'm talking top of the list, the number one reason why Shanahan really broke trust with Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, to think about it, again, Monday Night Football crew framed it like this last night. Garoppolo was fired. That's the truth when you think about it. I mean, the 49ers fired this guy, and he's still running the office.
You mentioned all the growth that Trey Lance still has to go through to get to where he wants to be. Jimmy Garoppolo is there.
Yes.
And
Is where, though?
Yeah,
but he's not. Jimmy Garoppolo got fired from this job.
Exactly.
Kyle Shanahan had all the time in the world to be with Jimmy Garoppolo. He said, you know what? I'm firing you.
He got fired from the job because they spent so much draft capital drafting a guy number 3. He didn't get fired from the job because the guy behind him was a better quarterback.
But they got all those draft picks and went to go get Trey Lance because they were trying to make that transition like an Alex Smith to a Patrick Mahomes. The reason that they wanted Trey Lance to be in this position was because they have a great defense. They know they're going to have a really good running game, and they have weapons on the perimeter. Him learning on the job was going to be easier for him this year in their championship window. Jimmy Garoppolo just went out there and looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. They know they're going to have to win it for him.
There's a good point being made there, too. You know, is Jimmy now along for the ride, or is he going to actually play a little different, knowing that, hey, man, I'm on borrowed time now? And like what Kyle wants, well, let me tell you what Kyle wants. Kyle wanted me out of here. So maybe I'm not going to genuflect to every single one of his walking orders every single time he sends a play into the huddle. If there's something else I want to do, I'm going to do it. If I'm going to risk the ball a little bit more, if I'm going to throw the ball downfield a little bit more, what's the recourse? You put Brock Purdy in the game? Like, I freaking dare you, Kyle.
He's not that guy. It's been established again and again. He's a guy.
He hasn't been that guy. I'm wondering if that guy might be in him. I don't see any reason
why he would change now.
What's he got to lose? If he thinks playing this way was enough to get him to lose his job, why not start auditioning for other teams and let me show you what I can actually do here? Independent of Kyle's conservative wishes, I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive. Again, that's kind of what I picked up from his Sunday post-game comment where he basically said, yeah, I felt like 2017 Jimmy again. I had just gotten here. I was really aggressive. And then we've become more conservative since then, so we really don't do it like that anymore. Maybe Jimmy's going to go back to doing it like that now if he can. I think it's going to be fascinating to watch if there is a difference. Is this new and improved Jimmy, same old Jimmy, or actually there's going to be a regression in Jimmy Garoppolo? Let me tell you what we got coming up besides your phone calls here in just a matter of minutes. We've got Tim Kuhn joining us. He wrote a very interesting cover story on ESPN.com today with Nick Wagner. A heartfelt goodbye and a shocking reunion, how Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers came together again. It's a story that we already know well. I mean, we've been sitting on top of it, but there are some very interesting details that he uncovered. And like any writer, I'm sure there might be a detail or two that didn't even make the piece. And so that's why Tim Kuhn will be joining us in just a little bit. No, by the way, Peter King, the biggest NFL journalist in the world, will be joining us at 4:45 today. Hopefully he can bring his cell phone as close to a screaming ambulance siren as possible. Seems to be part of our conversations on a weekly basis.
You just don't like the urban feel.
Oh, I love the urban feel. I'm like my cousin Vinny. I sleep better with the sirens and the chains rattling than I do in a peaceful forest.
Maybe he can get a gunshot from outside.
Hey, think about how exciting that interview will be. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Over 400 Google reviews. Cannot be wrong. They're sitting at a 4.8, making you turning them into the number one reviewed Google being your master. BMW dealership in all of Northern California. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit and find out why. Let's take some phone calls. Patrick in Stockton. Thank you very much for the call, Patrick. You're on with Damon and Ratto. What's going on?
Damon, Ray, it's a pleasure to talk to you guys again. Damon, I'm a little baffled at something you just said a little earlier. Going back to the game last night with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts played as perfect a football game as I've seen anybody play in a long time. As a matter of fact, they showed Michael Vick's greatest game stat-wise, where Vick had 333 yards passing and 3 touchdown passes and 2 rushing touchdowns. And it was extremely eerie and similar to what I saw last night. And the reason he was accurate as hell. He was 10 for 10, I think, or 11 for 11 before he had his first incompletion. And the reason he was able to, his receivers were wide open because they were putting 8 guys in the box, which I thought was ridiculous early by Minnesota, and they seemed to never make the adjustment defensively. But I just saw Josh Allen 2 weeks ago look like he was playing in 1940. Only thing he was missing was a leather helmet. And I didn't hear you say anything about that. Now, they scaled his running back, obviously, last night.
Last night he only had 1 rushing attempt, yeah.
They didn't need it. But, man, what I saw last night from Jalen Hurts was incredible.
Oh, he's fantastic.
One last thing.
Patrick, I called him. He's the preeminent option quarterback that has maybe played in the NFL in years. He is fantastic. He is grease lightning when he's running with the ball, and there is a threat of him taking off that keeps guys closer to the line of scrimmage, which, you're right, opens up guys downfield. Jalen Hurts is such a good passer at the same time, though. Nick Sirianni's job is to make sure he runs less and throws more, because Jalen Hurts is no longer we're going to draft him in the second round, and after we move on from Carson Wentz, we'll see if he can get the job. Like, this kid can officially play. Like, he's good. So watch him now evolve. And I think that's any NFL team wants to evolve their quarterback to play a style that invites less chance of being hurt in a game where, look, we all know you can get hurt anywhere. Where'd he go? Is Patrick still with us?
Yes.
Hey, Patrick.
I'm here.
Yeah, what do you got?
One last thing, Damon, as a Niners fan. The Niners are flawed, man. When it comes to this running game and Shanahan wants to run the ball, I understand that. But let's take a real look at something. Man, the 49ers hadn't had a 1,000-yard running back since 2014. And we're doing it with they're trying to run the ball and establish fun and be elite with a bunch of just guys at running back. We can get away with that. We get away with that, and it's really similar and eerie to the Jimmy G thing. We win with power running and very interesting running play calling throughout the season and a very good defense. But when we get into a real football game, it's highly questionable, because if the running game is stymied and then we have to rely on quarterback regardless of who it is, mainly Jimmy G, then all of a sudden it could become a problem, because now we're relying on Jimmy G and we're putting Jimmy G out of his element.
Well, and Patrick, thank you so much for the call, man. I really appreciate it. You got a great voice, by the way. I never like taking calls from a guy who's got a better voice than both hosts. You could do your own show. Patrick, Bill Belichick has a saying. He always wants to make his opponent play left-handed. And that means I want him to go away from their strength and play into an arena that they're less comfortable playing in. And shutting down the 49ers running game invites the quarterback into the level of offense that maybe Jimmy can't sustain. Maybe Trey Lance can't sustain it. When the 49ers running game shuts down, that's a game that they usually lose, right? So I don't know if Trey Lance is going to represent the guy who can, if your running game is shut down, you can then go to the air, start attacking everyone that way. I don't even know if Jimmy represents that guy. We think we know what Jimmy is because we've seen so much of him. Trey Lance, I can't even tell you that the jury's still out. We're in pre-trial diversion. We're kicking his court case down the road months and months and months and months. We don't even know. So will he be that guy? Can he be that guy? It's a question that I'm sure he would like the answer to, and Kyle Shanahan and every 49er fan as well.
But that's the thing, is people have been invested in the concept of Trey Lance since the day he was drafted. And yet nothing has resulted from it. Because Kyle Shanahan rightly concluded last year that Trey Lance wasn't going to carry them to the best record they could have in the season they were in. He thought that with an off season and a training camp, that he could hit the ground running with Trey Lance. The first game, he played on a lake. Second game, he was hurt 13 minutes into the game or 17 minutes into the game. And that was it. So, Kyle Shanahan is adapting to conditions not of his own making. And it's not about whether he gets credit or not. I don't understand that whole argument. It's trying to get through the season in a place where you can say we have a shot to win it all.
Well, and here's the thing. I think Jimmy's a regular season quarterback. The problem is in the playoffs.
But, that's who they got now.
Well, and in the playoffs, you start running into the teams that make you play left-handed.
And yet, they go to the Super Bowl last year if the Jaworski Tart doesn't drop an interception. I mean, they're that close. It's not like they're a miserable failure in the postseason. I mean, they've had two pretty deep runs. One with a team that should have made a deep run, and one that probably shouldn't have. So, if anything, they're slightly overachieving. Maybe Kyle Shanahan is looking for the perfect offense. And maybe his decision to choose Trey Lance means, no, you've actually made it sideways. So, because we don't know. All we know is now there are no more choices to be made. This is the deal you've got. Play the hand you've dealt yourself.
This is the hand. We have an awful lot to get into. Tim Kuhn of ESPN joins us next. More of your calls after that. You know what we're talking about. Peter King joins us to talk about it, too, at 4:45 today. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Talk saves lives. Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, our annual 2-hour national mental health conversation, Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. You'll hear from Drew Robinson, whose story is one you have to hear. Former Heisman Trophy winner Ricky Williams will also join us to talk about his struggles. The 2-hour special is a constructive and supportive conversation about our mental wellness. I'm Listening, Wednesday, September 21st, starting at 6 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. For more, visit imlistening.org. Remember, talk saves lives.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Michael Phelps.
You know, I think for me in 2014, when I found myself in that dark place where I didn't want to be alive in those 4 days when I was in my room by myself, I wanted to find a different way. I wanted to find a different answer. I was sick and tired of feeling how I felt, and that's why I started to seek help, and that's when I checked myself into a treatment center.
Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening 2-hour national mental health conversation, Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. Talk saves lives.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Man, I slept.
New ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I'm sure there's an awful lot of 49er fans who woke up this morning, hopped on ESPN.com, and saw a cover story about Jimmy Garoppolo, a heartfelt goodbye and a shocking reunion, written by Tim Kuhn and Nick Wagner. And Tim Kuhn is nice enough to join us here on 95.7 The Game to talk about a interesting piece, which, you know, got around a lot of stuff that we've been focused on. So some of it we knew, some very interesting details in there that we did not know. So Tim, thank you very much for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. Appreciate your time this afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you guys for having me.
From all the conversations that you had with the team in the locker room, how strong of a sell job did the 49ers actually have to make to Jimmy Garoppolo to return as a backup quarterback, or did circumstances almost create a world where Jimmy was hoping that might happen?
I think by the time it happened, it had gotten to the point where both sides, or at least Garoppolo's side, really understood that there wasn't a whole lot out there for them other than a release and then maybe a signing from a team like Cleveland where he would play, you know, part of the season and then end up having to give the job to Deshaun Watson. Obviously, it would have meant a new contract. There were a lot of unknowns there once the trade market for Jimmy died. So I think that, once the exhibition season ended without a clear opening anywhere, I think it became sort of a, kind of an angle of repose thing, right? Like it became the easiest thing to do is stay where it's familiar, and see what happens. And as we know, things happen.
Turn your mic on, Ray. The segment always goes better when you turn your mic on.
It actually goes worse when I turn it on, and you know that. How much does Garoppolo bear responsibility for the market drying up? Based on your reporting, do you get a sense that he or the 49ers feel like he should have gotten the surgery earlier? Or do they sort of accept that, when it's a quarterback, you want to see if you can work it out without getting cut on?
I think my reporting in the conversations I've had indicates that the 49ers would have preferred he not have it at all. I think that was kind of the idea was, hey, we can trade you now and then you can deal with it when you're not our problem. I mean, that's just kind of the way I think it shook out. And I think that Garoppolo and his people had to, make the calculation that they didn't want him being traded as damaged goods, and they didn't want to have to tell people he was healthy if they weren't sure he was healthy. And once, he gave it roughly a month to try to get it rehabbed without surgery, and when things didn't progress the way they expected or wanted, then it was kind of a no-brainer from his side. Now, the 49ers obviously would have been in a position to get something for him had that not happened when it did, because that is the moment when the trade market really died, was when he had surgery. And it's just bizarre how things happened, where now, they're all probably glad that it happened the way it did, given what happened on Sunday.
Tim Kuhn from ESPN here on 95.7 The Game. You mentioned that he was close to becoming a Washington Commander. Did you get any sense of what that trade package might have been?
No, I didn't, except that, at the time it was widely kind of accepted that the 49ers were looking for 2 second-round draft picks, which I think probably would have been a really decent haul, especially from Washington. So yeah, that was the talk, that was what they were demanding, or at least requesting. So I think it's probably safe to say it would have been something in that range.
That said, when the surgery came out, there was no interest in him at all, as I understand it, from anyone under any circumstances. How hard did Don Yee try to create a trade, or did he just recognize that there just wasn't a market, and in all likelihood, they were going to take the $7 million buyout and just have the year off?
Yeah, I think that was probably where they were at that point, because they were the ones who were also involved in the discussion to have surgery. Jimmy consulted with them, and it was decided that, hey, the best thing going forward was to have the surgery. And there was even a thought that, okay, this just might be a lost year, right? Your trademark's gone. They're going to release you. Then you're going to be free to decide if you want to go somewhere, right? I mean, he would have chosen to go somewhere, but who knows what kind of situation he would have been dropped in. And a lot of what they were doing was thinking about next year, that you sort of let your body heal, you let your reputation heal. Look Mitchell Trubisky's a perfect example. He goes from just being pilloried in Chicago to spending a year backing up Josh Allen, and all of a sudden he's, a reasonably hot commodity again. He's a starting quarterback, and that probably won't last forever, but you know what I'm saying? There was a thought there that they could position Jimmy well for 2023 if nothing happened immediately.
Brian Greasy, who's a first-year quarterbacks coach, has got enough on his plate just being a first-year quarterbacks coach. For him having to also be an armchair psychologist to manage egos in his quarterbacking room and the very odd relationship that Lance and Garoppolo now share. It's an awful lot. Did you get to talk to Greasy specifically for this piece?
No, I did not speak specifically. Now, my co-writer on this, Nick Wagner, has a relationship with Brian, but so he had talked to him over time. But we did not speak to him specifically for this story in the last week.
Were the 49ers obstructionist when you tried to get to talk to people just because it was such a hot button topic at that point?
They were not overly helpful, but so I would say that anyone outside the locker room was difficult. You know, the locker room, you could get guys as you see them. There was no obstructionism there, but there were some people that, you know, I was in Chicago for the first game and watched Garoppolo on the sidelines and saw Clay Kubiak, who's the assistant quarterback's coach. He was like with those two, with Lance and Garoppolo, every second when the offense wasn't on the field. You know, I had gotten information that he had hosted a quarterback's dinner the night all this stuff shook out with the roster construction and Jimmy returning. I wanted to talk to him because he seems like the guy on the field with the most contact. And assistant coaches apparently don't talk. So that was that I ran into a roadblock there. I would have liked to have heard his insight.
Tim Kuhn from ESPN.com here on 95.7 The Game, talking about the cover story, the piece about Garoppolo returning to the 49ers after it looked like the divorce was all but certain. Here we are getting married once again. And really, I mean, Tim, I don't know how much you dove into this just thinking, what a story to tell from a sports talk standpoint. It's like we've been handed gold. I mean, there's just so much to talk about because this topic is just so original and different. And, I mean, no matter how you look at it, coming or going, there's something fascinating to talk about. You mentioned how, you know, if Jimmy was this team's backup, he seemed reticent to play that role. He's been such a pro. I'm sure he would have played it very well. I'm sure he would have done everything he could to look like and actually not just look like, but be a supportive backup quarterback, imparting a little advice to the young kid. I think he would have done all those things. But then, you know, a football season and human nature does take over. And if there were an element to struggling of Trey Lance in a multiverse, you know, we're doing all our Marvel movies take place in the multiverse. I would have loved Tim to have seen the multiverse where Trey Lance is playing, struggling, and all of a sudden, you know, the games are running through the hourglass like grains of sand. And would Kyle Shanahan have made a move, or would he stuck with his convictions of Trey Lance? There's the multiverse movie that I would have loved to also have seen.
Yeah, and all that is part of this whole, as you say, the weirdness of the 49ers putting themselves in this position, right? They knew what it entailed. I will say that everyone I spoke to, and this was before and after the first game, everyone I spoke to really thought Jimmy was embracing this role. Like the guys that were on scout team, I mean, they were joking about him trying to be Justin Fields last week, and it was, you know, that there was some humor involved in that. But they said he was all out. Like this was his thing. He really genuinely likes Lance. They have a good relationship. You know, I don't think he would have been back if that hadn't been the case. If they didn't like each other, I think it would have been hard for the 49ers to sell this from either side, right? From the Garoppolo side or the team side. But yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, this is a team that their window is like right now, right? I mean, they feel like they have a roster, really aside from the quarterback position, and you can argue that maybe it's different now that they're more equipped to make a long run in the playoffs with Jimmy than Trey. But I mean, I think you know, we're speculating, but I would think that they would not have let the season go down the drain if they thought that Trey was the one taking it there. I think they probably would have made a decision to at least figure out a way to get Garoppolo on the field at some point.
I'm going to ask you to sort of encapsulate everything, because it sounds like Kyle Shanahan went to the table, made an enormous gamble, lost, and still gets to take all his chips back. Is that a fair assessment, that through no skill of his own and through a series of bizarro world accidents, he ends up no worse than he was last January?
That's exactly what it feels like. I mean, it feels like they took a gamble on the ceiling, right? They thought that Lance would be, and he still may be, the guy that carries the franchise for over a long period of time. I think it was clear, we didn't have it was a pretty small sample size, but I think it was clear that it wasn't going to happen immediately, that they were going to have to do whatever they thought was right to get him through games. And unfortunately for Lance, I think one of those calculations was maybe running him more than they either should have or would have liked. But yeah, I mean, I think that now you're looking at a team that, I saw like the Vegas odds as soon as Garoppolo is the starting quarterback, they changed. They're a better bet now than they were before. So it's really, it is a, it's a terrible stroke of luck for Trey Lance. It's a terrible blow. I mean, he loses a season right when he was having his chance, but yeah, as far as the team goes, I don't know that you're not looking at the drop off you would have if this was Nate Sudfeld. Then you'd have a catastrophe. But what Shanahan created was not a catastrophe.
By the way, we're a minute or two into our 4 o'clock hour, so we got to do the station identification. And Tim, all I can tell you is you can tell your colleagues back at ESPN that Ray is available for voiceover work. Listen to this top of the hour rejoiner.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. Yeah, wasn't that magic?
It's just beautiful. I always thought you did that live, Ray. I didn't realize that was canned. I thought you just pulled it out every hour.
I don't do anything live. In fact, in many ways, I'm legally dead.
This entire interview has been pre-recorded, actually, Tim.
Talk about multiverse. Like I'm here right now.
Yeah. I'm not going to play the scenario, well, what if they win the Super Bowl? Don't they have to bring Garoppolo back in 2023? If they get to the conference final and Garoppolo isn't a disaster, do you get a sense that they've already made up their mind that they're going to try to move him this coming off season no matter what? Or have they abandoned all thought of trying to plan their way out of this, and they're just going to let stuff happen the way it happens?
Yeah, I would think that the last bit of that is probably, I think that, experience would indicate that that's probably the wise course of action to let this play out and see where it goes, because they made that decision last off season. You go back and listen to Garoppolo's farewell, and it was like, it wasn't couched at all. He was gone. He literally said goodbye. And I think that, to replay that would probably be a mistake on everyone's part if everything, if what you're saying happens and they make a deep run into the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild to think that, yeah, we could be talking next year at this time about similar circumstances.
Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. The more things change, the more they stay the same. All the cliches are in place. Tim Kuhn, ESPN.com. Great story on the inner workings of the conversations that happened about bringing Jimmy back. You talked to the leadership group, and somebody asked the question, well, what happens if Lance struggles? When Lance struggles? And we already kind of talked about that through the multiverse. Here's my last question for you, Tim. You've been talking to athletes for decades, right? And you, I think, in those conversations get a glimpse into how athletes, not just NFL players, but all athletes are wired. And it feels like most athletes are wired to have been put in the situation that Jimmy was put into and say, you know what, screw you guys, waive me, cut me, I don't want to play, I'm going to go play without you, you don't want me, I don't want you, I'm out of here. Jimmy never, ever did that. Patience, I guess, the virtue that brought him back to the Niners, or maybe it was a lack of marketplace. We can figure that out later. How rare is it to find someone at such an ego-driven position like quarterback be willing to just sort of let things happen and not try to steer things in their own direction?
Yeah, I mean, he played his hand as well as it could be played, and he did that by almost not playing it, right? I mean, he burned no bridges. He didn't demand he go to a certain place. He didn't, F-bomb management on his way out.
Right. He didn't do the Screw Those Guys podcast that you always get these days.
Exactly. And he wasn't like, oh, I'm going to show everybody. It just that doesn't seem to be his nature. And I think what you're getting at is that I think there are very few guys that would have come back under these circumstances, given what his place in the franchise was prior to this. He's won a lot of games, and he could have, pounded his chest and demanded things or called people out, but he really didn't. And now, I mean, it looks brilliant. And I don't know him that well. I've been around him over the years, but I sensed, and I got it from other people too, that he seemed really, really relaxed as the backup quarterback. And so there might be a part of him that I'm sure he's thrilled in a twisted way to be back on top of the depth chart, even though it came at Lance's expense. But I do think that sometimes it probably feels good to not have those bright lights on you all the time, and to just be the guy that has to just be ready instead of being the one that everybody, the backup quarterback's the most popular guy. Everybody loves him. They wait for him to come in. So, it's changed now, but it felt like he was kind of enjoying stepping back from all that scrutiny.
I think you might be right. I really do. He seems as comfortable in his own skin in this role. In a role that you'd think would lead to him being uncomfortable, he never looked uncomfortable for a minute. Tim, great piece today. Thank you very much. Again, we sit on top of this story. We talk about it breathlessly 24 hours a day. To have new elements be brought out and the details that you brought him out in this story was really good stuff, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for having me. And credit goes to my friend Nick Wagner too, because we collaborated on this, and Nick was great. So he's the insider. I'm just the outsider.
Yeah, he stinks.
Nice job inside and outside. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Tim Kuhn here on 95.7 The Game. Really good piece. I mean, if you're a 49er fan, this is one that you're going to want to read today, and it's available just on the front page of ESPN.com. You don't need to be an insider. You don't need to be a subscriber. It's just there, so you can go read it.
Yeah, and you read it and you realize it's completely open-ended because nobody knows anything, and that includes the people in the building. We all keep trying to apply some sort of template for why this happened. And I really believe that Occam's razor is the explanation here. It's the most obvious thing is that a bunch of crap happened, nobody saw any of it happening, and they're just making do with a situation that none of them really has a full comprehension of.
Well, and I thought you asked a good question, and in your question you made a point. What is going to be the plan going forward? No need. There is no plan going forward. It's let's see what happens from here on out. Like that's really it, because the best laid plans that they possibly had have been detonated on an almost nuclear level. So we have just kind of throw the bobber out on the ocean and see how long it floats and in what direction it might go in, because there is no predicting. The minute you start trying to predict what might happen is when everything that is the exact opposite of that has happened.
But we've spent almost 18 months doing that exact thing.
Well, it's our job.
Well, I understand that, but everybody's been wrong at every turn. And the lesson...
Not me. I did say bring Jimmy Garoppolo back.
Yeah, well, okay, but that wasn't a prediction. That was just this is something they ought to do. You were urging them to do that. Not that I think they did it because of you,
Well,
but
they listen. They're definitely clearly
okay.
listening.
They listen.
They're listening. At least
I'll tell you
Parag.
what. If
I could
they
see Parag's
listen
got a
to
little
this
transistor
show,
on his radio.
if any of them listen to this show, they should be fired summarily.
I guarantee you Parag's watching us on YouTube right now. Is he commenting? Is Parag commenting on the YouTube? No, Parag's not there.
No,
but
if he was, he should be fired immediately.
I see DOD Spec Ops, City Lock. Did you already get a shout out? Did you get 2 shout outs today? Who else is on here? Who else? Mojo, SF. Oh.
See, when they don't give their real names, it's hard to take them seriously.
Except for Mike Honcho. That's definitely someone's real name.
Yeah, and we'll be taking him very seriously.
Or it's Parag's burner.
No, I think
Parag's burner's Mike Honcho.
I mean, I honestly think nobody knows anything.
Playboy magazine,
and that's the best part of this story, is that nobody knows anything.
Yeah,
and and for a business that is as pre-programmed as anything Hollywood has to offer, that the only surprises come in the games themselves. This is 18 months of studious planning to get nowhere and to end up with the same hamster in the same wheel as they had 18 months ago is, to me, hilarious.
It's like my sophomore through senior years of college. A lot of great plans were made. What happened? I don't know. Just kind of went by in a blur.
Drinking.
Yeah, it just got fuzzy. Brian in Palo Alto has been waiting a really long time. Brian, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Yeah, I think all Jimmy has to do is just keep winning. Right? He has the 3rd highest winning percentage of any active quarterback in the National Football League, and we're very fortunate to have that. I think he's a lot better quarterback than Trey Lance is. You know who else thinks that? According to Mike Silver, a lot of guys in the locker room and a lot of the coaches think that too. So all he has to do is just keep winning. I think he may be like a little bit freer, right, given the sort of circumstances, right? Where last year, I think he'll be more vocal with Shanahan about like what kind of game plan he wants to run. But
I tend to agree with you, Brian. I really do, and I don't mean to cut you short. Thank you for waiting for so long. I probably should have waited one more break to go to you. As soon as I went to the phone call, Grandy looked at me funny, which means I went to a phone call too late in a segment. But thank you, Brian, and I tell you, I do think you make a good point. Jimmy's ego might actually materialize in it's kind of my show now way. I'm gonna sort of do this how I want to do this. Definitely sticking with Kyle's vision, but not only looking at this through Kyle's eyes. I'm going to use my eyes too. And if I see an open receiver downfield, I'm going to try to hit him instead of hitting that 3-yard slant that Kyle designed because it was the safer play. And if that's the kind of Jimmy we get, maybe this season does get more exciting. Who knows? Stick around, find out. We are all witnesses, as they say. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, about a half an hour away from saying hello to Peter King. That should be interesting. We are brought to you by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. and engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. Like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. So you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then by all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
San Mateo, a chance of rain and an overnight low of 62.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. It's good to have you around today. Peter King's going to be joining us at 4:45. Going to be a very interesting conversation with Peter King. Ray, Tim Kuhn even said it. I know it's one of your favorite sayings that the backup quarterback is always the most popular guy in town, and that officially means now it's Brock Purdy's city. We're all just living in it. How fascinating would it be if Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt in Denver, and this really is Brock Purdy's show the rest of the way? That'd be a lot.
Hilarity would ensue.
Hilarity would ensue.
Because, once again, the law of unintended consequences is the only law by which this team operates.
Right. Whenever you make plans, the other thing happens.
Well, except for the one thing that they did plan and has held up throughout, is that their defense is very stout.
It is.
So they might be able even to get away with it with Brock Purdy, because of all the good teams in the NFL, the 49ers are the only one where the quarterback is about the fourth or fifth most important guy.
It's a formula that the drafting of Trey Lance was trying to get away from.
Exactly. And once again, God laughed.
He certainly did. So let's say the unthinkable happens. Oh my gosh, Jimmy goes down in Denver. Brock Purdy is in there, clearly winning that game. I mean, that's Purdy country. You know, Niners, Broncos, Purdy. You gotta like you gotta like your chances. After that, though, it's a little bit of a toss-up. You know who then would be the most popular guy in town? Because again, Purdy as a starter can't be as popular as the backup.
Kyle Juszczyk.
No. 49ers have signed a quarterback to the practice squad who would immediately be elevated. Are you ready for the Kurt Benkert era? Kurt Benkert.
Why not?
Benkert. He played at East Carolina. He also played at Virginia. He was with the Atlanta Falcons. And now he is your San Francisco 49er practice squad quarterback. Pretty exciting, don't you think?
Makes me wonder if he won't become the backup just because he's at least had a cup of coffee in the NFL, whereas Purdy has barely gotten inside the Starbucks.
You're right, but here's the thing, though, that makes me sort of interested in Purdy. And now we're not going to turn this into a what do you think Brock Purdy can be situation.
Why not?
Because we don't even know what Jimmy Garoppolo might be, and we've been watching him for 5 years, for goodness sakes. We're not going to start assuming, but I'll say this. There's a lot of Big 12 quarterbacks in this league right now. Very few of them put up bigger Big 12 numbers than Brock Purdy did. He had a prolific collegiate career, and he's a little bit better of a pure passer than, you could assume Lance would have been. Maybe even, no, I'm not going to say it.
Say it.
Maybe even Jimmy Garoppolo. 888-957-9570. What is your prediction for Garoppolo 3.0? What do you think we are about to see? Are we going to get a better than before, more devil may care, more aggressive Jimmy Garoppolo because he's officially got nothing left to prove on a team that didn't even want him around anymore, and now they officially need him, if not more than he needs them? Do you think we're going to get the exact same guy? Nothing changes at all. Every eighth pass officially turns into a choose-your-own-adventure book where he's, the only guys he's hitting in the numbers are opposing linebackers sometimes. Do you think that's the Jimmy Garoppolo? So the same guy, or a regression, a markedly worse, even the repaired shoulder didn't make him better, damaged goods, not as good as he used to be, Jimmy Garoppolo. What do you think we're going to get? 888-957-9570. Ray, I know you're firmly in the camp of nothing changes.
I don't think anything changes, and I also don't think that he's suddenly going to go rogue and go, I've got all the leverage.
Oh, not rogue.
I mean, he's going to do what Kyle Shanahan wants him to do in all situations, because that's how he's wired. Everybody, Tim Kewen said he was okay with playing the role of the backup. It's almost as though he is sort of just a savant. I'm going to do what I do. I don't think he's going to, all of a sudden go, I want to throw the ball on 3rd and 5. Because I don't think he's that guy. I don't think he's the guy who's going to.
But you should want to throw the ball on 3rd and 5.
I'm just using it as an example. If the play comes in and it's a run, he's going to run the play. I don't think he's going to all of a sudden go, I've been here long enough, I know what I'm doing. I don't think that's the relationship he has with Kyle Shanahan, or that Kyle Shanahan has with him. And I think Jimmy Garoppolo is not a guy who's going to deviate from the script that's been given him. He's going to learn his lines, and he's going to recite them on command.
Kyle Shanahan was asked about, the play that will go down in infamy, if you will, And again, he gets snippy when he gets asked about it.
Kyle, I have a sense you'd like another quarterback running question.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
There you go. So, he's going to and look, there's no doubt that Kyle knows more about this than we ever will. But what I don't think he grasps isn't necessarily the play that he was called. It was the frequency. And as I said earlier in the show today, what's one of everyone's least favorite yet most common sayings in sports over the last 5 to 10 years? It's load management. And when you're asking your quarterback to run into the teeth of defense as often as Kyle Shanahan was prepared to seemingly ask Trey Lance to run right into the teeth of the defense, there is a level of load management there that I think he needed to pay more respect to. He was going to grind the gears of that running game in Trey Lance's direction in a way that was there was going to be a historical outlier. He was going to have asked his rookie, young first-year starting quarterback to run the ball more times than any quarterback in his first year as a starter has ever run the ball, by about 40 times if you want to play the on pace for game. And I don't think that that's the right way to go about it. Now, we asked Michael Irvin about all this yesterday, and here's what he said.
I'd rather him do those plays on the outside, and I'd rather him tell a young Trey Lance, get your butt down. This is not college. This is not high school. You're not the best athlete on the field. And everywhere you've ever played, you've been by far the best athlete on the field. Everybody's the best athlete on the field here. I would have liked that. But, man, I just trust how Kyle runs that situation from the quarterback situation. I appreciate it when I look at it from the long scope.
And you look at the running quarterback that we saw on one of our Monday Night Football games last night, Jalen Hurts was fantastic. He was fantastic. He's a feast for the senses. The guy he's the best option quarterback that I've seen play NFL football. Because I don't even think like a guy like Lamar Jackson is an option quarterback. He's keeping it. He's not pitching it to the running back. They're running option. They're running RPO like they were a college team. And by the way, the Philadelphia Eagles through 2 games are far and away the NFL's yardage leader. Far and away putting up the most yards of any team. I mean, the thing that the Eagles got going for them, as long as Jalen Hurts is their quarterback, Ray, is they're basically the NFL's version of Air Force. They're really hard to prepare for. They run a style of football that you don't see anywhere else in this league right now. And, you can't ask your scout team quarterback to, hey, could you just be Jalen Hurts in practice for us this week? Because there really isn't another Jalen Hurts in this league right now. So that's what makes, I think, the Eagles a completely fascinating team. They're very good. They're very good at what they do. They've got talent on both sides of the ball, and they're hard to prepare for. It's a pretty good combination for a team that's sitting in what I think is sort of a shallow division.
Yeah, but their great flaw is that they have to get 38 a game to survive because their defense is awful.
Oh, I don't think their defense is awful. I just think their defense is an NFL defense.
Soft, pliable, weak-willed. I mean, if I watched the Lions game, the Lions...
Here's the deal. The Lions have been pretty good offensively so far. The Lions can actually move the football. They've got to give Dan Campbell a little credit here.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
He wasn't lying.
He's played the Eagles and the Commanders. 2 teams that don't stop people. When he faces a team that can tackle a human being, it's going to be different.
Darius Slay had one of the best nights any NFL cornerback has ever had last night. Fletcher Cox was just dropping guys. I mean, they're good. They're not inept on that side of the ball.
No, I'm talking about
the Lions. I'm sorry.
I was talking about the
Eagles,
Lions offense has played 2 bad defenses. I'm not talking about the Lions defense. The Lions defense might be okay, but I'll still need to see more. Again, they gave up 38 and 27 to a good offense and then a poor offense. So
I will say this. The Buffalo Bills has officially turned all of their preseason hype into two of the most lopsided wins we've seen so far this year. The Bills have outscored their opponents 72-17 through 2 weeks of football. Josh Allen looks like a video game. He can put the ball wherever he wants, and physics need not apply. He only had one rushing attempt last night. He threw for 317 yards and 4 touchdowns. The team has punted 3 times in the first 2 weeks. All 3 of them were last night. They did not punt week 1 against the Los Angeles Rams. Buffalo Bills look like a problem for the whole league. And boy, we got an interesting week 3 game. And again, week 3 starts in 48 hours. We have Bills and Dolphins in Miami, a battle of 2-0 AFC East teams. So there's some really good football games on the schedule this weekend, obviously with Sunday Night Football making room for all of our attention to be heaped on the 49ers and Denver Broncos. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Tony in Hayward. Thanks for calling and listening, Tony. What do you got?
Hey, I think the way Jimmy G has been conducting himself is, I think this shows us why the team has won with him as the quarterback. He kind of reminds me of Alex Smith. I was really bummed when Alex Smith was replaced by Caps. Caps is great, good quarterback, good guy, but I liked his personality. I thought, he had that intangible, and I think Jimmy G is the same way. There's a whole lot more to leading your team than what you can do on the field. He just has that attitude. And I think I'm glad he's back. It's devastating for Trey Lance, of course. Don't want to see any injuries. But I'm glad Jimmy's back. I think he's the guy. Just got to build some things around him. I think he's the guy.
What happens, and thanks for the call, Tony, what happens if Jimmy has his best season of his career? Like, what happens then? Like in 2019, he threw for over 3,900 yards with 27 touchdowns and 13 interceptions. What if he's 4,030-10? What then? What do the 49ers do at that point? Are they offering him a new contract? Is there a reality where Trey begins next year as Jimmy Garoppolo's backup quarterback once again?
I think anything is possible. I mean, do you honestly think that, I think a lot of it depends on how deep they go. If he puts up those numbers and they get knocked out in the first round, I could see them moving on, just going, well, here, we built up your resume. Now somebody will be sure to trade for you.
Well,
Or, if they have a deep, deep run and they actually threaten to get to the big one, then they've got another decision to make, and maybe that decision ends up being, through no fault of your own, Trey, you can't fit here. And then you move on to the next thing. Because everybody has always pinned this trade as a sort of modified death sentence, where, well, they gave up all this capital, they have to do this. They don't have to do anything, because there's always another draft, and there's always another quarterback out there, and even if you never get those 3 draft picks back, you make do.
Right.
Every team makes do.
If Trey Lance, and I don't think he lives in this house yet, but if he does live on, 1, 2, 3, 4 bad investment lane, there's only one right time to get out of a bad investment, and that's today. And it really doesn't care. It doesn't matter how much money you left in the middle of the table. It doesn't matter. The best time to get out of a bad investment is right now, once you've identified it as a bad investment. So, yeah, the world turns. But I wonder if it wouldn't turn so funny where Jimmy Garoppolo was turned into another 3-4 year contract and we're right back to where we belong, and or not to where we belong, but where we started here. And at that point, you got to turn around to Kyle Shanahan and say, well, why weren't you just a little bit more patient? Like, and I really do think I have the reason. Like, why did Kyle want to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo? I got the reason. It's because he has never outperformed the quarterback that he's played against in a playoff game. The opposing quarterback has always finished that playoff game with a better quarterbacking rating. And Jimmy Garoppolo's got a fourth quarter playoff game's quarterback rating of 28. You get a 39.6 for just spiking the football. So spiking the football has been a better option for the Niners than Jimmy Garoppolo has been in playoff game fourth quarters. And I think that is what Kyle Shanahan looked at more than anything else. Because look, Jimmy in the regular season gets the job done. Look at his record. It speaks for itself. Look at the record of success that he has in the regular season. Wins like 70% of his games. That's a deal you would make with the devil to have a level of success like that. So why would you walk away from that successful of a deal? Well, yeah, sure, it has a little bit to do with ability to be available. And maybe it has a little bit to do with, it was hard to reach in the offseason, but I really don't think it does at all. It's pure playoff performance that made Kyle walk away. That's it. That's it. And specifically, it's fourth quarter playoff performance. Because that's the ultimate, all right, it's time to be a quarterback. And that's when Jimmy's played his worst football of his career, which goes back to what Tim Kuhn said. Tim said, Jimmy was oddly comfortable in this backup role. And he might have even embraced it. There's a lot of pressure on the main stage at Lollapalooza, but on the side stage, there's less pressure. You're still playing at a concert. You still got a lot of people watching you. You're still part of the act, still part of the show. But the main spotlight isn't on you at all times, just like leaving blisters on your skin. It's so hot.
See, and I think that fourth quarter, I'm not buying it because the two games they've lost in the postseason in 19 and 21 were defensive failures at the end.
You're right, but guess what? You don't need to worry about your defensive failure sinking you if you continue to score.
That said, the Super Bowl, Kansas City had a ball the entire fourth quarter. The entire fourth quarter. They did what they wanted. They
because
scored
that's Jimmy, because Jimmy was Johnny 3 and out.
Okay, but at some point, the defense you've built has to be able to get a stop. You can't give up 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. You can't.
I would agree with you there. I'm not arguing.
And the other thing is...
But here's the thing. You don't have a chance to score 3 touchdowns in a fourth quarter if you got an offense that's moving the ball, burning clock, and scoring points.
Okay, but I still don't buy the idea that that's what convinced Kyle Shanahan, I got to move on from this guy. Because those 2 games were not about Garoppolo failures. They didn't turn the ball over a ton of times. What they did was not stop anybody. And that's because the secondary could be picked on, and was. And the fact that they haven't fully fixed that yet, or at least haven't fixed it yet to where we know it's fixed.
It's gotten better.
We'll see. I mean, let's see them when they play the Rams.
Right.
Because I don't think Denver's going to offer much of a threat there either.
And Chicago, nor Geno Smith-led Seahawks represent scary level passing attack.
Yeah. So I'm jury's still out for that for me. But I think it's just that he was tired of doing playing against 8 in the box. You know what? How do we fix that? We can get the ball down the field deeper. And that's why I like Trey Lance. Well, what else can he do? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Oh, they haven't figured it out.
Somebody said, look, Damon, the defense gave up 2 3rd and 17s. You're right. They did. Richard Sherman got burnt in that fourth quarter. He hits that pass to Emmanuel Sanders. He's got a big shiny ring today. I mean, yes, I understand that the defense gives up the 10-point leads and Jimmy's not on the field when that's happening, but Jimmy was on the field when the 49ers were, a parade of 3 and outs and not scoring the football. So, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
but look at it this way. Kyle Shanahan never said, all right, then, I need to have a corner drafted in the first round. I need to go ahead and fix my secondary. That's my biggest problem. No cornerback got cut. Well, tell that to Jason Verrett. But no cornerback was moved on from. Jimmy got moved on from.
Well, again, I think we found out over the last 3 years that Kyle Shanahan is not the infallible genius that everybody's been giving him credit for. There are a few things that he does as well as any coach in the game. But there are also things that he tends to fixate on and fixate against. I mean, the fact that he hasn't fixed the offensive line, the fact that the secondary is still a huge question mark. After 3 years of this, suggests to me that he's got blind spots too, especially as a general manager.
And look, I've been saying that maybe removing some responsibilities from Kyle could be a better thing for this team than leaving those Kyle's responsibilities. But I got some good news. Right now, the 49ers have the closest thing they've had to a shutdown corner in a long time in Mooney Ward. They've also got what is the NFL's highest rated safety tandem in the league right now. If Talanoa Hufanga, who is the second highest graded safety through Pro Football Focus right now, if he keeps on playing like this, he's Jamal Adams, everyone. He's the second coming of Troy Polamalu if he keeps on playing like this. So, did Kyle address his secondary? He may have. That offensive line that you're saying, and rightfully so, because they were unproven. We don't know. They told us it was a weak spot. Center guard is not the fatal flaw of this team yet. As a matter of fact, Spencer Burford has been fantastic, and he is the highest rated 49er offensive lineman right now. Aaron Banks is playing well. So, maybe they did.
Maybe
fix
they
their
did.
biggest problems.
And I'm perfectly willing to allow for that, but I'm playing the schedule game early, which is who have you played? Who's threatened you? Neither of those teams did. They lost to a Lake, and they beat the hell out of a bad Seattle team.
But again, on the way to a Super Bowl, you were unimpressed with every single regular season moment.
No, there were games when they beat legitimate teams. The win in New Orleans was an eye-opener.
And that's the thing. Isn't that the only really regular season Jimmy Garoppolo's signature moment?
Yeah. But, do you need a signature moment from your quarterback in all situations? I mean, Kyle Shanahan has been trying to, thread this needle with different kinds of thread. And he's going to have to do it again. Period.
More calls and Peter King right around the corner here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, the largest commercial-free, uninterrupted segment of the entire afternoon's around the corner. We want you to be a part of it. Again, 888-957-9570. Your calls after Peter King. You understand what we're talking about. You know what the assignment is. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Tom Bodette here. Thinking about road tripping to the family reunion. Potato salad, doing battle with the sun, dog crawling all over the cousins, and nothing brings us closer than someone squished in the middle seat. Well, it's a good thing Motel 6 has clean, comfortable rooms at a great low rate. They'll get you out of that minivan so the kids can get all spiffed up before Grandma starts pinching their cheeks. I'm Tom Bodette for Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead and download the Odyssey app. Take it with you no matter where you go. You got a gambling penchant, shall we say? Well, Cash the Ticket is a podcast to help you make smarter bets right now. You can find that on your Odyssey app, which you should have in your pocket if you just download it. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Peter King, for a weekly conversation here on 95.7 The Game every Tuesday during the football season. He stops on by here on Damon and Ratto. And Peter, it happened. It happened. We are back in business with Jimmy Garoppolo. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. The more things change around here, the more they stay the same. This league is amazing, isn't it?
Well,
like the saddest thing for me, other than the fact that I just feel for this kid Trey Lance, because look, he was going to get some sort of, not a final verdict this year, but you have to figure that if you trade if you use 3 ones to go get a quarterback, you're going to give him a couple of years. Okay? So in giving him a couple of years, obviously, this was going to be one of them. And if he struggled, whatever, you still got to feel that the 49ers are going to give him next year to get a real, legitimate chance. But now you start back at ground zero next year at the start of training camp, July 25th. He would have been in the NFL for 2 seasons and started 4 games. So essentially, you are back almost exactly where you were at the start of this year. And that is the really sad thing. Now, for the immediacy of this, okay, the one thing I would say that is probably a benefit for this team is that they got primetime games the next 2 weeks. Sunday night in Denver, the following Monday night, eight days later, against the Rams in Santa Clara. And you have to figure that this team probably, down in whatever they'd say publicly, is going to feel a little bit more comfortable with Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback in these 2 games that at the absolute worst, you got to split. But, you really don't want to split. You want to win them both so that when you go on that East Coast trip, the Carolina trip, you then can have an opportunity to really make take a big lead in the division. But whatever, I don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. It's a shame for the kid, obviously, but for the team right now at this moment in time, they might be better off with Garoppolo for the next couple of weeks.
Is that such an open and shut case, though? Is there a possibility, once they get past what I think is probably a fairly winnable game against Denver, and then their schedule starts to toughen up?
Yeah.
Is it a given that they are better off with Garoppolo, or is it that nobody knows anything about Lance while they know something about Garoppolo, and that's as far as you can go?
Ray, here's the question. Right now, the question becomes, at least to me, that, I guess I would just ask, forget what it is you know about Trey Lance. Forget what it is you know about Jimmy Garoppolo, okay? If you're a gambler right now, and you want the 49ers to win this game, I just want you to tell me who you'd feel better about as the starting quarterback of your team going into a very loud stadium in Denver Sunday night against Russell Wilson. Personally, if it's just one game you've got to win, what quarterback do I want in that game? I'd rather have Garoppolo.
Peter, you had the opportunity to talk to Kyle Shanahan on his drive home from Sunday's game, and you shed a little light in your column on what he said to Trey Lance. The quote is, "I'm sorry you were playing your ass off," end quote. Where is that "I'm sorry" really being placed? I'm sorry that you got hurt. I'm sorry that I sent that play in that got you hurt. I'm sorry I was calling the game that way. Did you sense any regret about the decision to have Trey Lance running as much as he seemed to be off and running in yet another football game?
I mean, listen, this is going to be a little bit, perhaps a little bit knee-jerk, a little bit reactionary. Personally, just my thing, I think it's idiotic to want to take the call that was made and blame that and use that to blame the injury on. One of the reasons that this team drafted Trey Lance, without any question, one of the reasons that they drafted him is that he's got great ability to run with the ball. Okay? He's a mobile quarterback. And look, was anybody questioning the call that the Baltimore Ravens made when Lamar Jackson ran for whatever it was, a 68-yard touchdown the other day? I mean, no.
He had he had more green in front of him than linebackers. I mean, I'll say that because I watched. Lamar's my fantasy quarterback. I was watching close. But, we've been talking about what is the right amount of running. And since you can never, one of the biggest, most unwelcome phrases, concepts in sports these days is load management, right? We get it in the NBA too often. We get it probably too much with our starting pitchers. And Kyle seems to be completely unaware of load management. For example, in Josh Allen's first year as a full-time starter, he was running on a designed quarterback run 71 times. Kyler Murray, 82 times. Jalen Hurts, 97 times. Lamar Jackson, 135 times. Trey Lance was on pace for 153 designed runs. That just feels like overkill.
It feels like a ridiculous statement to make, to me, based on 5 quarters. You can't make a judgment based on what are you supposed to do in a monsoon? Throw the ball 35 times?
No, but he ran 13 times in Arizona. I mean, he's on a pace to have more carries than any running back on his own team in 3 of. Look at it this way. Michael Vick's entire career, the greatest runner the NFL's ever seen, he ran 13 or more times, 4 times in his entire career. In 3 starts, Lance has already done it twice.
It's not enough of a sample.
Okay.
It just isn't. It isn't enough. One of those games was in a monsoon where I guarantee you, if he threw the ball 30 times, people would be screaming, what in the world is Kyle doing making Trey Lance throw the ball 30 times in this horrible environment? It just isn't enough of a sample, okay? That's one thing. Now, you talk about these other guys, okay? What happened last week when, or in the last 2 weeks, really, when Josh Allen ran a lot, when Lamar Jackson ran a lot? They had incredible success. They had great success. So you could argue, probably, I think, I'm not sure. I think Allen ran either 10 or 11 times last week. Okay, so you could argue that you don't need to do that, especially when you're winning by 3 touchdowns. And you know what? You don't need to. Okay, and so they got wise this week, and they only ran it once, and they still won by 34 points. So I don't know what the right number is. All I know is that Trey Lance has not played enough, and 15 rushes in 5 quarters is not a trend. It's a snapshot, and we don't know if that would have continued or not. And you could argue that if it did continue, that it would be careless, it would be reckless. But I don't think anybody calls it careless or reckless when Lamar Jackson runs as much as he does.
Peter King with us here on 95.7 The Game. As you talked to Kyle Shanahan, what was your overall sense? Was he relieved that Jimmy was still here when...
Yeah.
I mean, here's the funny thing. In no way could Kyle say, it was my plan to keep Jimmy around all the time. It was circumstances that brought him back.
It was it was altogether circumstantial. And he said, obviously, the one phrase he used, and I forget if I used this or not. He said, when the musical chairs at quarterback in the NFL, when the musical chairs were finished, when they were all filled, Jimmy was left without a seat. And so that turned out to be really lucky for us. And, it was lucky for them. I mean, look, Kyle Shanahan is a pragmatic person. He was incredibly bad about Trey Lance. I mean, you could just feel it, hear it in his voice. He was just down. But, you know, he also knows that life goes on in this league. And he knows the next 2 weeks, you've got a killer game in Denver, even though Denver is a bizarre football team right now. And you've got a game against the Super Bowl champions the following week in what has become, you know, really probably right now, along with Tampa Bay, New Orleans, the best rivalry game in the sport, at least right now, the way it's been the last couple of years. So those are two gigantic games. So I don't want to be cliche, but nobody's crying for the 49ers. And he made it very clear. He goes, listen, we have now played, in my 6 years as a coach, we've now played 4 of those 6 seasons where we had a major injury to the quarterback. And he goes, this is the first time where we've really been able to say, okay, we're good. We're all right. We're going to be okay. And he said this is the first time probably in the Niners' history since Montana and Young that there has been as good a backstop for the starting quarterback as there's been. And he made it very clear to say, I'm not comparing Garoppolo and Lance to Young and Montana. I'm just simply saying that at this moment in time, I don't think this franchise has been as ready for a quarterback injury to the starter with a good team as we are right now in being able to plug in Garoppolo.
Yeah, I don't think we've often seen a team lose a starting quarterback and their odds to win the Super Bowl actually increase. That is unique, and we're talking. Crazy. It really is. We're talking with Peter King here on Damon and Ratto. Welcome, boys and girls, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. You made a point in the past about teams not valuing the backup quarterback job nearly enough. If this is a template for anything, do you think this might motivate more teams to look at both this situation and the Dallas situation in the reverse and say, when quarterbacks go down, we've got to be more prepared than we are?
You know, Ray, that is a fascinating question. And I thought a lot about it today. You know why? Because I think Cooper Rush is a very, very interesting player. And, you know, this is a guy who was totally coming out of college at Central Michigan. Just nobody looked at him as a valuable commodity. Nobody thought of him as, hey, let's take him in the 5th round and develop him. He was just a Joe Schmo, okay? And the Cowboys took him, came to camp, and every day they said, you know, this guy's not bad. I don't know what we were thinking scouting him out of Central Michigan, but he's not bad. I'm only making this point because backup quarterback is not a one-size-fits-all job in the NFL. And I might say right now that, yes, you could have a different attitude about the backup quarterback because, in my opinion, for most teams in the NFL, certainly for the San Francisco 49ers, based on recent history, the backup quarterback job is a top 10 player on the team. I wouldn't have said that for the Indianapolis Colts in 2006 because Peyton Manning played every game. I wouldn't have said it for the Green Bay Packers in 2002 because Brett Favre played every game. But I'll say it about the Niners, and I'll sort of say it about the Dallas Cowboys, except, you know, the Cowboys last year had a game they had to win in Minnesota on Halloween, and they did not have Dak Prescott. They didn't know what they had in Cooper Rush, and he went in and he won a game on the road that the Cowboys had to have. What happens this week? The Cowboys are in danger of going 0-2 and then having to travel to a division rival on the road for a Monday night game in week 3. And they had to have that game against the Bengals. And what did Cooper Rush do? Played very well. And he beat the Bengals. And played very well, relatively speaking. He didn't light it up, but he also played efficiently. And my whole point is, the backup quarterback is a very, very valuable player. And in some cases, I think that you can look at guys who people don't think are any good at all and say, we'd be comfortable if he had to play a few games. That's the way the Cowboys are. I'll give you one other quick example. New Orleans Saints. Everybody's going to laugh at me and say, oh, my God, because I said Andy Dalton is the best backup in football. Now, you could argue that Garoppolo is better, that Nick Foles is better, that some other guys are better. And it's subjective, okay? But in my opinion, Andy Dalton, at some point this year, is going to have to win big games for this team because I don't have a lot of faith in Jameis Winston. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But the New Orleans Saints invested real money in their backup quarterback, and whatever he is, top 1, top 3, top 8, they got a good one in Andy Dalton, and they believe in the value of a backup quarterback.
Peter King with us here on 95.7 The Game. Do you, in your mind, Peter, have a specific theory that you think is the X marks the spot of why Kyle Shanahan would want to move on from a quarterback who he was winning about 70% of his games with? I think I got it.
Because I just think Kyle Shanahan looked at Jimmy Garoppolo, even though he likes Garoppolo and is comfortable with him playing for him. I think he thought that he wanted a quarterback with a bigger upside. That's what I think. He's never said that. He's certainly never said it to me. He's never hinted that to me. But clearly, why, if you've had success with Garoppolo, why would you do what they did? And I think he did what they did because honestly, you can't count on Jimmy Garoppolo lasting for a full season because he's done it so seldom. And then B, I think he feels like the modern quarterback has to be able to move a little bit more. And I think he believes Trey Lance, certainly he believes that he can move around a little bit more.
Let me ask you a question, not about facts and verifiable data, but of feelings and punditry. By and large, most people thought Kyle Shanahan was running an enormous risk when he did what he did, naming Lance the starter. And at this moment, with Lance out for the year and Garoppolo the starter again, among your colleagues in the national media, is there a sense of schadenfreude about, well, we told you this was a bad idea, and now you're back to where you started? Or are people sort of giving up the idea of trying to make sense of this at all and are just sitting back and waiting for the parade?
I mean, you could probably argue about this in 6 different ways, Ray, but
that's why we got you.
The bottom line is this was a risky venture to sign Jimmy Garoppolo because, just a week before they signed him, or maybe 3 or 4 days, he talked about what a great quarterback room he had with his 2 backups led by Nate Sudfeld. So, and then that gets all blown up 3 or 4 days later, and then he has to say, I love having Jimmy Garoppolo as in the quarterback room. I mean, I guess, but it was going to be risky if Trey Lance stayed healthy the whole year. And now that he didn't stay healthy the whole year, it obviously seems like a brilliant move by the Niners. Just a brilliant move. And my feeling is that sometimes in the NFL, you get lucky. And this is I mentioned that, I think I used the word, this was disastrously fortunate. for the 49ers. And Kyle Shanahan said to me right away, he goes, no, there's nothing fortunate about this. Like, I gave him plenty of opportunities Sunday night, very, very right-handed way to take. He was having none of it. I think he was just so incredibly sad about Trey Lance. Of course he's happy they got Garoppolo. But it's just one of those things that, I mean, you could argue about this all day. Obviously, it's much better that they signed Garoppolo. You know, now in retrospect. And all the people, all the geniuses like me who said, man, I don't know, we're all saying, hey, great move. So, you know, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch absolutely did the right thing in retrospect. And I just think it's one of those situations in life where I don't think either side should be taking much of a victory lap on it.
Don't you hate when you're fishing for a quote and the fish won't bite?
Well, honestly, really, what would you have thought of Kyle Shanahan if he pounded his chest saying, see, I'm smart?
Well, again,
it would have made him look like an idiot.
Well, let's say the Niners actually win the Super Bowl and Jimmy Garoppolo's a champion, and oh my God. At that post-game press conference, Kyle would have to begin it by saying basically, so I didn't think any of this could happen. None of this was in my actual plan. As a matter of fact, we went in the complete opposite direction to the point where we said, go play for someone else, and look at where we are. It's nuts. We all know that Shanahan is a superior play caller and game designer, even though his offense stalls often in the red zone, but that's another topic. Does anyone consider that Kyle Shanahan might have a blind spot for the actual position of quarterback? Because he seems to be, he seems to struggle to evaluate quarterbacks either coming out of the draft, on other teams, or on his own roster. I mean, his trail of quarterbacking tiers is, you know, he's got that odd obsession with Kirk Cousins. We know now that they passed on Tom Brady. They passed on even looking at Patrick Mahomes. They passed on Deshaun Watson. He and his father conspired to have RG3 killed in our nation's capital. Now he's drafted Trey Lance, and the jury, like I said, it's not even out. The jury's not even out. The court case is still in pre-trial deferment. He made he made a trade for Jimmy Garoppolo that, you know, and.
But you know,
he started. I feel like he started so. Okay, go ahead.
But let's go back and just say, first of all, would any team with a quarterback need, any team, have turned down Jimmy Garoppolo for a second-round draft choice? Would any team?
No, and I mean, I guess that. But boy, if he had just decided to ride it out and say, instead of getting Jimmy from New England, I'm going to start anew with someone else. It's just, I mean, now we're living in the multiverse. And for me to ask, when our universe is so nuts to begin with, it's unfair for me to ask you multiverse questions, but I guess that was a multiverse question.
I mean, that's one of those questions that I just think about it and I say, I don't know how to answer that other than to say, I think any team without a starting quarterback who got a phone call from Bill Belichick the day before the trading deadline and said, we will give you Jimmy Garoppolo for a second-round draft choice, with what everyone in the NFL thought about Jimmy Garoppolo at the time, which was that he was a very bright young prospect. Okay? You would have been, if you found out a month later that the 49ers turned down Garoppolo for a 2, so Belichick then called Cleveland and traded Garoppolo to Cleveland, I just want to ask you, what would you have said on your talk show about that?
So I was so in this is a huge mistake to draft Garoppolo camp on the night of Halloween when they made that trade.
You mean to trade for Garoppolo?
In the first place. I thought it was such a reversal of a clear direction. They were going to address this in the draft. I didn't want Kirk Cousins, so I sounded like an idiot when Garoppolo finally started playing and he was 5-0, and everyone was like, Damon, you don't know anything about football, which is, great for the show. But so I was firmly against them trading for Garoppolo in the first place at any cost, because I just thought it diverted from the plan, which was, hey, eat humble pie this year, get a great draft pick, and start anew.
I don't know.
But that's me. I'm also a sports talk show host. I don't know anything.
I think that's. I don't know because where are you going to draft? And I have to look at the. Let's say you would have won 5 games or 6. I don't know. Let's say you would have won 5. You would have gone 5-11. Where's your draft pick? Who's available? What's the smartest thing to do? I mean, look. Here's what you got on Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, the guy who is one of the biggest punching bags in recent quarterback history. Here's what you got out of Garoppolo. You got a guy who played in 1 Super Bowl, and his team was ahead by double digits with 10 minutes to go. Okay, and then the next year or 2 years later, you're in the NFC Championship game, and you're close to going into another Super Bowl. If that isn't worth the whatever it was, 38th pick in the draft, I don't remember what it was. That's insane to think of that. I just think it's crazy. And this is not picking a quarterback is not a one size fits all occupation. It's a difficult thing to do, and it's easy 5 years later to look back and say. And again, I'm not saying because you evidently said it at the time that it was a dumb decision, and I don't think we should have done this. Okay, that's fine. You first guessed. I think you're absolutely unequivocally wrong because of what, no matter whether Garoppolo was a long-term guy, okay, they got basically a guy who the guy who played in 1 Super Bowl for the team, played in 2 NFC Championship games, beat Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay in another playoff game, and you use the same pick that the Jets used to pick Geno Smith. I mean, look. To say that was a bad pick is just nuts.
Oh, no, look. In retrospect, in the 5-year window that we've looked at, my reaction to the trade looks silly now, looking back at it, because Garoppolo's degrees of success are obviously right there. There's also degrees of failure, these in particular, Peter, that I think had Kyle Shanahan moving off of him more than anything else. In those playoff games that you were talking about, in all of them, in his 6 career playoff games, Jimmy Garoppolo's total fourth quarters are 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and a passer rating of 28. You get a passer rating of 39.6, just spiking the ball. And I think that is why Trey Lance became part of the Niners picture, because even though there was a degree of undeniable regular season success, when it matters most, outplaying your opposing quarterback in the fourth quarter, Jimmy never did it once.
Yeah, I can't argue with you there. I would just argue vociferously that for the value that the 49ers gave up, this is a team that took Solomon Thomas with the 3rd pick in the draft. So let's just be grateful that whatever happened, they didn't have to play Nick Mullins in all those games, because you know what? They wouldn't have gotten to those games with Nick Mullins playing.
So let's just quickly look ahead, and thank you for your time as always here, Peter. There's no doubt that the 49ers are going to have a coaching advantage going into Denver, at least based on early returns from Nathaniel Hackett. What is going on there? That honeymoon feels over.
Nathaniel Hackett, here's the thing that shocks me about the first 2 weeks of the season. Nathaniel Hackett is a 1600 on the SAT guy. Okay, well, I'm showing my age there. When I was in high school, the max score you could get on your SAT was 1600. I'm not even sure what it is now. It might be 24. I don't know. But anyway, he was a straight A student. He's the valedictorian. Okay? And he has coached the first 2 games of the year like he belongs kept back for a year in school. Okay? And the decisiveness in the play calling, the fact that 15 times Russell Wilson has had to sprint to get a play called before it goes to 0 on the play clock. In 2 weeks, it's absolutely mind-boggling that he's having so much trouble with the simplest decisions in the game. And it's mind-boggling that 1 week he says our goal is to get to the 46-yard line so we could kick a 64-yard field goal. And then the next week, he eschews a field goal in better altitude where the ball goes farther from the 41-yard line. I want to give the guy a fair chance, but his first 2 games are about as bad as a coach can have in his first 2 games. And it's crazy. It's crazy what has happened here. And again, I don't want to throw him out with yesterday's garbage yet. Give him a chance. But, man, he should have been a lot more ready to be an NFL head coach than he is.
We had Michael Irvin on yesterday, and we asked him, how long does it take to get a feel for whether or not a player really belongs in this league? And then we turned around and asked him about a coach, and he said, man, that's off to a bad start, and indeed it is. So maybe the 49ers are walking into a better situation than walking into Denver looked like before we even started playing this year. Peter, as always, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
No problem, guys. Have a good week.
You do the same. Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. It was like a full-on half an hour with Peter. That might have been the longest we've ever kept him. But, hey, it's been a week. It's been a hell of a week around here.
And we didn't get to half the stuff.
We really didn't. Can I give a little, because it feels like doom and gloom and negativity, and can I give you some positive notes on the 49ers? Can I give you a few positive notes?
No. How about that?
Well, look at it
if
this
I
way.
tell you no, will you give them anyway?
These are interesting. Can I give you some interesting notes that will frame this team and give you a better understanding of what we're doing here?
If I still say no, will you give them anyway?
You're such a good co-host.
Yes, I am.
George Kittle reunited with his man crush. Like, that's got to be good for business on some just kind of vibing level, right? George Kittle reunited with his man crush, and obviously that locker room is excited that Jimmy is back. I don't think that they're excited that Jimmy is back at the expense of Trey, but they're excited he's back. And they've had success with him. They believe that they can have some more success with him. And if there's this element of we've got unfinished business and this is our last dance, let's ride. Hey, look good, feel good, play good. Crazier things have happened, right?
Yeah.
Kyle Madsen.
If he's playing, never mind.
Kyle writes for Niner Wire, USA Today. As a matter of fact, I think he is the Niner Wire. He pointed out some interesting things in his article this week. Like I said, Talanoa Hufanga. You want some good news? The good news is Talanoa Hufanga is a 49er. Right now, this guy is the NFL's second highest rated safety with a Pro Football Focus score of 90.7. That would put him in the elite category over an entire season. So keep it up, Hufanga. Filling in for Jimmy Ward, Tayshaun Gibson. He hasn't been quite as good as Hufanga, but he's still an 82.7. Thank you, Pro Football Focus, whatever that means. Through 2 weeks, that is the league's best safety duo. Now, there's a sliding scale of having played Justin Fields and Geno Smith to consider.
That's not a sliding scale. That's a plummet.
That's a good start, though. That's a good start. If you're playing 2 of the worst passing attacks in football,
they fail to fail.
At the end of those games, you should be playing well, and indeed they are. Aaron Banks and rookie right guard Spencer Burford in the first 2 weeks. Big questions about them. Well, it's been by no means perfect, writes Kyle, but both have earned two of the highest two highest pass blocking grades on the 49ers offensive line. In other words, better than Trent Williams, better than Mike McGlinchey. Burford has been a team best in pass blocking grade. Banks is just sitting behind him. Banks gave up 2 pressures in Chicago, 1 against Seattle. Burford has yet to surrender a pressure or have one counted against him. And wrapping up what Kyle's notes were, Mike McGlinchey looks like an NFL starting right tackle again. You know, he doesn't need to be elite. He doesn't need to be the right side, perfect equivalent of Trent Williams playing right tackle. He just needs to be good. He needs to not be a problem. And through 2 weeks, he's been good. It's not been a problem. So we'll give him that. So those are your bright spots, Ray. There's some good news. Now, would you like the interesting news? I know you can't be opposed to interesting news because I got something to tell you that you officially do not know. You ready?
Okay.
You ready? You sitting down? Oh, yeah. I can.
Really?
Did you know that Jimmy Garoppolo passed a career milestone in the Seattle game?
No.
He did. He is now sitting at 12,006 career passing yards. He's over the 12,000 career yard mark. That is the 174th most yards thrown for in NFL history. So that's really not the interesting part of it. Guess who he's behind? He's 174. Guess who's 173rd?
It's too ridiculous to say Joe Montana. But
Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick. Another guy that had to be moved on from. I know those weren't just all football reasons, and that was wrong. But his football was seriously declining when Colin Kaepernick became Colin Kaepernick, something much bigger than just a football conversation.
I'm surprised he got that many yards.
So was I. 12,271 career passing yards for Colin Kaepernick. And Jimmy Garoppolo is now right behind him. I thought that was pretty interesting. Didn't you think
the
that was
Kaepernick thing surprises me.
There you go. See?
Because I thought his career was too short to compile those kinds of numbers. Shows what I know.
You doubt me.
I don't doubt you. I doubt Lucas.
This is Rich in Roseville. Rich, thank you for holding. Wasn't that a great Peter King interview?
Oh, I love you guys, man. Always, I listen to you all the time. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I just want to jump on you guys' bandwagons about running the quarterback. If I'm a head coach, and I learned this 10 years ago, science says defenses in the NFL are hitting at 1,900 to 6,500 pounds PSI per hit. That's like 2/3 of what a car can, 1/10 to 2/3 what a car can do to you. Why are you going to run any quarterback into that?
I mean, I agree with you. I think that there's a time and place for everything. I think there is a time and place to run aggressively like that with your quarterback if you think that he can handle it. To me, the time or place to do that will never be week 2 against a beatable opponent on your own field while you're winning and your running backs are getting whatever they want. It wasn't that Kyle ran his quarterback. It's when Kyle ran his quarterback and how much he seemed to be intent on running this quarterback that I've had a problem with. And I do think that people who tell me that, well, you shouldn't have a problem with that are a little misled. And I know Peter is firmly in the you're wrong about that camp. I don't think so. I don't think I'm wrong about that. I don't think I'm wrong about that. Now, no one can predict when the injury is coming, but we can increase or decrease odds. To me, it felt like Kyle was increasing odds. The way that he was going about asking his young quarterback to go about executing these running plays when we all know you're trying to develop him in the pocket a little bit, so call more plays for him to throw. I mean, it's an extraordinary number of how many times Trey Lance was being asked to run. I think it's like 49 attempts and 70 dropbacks. That's a lot. That's more than normal, to the point where that drifts into the land of abnormal pace that's never been sustained. So, we all got opinions. Mine are just backed up by actual data.
You are, however, guilty of a small sample size here.
A small sample size. Well, again, that's all we got on young Mr.
Yeah.
Well, when a small sample size is all you have, that's really all there is to work with. Small sample size kind of means you're hand-picking your starting point and ending point. I'm not. I just have 4 games to work with.
Well, I understand. I just don't know that you can draw any conclusions about anything about Trey Lance or how he's been used or not used. I think if he never plays another down for the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, I mean, it's an ankle injury.
No. Let me just frame this. I'm not talking about the injury. If he never plays again, if he never starts another game, if Jimmy Garoppolo wins the job, keeps the job, yada, 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 we will literally go his entire career knowing nothing about him. But there will be tons of opinions, none of them bounded in verifiable, certifiable, we have a sense of who he is fact. Because we don't have a sense of who he is. We don't have a sense of what Kyle Shanahan was going to do with him. Because presumably, he would be a different quarterback in 10 weeks than he was in week 2. Presumably, he would be more comfortable at what he's supposed to be doing than that.
Small tick up every week. That's what you're hoping for.
He's a cloud surrounded by bubbles. So, when I hear Guru in particular fulminating about he never got a chance, well, no, nobody got a chance, and there was no chance to be given. You know, you only get the shake of the dice you get.
Well, again, I know that we were painting a little bit more negatively yesterday. Here is the other little slice of positivity the show has for you today. If you're a 49er fan, I know you do. But here, look at it this way. This is the kind of positivity, Ray, that I know you won't be able to refute because it's fact. Here's the best news I have got for you about Trey Lance if you believe he might be the future. He could still be the future. As a matter of fact, it's actually the only thing he can be right now because he can't be the present, and he certainly wasn't the past. But he can still be the future. And look, as bad as that broken ankle is if you had to order up a lower leg season-ending injury, like that's high on the menu. You would want that before you tore a knee or, I think, fractured your foot or had problem putting weight on your foot or having a problem with your hip. Broken ankles are officially fixable. And not that he needed more time, just sitting around watching and learning. And Kyle Shanahan says, you know, basically, I've got a player who can get back in here like real soon.
I'm sure he's going to be around here all the time and do his rehab here. We haven't even discussed that, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't that case. So, I mean, got out of surgery a little bit ago. I know we're all just kind of worried about him and making sure that he's doing all right mentally and physically. Talk to him here real soon. I know some guys have been over there to already visit him. But, yeah, we're not sure yet. But as soon as he can get back in here and start rehabbing, we're going to want him a part of everything. Every meeting he can be at, every practice he can be at. I know he's not going to be able to do all of that because of how much he's got to rehab, but especially in those meetings and stuff, we don't plan on Trey being away from us at all. Whenever he's not taking care of his ankle, plan on being with us.
Every meeting, every chalk talk, every opportunity to learn, every chance to take a mental rep. He's got a ton of them now. He's got a chance to learn more. He's got a chance to study more, and what, you know, if he wants to look at it positively, is a gap year. He can get stronger. He can get leaner. He can get a little meaner. He can develop that, you know, what was the off-season story about him? Because we needed one that week that, he's got a little arm fatigue. Well, you got all the opportunity in the world to rest that arm now, don't you? So that shouldn't be a problem, like, ever again. So, I mean, good news, sort of. Not really. But I'm trying to make the best of it.
In fairness, this is his 3rd consecutive gap year.
Yes, it is. And that's the crazy part of this whole thing. It's been 509 days since the day they drafted Trey Lance, and I'm not sure he was any less raw in the first 2 weeks that we saw him this season than the day that they drafted him. And can Kyle groom the quarterback? Did Jimmy Garoppolo ever, in your estimation, get better playing for Kyle Shanahan, or was it always kind of about this is who he is, this is what he does, rinse, wash, repeat, you get the same thing every time? I don't know if he ever got better.
I don't know that
Shanahan.
I think he did get better. He got more efficient. No, I mean, the more he learned the offense, the more the team succeeded around him. I don't think he was the prime reason why they got to a Super Bowl or got to a conference final. He was very much part of a greater whole. But I think he did get better. The only issue here is that you never got to see a reprise of the New Orleans game, which was the one game where he basically ran wild. He was, after that, he wasn't a game manager as much as he was. He's a guy who doesn't kill you as much as some quarterbacks do. He doesn't ruin the running game's chances to excel, doesn't ruin the defense's chances to keep another team at arm's length. He was aggressively okay. I mean, it just, he was...
There's a battle cry. There's something you want to put on a sign. We are aggressively okay.
Well, I mean, again, they got, if your view is, well, what are the fantasy numbers? Well, you're not winning with him because he's not a fantasy guy. What he is a guy who doesn't hurt you. And if you have enough good pieces around, that's good enough. It's good enough.
707, Turk 707. Says, Damon, was that passing yardage or total yardage for Kaepernick? Passing yardage. Those are passing yardage numbers. Jose in Mountain View. Hello, Jose. What do you got?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I rarely agree with Ratto, but he's on point today, man. And the quick thing I wanted to talk about was just our obsession with the mobile quarterback. When I was a kid growing up, first name popped in my head, Randall Cunningham. And then afterwards, Michael Vick. The dynamism is there. I think right now this is a chance to be able to re-examine what do the 49ers organization really want, and whom do they want? Do they want someone like a Herbert, or do they want Lamar Jackson, who might be available next year? Pony up the offer, man. Think about that, right? And at the same time, think about, do you really want Shanahan as your coach? You've had enough body of knowledge to evaluate what he's good and not good at. Play calling is one of them. Defensive architecture is another one, but this offensive capability of coming up with plays. Look, the fourth quarter, we've seen Jimmy struggle. We all seen it, and we put the onus on him for making the plays. The flip side to that is, what kind of plays were there for him to be more successful in the fourth quarter that weren't called by Kyle Shanahan, or the inability to use even Kittle in those situations to give him that option to throw to. So those things have to be asked too and analyzed, so we can figure out what's the future of the 49ers. What type of quarterback do they really need, and what type of coach do they really need? Because right now, we still have the same question marks from going back when Harbaugh left. Who are we? Thanks, guys.
I think it's all legit. Jose, I think your questions, your worry, your anxieties, they're all legitimate. And that's the regression that Kyle has made, I think, in the fan's eye this week. The guy that a lot of people, and I know that there is always going to be like 10% of all fans who are never happy with any coach, no matter what. I mean, you got 10% of Warriors fans during the greatest run in the history of the franchise saying, you could do better than Steve Kerr. Get rid of Steve Kerr. You can do better than Steve. So, 10% of everyone you're ever going to meet is a frickin' moron, basically. 10% of all the people in any room that you're standing in should never speak. And 10's probably a conservative number.
Oh, you're way, way, way overgrading. It's closer to 80.
But there's an element of the unsatisfiable, don't understand what the real question is in the first place, can't even identify a problem, but think they got the solution by just firing someone. Like, those fans are the worst. Kyle Shanahan doesn't get to live in a world where you can't do better than that anymore. He really doesn't. He's a good coach, and if the Niners let him go, he'd be hired again. Sure. If you're telling me you can come back, like here's the thing: we're at the fork in the road this offseason. The Niners did not win the Super Bowl. As a matter of fact, everything kind of goes funny, and they don't make the playoffs. Okay. So your fork in the road is this: stay with Kyle Shanahan as the head conductor of your orchestra, with Trey Lance, your virtuoso, or hire Sean Payton and sign Lamar Jackson I am now officially as interested, if not more interested, in hiring Sean Payton and signing Lamar Jackson than I am clinging to the track of, no, you can't move on from Shanahan. You can't do better than that. Because Sean Payton officially, I think, represents you can do better than that.
He's got a Super Bowl, which Shanahan doesn't have. But he also slips through. He clung on to Drew Brees for all of those years. I don't know that anybody.
He also kind of turned Drew Brees into Drew Brees. And that's an offense that was significant.
If I paid more attention on a day-to-day basis, I'd probably have a better opinion one way or another. But I think the two of them found a simpatico that they both enjoyed. So I don't know if he's better than Shanahan. He's certainly not worse. But if you bring in Sean Payton, maybe he looks at Trey Lance and goes, nah, I want something better. Because I think you can get better than Trey Lance based only on the fact that you don't know what you have yet.
How about this for an idea?
Harbaugh.
Stop doing that. No, right. It's an awful idea for him to come back to the NFL in any way, shape, or form.
And it's wrong
not only for him, but for the NFL.
Right.
He's not an NFL coach.
It's also wrong for me to bring back John Clayton
invoke the late great John.
And by the way, he doesn't belong in the NFL. That guy has got a serious winning percentage in the NFL. So I don't think you can say he does not belong. No, you just got to be. You got to dance with the devil to be in business with Jim Harbaugh.
He is temperamentally suited to college.
He is, and he's also clinically insane.
Oh no! Clinically insane does not exempt him from NFL work. Most coaches are clinically insane. I would put it to you that Kyle Shanahan, in his own way, is clinically insane.
Yeah, we're all nuts.
All I'm saying is Jim Harbaugh is far more attuned to the rhythms of college football. Not just the game, but all the management around it. He is a college guy through and through.
When we come on back, a couple of more calls and sneaking in a little talk of the rest of the sports universe, since the entire sports universe is still happening, while we are fixated like the Hubble telescope on the 49ers. By the way, there's a better telescope than Hubble now, so we should retire that saying. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I did a site visit and the space is absolutely incredible.
Este's Reiki Clinic is opening another studio across town.
But there's a lot to wrap up.
But staffing an entire office requires more than just deep breathing.
Receptionist and at least 4 new practitioners.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
And here we are in year 6, and he still doesn't have a quarterback he trusts. So who does he trust? Who does Kyle want a quarterback?
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
My last name's Shanahan. Oh, hey, Kyle, what do you want to do for your birthday party? You're turning 6. I want to sit around and design plays.
I want to run a zone read here.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
I mean, good Lord, Steiny, how long does this guy get? I'm talking about Kyle to get the next Montana or Young. He might have him.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
And Kyle was not concerned, or I should just say he was unbothered by the load management in a running game that Trey Lance was on pace to have.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years, bringing innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit trimarkwest.com BetOnline.com. Final segment here, Damon and Ratto. Ange in Oakland. How are you, Ange? It's been a minute.
What's up, Dane? What's up, Ray?
How you doing, man?
It's been a minute, man. How y'all been?
We're doing very, very well. I'll tell you, I got Lamar as my fantasy quarterback, so anything he does, I'm all over it this year.
Man, the only Lamar I want to talk about is Kendrick. Bruh, I'm so disgusted with Lamar right now because every time he step out there, he's taking a chance of not ever. He's taking a chance of becoming DeMarcus Cousins. He never got the money he was due, that he deserved because of injury.
He's taking a crazy risk. Crazy risk, but he just threw for 200 and ran for 100, man. He is something else.
Hey, the boy is amazing, and he should get what he should get, but man.
Oh, and your phone is cutting out. It was good to hear your voice. Call us tomorrow when we have more time to talk, not right at the end of the show.
Lamar Jackson is an interesting case because I think he's sort of pieced together the fact that Baltimore's not going to pay him what he wants. So I think his idea is I'm going to put up the kind of numbers that will make somebody else pay me what I want.
Oh, absolutely.
Which means that he is taking an even bigger risk than Kyle Shanahan has been taking. Because if he does get hurt, that's all over.
Yeah.
He may play again, but he's going to be a second-tier quarterback from then on out.
Right, and the minute you're damaged goods, you get looked at differently, but he's making one of the all-time risky bets in recent or maybe all sports history. How many MVP guys just roll the dice?
Yeah, not that many, and this is, he has the perfectly logical case to make that if Deshaun Watson got his deal guaranteed, mine should be guaranteed too. Because neither of them have done much in a postseason. Deshaun Watson now has missed an entire year, is going to miss 2/3 of a second. It's the Jimmy Haslam's lunacy, or maybe human decency, has skewed the quarterback market forever.
Scott Harris, the Giants, air quotes, general manager, officially is now off the sinking ship. He is the new president of baseball operations for the Detroit Tigers. He had been in San Francisco for the last 3 years. He was part of 107 wins. I don't even know what that means anymore, but he is a up-and-coming baseball name for sure, and he just got up and became the president of baseball operations for the Detroit Tigers. So congratulations, Scott Harris. What does that leave the Giants? It leaves them with a game at the Rockies. It leaves them with an interesting offseason where there's another hole now that Farhan needs to fill, although everything that was happening was in his mind's eye anyways. John Bribia tonight, your opener. Mariners and A's. That's happening over at the Coliseum tonight. The A's start a 6-game homestand that's going to bring the first-place Mets to town on Friday. And by the way, if you like pitching, Saturday and Sunday is going to be DeGrom and Scherzer over at the Coliseum. That's not bad. Did you know that the A's only have one 100-loss season since moving to Oakland?
Yeah. No, they've been surprisingly successful on the field.
6 more losses gets them to 100 on the year. So the goal for Mark Kotze, what's the battle cry? 99, baby. 15 games left. A's need to go 10-5 to get to 99 losses, which again is now the target of the entire year. Speaking of targets, historic home run watch continues. Baseball does have a little bit of a problem, though, because the Yankees are going to be playing on Apple TV on Friday. That broadcast is so bad, by the way, it's kind of offensive. It's also somewhere that no one absolutely watches, and Aaron Judge might pass Aaron Rodgers on Apple TV without an audience.
Aaron Rodgers?
Or Aaron Judge. If Aaron Rodgers does it, that's going to be pretty impressive.
No, you said Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge.
But he's not passing Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Roger Maris.
Yeah.
There you go. There's my Roger Rabbit. He's trying to get past Roger Rabbit. Aaron Judge, he hit a pair of homers over the weekend. He's standing at 59. He is 2 away from Maris. As we told you yesterday, Pujols is sitting on 698. He's 2 away from the 700 home run club. Let's say Aaron Judge wants to break Barry Bonds' record. He's got to have a monster couple of weeks here to do it.
He has hit almost a homer a day.
Well, only 6. He would have to hit 14 home runs in his team's last 16 games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Almost a homer a day.
Yeah. Only 6 hitters in the history of Major League Baseball have hit 14 or more home runs over a 16-game span. In chronological order, Albert Bell in 1995 hit 14. Sammy Sosa in 1998 hit 15. Barry Bonds hit 14 in 2001. Troy Tulowitzki, 14 in 2010. Nelson Cruz hit 14 over a 16-game span in 2019. And Kyle Schwarber, 15 over a span of 16 games in 2021. And finally, we got to get this in today because it happened today. Maury Wills passed away, a great Dodger. He was 89 years old, National League MVP in 1962. He stole bases like they were quarters, just left for him on the table. He won 3 World Series with the Dodgers, 14-year career, over 2,000 hits, 586 stolen bases. Ray, they don't make players like that no more.
They don't let players like that play anymore.
And on that note, thank you so much for tuning in. Best of coming up next. Is that what you just told me? I need to tell you this. Tomorrow is a What If Wednesday, and what if I told you Kyle Juszczyk will be joining us at 5:15. We're looking forward to that. Thanks to Tim Kuhn and Peter King for joining us today. Lucas Grandy, great job on that side of the glass. Ray, average job on this side of the glass. I can say the same for myself.
5:55.
Sorry, you're late. I'm so sorry. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the